Palmolive Beauty Box Theater, starring lovely Jessica Dragonette with Thomas L. Thomas, young Metropolitan Opera baritone, the Beauty Box Orchestra, directed by Al Goodman, and the Palmolive Chorus, presented every Wednesday night by the makers of Palmolive, the beauty soap made with olive oil. Tonight, the musical love story of a girl whose beauty captured the heart of an enemy officer, The Lady in Ermine, starring Jessica Dragonette.
When hearts are young, when days are dark, a song. Good evening, my friends, and welcome to the Palmolive Beauty Box Theater. Oh, I'm glad you've chosen for tonight that musical romance of love and war, The Lady in Ermine. And we're especially proud to present this delightful music because our own Al Goodman is one of the composers. And now, dear friends, I'm sorry to have to tell you that Charles Kuhlman will be unable to sing tonight because of illness. We wish him speedy recovery and hope he'll be back with us again next week. Tonight, Thomas L. Thomas will sing with me, and Jean Paul King will tell the story of The Lady in Ermine.
It is the year 1870. Northern Italy has been taken by Austria, and Austrian soldiers march over the countryside hunting down rebellious Italian patriots. The scene is a castle on the plains of Lombardy. Within, the lovely young Countess Mariana and her brother Adrian, a leader among the Italian rebels, listen to the Italian workers singing in the sunshine. Our people don't seem to know there's a war, says Mariana. And sometimes I wish we could forget it too, Adrian.
Young and fancy free.
troubled. He's been summoned by the rebel leaders to Milan, and Mariana insists he go at once. There's danger near, says Mariana. I know it. Remember the old legend of the lady in ermine whose portrait hangs there on the wall? How her spirit walks in times of danger? Oh, that old wives' tale, scoffs Adrian. She walked last night, says Mariana. I was standing there beneath her portrait when she stepped down out of the picture.
Shivering with fright, I saw her walk last night, as she has done for many a year. In ermine so white at dead of the night, warning us that danger's near. Beautiful her face, remarkable her grace, as through the house she silently goes. Clasped in her hand a red, red rose, deepest concern her money shows. If such foolish thoughts prevail in many foolish old wives' tales, I believe in, yes, so I do, and the name they call her by two. The lady in ermine, the lady in ermine, beautiful shadow and tragedy. She comforts our anxious heart, and we should determine her counsel is right. We should hearken, we should hearken in the dead of night. The lady in ermine has warned me.
I'd better go, exclaimed Adrian. But first, let me warn you against the notorious Austrian leader, Colonel Belivar. He's utterly unscrupulous, and knowing your great beauty, has sworn to add you to his list of conquests. He'll stop at nothing to make good his boast. There's danger for all in these times, returns Mariana. Go, Adrian, before it's too late. Goodbye, and good luck.
We must part, and you go far away. Though dark sea or heart, keep us might in your heart, and wherever you go, keep faith in our side, and you depart, others' voices you call. Kiss me goodbye, you will answer I know. Oh, my dear brother, God be with you and bring you back home safe again. Heaven guard you from harm.
No sooner is Adrian out of the door than a regiment of Austrian troops marches around the bend in the road toward the castle, singing as it comes. At the head is the notorious Colonel Belivar himself, and as they enter the estate, he rides recklessly in and out among the men in a spectacular display of horsemanship. It is the colonel's boast that he can break the will of any horse or any woman, and so far he's been successful. The soldiers assemble around the chateau.
Gleaming day of mine, bring victory to land.
Colonel Belivar leaps from his horse and strides into the castle in search of the rebel Count Adrian Beltrame. But Mariana tells him she is alone. Alone, sneers the colonel. A pretty woman like you? Why, you're a liar. All women are liars. And then, in face of Mariana's quick indignation, but you're beautiful. I'll be back tonight, and I shall expect food and wine from me and my fellow officers. When they've seen how lovely you are, I'll throw them out. But my beloved country calls. Duty before pleasure. Eh, Countess?
I hear you calling, land o' mine. Land o' mine. Through the fight your banner floats on high. Land o' mine. Men are falling, land o' mine. Calling you to I love you, dear old land of mine. I proved it by the hand of mine. To you I give this youth of mine, this heart and soul and truth of mine. Weep not, beloved maid of mine, kneel down and watch it fine, and help this gleaming blade of mine bring victory to land of mine. I love you, dear old land of mine. I prove it by the hand of mine. To you I give this youth of mine, this heart and soul and truth of mine. Weep not, beloved maid of mine, kneel down and watch him cry, and help this gleaming blade of mine bring victory to land.
So Colonel Belivar is coming back tonight. Is Mariana a match for the domineering young officer? In just a moment, we shall return with the second act of The Lady in Ermine. Now, ladies, I'm going to present a charming friend of mine you've probably already met. She's on the air with her friend every weekday afternoon over this same station in a rapid-fire adventure story about Hollywood, sponsored by Super Suds in the red box for washing dishes and concentrated Super Suds in the blue box for washing clothes. Now, have you guessed? That's right. It's Mert of Mert and Marge. Marge couldn't be with us tonight, but here is Mert.
Thank you, Jean. You know, ladies, I've heard Jean Paul King talking to you about Palmolive. You know, the soap made with olive oil. Telling you what marvelous things Palmolive will do for your complexion. But there's a darn word about what Palmolive has already done for my skin. Take a good look at it now. So I decided to come out and speak for myself.
And you're very, very welcome, Mert. So Palmolive's your friend, too?
You bet. I swear by Palmolive for my skin, and Margie says Palmolive's her choice, too. I know because only the other day she said, Myrtle, have you noticed how dry my skin is becoming? I said, well, so what, Margie? She says, well, I think I'll start using Palmolive soap to help soften it and keep it smooth.
Thanks a lot, Mert. And will you thank Marge for us, too? And now, ladies, are you using Palmolive soap? You see, Palmolive is a true beauty soap made with that finest of all beauty ingredients, olive oil. That's why Palmolive's rich, creamy lather is different from that of any other soap. That's why Palmolive's lather cleanses your skin so gently and so thoroughly. Helps to make your complexion softer, more youthful, more alluring. So won't you try Palmolive? At the end of this program, I'll tell you about a wonderful new free gift for you and the children. And now we return to the Palmolive Beauty Box Theater with our lovely star Jessica Dragonette and Thomas L. Thomas, Metropolitan Opera baritone, in The Lady in Ermine. In order to keep Colonel Belivar and his men occupied until her brother Adrian has reached safety, Mariana is their hostess at a gay banquet where food is plenty and wine flows free. She sits at the head with a persistent colonel beside her, and pretending high spirits urges the men to drink their fill.
Fill up the glass and give me your pledge. Fill till the bubble be sing. Yes, you call to you in spirit. In wine there's truth, let's hear it. Fill up the glass, the night sweetly ends. Good wine and young hearts are both divine. Passion away. And my soul tranquil with wine.
Come, men, a toast to the most beautiful of women, the Countess Mariana.
Wine is the giver of gladness, a draught of nectar divine, as maker of mirth and of madness, there's naught on the earth like wine. Wine is the giver of gladness, a long draught of nectar divine, as maker of mirth and of madness, there's naught on the earth like wine. I love you, dear land of mine. I've proved it by the hand of mine. To you I give this youth of mine, this heart and soul and truth of mine. We've not beloved maid of mine, feel down at what is right, and have this gleaming blade of mine, being fitly to land of.
Fill up the glass, for night quickly ends. Old wine and young hearts are both divine. Passion away, and my soul transcends with wine.
Belivar leans close to Mariana. His lips touch her hair. I cannot live without you, he murmurs. You're far lovelier than anyone I ever knew. Why, even your portrait cannot do you justice. But that's not my portrait, interrupts Mariana. She's my ancestress, the lady in ermine. Long ago, this castle was captured by a cruel, dissolute captain who imprisoned the former count and left him to die. The countess begged for her husband's life, and the cruel captain granted it on condition she come to him that night. She agreed and kept her promise, and was so touched was he by her beauty and purity of mind, he let her go. Belivar smiles. Well, had I been that captain, says he, the story might have ended differently.
Sometimes you may say no. Sometimes you may say yes. Oh, whispering low with your cheeks all aglow, you leave a poor man to guess. So patient he must grow, and when the years enough, the future will show that although she say no, a woman may be.
Mariana, Mariana, I'm yearning, and burning to make you my own. You shall be mine, mine alone. So closely I'll hold you, my arms shall fold you.
You'll find that we'll never be so.
Mariana, I'm mad about you. And you love me. I can see it in your eyes.
Please let go of me.
You're not fooling me. No more than you did about your brother.
My brother? What do you mean?
He was captured this afternoon and will be shot tomorrow.
Oh, no, you can't kill my brother.
You can save him, Mariana. He'll go free if you come to my arms tonight, as did your ancestors, the lady in ermine, to the captain in the story.
No, never.
Think it over. I shall be waiting your answer.
Mariana, Mariana, I'm yearning and burning to make you my own. You shall be mine, mine alone.
So closely will hold me in your arms now enfold me. And so we'll heart beating fast, we will find love. We'll find love.
After the banquet, Delabar sits alone before the fireplace, waiting for Mariana. Filling his glass, he raises it to the portrait of the lady in ermine and drinks the toast. Then his head nods and he falls asleep by the fire. In his dream, the lady in ermine appears.
Though they're gone and I am here, though we're alone, I have no fear.
My very own, I love you so.
That cannot be, for so it seems, to know this soul to be in dream.
Then dream with me and never go.
He's understood that you'll be dead longer here. This is a chance we mustn't see. It's the one you ought to see.
There's no one near.
It cannot be.
The coast is clear.
I don't agree.
Have pity, dear.
Love mustn't see as you will see. I pray you.
Why, dear, let us chance slip by, dear. Though you beg me to fly, dear, I'll not go.
Must I go on my way till you must go?
Now, dear, you are cruel, I vow. Dear, what I crave you'll allow, dear.
But suppose I say no, no, no,
Oh, dear, you're cold as the snow, dear. All my needs of you, oh, you know I love you so.
Next morning, Delabar awakes with the words of the lady in ermine burning into his consciousness. No one can command love. Women must be wooed and won. Suddenly he sends for Mariana and tells her Adrian is free. But why, asks Mariana. As a tribute to the most charming woman I shall ever know. Impulsively, Mariana whispers, "You're generous. I was not mistaken." The colonel draws her close. "Mariana, am I still your enemy?" Mariana's lovely eyes look into his. No more. Nations may go to war, but what difference can that make to you and me?
When hearts are young, when minds are strong, sun, a magic land that gleams afar.
Its boys are old, and youth are few, saying safely on. Yours are young, I want it.
And so, with the help of the legendary Lady in Ermine, Colonel Belivar won his Mariana. In just a moment, our lovely star, Jessica Dragonette, will tell you about next week's musical love story. But here's that wonderful new free gift to thrill the children. It's a grand new cutout book called A Day with the Quins. It shows those 5 adorable Dion Quins in natural color pictures, all ready to cut out and dress. And you know what fun the youngsters will have with these 4 full pages of cutout costumes, 63 in all, with their dresses, coats, toys, and bonnets. And the cover is a reproduction of a beautiful oil painting in full color of the Dion Quins all ready for bed and saying goodnight to Dr. Defoe. This cover was painted by the famous artist Andrew Loomis, and it's so lovely you'll want to frame it. And that's your gift. Dr. Defoe, you remember, chose Palmolive soap exclusively to bathe and help guard the tender skin of these precious little girls. And that, of course, is one of the many reasons why Palmolive soap should be your choice, too, both for your children and to guard the loveliness of your own complexion. And now, how to get this wonderful Dion cutout book, A Day with the Quins. Here's all you need do. Just send the black band from 3 cakes of Palmolive soap with your name and address to Palmolive, Jersey City, New Jersey. Your Dion cutout book will go to you, postage prepaid immediately. And now, here's lovely Jessica Dragonette to tell you about next week's presentation in the Palmolive Beauty Box Theater.
Thank you, Jean Paul King. Next week, Charles Kuhlman will be back with us to sing the role of the dashing Danilo in that brilliant musical romance which set the whole world waltzing, The Merry Widow. Of course you remember. Though I say not what I may not let you hear, yet the swaying waltz is saying, love me, dear. This is Jessica Dragonette bidding you all good night.
The Lady in Ermine was presented tonight by a special arrangement with Select Theaters Corporation and the Thames Whitmark Music Library. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Here's the good word. Good evening, this is Herb Ellis welcoming you to The Good Word starring Evangeline Baker and Tom Paxton. The second in a new series of games, and seated on our stage this evening are representatives of the good cities of Richmond and Burlingame who will compete in word spellings and definitions for the title of Bay Area Spelling Champions plus $100 in cash. 6 cities are entered in this competition: San Francisco, Oakland, Berkeley, Alameda, Richmond, and Burlingame. And besides the natural competition between the cities, we are expecting the added fireworks of competition between the sexes, because 3 of our cities are represented by women, the other 3 by men. As gifts for the women, giant orchid corsages from Belli and Belli, and for the men, custom-designed wallets by Davignon. And now to add to the hair pulling, we have 2 moderators on the show. Representing the women, we have Miss Evangeline Baker. And representing the men, who else but KGO's popular young man with words, Tom Paxton. Well, Tom, what's the good word for tonight?
Well, I've got lots of good words for tonight, Herb Ellis, and we start bouncing them back and forth in just a moment. But in the meantime, I'd like to make it quite clear right now that I am rooting for the men's team. It's nothing personal, you ladies of the Richmond Venture Club. After all, it's my job to pick your words and ask you to spell them, and then, if you can, give me the definition. But being a man, you know that I naturally like to see the stronger sex come out on top. You know what I mean?
You would you?
Oh, yes, I would. And that's Evangeline Baker, and I'm my number one ego deflator. What's the good word for tonight, Evangeline?
Well, Tommy, if you don't mind, I'll just save my good words for the men of the Burlingame Lions Club. Although I hope you gentlemen will just kind of try to understand a woman's fickleness when I tell you that my heart really belongs to my gals sitting over there. And whatever you do, gals, don't you let me down, will you?
Well, there you have it, friends. Members and rooters for both teams are seated in our studio audience to cheer their teams on to victory for their respective cities, Burlingame and Richmond. And now, on with the good word with your host, Tom Paxton, and your hostess, Evangeline Baker.
All right, thank you very much. And now, Evangeline, suppose I pick the first word for a member of your ladies' team of the Richmond Venture Club, okay?
Proceed, Tom. And girls, come out fighting.
Yeah, you do that, girl. Will you stand up, please, there? You are, first of all, Mrs.?
Eleanor Janik.
You are Mrs.?
Yes, I am.
Oh, good. You don't look like you have that Miss look to you there, Mrs. Janik.
Happily married.
For how long?
6 months.
6 months?
Uh-huh.
Well, you practically are a miss there. You're from the city of Richmond, right?
Yes, uh-huh.
That's what your team represents. Well, before I give you the good word, I'd better explain that this championship word competition spreads over a 10-week period. The two leading teams at the end of 9 weeks of competition will meet on the 10th week for our grand prize. Tonight you'll be asked first to spell the word and then to define it. In other words, it's possible to win 2 points for each word. Understood, Mrs. Janish?
Yes, I understand. I just wish ladies weren't first.
Well, this is one of those cases, I think. All right, here we go with the first good word. The word is acknowledge. Can you give me the spelling, please, first of all?
ACKNOWLEDGE.
I'm awfully sorry there, Mrs. Janish. I'm going to have to give you a point for that.
Oh,
you got it right. All right, you got a point. Now let's find out if you can define the word for me, please.
Let me think.
Acknowledge.
Acknowledge. To recognize.
To recognize, I think that's enough. That gives you another point, and that gives you 2 points for the word acknowledge. Oh, they're starting out good tonight, but I don't know. Wait till we get to girl number 2. What's the good word from you, Evangeline?
You see, they're not only pretty and glamorous, but they're really smart, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, now we'll see about Burlingame Lions Club and Tom's team. All right, if you'll stand up. The first gentleman in the Burlingame Lions team. Will you introduce yourself, sir?
Yes, I'm Robert Moore from Burlingame. I was principal of the Roosevelt Elementary School there. I now work for Miss Abbott, the county superintendent.
And in your position, you are expected to know just about all of the words in the dictionary?
Oh, no. No, you've got it wrong. The teachers know the words. I was a principal.
I see. Well, all right. The tables are turned tonight because, you see, I have a little list in my hand, and I know exactly how to spell them, and I know what they mean. Now, I think we're all going to enjoy turning the tables and see how you feel as a student. All ready?
Ready?
All right, I'm going to make this
Fire it well.
just as difficult as I possibly can. And see if I can find a particularly difficult one. Well, here's a good one. Exigency. Exigency. Now, does that sound better?
Exigency. EXIGENCY. That means a tough spot like I'm in now, doesn't it?
You know what? It comes right down to it. Everything means it depends on how you pronounce it. Is that right? What does the bird say? The bird says it's all right. No cuckoos. Mr. Lloyd. I promised to make it just as tough as I could, Tommy. Now see what you can do.
Oh, yeah, but you know these school principals, they got to get those words right. All right, that ties us up, 2 and 2. Now we turn to Miss Mary Hall. Is that right, Mary?
Yes, that's right.
And you are a member of the
Richmond Child Care Center staff.
The Richmond?
Yes, I am a supervisor in East Shore Child Care Center. That's one of the very small nursery schools in the whole group.
Uh-huh. You take care of children, Miss
Yes,
Hall?
I do. Mm-hmm.
Oh, wonderful. What ages?
Well, we have them from 2 to 12. Preschool as well as the school-age
Look out,
children.
Tom's tricking you. Look out.
Just thought I'd say I have one, Miss Hall.
Well, you can enroll in about 2 years, I guess.
2 years, that'd be right. It's 3 days old now. That's the truth. All right, we have a pretty difficult word for you. Would you like to give up now, or do you want to?
No, I'll take a chance.
All right, we'll give it to you. Here it is. Your good word is exorbitant.
Exorbitant.
First the spelling, that's right.
Uh-huh. E-X-O-R-B-I-T-A-N-T.
And that wins you 1 point, Miss Hall. All right, now, the definition of exorbitant is?
Too high. Let's see.
I could make you go on there, but you're right anyway.
I know.
Go ahead. All right, that gives you 2 points. Thank you very much. I'm afraid they're a little bit too good for me tonight, Evangeline. I'm having a very difficult time tripping them up over here. Well, do you have another good word for
I certainly do, Tom, and they're a very intelligent-looking group, I must say, so I'm going to do my best to mispronounce every word I possibly can. It seems to me that's the only way I'm ever going to defeat this team. Good evening, sir, and welcome to Good Word. Will you introduce yourself?
This is Kenneth Flynn. I work for Robert W. Gates as credit manager in Burlingame, a men's and women's apparel clothing store.
I have an idea that you use a good many words in the particular business you're in. You send out those very pointed little notices when people are slow paying the bill?
Really mostly form letters.
I see. Somebody figured them all out as far as what the words meant, is that right?
Right, Shelley.
I imagine sometimes the customers aren't exactly sure what the words mean, though, are they?
Well, I hope so.
Say, tell me something about Lions Club. You fellas are going to have quite a celebration here in San Francisco next week.
They're having quite a convention beginning Sunday, and it'll be over. It's an international convention. There'll be 335,000 members in Lionism, and there'll be quite a convention, and it'll be well worth seeing their parades and activities that will be had there.
So that sounds like a commercial for Lions Time. Did you put them up to that, Tommy?
No, I didn't.
Well, all right.
Let's go ahead with the word, shall we?
All right, we'll get on with the word at this particular time, and your word is incandescent.
I-N-C-A-N-D-E-S-C-E-N-T.
Aha! Absolutely correct. And how about the definition of incandescent?
I would say that would be for lighting purposes, heating and light.
How about that, Judge? Do we accept that?
Absolutely right.
Absolutely right. 2 more points for your team, Tommy.
Oh, my goodness. Well, here's a lady that looks like she is about ready to be tripped up. Mrs. Dorothy Mills or Wills?
Wills.
Wills. And you are?
I'm a receptionist for the Richmond Red Cross.
In what particular department?
In the home service.
In the home service department of the Red Cross. What specific duties do you have, Mrs. Mills?
Well, several. I greet the people as they come in. We have services to veterans and to servicemen and their families.
I see. Have a great chance to use a good vocabulary then, do you?
Yes.
Oh, you do? I don't like that in the least bit. All right. Anti-disestablishmentarianismistically.
You gave that one last week.
I certainly did, and it isn't on the list, so we'll go ahead and ask you the word that is on the list, which happens to be correlate.
Correlate. Let's see. C-O-R...
Can you go ahead with it?
Yeah, O-L-L-A-T-E.
That means you're wrong there, Mrs. Wills. It's C-O-R-R-E-L-A-T-E. Correlate.
I really got it wrong.
Well, that's all right. You'll have a chance here to get another point out of it by defining it for me correctly.
Well, to correlate something, to match things up. Things that are similar.
To be related, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
All right, that gives you a half of it. Anyway, you just won 1 point. Okay, so it looks like Mrs. Dorothy Mills here gets a half of 2 points, which, of course, would be 1 point. All right, Evangeline.
That all looks very good over there. However, you're going to have an opportunity to see what happens next here. We have Mr. Edward Heavey. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
How about telling us something about your job?
Well, I'm a high school teacher of history in Burlingame. That doesn't necessarily qualify me for spelling, though.
You've just been associated with a lot of words, huh?
That's right.
Well, tell us something about that job of yours down there. What do school teachers do in the summertime when you have vacation?
Well, school teachers usually go out and have a good time, but in these recent years, they've been working a great deal, I think.
Probably always have fun with the Lions, though. Do you go to a luncheon meeting every single week?
Every week.
You know, I've always understood that the Lions really do a tremendous job in every city where they organize, but it seems to me when they have conventions, they just toss a lot of the seriousness aside and just have a whale of a time, don't they?
That's true, especially the Lions.
I think so. You think, in other words, we just better take up the sidewalk next week when the Lions come to town?
That's right.
Now, I hope that we've completely confused you thinking about the good time you're going to have, and let me see if I can find a horrible word for you. Implacable.
Implacable. I-M-P-L-A-C-A-B-L-E.
Fine, that's
Right.
good.
Right. No matter how I pronounce them, they spell them correctly anyway. Now, what does it mean?
Implacable means impossible to
What?
agree with a person.
Could you go a little more into detail?
Tom's
You know
really
exactly
pulling
what
for
it
you.
is. I mean, go ahead and tell her. You know, it's pretty simple.
Well, a person is implacable by disagreeable.
That's getting closer. That's it. Not to be appeased or satisfied is the absolute meaning of that. Well, Tom, you just relax a little bit now.
Oh, thank you. That man scared the living daylights out of me, I'm telling you that. Don't be so hesitant next time over there. Let's come right out with the answer. All right, our next lady is Miss
Gay Hall.
Miss Gay Hall. Oh, you're the sister of Miss Mary Hall we had down here a moment ago.
Yeah.
Oh, fine. What do you do, Gay?
I'm secretary to the chief navigator at Pan American Airways.
Oh, you
But
are?
I have a dictionary on my desk.
Oh, you...
I just have to reach for it.
Okay, I sincerely hope you have to reach for this one because don't you girls pile up too many points up there. We men have to come out ahead. Let's go right into your word, which in this particular case happens to be chicanery. Chicanery. Oh, that is tough.
Oh, I take it quick. C-H-A-C-E-N-E-R-Y.
Chicanery, I'm sorry, it's C-H-I-C-A-N-E-R-Y. Well, that loses you 1 point. Let's see if you can lose another one here, Miss Hall.
Well, it's a term up to no good, such as you're trying to ruffle me.
You're absolutely right. It's petty evasion or trickery, and you just won 1 point out of a possible 2. Now back to Evangeline Baker again.
All right, and we have another member of the Burlingame Lions Club, and this time it's Mr. Maurice Rothschild. And tell us something about your job down there, Mr. Rothschild.
Well, I see it says a registered sanitarian, but that's really nothing more than a sanitary inspector.
I have an idea that there's probably a little more than meets the eye to that title, too. What do you do down there?
Do you want it complete?
Now, I wonder if... is it going to upset you a little bit to talk about this? Is it going to make you nervous?
No, we're interested in environmental sanitation.
Well, I was hoping it would upset you. Go on, talk a little longer.
Well...
He could clean up this program a little bit for one thing.
Everything from outhouses to restaurants.
I see. In other words, to enforce the health and safety code of the state of California.
That's correct.
I'll bet it's nice and clean down there, huh?
It is wonderful.
I know. Say, listen, I'd like to talk about that a lot, but I hope now that you're going to be completely confused by this word. It's etymology.
Etymology?
Mm-hmm.
E-T-E-E-T-O-M-O-L-G-Y.
Isn't that a shame? But you know what it means, don't you? Tell us what it means.
I think I'm getting that mixed up with entomology.
Maybe I didn't pronounce it right, did I? Shall I be kind? Did I say etymology?
I believe you did, Evangeline. That loses us 1 point there.
Pardon me?
That loses us 1 point. She did pronounce it correct.
She did pronounce it
I'm awfully
correct.
sorry. I hate to admit it, you know.
Well, let's talk about the Lions Club. We're having a convention here in San Francisco on Sunday the 29th, and we're going to have delegates from 18 foreign countries here. Thank you.
And you don't care if the etymologist or not, huh?
Well, an etymologist concerns to the study of bugs.
Oh, man.
That doesn't happen to be correct, Tom.
No, it doesn't happen to be correct, Evangeline. We got the applause in the wrong place. It happens to be the study of derivation and meaning of words. We just lost 2 points there. Audience, all of you are wrong, every one of you. Okay, well, we'll go over anyway and talk to our last lady over here. See if we can confuse you a little bit. Mrs. June Hampton, is that right, Mrs.
Yes.
Hampton? fine. How long have you been married? You look like a newlywed here.
Be 5 years in October.
Oh, 5 years. That isn't too long. What do you do?
I'm secretary to the director of the child care centers in Richmond.
One of our other ladies here was from the child care center.
She is a supervisor in the nursery school, and I am secretary to her big boss.
Oh,
Why don't you ask me a little bit about Venture Club?
What about Venture Club? Tell us a little bit about
Well,
it.
Venture Club is also worldwide, and we're sponsored by the Seroptimus Club. And we have just started in Richmond, and we are a service group. And,
are you future Sister Seroptimists?
Well, we could be. We are supposed to be outstanding young businesswomen.
Oh,
with possibilities.
Good. Well, fine. We're going to have to run right along
plug.
here and ask you. Yeah, that'll cost you money, too, believe me. Can you spell for me the word scythe?
Scythe?
Scythe.
S-C-Y-T-H-E.
That won you 1 point. Can you define the word for another point?
It is an implement for cutting.
A long curved blade used for mowing and reaping is close enough. Thank you very much, Mrs. Harper. And that one for you, 2 points.
And now we have another distinguished member of the Burlingame Lions Club, Judge William A. Finger, who's the Justice of the Peace and also practices law. And since the boss says for us to hurry, sir, we won't talk about those tickets that you probably hand out and the fancy things you write on them. We'll just give you your word very quickly. It's petulant.
P-E-T-U-L-A-N-T.
Absolutely correct. And what does it mean?
Argumentative.
Well, what do you say about that? Argumentative?
Insolent, that's
it. It could be petulant, thoughtfully rude, hurt, or insolent.
While we're on the question, I'd like to challenge the spelling of one word when the time arrives.
All right, just a moment. We'll do that.
Well, there's the bell ending round 1 in tonight's competition between Richmond and Burlingame in the Bay Area Spelling Championships. And here's the score at the halfway mark. The Richmond Venture Club, that's the women's team, 8 points, and the Burlingame Lions Club, that's the men, have 8 points, which means that it is a tie.
The world of that happened. Well, it looks like anything's going to happen from here on out. I don't know how in the world that happened. Round 1 at a tie, huh? All right, we're going to have to go into round number 2 now. So we go back to our first lady again, who is Mrs. Eleanor Janish, the high school teacher of physical education, was
Yes,
it?
uh-huh.
Oh, fine.
You can't expect too much of me, that being the case.
Well, that's all right. We'll give you a fair chance anyway. The next word for you is aggravate. First of all, the definition. 1 point.
Aggravate?
Yes.
To anger.
The definition first.
Well, that's what I said, to anger.
Oh, that's right. Definition is anger. What am I thinking of here? I'm still on that noon program. All right, now the spelling.
A-G-G-R-A-V-A-T-E.
That wins you 2 points, and thank you very much. You know, they learn things in physical education, don't they? Other than muscles, I mean. All right, Evangeline.
All right, we're ready for Mr. Bob Moore again of the Lions Club. And your word, sir, is reconnoiter. Now, I just seem to have a tendency to mispronounce them. Do you want me to say reconnoiter?
No, I want you to tell me how to spell it.
I wouldn't do a thing to help you.
R-E-C-O-N. N-O-I-T-E-R.
That's right. That's right.
Relax. Relax now. That's absolutely right. Now, you see, you know how a student feels, don't you?
Yeah, I kind of reconnoitered through the word, too, didn't I?
Yes, you really did.
Is that all right for a definition?
How about that?
You reconnoitered through it?
I kind of scouted my way through, didn't I?
That's right.
Like
Survey.
a
That's it. Hey, you see, we're not doing bad here, are we?
All right, it's still even.
Yeah, it is that, isn't it? We'll have to do something about that with Miss Mary Hall here. The word for you, Mary, this time is bucolic. Bucolic.
Bucolic?
Mm-hmm. The spelling first, of course.
Bucolic.
Oh, listen to those whispers.
B-E-C-U-L-I-C. I don't think I know it.
Yeah, I don't think you do. Okay. That loses you 1 point, but you have a chance to win another point here by giving me the correct definition of bucolic. What does it mean?
It's not a disease, is it?
No, I'm sorry. It pertains to shepherds or herdsmen. That loses 2 points for your team, Evangeline.
And it actually is spelled B-U-C-O-L-I-C. Remember that now if you ever get that one again. And now back to Ken Flynn, and your word is impetuous.
I-M-P-E-T-E-O-U-S.
No, it's I-M-P-E-T-U-O-U-S. But what does it mean?
It means hasty.
I think that's pretty good.
That's
Excitable,
right,
fiery,
Southern
impulsive, hasty. That's right.
Okay, now our next lady is Mrs. Dorothy Mills once
Will.
again.
Will.
Will, I'm sorry, the receptionist for the Red Cross Home Service Department. Your next word is esophagus. I hate to laugh there, Mrs. Wills, pardon me.
Esophagus. E-S-O-P-H-A-G-U-S.
Gee, you're right. You certainly are. You're right. I'm sorry.
I used to be a nurse.
You did. What's the definition? Tell
That's
me.
your windpipe.
The tube through which
Yeah.
the food passes from mouth to the stomach. Well, I think we'll give it to her. It says here the food, the tube through which the food passes from the mouth to the stomach, but I guess they breathe through it
You
too.
better not try breathing through it if you want to be that technical. Mr. Hervey, your word is rheumatism. I hope you'll never have it.
Rheumatism. R-H-E-U-M-A-T-I-S-M.
That's right. And what does it mean?
Rheumatism is a infliction or disease of the body, bones in particular.
Fine.
Inflammation of neuralgia affecting the muscles and joints and all that
Okay,
stuff.
that gives us 2 more points. And Miss Gay Hall, you're next. You're the secretary, the chief navigator of Pan American Airways, and your word is satiate.
Why do you pick these for me?
Satiate. Starts with an S. I'll give you a hint.
S-A-T-I-A-T-E.
That's right, for 1 point. All right, now the definition for another point.
Satiate.
We're going to have to hurry right along. Sorry.
Um,
Got 5 seconds? 4, 3. Can you tell me satiate too?
well, right offhand, I'd say saturate.
Um,
Probably
It
wrong.
means to satisfy an appetite. Well, that gives you 1 point anyway, Miss Hall. All right, now here's Evangeline again.
All right. And for Mr. Rothschild, you have a very good-sounding word. It's sauerkraut.
In the German way or the English?
I didn't know there were 2. Try it in English.
S-A-U-R-K-R-A-U-T.
Oh, my goodness.
It's actually S-A-U-E-R-K-R-A-U-T. And what does it mean?
Sauerkraut is pickled cabbage.
That's right.
I think that's good and what? Good food, too.
Okay, well, that gives us 1 out of a possible 2. And here's Mrs. June Hampton again. And her last word for this round is autonomous.
Autonomous. Autonomous. Huh? Oh, I'm going to have to try. Autonomous.
Take a guess.
A-U-T-O-M-O-N-O-U-S?
It's N-O-M-O-U-S. A-U-T-O-N-O-M-O-U-S, autonomous. But you can still win another point by giving me the correct definition.
Is it pertain to physiology? Something to do with the body?
No, I'm awfully sorry.
Automobiles?
I don't know, with what they're coming out now, it very well could be.
Girls keep
Autonomous.
trying, Tom.
That's right. Autonomous is self-governing or independent of anyone else. Right here in the script, it says that.
And now for Judge Finger, I'm sure this never applies to you, but your word is lackadaisical.
L-A-C-K-A-D-A-I-S-I-C-A-L.
That is right.
Correct, and what does it mean?
Well, it means not too enthusiastic, retiring or more or less lazy.
That's right. Lazy and listless and so on.
And there's the bell for the end of round 2 in tonight's competition between Richmond and Burlingame in the Bay Area Spelling Championships. And the score at this point is the Richmond Venture Club, that's the women's team, 13 points. The Lions Club of Burlingame, 16 points.
Wow, wonderful. Let's keep them there fighting, man. But the girls aren't doing too bad either. Well, this is Tom Paxton again, and as we prepare to begin round 3 of the Good Word, we find the competition fast and furious in this all-out battle for the title of the Bay Area Spelling Championship and $100 in cash. And now, men and women, gather your strength for our final lap, which we call the Catch as Catch Can round. We shoot the good word, and the first hand up from either team gets a crack at that word. Now, if you spell and define the word correctly, you win your usual 2 points. If you miss one and get the other correct, you tie yourself and the score remains identical, the same. But if you miss both the spelling and the definition,
2 points will be deducted from your team's score. So, men, let's don't raise a hand unless we know exactly what it is. All right, here's the Catches Catch Can department, open to all of you now. The first word is crescendo. Crescendo. First hand up, and it's over here. Mrs. June Hampton.
Crescendo. Crescendo, and that means to be louder in music.
That wins you 2 points.
All right. And the next word is accessories.
Accessory. Here's June Hampton. Will you sit down, Mrs. Hampton? All right, stand up.
Accessory, meaning something to go with something, such as a purse with a dress. Or a horn with an automobile.
That's right. All right, that gives you another 2 points. Okay, the next word is juvenescent. Juvenescent. Stand up, will you, man? Over there, will somebody get up? Juvenescent.
Judge Finger, how do you spell it?
Juveniscent.
No, that's the D. Juvenescent. But what does it mean?
Why did I stand up? Pertaining to youth?
That's absolutely right. Becoming young, growing back to youth.
That breaks us even anyway. Okay, the next word is paraphernalia. Here's June Hampton again over here. Which one was first? Which one was first? June? All right.
Paraphernalia. Paraphernalia.
No, I'm awfully sorry.
Can I give the definition?
Yeah, you can give the definition to tie it anyway.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry.
That's all right.
Paraphernalia. Well, my mother used to say, get that paraphernalia off and get in here, but meaning just something that is paraphernalia. I know what I mean.
What was
I would say clothing, for one thing.
That's close enough. All right, we'll give you 2 points off of that. And there's our bell, which means that our time is just about all up here, and that signals that tonight's competition is at an end. Right, Herb Ellis?
Right, Tom. That's the good word for this evening. But now here comes the big news about our final score. Who will be the winner, Richmond or Burlingame, the women or the men, Baker or Paxton? Well, here it is. The winner with a total, no total. The Burlingame Club and the Richmond Club are both tied at 17 each.
Wonderful, wonderful. Congratulations to all of you. And don't forget that next week we're planning on being with you again for the Battle of the Century when the Lions Club of Alameda beats the Oakland Ebell Club.
And you'll be rooting for the gals, of course, Evangeline?
Of course I will, Tom.
Well, come what may, I'll string along with the men's team. But right at the moment, I have for all of our ladies here the Richmond Venture Club. For being such grand sports tonight, these giant orchid corsages from Belli and Belli, the place to go for flowers. Aren't they beautiful? There they are.
For the team of men that you think so much of, I have these custom-designed handmade wallets by Davignotte, famous for quality in leather goods.
Friends, be with us next Wednesday for the good word when Alameda meets Oakland. Each city is vying for our cash prize of $100 plus the ABC Bay Area Spelling Championship title. If you'd like to be with us in person to root for your club, sex, or city, write to the good word KGO San Francisco and tickets will be mailed to you. Now, until next week,
this is Evangeline Baker saying good luck.
And Tom Paxton saying good health.
And Herb Ellis saying good night for the good word. The good word is produced by Hap Kaufman. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The bakers of Slow Baked Wonder Bread and Hostess Cakes present Pretty Kitty Kelly.
I can hardly believe it. They're all here. The moment has come. If I'm right, and I'm more than sure that I am, Edwin Wilde's murderer is here in this very house. The house where Wilde was killed 6 years ago. Somehow I can't forget the frightened look on Mrs. Mullen's face when she first saw Mrs. Gibbons. As she hurried her off to her room as though they had very important things to say to each other. But then I'm sure they have. Well, no matter what happens, the murderer can't leave the house now. Sergeant O'Toole and his men have seen to that. Oh, dear, I hope I'm doing right. I hope that movie will solve Wilde's murder once and for all.
Would you spend just 15 cents to make tonight's dinner a real feast? Is it worth exactly 3 nickels to you to win praise and applause from Dad and the children? Well, if you've already said yes in your mind, simply do this. Next time you phone or visit your food store, ask for the delicious new Hostess Butterscotch Loaf. Yes, the wonderfully tempting, husband-appealing cake now being baked for you in the spotless Hostess Cake Kitchen. And say, just imagine a superbly baked feather-light cake, lavishly frosted with rich, creamy, home-style butterscotch, generously sprinkled with roasted pecans. Just imagine the excitement this wonderful treat will make when served on the table tonight. The final, glorious touch to your dinner. And here's an idea. Don't tell your husband you didn't bake this delicious butterscotch loaf yourself. Men don't have to know everything. And it's mighty hard to tell the difference, because our skillful Hostess bakers use fine white flour, whole eggs, fine powdered sugar, and other homey ingredients in their butterscotch loaf. Yes, in the luscious frosting, they use fine creamery butter, fine powdered sugar, and nothing else. Even women who pride themselves on their baking agree they could not make a more wholesome and delicious frosting in their own kitchen. Now, no matter what your experience might have been with ordinary store cakes in the past, you have an amazing discovery to make when you order Hostess Butterscotch Loaf. Delicious to look at, delicious to taste. In fact, if you'll just serve this Hostess Butterscotch Loaf for this evening's dinner, we'll stake our reputation against your husband's appetite. This cake just calls out loud for another helping. And remember, the scotchiest thing about Hostess Butterscotch Loaf is the price. Just 15 cents serves 12 generous slices. Ask your grocer for Hostess Butterscotch Loaf today. Make tonight's dinner a really glorious meal with this man's favorite cake. Look for Hostess Butterscotch Loaf in the special Pretty Kitty Kelly display on your food store counter.
Now back to Kitty's story. Our scene today is the living room of Mrs. Mullen's house. All those invited by Kitty for the showing of the picture are on hand. B.K. Kessler, Oliver Jensen, Dennis Pierce, Doug Lowndes, Sergei Golitsyn, Jerome Brooks, and Mrs. Gibbons. Mrs. Gibbons, however, has not yet reappeared since following Mrs. Mullins to her bedroom to leave her coat and hat. In the shrubbery outside the open French window, Sergeant O'Toole is ready and waiting for the promised finale to the murder of Edwin Wilde. Kitty and Bunny are talking to B.K., the production chief at Kitty's studio.
What I finally decided to use, Kitty, for your picture with Dennis Pierce was an old story we'd been working on for Helen Morris. One of our stars who ain't shining so bright as she used to. Oh, here comes the young fella now. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, B.K. Glad to see you.
Are you all ready, Dennis?
Yeah, I was just going to set up a screen. Everybody here?
Yes, Mr. Golitsyn just arrived.
Where's Mrs. Gibbons?
Oh, she's here. Mrs. Mullins took her to her room.
Oh.
How did everything go on location, Dennis?
Okay, I think. You seen the rushes?
Tomorrow.
I was going to complain. The assistant director said it was an old story that had been cooked up for Helen Morris and that everybody turned down. But the scenes we shot seemed to be pretty good, so I decided to keep quiet.
I put 2 expensive writers on it. I think it's all right now.
I hope so. Means a lot to Kitty and me.
Oh, it means a lot to me, too, my boy. I wouldn't put you and Kitty in a vehicle I didn't think was all right for you.
Well, Countess, you and Bunny better get the chairs sort of fixed, and I'll set up the screen. We're all set to go.
All right, Dennis.
I'll go over and talk to Golitsyn. I want him to see those rushes in the morning, too.
All right, Mr. Kessler.
I'll set the screen up, Kitty.
Yes, Dennis. Bunny and I get chairs around.
Well, here come the fireworks. Oh, there's Mrs. Gibbons. Jensen's going over there.
Good, come in, Millie. Come and say hello to everyone.
You better go over and talk to her, too, kid.
Bunny, how can I?
Go on, go on.
Hey, I think you know everyone here.
Oliver, I don't feel very well. Come right in, Mrs. Gibbons. I'm so glad you were able to come.
Miss Kelly, I don't think Mrs. Gibbons feels very well. She's been ill, you know. I suppose we put you over there near that French window where you can get some air.
Oh, no, not over there. I'm all right.
Boy, you're actually trembling, Millie. Here, you better sit down somewhere.
Here's a chair, Mrs. Gibbons.
Yeah, thank you. Sit down, Millie.
Would you like a glass of water or a glass of punch, Mrs. Gibbons?
Well, I think I'd like a glass of water.
I'll get it, Miss Kelly.
No, I'll get it. You stay here with Mrs. Gibbons. Bundy.
Yeah, Kit?
I'm going out in the kitchen for a minute to get Mrs. Gibbons a glass of water.
Okay.
I'll be right back, Mrs. Gibbons. Thank you. Oh, I just came back to get a glass of water, Mrs. Mullins. Mrs. Gibbons isn't feeling very well. Oh, you finished the sandwiches.
I'm glad you came back, Miss Kelly. I was coming in to get you. I wanted to talk to you.
What's the matter?
Miss Kelly, what is this picture you're going to show here tonight?
Why,
she's right, isn't she? It's a picture about Edwin Wilde.
Who's right, Mrs. Mullins? Whom are you talking about?
So that's what you and Jensen have been doing here. Making a picture about Edwin Wilde.
Is there any harm in that, Mrs. Mullins? After all, Edwin Wilde was Oliver Jensen's brother. He's just trying to learn the truth about what happened here.
But how can he find out what happened to his brother? How could he make a picture of what happened here that night? There isn't anybody knows what happened here that night. Edwin Wilde was alone here when he was shot.
But, Mrs. Mullins, he didn't shoot himself.
They'll never find out who was here. Never, do you understand?
It's pretty hard to hide the truth forever, Mrs. Mullins.
Miss Kelly, you don't think that I'm hiding anything? That I know anything about Edwin Wilde's murder? The police have questioned me half a dozen times. If I'd known anything, I would have told them.
But I haven't said you know anything about Edwin Wilde's death, Mrs. Mullins. Really, I don't know why you're so excited.
But who does he accuse, Miss Kelly? Who does he think did it?
Why, Mr. Jensen first suspected Sergei Golitsyn.
Oh, no.
But he knows now that Golitsyn didn't shoot Edwin Wilde.
Then who does he suspect, Miss Kelly? Who does he suspect now?
Oh, poor Mr. Jensen. I really feel sorry for him. He'd been searching for his brother's murderer for so long, and he was sure he'd found him. But just when he seemed on the verge of success, he was forced to realize that Golitsyn couldn't possibly have done it.
Then why is he showing that picture tonight? Oh, it isn't him that's doing it. It's you and Dennis, isn't it? Mrs. Gibbons said that you told Oliver Jensen that you're going to show him the murderer of his brother tonight.
The murderer of Edwin Wilde never appears on the screen, Mrs. Mullins.
What?
It's true. You don't see who it is that shot Edwin Wilde.
Oh, then you don't know, Miss Kelly.
Oh, yes. Yes, Mrs. Mullins, I know.
But you can't do it, Miss Kelly. You don't understand.
What do you mean?
You didn't know him. You don't know what he did, Edwin Wilde.
Mrs. Mullins, you know who shot Edwin Wilde, don't you?
No, I wasn't here that night. I didn't get here till 8:30 the next morning.
I don't think you're that careless, Mrs. Mullins.
What?
You knew Edwin Wilde was having that breakfast party the next morning, didn't you? You told me yourself. But with such an important event taking place, wouldn't the housekeeper, upon whom everything depended, arrive long before 8:30 in the morning?
What are you driving at, Miss Kelly?
You came back that night, Mrs. Mullins.
I didn't. The cook next door was crazy. I never came back here, and I didn't have to be back. I told the cook what to do the day before.
Oh, Benny.
Kitty, what's the matter?
Oh, Miss Kelly and I were just talking, Miss Wilson.
Mrs. Gibbons is waiting for a glass of water, Kit, and Dennis says he's all set to go. You're coming too, ain't you, Mrs. Mullins? You're going to watch the picture?
Yes, I'm coming.
Wait until I get the glass of water, Bunny.
Oh, there's some ice in that bucket, Miss Kelly. If you want, put some ice in the glass.
Thank you, Mrs. Mullins.
Oh, wouldn't you like a tray?
No, thank you. I think this will be all right. You'll come in, Mrs. Mullins.
I'll be right in.
Come on, Kit. Kitty, what's the matter with Mrs. Mullins?
Well, they've been talking, Bunny. She and Mrs. Gibbons. Jensen's told Mrs. Gibbons what we've done.
Jeepers, is she wise?
Well, I think she is. I'm not sure.
Oh.
Come, we must hurry. And while Dennis is showing the picture, we've got to watch both of them. If Mrs. Mullins speaks to Mrs. Gibbons, we've got to know it. Understand?
Oh, I'll watch for them. Straighten out your face before you go in there. Everybody will know something's wrong.
All right.
Honestly, Billy, I don't know what's wrong with you. The doctor says you're tired and worn out, but you've been resting. Can't understand why she has such a case of nerves.
Here's the glass of water, Mrs. Gibbons. I'm sorry I was so long.
Thank you, Miss Kelly.
Miss Kelly, Dennis has been looking for you.
Hey, Kitty.
Where are you, Dennis?
Oh, there he is, Kitty, in Wilde's old projection room.
Oh, Dennis.
Look, his head is in that frame. He looks like an oil painting.
Get your audience ready. We're all set to go. What's the matter, Countess? Something wrong?
Dennis, Mrs. Mullins knows what we're up to.
How do you know?
Jensen told Mrs. Gibbons, and Mrs. Gibbons has told her.
Where's Mrs. Mullins?
Oh, she's coming right in.
Well, leave it to me then. I'll make a little speech before I start.
Oh, all right.
Will everybody please take their places now? We're all ready to begin.
Well, let's all sit down. Come on, Lowndes, over here.
Just in time, Mrs. Mullins. Find a chair.
Is this a super special, Dennis, or a short?
Something like both, BK. I think it packs a real wallop at the end, too.
Kitty, did you see that? What? Mrs. Mullins whispered something, and Mrs. Gibbons got awful pale.
Kitty, you're going to watch the lights, aren't you?
Yes, Dennis.
Okay, turn them out. We're all ready now. I only want to say this before we start. In this picture tonight, we're going to portray certain events we believe happened in this room 6 years ago, come next May 21st. The night Edwin Wilde was shot. Let me add this, too. Wilde's murderer is in this room tonight. And don't anyone try to leave. The police are guarding every exit. All right, here it is.
Events that led to the ruthless murder of Edwin Wilde on the night of May 21st, 1934.
If you want your husband to say right out loud, "Darling, you're the best little cook in town," if you want your entire family to praise the kind of meals Mother serves at home, then ask your grocer for a fresh-baked Hostess butterscotch loaf today. Serve this perfectly baked pure white cake, frosted with rich, creamy butterscotch and topped with roasted pecans for tonight's dinner. Look for Hostess butterscotch loaf in the pretty Kitty Kelly display on your food store counter. Price, only 15 cents. Serves 12 generous slices. Hostess butterscotch loaf.
At last, the all-important motion picture flashes on the small screen Dennis has set up at one end of Mrs. Mullins' living room. And the murderer is in the audience. What thoughts are going through his or her mind as the film unreels? Who, in short, killed Edwin Wilde? Tomorrow, be sure to hear the next episode in the thrilling life story of the beautiful golden-haired Irish girl, pretty Kitty Kelly.
And be sure to remind your boy or girl to listen to Sky Blazers, radio's thrilling aviation show next Saturday evening over this station. Colonel Roscoe Turner, world-famous pilot, will offer a genuine flying model airplane. Be sure to listen.
The Prudential Insurance Company of America presents When a Girl Marries, dedicated to all those who are in love and to those who can remember. This is the story of two young people who were destined to know the joy and the heartache that love can bring. A story for all those who, like Joan and Harry, have come to know what it means to hope and plan for the future, and to dream of that wonderful day to come when a girl marries. Friends, one of the things that we do regularly on this program is to introduce Prudential representatives from various parts of the country. And now, When a Girl Marries, the story of Joan Field. Today is very much a red-letter day for Harry Davis, the man Joan hopes to marry. This afternoon, he's going to surprise his mother with the new apartment he's picked out for her. And most important of all, he and Joan have decided to get married sooner than they originally planned. So feeling as he does today, it doesn't seem as if anything could stand in Harry's way, not even the wealthy Mr. Stanley's scheme to run him out of business. But for Betty McDonald, Harry's secretary, the day has been rather dismal. This morning, she took some flowers over to the new apartment for Harry's mother, only to find that Joan had already been there. Only Joan brought expensive red roses, which made Betty's own garden flowers look pretty shabby. So Betty has returned to the office, feeling discouraged and heartbroken, which is still the case when Harry walked in.
Hello, Betty. I'm sorry I'm late. I took my time this morning hashing it over with my landlady, Mrs. McCaffrey, and taking her into the deep plot for this afternoon. Now, when Mother and Tom come here to call for me at 5 o'clock, Mrs. McCaffrey's going to pack up all their things and bring them over to 284 Main Street and leave them over there.
Oh, that's nice, Harry. Mr. Fowler was in.
Andy Fowler?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what do you have to say?
He had plenty to say. Mr. Stanley offered to advance the interest on his mortgage, and then he brought up the subject of a lawyer that he wanted Andy to go to instead of you.
Do you mean that?
Yes, I mean it. Mr. Stanley meant it, too.
Gosh, I wish we had some proof.
We have.
You have?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what do you mean?
Andy got Mr. Stanley to write him a letter, telling him what he was going to do for him about the mortgage. And he also got a slip of paper from him on which he'd written down the name and the telephone number of the lawyer he wanted Andy to use.
He did? Why, that's terrific. Where are they?
Well, I couldn't get Andy to give them up.
Well, why not?
He's so darn proud of them. He's carrying them around in his wallet and takes them out and looks at them about every 10 minutes.
Oh, that's not so hard. Why, he might lose them. They ought to be in the safe.
I know it. I suggested he leave them here, but he wouldn't do it.
Oh, gee, I'm worried about us carrying them around loose like that. Suppose something happened to them. They got lost in the shuffle. Where'd we be then?
I don't think there's any argument that would make Andy hand them over.
Where's he gone?
Back to his farm, I guess.
Where did he say he'd been the last few days?
He said he'd been lying low. He was waiting for the letter Stanley promised to write him. He didn't want to come in here to see us until he got it. But the minute it came through, he walked in here big as life.
Oh, that's swell. Maybe I ought to take a run over to Cedarville and tell Professor Kilpatrick about it.
Oh, wait a minute. I'd better call the hospital first. He may have left there by now.
Yeah, all right. Call him up.
Give me Cedarville 211.
Oh, and Betty, look, would you mind doing something for me? I may be tied up this afternoon. I told my mother and Tom to be here at the office at 5 o'clock. Now,
Hello? Is this the Cedarville Hospital? Well, can you tell me if Professor Kilpatrick is still there? He's checked out.
Oh, where's he gone?
Can you tell me where he's gone? Oh, thank you. I've got it. Goodbye.
Well, where'd he go?
To the Stanley Arms Hotel right here in Stanwood. You can get over there in a few minutes.
Oh. Well, as I started to say, Mother and Tom will be here around 5. I've got some things to attend to this afternoon, and if I'm not back, do you mind keeping them occupied for a little while?
Well, for how long?
Oh, I don't know. Not more than half an hour. But if something happens to keep me longer than that, I wonder if you go over to the new apartment with them. You can have the fun of showing it to them.
Well, I'm terribly sorry, Harry, but I can't.
You can't?
No.
Oh, Betty, I expected you to. Well, you're supposed to go with me when they see it for the first time. You picked it out, didn't you? You're responsible for it.
Well, I'm awfully sorry, but I've got an engagement.
You've got an engagement? What engagement? Oh, I suppose I haven't got any right to ask you that. I'm sorry. You see, that's what happens when you get in the habit of counting on somebody to do things for you. You just don't remember that they've got any private life of their own.
I can wait here till 5:30.
Oh, say, if you'll do that, I'll be ever so much obliged to you. You see, I thought I might find out from you how to get out to Andy Farley's place. I'd like to get that letter and that scrap of paper on the lock and key. Where does he live, by the way?
His farm's up near that creek. It's a big place.
Oh, it'd take too long to get out there this afternoon, I guess. Maybe you could run me out tomorrow, do you mind?
No, I don't mind.
Unless you've got another engagement.
No, I haven't any engagement tomorrow.
You sure about that? Because if there's a young man in the offing, you may as well tell me now.
I'd tell you if there were one.
I'm disappointed that you're not going to the flat with us. I wanted to be able to give you the credit of finding it. Mother's going to be crazy about it.
I'm glad you like it.
Say, what's the matter with you, Betty? You don't sound a bit like yourself today.
I don't?
No, you sound as if you didn't give a darn about anything.
I don't mean to sound that way.
Is anything the matter?
Oh, no. Not a thing in the world.
Oh, that's good, because this is a very special day for me. I don't suppose I ought to say anything about it yet, but I've got to tell somebody. Listen, Betty. Joan and I are going to be married. Just as soon as Mother and Tom are all settled in the new place. Oh, I oughtn't to do it. I ought to wait. I ought to have more sense than to rush her into it. I'm not in any position to marry anybody, and I know it. But she wants to as much as I do. Isn't that wonderful? She's willing to take a chance at living on next to nothing with a guy like me.
I'm sure you'll be very happy.
Happy? I'll say we'll be happy. We may not have much in the way of worldly goods, but we're young and we're in love. And well, say, what am I telling you all this for?
I'm sure I don't know.
No, neither do I. Except that you're so easy to tell things to that I've got the habit.
A few minutes later, finds Harry at the Stanley Arms Hotel, where Professor Kilpatrick has taken rooms. As he walks in on the professor, he says,
Well, Professor, it's good to see you someplace besides in the hospital.
Yes, I'm a well man now, ready for a good scrap. And nothing would give me more pleasure than to go after Ralph Stanley in a big way.
You can. We've got him.
What do you mean?
Andrew Farley's got a letter from Mr. Stanley.
What's in it?
An offer from Stanley to help Farley out in the matter of paying the interest on his mortgage.
Aye.
And that's not all. Farley was smart enough to get Stanley to write down the name of the lawyer he recommended in place of me, claiming that he'd forget it.
Oh, good. Then we can swing into action.
Farley's willing to testify to the whole conversation. And I think if he does, we can get others to do the same thing.
That's all I've been waiting for. Oh, what a break to have the actual evidence for cause of action against him.
Well, it's not in our hands yet.
Where is it?
Farley's carrying it around with him.
He mustn't do that. It's too valuable.
That's what I think.
Well, didn't you tell him so?
I didn't get a chance. I didn't even talk to him. This has all been handled so far by Betty McDonald. She got to the office early this morning, and Farley came in and told her all that had happened. He was gone before I got there.
Well, didn't she tell him to leave the letter and the scrap of paper behind?
Of course. But he wouldn't do it.
Oh.
He seemed to think it was safer carrying it around on his person. But I'll get it from him. I'm going to try to get out to his place tomorrow morning, and I'll tell him it's the only evidence we've got, and it ought to be under lock and key.
I'll be sure you do.
I will.
Hey, this is going to be fun. To nail Stanley in his own bailiwick. To show him up in the town where he's the big squeeze.
You know, Professor, I still can't believe it.
How can you believe anything else?
I don't know, but it doesn't seem possible that a man would go to such extremes to get another man he's never even met.
That's the sort of thing Ralph Stanley would enjoy doing. If his reputation's what I've heard it is. He never forgets an injury. And he considers that you injured him irreparably by busting up his plans for his only son.
Do you suppose it would do any good if I went and talked to him?
No, stay as far away from him as you can. Don't go anywhere near him. Spill the beans if you do.
Oh, how do you mean?
Why, don't you see? He hasn't the slightest suspicion that we know what he's up to. If you go and talk to him, you'll tip our hands. Might even be dangerous for Farley.
Oh, why would he tie up my visit with Andrew Farley?
Well, he might. Might go over everybody he talked to and find out where the leak was. He can remember that Andrew Farley was the only man to whom he gave anything in writing which might be used against him.
Oh, you think he would?
Well, of course he would if he thought anybody was going to attack his reputation in Stanwood. You forget, Harry. He's been the big mogul around these parts so long. He's ruled the place with an iron hand. And he's come to think of himself as omnipotent.
Well, suppose I just went in and talked to him as man to man and tried to overcome his feelings against me.
Yeah, you flatter yourself, young fellow. If you think you can put yourself across with Ralph Stanley. You're not a person to him by this time. You're an obsession.
Oh, get out. He's human. If I went to him and talked to him and told him that I was just a young fellow trying to get along and asked him for suggestions, I'll bet you any amount of money he'd forget how he felt about it.
Yeah, well, you're a fool if you do. You'll do it against the advice of counsel, and I'm your counsel. I haven't the slightest doubt that Ralph Stanley would put on an act for you which would be completely disarming. I tell you, Harry, he's out to get you. He'll run you out of town if he can.
Before we leave you now, I'd like to give you some interesting information about the Prudential Insurance Company. Be sure to hear When a Girl Marries, brought to you tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, by the Prudential Insurance Company of America, Newark, New Jersey. Daylight saving time ends Sunday, September 24th. If your community has been on standard time right along, this program will reach you 1 hour later, starting next Monday. Otherwise, tune in next week as usual. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
What is happening to farm prices? Is this just a readjustment, or what is it? Are we headed for a farm depression? That is the question. This is America United, the informal discussion program heard on the NBC network each week at this time. Host today is the National Grange, represented here by Albert Goss. Our other guests, Representative Harold D. Cooley, Chairman of the House Agriculture Committee, and Donald Sawtell of the United States Chamber of Commerce Agriculture Committee. Our moderator is David Brinkley, NBC Washington commentator. And now, Mr. Brinkley.
In the last few weeks, we've all seen some rather sharp and rather sudden breaks in the prices of several farm commodities. Our question today is, what does it all mean? Is this going to be a permanent slump in farm prices, or it is a temporary fluctuation, or what is it? We may not find the answers today, but we will hear some expert opinions. To start getting expert opinions, I'm going to call first on Mr. Goss of the National Grange to tell us briefly what he feels about it. Are we headed for a farm depression, Mr. Goss?
Well, we may be headed for a farm depression, and we may not. If we handle the problem intelligently, I think a farm depression and a general depression can be avoided. If we don't handle it well, I think we will land in a farm depression before too many years.
Mr. Sawtell of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce.
In a general way, I think that business interests of the country would agree with Mr. Goss. We have recognized for a long time that agriculture was developing very large productive capacity and might have, in the near future, very large surpluses, which would have price-depressing effects. So we would agree, I believe, with Mr. Goss, that we have a problem here which we have got to face and has got to be handled very carefully in order for us to avoid serious economic trouble.
Thank you. And now Mr. Cooley, Chairman of the House Agriculture Committee.
Well, I think that the situation definitely challenges the finest virtues of our patriotism, and at the same time, it challenges our intelligence. And just as Mr. Goss has said, if we handle the situation intelligently, and I think we will, I see no need for a depression on the farm or otherwise. And in that connection, I would just like to observe that at the moment, domestic and foreign demands upon the products of our fields and our factories are greater at the moment than at any other time in all history. And certainly we should devise some method of distribution which will enable us to meet those unprecedented demands.
Well, Mr. Goss, to get a little more light on this question we're to talk about today, maybe you could look backward for us for a moment and tell us this. Is there any repetition now of the economic patterns we had the last time we had a real farm depression?
Yes, I think there are a great many similarities. As a matter of fact, we're in a period of reconstruction. It's not a normal period. We are, as a nation, catching up with all the backlog of demand over a good many years. Not only are we catching up with a backlog of demand domestically, but we're supplying Europe a tremendous amount of material, both farm products and industrial products. And that was what we were doing to a less extent, of course, after 1920. And when that demand ceased, when we stopped furnishing credit to Europe, when we stopped sending goods to Europe, and all that demand, all that production was dumped back on the market, we went into a depression. Now, that follows every war. And just as sure as we're sitting here, we're going to have to do something to keep up the market for what we are producing, or we've got to reduce production. Now, if we produce production, that means laying men off of jobs. It means curtailing the production of wealth, and it starts the decline. The problem America faces is how are we going to keep up consumption? How are we going to get a distribution of income so that we do keep up with consumption? In other words, how are we going to raise our standards of living so that we can absorb all this excess production and all of us keep busy in industry and on the farm? So far as the farm picture is concerned, it's quite similar to what it was in 1920. We are producing tremendous crops. Our markets are in Europe, and when those markets are turned back at us, we've got to see that something is done to prevent the prices going down to destructive levels.
Mr. Cooley, does it look that way to you?
Well, I agree with Mr. Goss that the situation looks somewhat like it did after the First World War, but the fact remains that after the First World War, this nation sought to isolate itself from the rest of the world. We pulled our ships of commerce from the sea. We lifted trade barriers and high tariff walls around about our country, and we sought to live in great abundance here in America, only to find that we could not isolate ourselves from the rest of the world, as we had attempted to do. I think that in this enlightened day, with that experience so fresh in our minds, that we will not again attempt to lift trade barriers and high tariffs and place restrictions and limitations upon world trade. I think we realize now that we must trade with the world if we want to prosper here in America.
Mr. Saltell, can you comment on that?
Well, it seems to me that Mr. Goss has presented the picture pretty well. So far as the main facts are concerned, I think that we are perhaps facing a little different situation in some respects from what we were 20 or 30 years ago. I think we can't think that it's entirely a matter of getting over the effects of the war. I think if we're going to face this situation of the very large productive capacity of agriculture, we've got to recognize that the world is undergoing some very fundamental changes. We can see, as we look around the world, a tremendous increase in industrialization in a great many countries. Some countries are finding increasing difficulties in carrying on the export trade with other countries, exporting their products in order that they may buy raw materials. I'm just wondering if we haven't got to look ahead to the time perhaps when many countries, perhaps ourselves included, will begin to experience some difficulty in finding markets abroad for the tremendous productive capacity we have for certain agricultural products. We'll have to adjust our internal balance in some way so that we can use our productive capacity in the ways and for the products that we need without creating tremendous price-depressing surpluses which burden our whole economy.
I agree with Mr. Saltell. We've got to have some adjustments in our production. And I agree with Mr. Cooley. We've got to expand and trade with the world. But we must face the fact that the world hasn't got today very much to pay us for anything which we export. That's the reason we're in the Marshall Plan. We're trying to build the productive capacity of the rest of the world so they can produce enough to trade with us. And that's part of the problem of our whole economy, which will vitally affect the problem of agriculture.
Well, I agree with you, Mr. Goss, that the financial instability of the nations of the world and the exchange problems challenge us at the moment. At the same time, the fact remains that we will not have to create markets abroad. Markets already exist. The fact of the business is people of the world are dying now of starvation. And here we are discussing in Washington the great problem of agricultural abundance. And I hope you'll pardon me for just reading a little clipping from the Washington Post of less than a year ago from Shanghai, China, April the 8th. Bodies of 405 Chinese infants were found on Shanghai streets in the first week of April. Most of them were victims of measles. Bodies of 26 adults were found. The total of disease, starvation, and cold totals 7,307 for the first 3 months of the year. 6,957 of the victims were children. Now, as long as people are starving to death in such tremendous numbers, it seems to me that the intelligent people of the world should be able to find some method of distribution that would enable the starving peoples of other lands to use the products of our fields. And I believe that in the months and years to come, we will be able to solve this problem of world distribution of the great surpluses produced in this country.
Well, doesn't that come right down to the question of what can they pay us with? We've got surplus wheat, we've got surplus cotton, we've got surplus in food production we're supplying a large part of the world with now. It's done on credit now. Someday those bills have got to be paid. Now, what can they ship in here? That seems to me to be the real problem. We in agriculture feel that inasmuch as we have the surplus food, it ought to be more in the nature of raw materials or manufactured goods than shipping in farm products, which would only serve to augment the problem we got. And isn't that the real problem? What can they ship?
That is the real problem. I don't know what they can ship to us from these different countries of the world, but certainly they are producing something that could be used in lifting the standard of living of the peoples of the world. This business of money exchange is something that I don't know anything at all about, but I do know that it's a very complex problem, and it's one which must be solved. Now, I know that back in the days of Hitler, he went on some sort of a barter system. You remember that? Well, the fact is, we wouldn't want to go on a barter system all out, because the fact remains that we have a great storehouse of gold. And certainly we are not hoping that we'll abandon the gold standard and go on a commodity exchange basis. But it seems to me...
You're not in favor of that?
Of abandoning the gold?
And getting onto a commodity basis?
No, I don't think we could afford to do it. Not in our present situation. Ultimately, we might come to some sort of a commodity dollar, but at the moment, I don't see how we very well could afford to do it.
Well, money is one of the means that we've got to use for making this exchange. But after all, the net thing we've got to accomplish is exchange goods, because money comes from the production of goods. And we've got to be able to take something in here beside gold. There isn't enough gold to pay for this, and we've got to be able to take some real goods in exchange for the real goods we ship out. And I don't think we've been doing enough study as to what we can take in.
No, I agree with you. I think that we should devote serious consideration to the commodities that can be brought into this country without breaking down our own economy. I agree with you that we ought not to import agricultural commodities into this country when we have an abundant supply of the particular commodities involved. But we must purchase either raw materials, minerals, or chemicals, or something that we don't have here.
And some manufactured goods,
Oh, yeah.
too.
Certainly.
But I think that it's largely in strategic materials and raw materials. We've depleted a lot of our strategic materials here to help win the war, and it would seem that the natural flow would be to replenish that to keep up our balance. I'd like to hear what Mr. Sawtell has to say with that. That seems to come directly in the line of commerce.
Mr. Sawtell?
Well, that happens to be a little outside of my line because it's not agricultural problem. The Chamber of Commerce has been for a number of years in favor of the reciprocal trade program. However, we do have one qualifying factor in there. We believe that in carrying out this reciprocal trade program, there should be a reasonable protection afforded for agriculture and for other industries. We don't believe that we can afford to compete with our agricultural producers by importing raw materials from abroad. We question whether we can afford to compete with our own labor in our factories and industries by importing products from abroad that we can produce perfectly well here. So it's a problem. We're in favor of principle. We're in favor of the practice of it, just so far as it can be done without causing injury to our agricultural and industrial economy.
Well, the fact is that we want to export these agricultural surpluses. American industry wants to export the surplus in the industrial output. But as Mr. Goss mentioned a moment ago, we've got to devote more time and attention to what are we able to import so as to enable these people to have dollars to purchase the things that we want to sell to the world.
I don't think we would disagree with that point, except that our domestic market is, I think, the best market we have for agricultural commodities. And we certainly wouldn't want to damage the domestic market for agricultural products by importing products from abroad and cutting down our own domestic industries.
Well, here's another question, gentlemen, having to do with our original basic question today about the economic status of our farmers right now. Are they not in pretty good shape, Mr. Goss? Maybe you can tell us about this in terms of debt, mortgages, farm ownership and such.
Well, one of the most encouraging things we have to consider in discussing whether we're going to have a farm depression is the fact that our farmers are in better shape. Our debt is about half or what it was 10 to 15 years ago, and we got more machinery, we got more equipment, we got more money in the bank, we got more savings. We're in a far better shape to meet an emergency. But we were in pretty good shape 25, 30 years ago, too. And when we had these surpluses dumped back on us, and they were allowed to kick the bottom out of the price structure, we soon used up all of our savings, and we soon went into debt. We lived off of our fat to the tune that we lost $25 billion in farm wealth in 8 years.
Well, Mr. Goss, you do agree that our greatest problem at the moment is one of distribution. We are no longer faced with the problem of production. The American farmer has demonstrated that in war and in peace, that production is no longer a problem to us.
That's right.
Do you agree, then, that our problem really is one of distribution?
Distribution at a level which will enable us to keep up a good production. Yes, at a price level which will enable us to do it.
I agree with that.
And I know we appreciate the starving people in China and India, and we've got to find some way so that we can use what we're producing to help them. And that means takes us back into the import problem which we were discussing.
And we can't depend on the Marshall Plan or any other program of international relief. Those people must produce something that they can send to us in exchange for what we're sending to them.
Yes, and the Marshall Plan basically has as its purpose enabling them to create wealth to exchange with us. They were all shot to pieces. They got to have a start, and that's what the Marshall Plan is doing. But I think on top of that, we've got to have some safeguards. When our crash came in 1920, the prices went out from under everything without any floors or any protection whatever. And we've got to, I think we've learned the lesson on that one, that we can't let prices drop to any such destructive levels merely because suddenly a surplus hit the market all at once.
Well, along that line, Mr. Goss, during the last year, hasn't the government been supporting farm prices at 90% of parity, I believe?
Yes, 92.5 as far as cotton is concerned, and there have been a good many commodities that have been supported at 90% of parity. And that's been a safeguard for the American people. Because if farmers realized, if they recognized the danger of having these prices fall out from under us all at once, they wouldn't have produced this great, the record crops, which have kept prices down where they were and have given us plentiful food to eat. And that's a principle we must protect above all
Mr.
things.
Goss, if I may interrupt you, I'm glad you made that point because I'm very much afraid that the workers in the city feel that these support programs are entirely for the benefit of the farmer. Whereas, a matter of fact, as you say, they have a dual purpose, that of encouraging the farmer to produce so that the city man may have an abundance from which to purchase at a reasonable price. The support program only affects the farmer when the price goes below 90% of parity. And certainly no one in the city or elsewhere has a right to expect the farmer to produce on any basis that's unfair. And it seems to me that the support program is something in which the city housewife should be interested, because it does assure her an abundance from which to purchase.
There has been an awful lot of misrepresentation of the support program. They've called it subsidies, and they've said that it was responsible for holding the prices up. As a matter of fact, it is more responsible for holding prices level than any other one factor.
Well, how many farm crops, are being sold at a loss right now? Are there a great many?
Potatoes, one.
Well, I think the worst crop that's hit is citrus and fruit. That's been terrible. There hasn't been any support price, and the farmers the farmers of California got less than 10 cents a box for their oranges on the tree and their grapefruit last year. I don't know whether that would follow the whole year, but for a considerable portion. Freight rates have gone up, marketing costs have gone up, and it just took all of the margin out.
10 cents a box. What would a normal price be, Mr. Goss?
Well, I don't know that I could say normal, but net on the tree, they should get somewhere 60 cents to $1 a box, I should think. Because, mind you, 10 cents a box, they had to pay all their production costs out of that water and all the cost of raising it. Just an impossible situation. There have been some tremendous losses in grapefruit.
Well, Mr. Cooley, I believe next week, is it Wednesday, you begin hearings on several farm matters, bills. What's that all about?
Well, what we're starting on the 23rd, a subcommittee which I appointed some time ago, headed by Mr. Stephen Pace of Georgia, will start hearings on the aching bill, which was enacted in the last hours of the 80th Congress. And in making a study of that bill, and it will be a very detailed and line-by-line study, we will discuss the support programs, the parity formulas, and the situations in which the producers of all the various agricultural commodities find themselves at the moment. And of course, that brings up the question again of support programs, which have been discussed very much back during the campaign and since. We've heard a lot about flexible programs and fixed programs, and the entire agricultural picture will be surveyed by our committee, and a very careful study of the Aiken bill will be made. And everything indicates that substantial changes will be made in the Aiken bill.
What is the Aiken bill? Could you tell us briefly what it is? Some of us, I imagine, don't know.
Well, the fact is, I don't know what it is. It was unfortunately, it never was read in our committee room. It never was discussed in the House Committee on Agriculture. We knew that there was such a bill pending in the Senate, and in the last hours of the 80th session, actually, I think about 5 o'clock on Sunday morning, just before the House adjourned, the bill was brought before the House and passed. It never was considered, and I wouldn't like to discuss it at the moment. That's the reason I appointed the subcommittee. I'm charging them with the responsibility of finding out what the Aiken bill really is. Maybe Mr. Goss knows a little more about it than I do.
Well, the Aiken bill was a bill for changing the parity formula and changing the method of price supports. It has some good points. It has some weak points in our judgment. And we're very glad that the House is taking it up. In fact, it was our understanding that being passed at that late hour, as Mr. Cooley has said, that everyone recognized it needed just the kind of overhauling you're prepared to give to it.
I think even the authors realize that because they suspended its operations, you remember.
Unfortunately, I think that the problem is resolving itself into a question of flexible supports or fixed supports. As a matter of fact, we think there's room for both of them if properly applied. And we think there's got to be a broader base than there is under the Aiken bill.
Well, I'm very glad to hear you say that you believe that we will have a combination of both flexible and fixed supports, because I think it's rather unfortunate that some of the farm organizations are quoted in the papers, and over the radio as being firmly and unalterably in favor of flexible support programs. And then the next thing you see in the paper is that Chairman Thomas of the Senate Committee and Chairman Cooley of the House Committee have come out for 90% fixed support programs, which makes it appear to the public that we are very much in a controversy. But the fact is, I believe that all of the thinking people realize, as you've just said, that we must have a combination of both.
Say, I'm glad of this chance to say one thing to you here right now, Mr. Cooley. You know, the trouble we've had in agriculture so far, we've been looking for some panacea, one thing that would cure all our ills. We followed the McNary-Hogan bill, and then we followed the debenture, and we've always been looking for one cure-all. I don't think any such thing is possible. We got to have a broad program, because the thing that'll help oranges won't necessarily help wheat, and the thing that'll help wheat won't help cotton. I'm awfully glad to hear what you said.
Mr. Sawtell, we haven't heard from you lately. How do you feel about this?
Well, the Chamber of Commerce has no very extensive policy with reference to these price supports, but its position in general is that it is inclined to favor rather lower price supports, which will leave an opportunity for a normal movement of market prices within reasonable limits, though we would not take the position that prices should be permitted in an emergency condition to fall to disastrous levels as they did in one other time. However, I think I ought to point out here that the Chamber of Commerce and the businessmen of the country are definitely concerned with the program that may be developed, because they are fearful that in some way there may be an undue development of governmental participation with reference to these support programs. We believe in the principle of private enterprise And we believe in that both for industry and for agriculture. We feel that under that system we have had the greatest development of general welfare that the world has ever seen. We are fearful that if we have a system of price supports that is too high, it will lead to governmental control which will not be consistent with the democratic principles of government or with the principles of private enterprise.
Well, Mr. Sawtell, may I say that I agree that we cannot afford to have high support prices on any commodity unless the producers of that commodity are willing to try to keep production in line with reasonable demands. Now, wherever we've undertaken to support unlimited production, we've always come to great grief, just as we have in potatoes and in other commodities in the past. But I'm in favor of fixed supports at a rather high level where the producers are willing to follow the advice of experts and try to keep production in line.
Well, I'm very glad to hear you, Mr. Cooley, emphasize the importance of the responsibility of the farmers, of their recognizing their responsibility.
That's about all the time we have, Mr. Sawtell. I'm sorry to interrupt. About the only summary we need today in regard to our original question, are we headed for a farm depression? The only summary we need is that we all agree we may or may not be, but we agree that with intelligent handling, it can be avoided. Our thanks for being with us today to all three of you. Here is John Batchelor.
This has been America United, the informal discussion program heard on the NBC network each week at this time. Printed copies of today's forum may be had without cost by writing to the National Grange, Washington 6, D.C.
Alka-Seltzer, first aid for the relief of headaches, acid indigestion, and muscular aches and pains. Alka-Seltzer brings you Hilltop House. Hello there, this is Durward Kirby. You know, when you have a headache, it's never too late to take some Alka-Seltzer to get pleasant, gentle relief. But when you get to your medicine cabinet and you find, too late, that you've run out of Alka-Seltzer, well, it's not a happy thought, is it? So why don't you remember this little rhyme? When your tablets get down to 4, that's the time to buy some more. Some more Alka-Seltzer. Yes, Alka-Seltzer for fast, effective relief of headache discomfort. You see, Alka-Seltzer gives you the benefit of sodium acetylsalicylate, one of the finest of pain relievers. Now, any pain reliever must be absorbed by the system before it can give relief. And medical tests prove the system absorbs more of this pain reliever faster from Alka-Seltzer. So no wonder you, along with millions of other folks, count Alka-Seltzer their first friend when it comes to easing a headache. So today, right away, check your supply of Alka-Seltzer. If your supply is low, get some more at your drugstore soon. Keep it handy. Then, the next time a headache comes along, get that feel-better feeling with gentle, speedy Alka-Seltzer. And now, Hilltop House.
Glendale Orphanage, Hilltop House. You got Hannah?
Hello, Hannah. It's Julie.
Ah, Miss Julie, you call up.
Yes, what's wrong, dear? Why haven't I heard from Babs?
Oh, it's not right I should bother you with Hilltop problems when you're home with your husband.
Well, I've been waiting for Babs to get in touch with me.
Yeah?
We had dinner at home especially.
I am so sorry. I know something is the matter. Babs comes in the house through kitchen door, her eyes red from crying. She goes up back steps to her room so nobody should see, and does not even want to talk to me.
Oh, when did Babs come in?
Maybe 1 hour. I know it's trouble. Only like I tell you, I do not like to call up, since I find out the tragedy you got in your own life, to learn how Mr. Reed's health is not good.
Hannah, I also told you that Reed and I never want to let that come into our marriage.
Yeah, I remember how you tell me a promise you give to make every day beautiful. I keep all this secret only...
I know, dear. Reed's here with me, and he's anxious about Babs, too. Now, could you bring her to the phone?
I tried.
Oh, no, wait. I won't be able to do anything on the phone. I'll come over.
I thank you with all my heart. It's so sad to look on the face of this poor child.
Yes, I know. Bye, dear. I'll see you soon. I no longer felt impatience with Babs. There was really no way of drawing a line between the hours I gave the children and those I wanted for Reed alone. I couldn't shut teenage Babs out when she needed my help most. An adolescent falling in love for the first time needed guidance, and she had nobody except me. Hannah was out of doors waiting as I drove up to the orphanage.
Miss Julie, is not fair. When I think after you call up, it's not fair to take you away from Mr. Reed.
Perfectly all right, Hannah. He wants to watch some boxing on television anyway, so he'll be happy.
So he finds something to do because you come. You've got to stop this... I do not know. I feel 2 times sorry. Sorry for Babs, sorry for you. I am so mad with Mrs. Clabber, I can say what I feel.
Is she in the house?
No. What is her reason to stay in Hilltop when her son invites her to go to movies? Is some person, this Mrs. Clabber. You should hear how she talks. My son Lenny will be big success. He will marry a rich girl. Fool.
Did she actually say that?
Sure. After I say how sweet it is to watch our Babs with Len. They are such a darling couple. All this Mama thinks of is money. Like Uncle Mr. Clabber. It runs in family.
Well, maybe Leonard has picked up some of the ideas, too.
Sure. Only we must not blame the boy. Mama makes him to think like this.
No, I have my doubts about Leonard, but that's something else to get into. What happened with Babs?
I cannot find out. Like I tell you, she runs up to her room with red eyes. And when I go to serve supper, I see her missing Barbara. I send up Henry M. to ask. Only he comes back and tells me door is locked and she will not talk.
Well, was Leonard at home for supper?
Sure.
Did she see him?
I do not think so. Only from Mary Ann I get idea, maybe.
What?
She hears some kind of excitement with Mrs. Clabber and Barbara before. Couple hours before. The door of the office is closed. Only comes out loud voice when Mrs. Clabber hollers. She does not have such a nice character like you.
Hannah, I'm afraid...
Sure. I am afraid, too. This woman does not care about orphans. When I tell her Barbara is crying, I get answer, this girl is not a baby. Leave her alone.
Well, let's see if we can get Babs to talk.
Barbara, do you hear? Oh, Miss Julie comes special to see you. Open up door, please. Mr. Reed waits at home. She does not have much time.
Hannah, let me try to talk to her.
What do you do?
Well, you know how Babs gets when she's terribly upset, and if I'm here alone, she may let me come in.
So, okay. I go downstairs to kitchen if you want something.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Hannah. Babs! Babs, honey, I'm out here alone. Will you open the door?
I don't want to, and I don't have to bother you.
Remember when I gave you the privilege of having a key in the door?
So I could have privacy when I wanted it, and the kids wouldn't come chasing in and out.
That's right, dear, but if you abuse the privilege, I may have to recommend a change. Now, this isn't a time for you to be alone, honey. Will you unlock the door?
Did Hannah go?
Yes.
Please don't turn the light on. I look awful.
Well, how about the bed lamp, unless you want to leave the door open?
No.
That's better, dear. Why are you crying?
I'm sorry you came over. Nobody can do anything for me.
I hope I can. I tried to get you by phone, and then Reed and I drove over to the Wallaces because I expected you were babysitting.
I'm sorry you bothered.
But it was important. Leonard's mother was talking...
I know her opinion of me. She spilled it out.
Oh, honey, I was afraid she... Why didn't you call me back?
Because I just couldn't believe what she was saying about Len, about his never liking me. I had to ask him, but I couldn't write in Hilltop. So I waited at the bottom of the hill till he came, and... Oh, what's the use of talk?
You can't make me into somebody else. I'm an orphan. A nobody. That's what I am.
Oh, honey. It's true life's hurt you in a terrible way, leaving you without a mother and father, but... Well, that doesn't mean you're different from other girls.
Not much. Oh, sure. Once upon a time, I was childish enough to believe anything.
Because Len and his mother hurt you, is that any reason to be angry with me?
I'm not like other girls. I'm not like Nancy Longstreet. She lives in a beautiful house. Her parents give big parties for her. She wears beautiful clothes. Of course, Len wants to take a girl like Nancy to the football game.
Well, I guess that is an awful disappointment. I thought he was inviting you.
He talked to me about the game. It sounded like he'd ask me. Oh, how dumb can I be? When his mother said he was taking Nancy, I didn't believe her. I had to stick my neck out and ask Len. And did I get shown up? Why should he take an orphan?
Well, Babs, it's his right to ask another girl unless he actually promised to take you. Are you sure you weren't wishing so hard that you made yourself believe he would invite you?
I'm all mixed up now, and I don't know. I was sure he liked me when he took me to Nancy's birthday party. I bet you if I lived in a beautiful house like hers and had beautiful clothes, if I weren't an orphan, he'd keep on dating me.
Babs, you're old enough to understand that the right kind of fellow likes a girl for herself, not the money that's in her family or her place in society. Now, if these values are more important to Leonard, then, well, he's not the kind of boy who should matter to you.
Oh, Miss Julie, all the girls at school are crazy about him. You just can't brush him off and say he doesn't count. He dates me because he's kind-hearted, that's all. And I was the biggest dope in Glendale to think he really liked me. A handsome, exciting fellow like Len couldn't ever go for a nobody like me.
Babs, I can't bear to see the way you're hurting yourself. Now, you're not to blame because you must live at Hilltop. And people who make less of you for that are unjust and cruel. I can imagine what Len's mother said to you. But why is she so disturbed about your friendship with him? It's because she knows Len likes you for yourself, in spite of the fact that you don't have Nancy's home or parents or clothes. Honey, if you make the most of all the good things in your favor, a sweet personality and real intelligence and good character, why, you won't have to take a back seat to anybody in this town.
Oh, stop trying to build me up, Miss Julie. Len isn't interested in me, and he's never going to date me again.
I know it hurts, dear. But I'm afraid you've fallen for the wrong kind of boy.
Please, I don't want you to say anything against Len. The other fellows who count are all like him, only he's nicer and better looking. You just have to be realistic, that's all. Len pities me. He's sorry I'm an orphan, and that's the only reason he's been nice to me. His mother said it, and he didn't deny it.
I see. Look, honey, I don't want to leave you at Hilltop tonight. I want you to come home with me, and it's not out of pity. I want to prove to you that you are loved for yourself. And sitting here feeling sorry for yourself won't help, honey. So, won't you come home with me?
Say, Mother, make sure your hard-playing, fast-growing youngsters get enough of all the vitamins they need. Make sure you guard them against possible vitamin shortage, one of the common causes of a run-down, under-par feeling. Yes, indeed, make sure. And give your children One-A-Day brand multiple vitamin tablets, the smooth-coated, easy-to-swallow vitamin tablets that leave no unpleasant aftertaste. And most important, One-A-Day brand multiple vitamins supply all your youngsters need to take of all the vitamins proved necessary. And One-A-Day brand multiples cost you less than 3 cents a day when you buy the large-size package. And now, vitamin B12 has been added. Why don't you ask your druggist for the large package of One-A-Day brand multiples? Start today to safeguard your youngsters against vitamin shortage with One-A-Day brand multiple vitamin tablets. The vitamins in the blue box with the big red 1. And again to our story for a moment. While Julie was waiting for an answer from Babs, she thought,
maybe I should ask Reed first. But she won't come if I give her the idea there's any doubt. No, she's so miserable, I must think of her needs first, this time.
be sure to tune in tomorrow to another exciting episode of Hilltop House, written by Addie Richton and Lynn Stone. Julie is played by Jan Miner. Babs is Regina Jouvin. Say, Mother, do you ever find yourself anticipating an afternoon of leisure, a party, perhaps, but because household chores have gotten you all jittery and tense feeling, it seems like you won't enjoy yourself? It would help, wouldn't it, if you could calm down and relax? Well, Miles Nervine can help you do just that. Miles Nervine soothes your nerves, eases nervous tension so that you can relax. And after taking Miles Nervine, you'll find it sort of smooths out the rest of your day. It helps you to be yourself again. You can buy Miles Nervine at any drugstore in effervescent tablets or liquid. Follow the label, avoid excessive use. Only Miles Laboratories makes Miles Nervine. So ask for and get the genuine Miles Nervine. Then, day or night, you can relieve nervous tension and soothe your nerves with Miles Nervine.
Of Life, the story of Dr. Jim Brent, brought to you by Does, the new kind of soap that does everything in your wash. It was mid-afternoon of a very busy day before Dr. Brent had a chance to do something he had been wanting to do for some time. Pausing for a moment in his rounds, he stepped into Dr. Frazier's office and spoke to his secretary.
Would you be good enough to call me when Dr. Frazier comes in? I want to see him before he leaves the hospital today. It's really quite important.
The secretary who took Jim's message looked at him oddly as he walked out. She hadn't been there very long, but even she had heard whispered comment about the differences that existed between Dr. Brent and Dr. Frazier. Rumors about the circumstances of Dr. Brent's being asked to resign as chief of staff, and of the selection of Dr. Frazier to replace him. She knew about Dr. Brent's illness, his period of amnesia, and then his return to the hospital. One morning, she had noticed on her schedule that Janet Mercer, Dr. Frazier's stepdaughter, had been operated the night before for appendicitis by Dr. Brent. And that day, Dr. Frazier had been more difficult and exacting than ever. And now, Dr. Brent wanted to see Dr. Frazier about something important. The girl's curiosity was aroused, and later in the day, she regretted the closing of the door behind Dr. Brent as he went into the chief of staff's office.
Well, Brent, I'm glad to see you.
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
Sit down, won't you?
Oh, thanks.
It was good to see you and Carroll at Janet's wedding.
It was a happy occasion. Janet and Jean seem to be on the way to a pretty good life together.
Yes, so it would seem. I hope it turns out that way. I didn't get a chance to talk to Carroll at the wedding. She looked very well. Very lovely, in fact.
She is very well, thank you.
And the baby. Daughter, isn't it?
Yes. Janie's getting along fine. Dr. Fraser, I came in to see you about my position on the staff here at the city.
Your, position on the staff?
Yes. I've been bringing more patients here lately than I did there for a while. Doing more surgery.
Oh, yes, so I've noticed, Brent.
I expect to be having a pretty full schedule before long, taking over my full practice.
Oh, that's splendid. I'm very glad to hear it. But I don't see...
Under the circumstances, I thought it might be a good idea to have the question of my membership on the staff taken up at the next staff meeting.
But why, Brent? Surely you haven't met with any difficulty in bringing your patients here, in having them receive proper care?
Oh, no, of course not. I found everyone completely cooperative. But since I was inactive for a considerable length of time...
Oh, your name has never been taken off the staff list.
Yes, I know that. I appreciate the courtesy. Because that was what it was while I wasn't practicing. But, now that I'm back at work again, I should like to have my position clarified.
Well, of course, if you feel that it's necessary.
I do. I could have had one of the other men bring the matter up, but in fairness to you as chief of staff, and inasmuch as we're in the same field, I decided to come to you about it first.
That was very considerate of you, Brent. Yeah, I'll be more than glad to bring up your name myself, if you want it done.
Thank you, Doctor.
You know, it's deeply gratifying to me to feel that we're on good enough terms for you to want to talk it over with me.
It isn't a question of the terms we're on, Fraser. It's a question of my professional standing at City Hospital. I prefer to bring my patients here. I've been associated with this hospital for many years. Quite naturally, I hesitate to establish a connection elsewhere. But I do want to be clear about just where I stand.
Yes, I see. Well, as I said, I'll bring your question before the next staff meeting. Incidentally, Doctor, I understand that your plans for a new hospital, those you're making with Bill Wiley, are well underway.
Yes, they're progressing nicely. The building is getting pretty close to completion.
So I've heard. Am I right in thinking you'll continue to bring at least part of your patients to City?
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, I'll certainly bring all of my regular patients here, and probably such surgical cases as we have from time to time at the Wiley Memorial.
Mm-hmm. You expect to have a good many surgical cases there?
Well, that's something we can't possibly predict.
Oh, no, I suppose not. I was wondering, Brent, whether you would selected your staff as yet.
To a certain extent. I've spoken to a number of men about it, but of course we haven't too good an idea of what our needs will be until we get going. And since there'll be very little opportunity for private patients, well, we're waiting for a while.
Yes, that does seem wise under the circumstances. You know, Brent, as I told you some time ago, I've been seriously considering establishing a clinic.
Yes, I remember you saying something about it.
However, I've about come to the conclusion that, it doesn't seem to be quite the right time to undertake such a project.
That's so?
Yes, the difficulties of building, as a matter of fact, even remodeling an old building, which was what we planned to do, are almost insurmountable.
We found it pretty slow going, that's true.
And then there's the question of staff. So many of the younger men in service. Nurses, almost impossible to get. I suppose all this is anything but news to you.
I admit it isn't easy.
I don't like to give up. I'd looked forward to the opportunity such a clinic would give me. I've been wondering if I couldn't find those same opportunities elsewhere.
It was my impression that you wanted the clinic largely as a matter of convenience.
Oh, no. No, I think my idea was somewhat the same as your own, Brent.
In what way?
Well, there are always new things opening up in medicine. New ways of working that are perhaps somewhat outside the scope of a hospital such as City.
That's certainly true. But I thought that your private practice was, well, that it was the thing that you were interested in building up.
Oh, yes, my practice is very large, of course. But it doesn't afford me much opportunity for, professional growth, shall I say. Now, what I was wondering, Brent, would there be a possibility that my services might be useful in this new setup of yours?
I think not, Dr. Fraser.
Well, you said a few minutes ago your staff wasn't complete as yet, you know.
That's true, it isn't. But I'm sure that I can handle such surgical cases as we have for the time being.
But if I could work with you as the thing grew...
Fraser, I've tried working with you. A number of times in the past.
Oh, well, we're older now, Brent. Not so hot-headed.
I'm not so much older that I've forgotten certain incidents.
No, I'm sorry you feel that way about it, Brent. You see, I was hoping that I could offer you, I have some money that I could put into some such project.
We don't need your money. We never will. Thank you, just the same.
No, that's too bad. I'd hoped we might, work something out between us, Brent.
That's utterly impossible, Fraser, and you know it. Well, I guess I'd better be going. I'll appreciate it if you'll bring up my membership before the staff meeting.
Oh, yes, I'll do that. By the way, Brent, I've asked to have your son put on my service when he enters the hospital.
On your service?
Yes. He'll be starting next week, won't he? Graduating in a couple of days?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Well, I'm looking forward to having him around. He's a good chap. The makings of an excellent surgeon. You can be very proud of him, Brent.
I always have been proud of him.
Well, goodbye, Brent.
Goodbye.
The secretary in the outer office looked up at Dr. Brent as he went past her. But she could read nothing in the almost grim impassiveness of his face. Be sure to listen to our next episode on the Road of Life. This is Gene Baker saying good day for the makers of Does, and reminding you to do as the Dozens do. Let Does, the new kind of soap, do everything in your wash. Work for victory at your dishpan by saving soap. Soap contains war material. Never waste it. In wartime, never waste anything.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Wednesday, September 18th. More air raid alarms were sounded in London this morning on the heels of the 10-hour all-night attack, which was the longest of the war. Berlin talks of successful attacks on the British capital, and the Nazis have informed newsmen that Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop has suddenly departed from Rome, and they are trying to give the impression that it is a highly significant diplomatic move. This morning, Columbia calls in its correspondents in the German and British capitals for the latest news. Edwin Hartridge is to report from Berlin, and our CBS correspondent from London. Afterwards, Linton Wells will report for more news from our New York studios. While we are waiting for the news from Berlin by Mr. Hartridge, here is the latest news from Rome as received in the Columbia Broadcasting newsroom in New York. Today's Italian communique reports that British Royal Air Force planes have sunk an Italian destroyer and a barge in the port of Benghazi, Libya. The fascist communique says that the British planes attacked the lines of Italian forces which were moving eastward along the Egyptian coast. It was claimed that the Italians were making a victorious advance through Egypt despite all obstacles, and that they are proceeding with the organization of new bases and new supply lines. British bombing planes and advanced tank and artillery units have inflicted serious losses on 2 Italian columns advancing into Egypt along the Mediterranean coastal belt, a communique of the British Middle East Command said today.
This is Berlin. On reconnaissance planes and German bombers resumed their attack this morning. Then the day gives us a report of a reconnaissance plane, as the pilot described as the damage done to London in yesterday's raid. According to this account, whole blocks of London seem to have disappeared. At one spot, there was a giant crater, which led the pilot to believe that a German bomb had scored a direct hit on a London subway. New fires were observed, as says this report, and many fireboats were seen in action on the Thames River. Also, there was much shipping activity, and this report interprets that as an attempt by the British to transport important stocks of goods away from the bombed dock areas of London. Last night, we are told, German Dorniers and Heinkels attacked London again, bombing, quote, objectives of military significance in the city, end of quote. Also mentioned as other objectives were Victoria, West India, and London docks, where fires were started. Other fires were started in London at Bow Station and Thurston Road, adds the day. This news concludes with a claim that during the attack on the airfields at Gravesend and Tunbridge, enemy planes were destroyed on the ground. As for the British planes, we are told that several of them tried to enter Germany last night. The day adds that one was shot down while the others were driven off by anti-aircraft fire. There's a one-line announcement in the papers that Herr von Ribbentrop, the Foreign Affairs Minister, has left for Rome, where he will stay for a short time. No other details are given. At the Foreign Office, a spokesman refused to give any additional information regarding the Rome visit. He said, in view of the close relations of Italy and Germany, an occasional interchange of views was to be expected. As you know, yesterday Herr Hitler had conferences with Serrano Sunier, the Spanish Minister of the Interior, and General Peruzzi, the Italian Petroleum Minister. To us observers here, all these diplomatic developments have a distinct Mediterranean slant. And we are wondering whether a campaign against the British is being planned. There is Gibraltar at one end of the Mediterranean, which the Spanish are interested in taking over, and there's the Suez Canal at the other end, which the Italians in the desert campaign in Egypt are aiming at. Italy is in the middle of Mare Nostrum, and the British hold the keys to this vast liquid prison. And if a war against the British Isles is not over in a few months, observers here are inclined to think that a concerted attempt by the Axis powers in the Mediterranean against the British might be on the books for the winter months. So Herr von Ribbentrop's sudden trip to Rome throws the speculation more into the limelight. And tied up with this is the news that the Minister of Interior, Herr Frick, has issued a second call to all officials capable and willing to enter colonial work to report for duty in America of bombing results in London. I don't know what the original caption or description of the bombed building stated. The German caption identifies the ruined structure as a warehouse somewhere in London. We had some mention of report attacks of German bombers on London's West End or the exclusive Mayfair district and the shopping centers. The Baysaid Mittag reports, and I quote, "The Reuters news agency has admitted that warehouses in this West End district have been hit, as well as a large water main," end of quote. The flooding of the streets and the nearby air raid shelters forced the, quote, plutocrats, unquote, to the surface, as the Bay said. Then Miss Walter Blatt puts the man presses saying that 2,000 buildings of all descriptions in London have been totally destroyed, while another 3,000 seriously damaged, and another 10,000 slightly damaged, as an indication of the results of the German bombing attack. But in another column, this paper warns its readers that, quote, "The American press is supporting the British campaign of lies as well as it can, and reports only destroyed hospitals, churches, museums, and other similar buildings," end of quote. This is Edwin Harker returning now to Columbia in New York.
Back in New York, here is the latest news from Washington. President Roosevelt and other government leaders returned to Washington today from Speaker Bankett's funeral. All Washington talk continues to center around conscription. And now the news from the British capital, as reported by Eric Severide. Go ahead, London.
This is London. We've already had 4 or 5 alarms this morning after a 10-hour raid last night, which was not over until 6 a.m. It was the longest raid London has ever gone through, and certainly for this part of London, the West region, it was the most severe. The communique today says that casualties, though not all counted yet, are heavier than other nights. I know more about the attack on the west part of town, which was bad enough, but the official report says it was even worse in eastern and southeastern London. They tell us that 5 German bombers at least were destroyed during this raid. The planes came over in relays in quick succession, and it was impossible for anyone in this part of town to get very much sleep. There seemed to be no interruption whatsoever in the gun barrage and the whining and the crashing of the bombs. I was trying to sleep in my basement. At least a dozen times I sat up and braced myself, feeling sure that Zeppelin was certainly going to hit the place. This morning, it seemed to me, I didn't turn a street corner while driving around this part of London without coming across a police barrage near a time bomb or finding a building which was intact yesterday, now crumpled into the street. To go 1.5 miles to a railroad station today, I had to detour, I think, 7 times. Just on that particular route alone, I saw at least 30 wrecked houses. Along that route, there is not a single real military objective that I can think of. The bombs hit food shops and dairies, branched bank buildings, hotels, small and large department stores, and one block of flats after another. The nearest place that can be called a military objective around my apartment is some 5 blocks away. But I can't walk 1 block in any direction from my place without finding shops and homes strewn into the streets. Well, what Goring has in mind when he gives orders for this kind of bombing, I can't quite imagine. Most people here assume it's simply designed to terrorize. The curious thing is that terrorization is the one thing that doesn't happen. Communications in residential areas are slowed down, and non-essential industries are hit, and people lose their sleep and their families. But it would take a great deal of that kind of attack to win a war. If the RAF were to strew 1,000 bombs tonight in the residential areas of Berlin, you may be assured that everyone in London would feel happier for it. Well, thousands of office and store workers around this part of London can't get into their places of work this morning. And that includes the staff of our own office. It may be days before we can see just how much damage we've suffered there. There were some big fires near us all night, and one of the biggest department stores in London, the John Lewis Company, is gutted today. We could see searchlights operating from central London last night for the first time in a week. I don't mean to suggest that London, or even any part of London, is now in ruins. The smashed buildings around here constitute only a tiny fraction of the total. This is a closely built city, and the skyline is quite unchanged. The only thing that could really lay waste any considerable part of the city would be fire, fanned by these autumn winds. The Air Ministry has announced this morning that big attacks were carried out last night by RAF bombers on German shipping concentrations and barges and communications in the enemy-occupied territory and in Germany. This morning, the London press describes the Italian advance into Egypt as a costly one. British people are informed that the occupation of Sidi Barrani, 60 miles inside Egypt, is not important from the point of view of the defense strategy. The real defense is expected to come when the Delta and the Nile Valley are threatened. Yesterday, German pilots
that raided this country used the new Heinkel 113 for the first time in real numbers. They used a different tactic during yesterday afternoon, sending over small waves of plane in quicker succession than usual. There was no major engagement of fighting planes, and what battling there was took place in a 100-mile-an-hour gale. And during the night, not much damage was done by bombs outside of London, according to the Air Ministry. Glasgow was hit, and some factories there did suffer. As a result of these constant bombs in London, the schools are rapidly emptying. The rate of evacuation of school children from the city has now climbed to 1,500 to about between 1,500 and 2,000 a day. The official figure for children still here stands at 200,000. This is CBS in London. I return you now to Columbia, New York.
And now here in New York is Linton Wells with his analysis of the news. Mr. Wells.
As our Berlin and London correspondents, Edwin Hartridge and Eric Severide, have pretty thoroughly covered current Nazi attacks against England and vice versa, little remains to be said about that situation, except that, according to Eric Severide, the British seem to be bearing up well under the strain, and therefore Hitler's chances of beating them into submission before winter appear to be growing slimmer. Incidentally, a so-called world's largest department store reportedly destroyed in London was probably Selfridge's, which is in Oxford Street. There's considerable speculation in diplomatic circles about Nazi Foreign Minister Ribbentrop's sudden departure for Rome, where he arrives tomorrow morning. The consensus seems to be, according to Edwin Hartridge, that Spain will be the principal topic of Ribbentrop's forthcoming talks with Mussolini. Ramon Serrano Suñé, the pro-Axis Spanish Minister of the Interior, who also is Dictator Franco's brother-in-law, has been visiting Berlin officially, and yesterday talked with Hitler and Ribbentrop, after which Ribbentrop hurriedly left for Rome, as Mr. Hartridge told us. Suñé is expected to follow him there in a day or so. All this is accepted as conclusive proof of Spain's alignment with the Axis powers and indicative of an impending active participation in the war. There's been increasing agitation in the Spanish press urging Spain to throw in her lot with Germany and Italy and drive the British out of Gibraltar, and such a new move may be on the agenda. A Spanish drive against Gibraltar would unquestionably prove most embarrassing to the British. The Great Rock is considered impregnable to attack from the sea and air, but military experts believe it is far less defensible from overland attacks such as those a strong Spanish force could make. If the British were to lose Gibraltar, and few reinforcements of the Rock are available now, their fleet in the eastern Mediterranean and their forces in Egypt and Palestine would be placed at a considerable disadvantage. The Italian drive against the British in Egypt continues on three fronts, but only reports of battles in the desert wastes of northwestern Egypt are available. Despite strong British aerial and land attacks, the Italians, it is admitted officially according to Eric Severide, have occupied the important oasis of Sidi Barrani, which is 75 miles inside Egypt from the Libyan frontier, and at the end of a concrete highway leading to Marsa Matruh and Alexandria. The Italians undeniably have made headway in their push toward the Suez Canal, but if the expected happens, that is, Egypt's formal entry into the war, the going will be far less easier from now on. So far, Egypt has not declared war against Italy, although the government has said repeatedly that an Italian invasion would force Egypt to join Britain actively. Both the British and Italians are exerting great pressure upon the Egyptians, and a showdown appears imminent. In every conceivable manner, the Italians are endeavoring to convince the Egyptians that the sole fascist aim is to save them from the British and to foment an Egyptian revolt against the English. The British, of course, are moving heaven and earth to obtain active and invaluable Egyptian support. At the moment, the odds appear to be slightly in favor of the British, but a friend of mine just returned from Egypt tells me that Mussolini is pouring large quantities of gold into Egypt, where he thinks it will do the most good, and that the Italians thus may be able to persuade the powers that be to remain inactive. As two can play at such a game, and as the British have more gold to pass out than the Italians and Germans combined, England may yet get material and effective Egyptian support.
And with these reports from Berlin by Edwin Hartridge, and from London by Eric Severide, and the report from New York by Linton Wells, Columbia brings to a close another broadcast of important world developments.
Everybody loves the cheery whistle of a Bob White. And everybody loves the dazzling voice that...
Rinso Whip! Rinso Whip!
Yes, Rinso White is what the little bird is telling about these days.
The little bird isn't the only one that raves about Rinso, though, Mr. Amici. Why, I read in an advertisement that Rinso was the only soap that was recommended by the makers of 33 leading washers.
What? Hadn't you ever tried Rinso before you read that?
Oh, goodness, of course I had. I've been using Rinso ever since I got my Speed Queen washer, and that was ages ago. I knew the Speed Queen people recommended Rinso, but I didn't know about the rest.
I see. Well, you'll be particularly interested in knowing that the Speed Queen manufacturers are just as anxious as ever for you to take that advice. For you see, there'll be no new Speed Queens for the duration because the washer industry is devoting its full time to the war effort. So continue to use Rinso regularly and have your Speed Queen checked regularly, too. And now, for Rinso's story of Big Sister. Did Drew Mason die of a heart attack, or was he murdered by Frank Wayne? Dr. Carroll, who had distrusted Frank Wayne from the first day he came to Glen Falls, is convinced that Mason was murdered. Ruth Wayne, Big Sister, finds it impossible to believe that her brother-in-law is guilty. As our last chapter ended, Ruth, Frank, Diane, and Dr. Carroll were in Dr. Carroll's office waiting for the medical examiner's report on the cause of Mason's death, and we heard...
Going to be a bit embarrassing for you, isn't it, Dr. Carroll, when the medical examiner calls and announces that Mason died of heart disease?
Embarrassing? Not at all. It's going to be a relief. Because I'm quite certain when the report comes through, they're going to hold you for murder.
Well, Dr. Carroll, what are you waiting for? That's probably the medical examiner now. All right, pick up the phone. We'll find out whether I'm a murderer or you're a meddling old fool.
Frank, don't.
Hello? Yes, this is Dr. Carroll. Yes, I'll hold on.
Well, what does he say, Doctor?
He's not on the phone yet.
Don't look worried, Ruth. Everything's going to be all right.
Hello? Oh, yes. Yes, Doctor. Yes? I see. Uh-huh. Yes, I'm listening. Yes, I understand. No, thanks. I don't think that will be necessary. Goodbye, Doctor, and thank you.
What did he say, Dad?
I don't understand it.
Dr. Carroll.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say?
What was the report on Mr. Mason's death?
The medical examiner says death was caused by heart disease.
Well, it took you a long time to give us a simple message like that. But, of course, I can understand why it was so hard for you to tell us about it. Must be a rather deflating experience to play detective and then
We can
find
do
out...
without your feeble attempts at sarcasm, Wayne.
Can you really? I'm waiting, Doctor.
Waiting for what?
Your apology. Well, Doctor?
I'll make no apology for anything I've said or done.
Oh, now, really, Dr. Carroll?
That medical examiner's report isn't final by any means. His report will read heart disease, and I can't dispute that. But I'm still convinced that you had something to do with Mason's death. And what's more, I'm going to prove it.
Well, that's about the last straw. I've taken a great deal from you, Doctor, because you're a friend of Ruth's and also because you're an older man. I've tried to overlook it.
Frank.
But there is a limit. And I've passed it a long time ago.
Frank, please. I want to speak to Dr. Carroll for a few minutes. And then I want to speak to you. Will you wait outside? Please.
Ruth.
Please, Frank.
All right, Ruth. You won't be long, will you?
No, Frank, I won't.
Fine.
Dr. Carroll, don't you think you're carrying this too far?
I don't think he is, Ruth.
Please, Diane.
Dad has every reason for distrusting Frank Wayne.
Perhaps he did it one time, Diane, but after all...
Don't forget, 12 hours before he died, Mason came to Dad and told him he expected Wayne would try to kill him.
Yes, I know that, Diane. I don't even pretend to understand that part of it. But after all, the medical examiner says that Mason died of heart disease. How can your father still think Frank did it? It just doesn't make sense. Why, it's nothing but persecution.
Ruth,
Yes, Dr. Carroll.
you lost all faith in me, haven't you?
No, Dr. Carroll, of course not.
Ruth, believe me, you've got to trust me.
But you don't seem willing to trust anybody else.
I'm not willing to trust your brother-in-law.
Oh, I don't understand it. You're positively vindictive. At least that's the way it looks to me.
Ruth, will you give me a chance to talk to you?
No, Doctor. There's been altogether too much talking since I got off the train last night. I listened to so much talk, my head's spinning. Please excuse me.
Ruth, wait. I didn't expect that.
She's not herself, Dad. She hasn't been herself since she came back from Washington. And Frank's playing some kind of a game with Ruth. I think you've got plenty of reason to be worried about her. Especially since she seems to have been taken in by him so completely. You know, Wayne's very clever. He's caught Ruth with her guard down.
Yes. Wayne's clever, all right. Much too clever.
Frank Wayne was waiting at the gate when Ruth came out.
Come, Ruth. I'll walk home with you.
Oh, you don't have to do that, Frank.
Oh, but I want to. Let's go.
All right.
Don't let this depress you too much. It doesn't bother me, really.
Can't understand, Dr. Carroll.
He isn't that important.
Oh, but he is, Frank. I mean, well, it just didn't like Dr. Carroll.
I knew he was a pretty stubborn old man, but I didn't realize just how stubborn he could be. He made a mistake, to put it as kindly as I know how, and instead of acknowledging it, instead of admitting that he was wrong, he's getting more bullheaded.
Frank? I'm sorry to keep asking questions like this, but... Well, why do you suppose Mason came to Dr. Carroll and told him what he did?
I don't know. Haven't the faintest idea.
Did he have any reason for hating you?
Why, no, Ruth, not that I know of. Why, we were friends. The reason he looked me up was because he was ill and broke. And he knew that I'd be glad to help him.
But, Frank, how do you explain it? Why would Mason do a thing like that?
I can't explain it. Unless, of course...
Yes?
No, never mind.
No, say it.
Well, I was going to say, unless Dr. Carroll distorted the things that Mason actually said.
Frank.
Maybe that isn't as far-fetched as you think.
Frank, I can understand you're being bitter towards Dr. Carroll. But I do know he's honest. There must be something bothering him.
Well, let's forget about him. And besides, whether he likes it or not, the Mason incident is closed. There's something else that I do want to talk to you about, Ruth. Much more important.
What's that, Frank?
You and Richard. Ruth, now that John is... Well, I mean to say not that we won't hear from him for some time.
Let's pray that isn't so.
Of course, of course. But for your sake, and for your son's sake, we've got to be realistic. See, I can't do what John did. I'd like to serve, but the Army won't take me because of my health. And the least I can do is to take care of my brother's family.
Good of you to say that.
Oh, and I mean it, Ruth.
I know you do, Frank. And don't think I'm not grateful, but really, we're quite all right.
Well, if there's anything that you need, money, anything...
No, thank you, Frank. John Sowery is a captain in the medical corps. We'll go right on. And it's more than enough for our needs.
Well, will you promise me this? If ever you do need anything, you'll call on me.
But, Frank, All right, Frank. I promise.
That's the nicest thing I've heard in weeks. You don't know how much that means to me, Ruth.
Frank took Ruth to her front gate and then left. Walking home, there was a smile on Frank Wayne's face, a quiet, complacent smile. And now as Frank arrives home, he finds Bill, his Hindu servant, waiting for him at the door. Bill is nervous and uneasy.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Mr. Wayne.
What's the matter? Why are you so worried about this beautiful September morning?
Mr. Blackton, he telephoned. He said you asked him to call.
Blackton, oh yes, that's the undertaker from Somerville. Yes, I'll call him back in a little while. We've got to make arrangements for a decent burial for our friend Drew Mason. Bad duty, Bill, but then life is like that, isn't it? You got to bear up. Got to bear up. Now what's eating you?
What happened, Dr. Carver?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. The medical examiner called and said that Mason died of heart disease.
He said that?
That's right.
Mr. Wayne, I worried.
What are you worried about? Mason is dead. Your worry should be over.
But what if they find out how he died?
They did find out. He died of heart disease. I just finished telling you that. What's the matter? You skeptical, too?
You take gun from your desk. You go upstairs to Mr. Mason's room. I hear him scream.
That's right. You did, but you didn't hear the gun go off.
His big storm, his thunder. I not hear anything.
You didn't hear anything because the gun didn't go off. Before I could do anything, he very conveniently died of a heart attack, which I think was very decent of him, don't you? Well, stop staring at me that way. Say something.
You not shoot him.
Shoot at a corpse? Well, that'd be silly, wouldn't it? Wait a minute. Something just occurred to me. Now that Mason is dead, there's just one other person who knows anything at all about what happened to me in India. And that's you, Bill.
Ladies, make wash day easy as pie. Let new anti-sneeze Rinso do the hard work for you. You feel like singing when you see how fresh and clean Rinso gets your clothes. White things, snowy, washable colors, sassy and gay as garden pinks. Well, I'll just bet you anything you'll sing to yourself as you pin that Rinso clean, bright wash on the clothesline. So, lady, put a song in wash day. Get new anti-sneeze Rinso right away. Dr. Carroll pays a call on Ruth, and for the first time in his life isn't certain that he's welcome. Tomorrow, in the story of Big Sister, be sure and listen to Big Sister tomorrow.
The Jergens Journal featuring Walter Winchell. Mr. Winchell, whose famous column appears in the New York Daily Mirror and other newspapers with more than 25 million readers, is brought to you by Jergens, the lotion for soft, smooth, romantic hands.
And they said, wouldn't you like this jar of new Dryad deodorant free? A jar of Dryad deodorant free? Do they mean it?
Indeed, we do mean it. A regular 25-cent jar of new Dryad deodorant is offered to you free now when you buy a 50-cent bottle of your favorite Jergens lotion. Pay the usual 39 cents plus tax for Jergens lotion. Accept the jar of new Dryad deodorant as a gift. A lovely gift. New Dryad is the cream deodorant doctors, leading skin specialists approve. And Jergens lotion is the lovely hand care the Hollywood stars use. And it's finer than ever today. Save some money. Buy Jergens gift combination. Use today's Jergens lotion for just 2 weeks. If you aren't delighted, mail it back to the Andrew Jergens Company, Cincinnati 14, Ohio, and they'll return your money. You keep the jar of creamy new Dryad deodorant as your free gift. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Walter Winchell.
Attention, Mr. and Mrs. United States. The Russian delegation lost its fight to have the United Nations pass a resolution to jail all warmongers. Instead, the United Nations agreed to denounce and condemn warmongering. What is a warmonger? Was Paul Revere a warmonger? History doesn't call him that. Although if Paul hadn't made his ride that night in 1775, there certainly wouldn't have been any fighting. There wouldn't have been any United States either. The rest of this, ladies and gentlemen, is respectfully directed to Mr. Trigby Lee and the others at the United Nations, who nearly every Monday morning request copies of my remarks of the night before. It is very important to me that they listen carefully, because I may be denounced and condemned by the United Nations for what I will now say. Your Excellency and members of the UN assembled at Lake Success, when do I stop being a reporter and an American and become a warmonger? If some potential enemy or unfriendly foreign visitor is planning to hurt my country from the air or underground, and I know it, should I forget it or risk being held up to scorn and public ridicule by you of the United Nations? You may say to me, no, don't forget it. Just send what you have along to Washington. Someone you know in Congress, the Senate, the White House, the State Department, or the Department of Justice. But, Walter, don't get so excited and frighten the people of 48 states by telling them the truth. Well, Your Excellencies, I guess you'd better start practicing your very first warmonger condemnation. Because I am going to tell what I hear and know to the American people and not to anybody in official Washington. I'm tired and I'm done taking that 5 minutes after 4 o'clock every morning New York to Washington train without sleep to report things against the security of our country. I did that for 12 years, and I tell you most of the time, nothing ever came of it. Because there are too many men and women in and out of the White House, the State Department, Congress, and the Department of Justice who are either left, right, or indifferent. Therefore, I shall continue to report directly to the people and let the people take it from there. Mr. and Mrs. North and South America and all the ships at sea, is this news or warmongering? Let's go to press. Lake Success. The current issue of the magazine called United Nations World contains a most enlightening article by Admiral Zacharias. He reports that weapons now exist which could wipe off the earth every human being, animal, and all vegetable life. This American admiral, who distinguished himself during the war, added as follows, quote, "These weapons are being manufactured right now. They are not an American monopoly. Several nations are known to have them. They are," Admiral Zacharias continues, "of a bacteriological and biological nature," end quote. That, ladies and gentlemen, confirms in part what I reported a few broadcasts ago and for which some sources denounced me. Tokyo. The reason behind the Russian government's offer for withdrawal of all troops from Korea is simple. A packaged revolution is all ready. Communists would seize the Korean government within a month. Mexico City. The Comintern will open a big drive in Latin America, charging the United States with mistreating American Indians on U.S. reservations. The fact is that our Indian affairs sadly need correction. Washington. The State Department is deeply concerned about the activities of the Polish and Yugoslavian culture representatives now touring the United States. Stockholm. Sweden, it appears, bet on the wrong horse. Expecting an American depression, Sweden tied herself up with Russian economy, and now Sweden needs American help to fill her Soviet orders. Belgrade. The biggest double talk and laugh, perhaps, of the week was this. Two top Russian leaders flatly contradicted each other. In Moscow, Mr. Molotov told the anxious, helpless Russian people that the atomic bomb was no longer a secret. In Belgrade, Russia's Mr. Zadnov told a Cominform meeting that America had a monopoly. Obviously, there is no monopoly in Russia on lying. Moscow. Last Sunday night, I told you how to recognize the communist over here. Because, among other ways, I said a commie believes that Stalin is infallible. The other day, according to the dispatches in all the newspapers, 26 million Russian youth not only thanked Stalin for their lives and education, but they said the son should be called Joseph Stalin, quote, because Stalin is the son of the earth. Son of the what? Buenos Aires. Dictator Perón's plan of courting Italian emigration has turned into a laughable international scandal. The first boatload of so-called laborers there turned out to be very wealthy Italians disguised in overalls. Dictator Perón, who shuts down independent newspapers and jails liberal university profs and students, met these phonies at the pier. The Washington ticker. The State Department has turned down the request of a dozen Harvard students to visit Yugoslavia. These students are boiling as no reason was given. I assume they wanted to see for themselves what the newspapers have stated about Tito and his alleged no-commie alliance. The Navy Department. When Admiral Nimitz retires, his successor as Chief of Naval Operations will be Admiral D.C. Ramsey. He's an airman, too. Washington. The Civil Rights Committee. Members are privately applauding John Edgar Hoover, the G-Man, for a magnificent job of protecting civil rights. Why privately? The White House. The Inner Circle and Congress will clash on the administration of the Marshall Plan. The White Houses want a government agency. The Republican leaders want a corporation. There will be voted, I am told, interim aid for Europe. Mr. Winthrop Aldrich, the chairman of Chase National Bank, is a very big factor behind the scenes. Washington. The administration will demand universal military training in the January session. Arlington. The price of our free press, the American newspaper, which reminds you that Tuesday next is Armistice Day, is usually a nickel or 2 cents. Plus 1.5 million wounded Americans and 350,000 Americans killed in action. To every young American, your country is quietly calling for help. See the Enlistment Bureau in your community for details. Mr. Jergens, the front page story in today's New York Herald Tribune that a German army of 1.5 million men was organized in Russia was reported by the Jergens Journal editor about a year ago.
Pardon me, Mr. Winchell. I'd like to insert something in the classified columns of the Journal.
Henry Morgan, I've heard you on the radio.
Thanks a lot. I'd like to read this if you don't mind. Situation wanted male. Young comedian will be unemployed December 3rd. Prospective sponsors, please contact Henry Morgan, care of the Jergens Journal. Thanks very much.
Well, I hope you get a sponsor, Henry. And now, Mr. James Banner for Jergens.
I wonder, after I get married, should I keep on with my job?
Well, that is a problem. It takes some doing to manage a household and a job, but one thing is sure. You can do dishes and laundry and your housework and still have lovely hands. Depend on Jergens lotion. Today's Jergens lotion protects your hands longer than ever against kitchen work roughness. And thanks to recent skincare research, today's Jergens lotion makes your hands feel softer and look smoother than ever.
Then I guess lots of married girls use Jergens lotion.
They certainly do. Young marrieds use Jergens lotion nearly 4 to 1 over any other hand care in the world.
I know. My married sister always uses Jergens. She keeps an extra bottle in her kitchen.
That's a smart idea. It saves time and reminds you to use your Jergens lotion regularly. That's the secret of nice, soft hands. Regular use of today's Jergens lotion. Still 10 cents to $1 plus tax. Don't disillusion that young husband of yours. Have the dearest, softest hands like other smart young marrieds. Always use Jergens lotion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Walter Winchell.
Ladies and gentlemen, husbands, wives, sweethearts, and boys and girls. Here's your chance to get your mother, wife, or yourself a $10,000 mink coat, brand new. The $10,000 mink coat is a gift to the Damon Runyon Memorial Fund by the Associated Fur Manufacturers Incorporated. Just send $1 to help the Runyon Committee fight cancer and submit an original definition of a communist in 20 words or less. The Runyon Fund Committee is the final judge of the best and original definition of a communist in this contest of skill. The contest closes Saturday midnight, December the 13th, 1947. And the person submitting the best definition of a communist will be announced by Santa Claus on my broadcast of Sunday night, December 21st, 1947. Just in time to give your mother, wife, sweetheart, or yourself a Merry Christmas. Now listen carefully, please, to the address. Runyon Cancer Fund, Care Postmaster, New York City. Please, don't disqualify yourself and don't send it to me or any radio station or newspaper, because that will disqualify your entry. Send $1 to help fight cancer and your definition of a communist only to the Runyon Cancer Fund, Postmaster, New York City. To the Los Angeles Herald Express, Jack Briskin, the head of the Revere Camera Company of Chicago, sent me $25,000 yesterday for the Runyon Cancer Fund. He is Betty Hutton's father-in-law. Thank you very much, Mr. Briskin. Attention, Oregon, West Coast shipping. Astoria, Oregon. 2 more Japanese mines have washed ashore on Oregon beaches. The commandant of the 13th Naval District warns all coast shipping to be on the alert while in Pacific Northwest coastal waters. And that, ladies and gentlemen, winds up another Jergens Journal. Until next Sunday night at the very same time. Until then, and with lotions of love, I remain your New York correspondent, Walter Winchell, who leaves you with this. Russia keeps cursing Americans for being capitalists. They'd sure be in a heck of a fix if we were paupers. Good night.
Everyone is talking about the new look in fashion, a soft, ladylike look. And Jergens meets this fashion trend with a new, frankly feminine makeup color, pink frosting in Matchmates. Do try pink frosting powder. You'll be amazed at how a soft undertone of pink brings instant enchantment to your complexion. And try pink frosting lipstick across your lips. It's the new bright light shade for the new look. It's a wonderful makeup shade for the colors in fashion this fall and winter. You'll find pink frosting powder and lipstick together in the large Matchmates box at $1. Or try pink frosting powder in the 10-cent and 25-cent sizes. Yes, have the romantic new look with pink frosting. Next week, another edition of the Jergens Journal with Walter Winchell. And now be sure to remain tuned for Luella Parsons' 15-minute program featuring his guest Joan Crawford, which follows immediately. This is Jim Bannon speaking.
Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Gillette's Cavalcade of Sports is on the air. From Sportsmans Park in St. Louis, Gillette presents the 15th annual All-Star Baseball game between top-ranking players of the American and National League. Hello, everybody. This is France Locke with Mel Allen and Jim Britt greeting you for the Gillette Safety Razor Company, maker of Gillette razors, blades, and shaving cream. Gillette is your radio host when outstanding sports events such as today's Classic, the World Series, and Kentucky Derby occur throughout the year. Now, this is the second time that the All-Star game has been played here at Sportsman's Park. You'll remember that back in 1940, the Cardinals were the host club. This year, the St. Louis Browns of the American League are the host club. And our hats are off to Mr. Muckerman and DeWitt because they have everything in tip-top shape for this afternoon's ball game. They've even managed to get in a good word with the weatherman because this morning it was raining here in St. Louis, and the weatherman forecast cloudy weather with showers. But we're happy to say that right at the moment the sun is shining very brightly. However, there is a few clouds in the sky, but we have high hopes that we'll have an ideal afternoon for this ball game. The two clubs have been out on the field for some time. The American League club was out first, have gone through their batting practice, and at the moment the National Leaguers are taking theirs. And the clubs, we might say, have sent quite a few souvenir baseballs into the stands, and it looks like that it's going to be a capacity crowd here this afternoon. The tickets to this All-Star game have been sold out for weeks. The only thing that you've been able to buy for the last 3 or 4 days have been standing room tickets only. So if everything turns out okay, it's going to be a packed house, and even a larger crowd than attended the All-Star game here back in 1940. You'll remember in that particular game that that's one of the few times that the National League has won in the All-Star contest, and that was the first shutout that happened in All-Star play. In the very second inning, Max West hit a home run with 2 men on, and then they went ahead to score another run along in the 8th inning, and it was 4-0 in favor of the National League. You know, this game originally was started through the efforts of Mr. Arch Ward, a sports editor of the Chicago Tribune up in Chicago, the same man who originated the idea of the All-Star football game. And it's been carried on ever since, with the exception of 1945, when the game was out due to the fact of wartime travel. And since it originally started, the American League has won 10 of these victories, with the National League only winning 4 times. There's been 2 of the All-Star games that have been played at night. One was a twilight contest. All of the others have been afternoon games. And as you reminisce and look around, you'll see that only 3 players are actually active as players today from the group that originally participated in the All-Star game way back in 1933 at Comiskey Park in Chicago. And that happens to be Joe Medwick, Archie Vaughn, and Schoolboy Rowe. Of course, there's quite a few others around that are coaches at the present time, but we mean fellows that are actually still playing baseball. We'll sort of skimp over some of the scores of the game since the All-Star League started to sort of bring you up to date. You'll remember that back in 1933, the American League team won by a score of 4-2. Then the following year, the game was moved to the Polo Grounds in New York, in which the American Leaguers again won by a score of 9-7. And that's the particular series that Lefty Grove, or rather Lefty Hubble, Carl Hubble, gave his great exhibition of pitching when he struck out 5 of the greatest hitters in the game in a row. In fact, I believe he had 6 strikeouts in the 2 innings. And when he walked off the mound at the Polo Grounds, the stands really rocked from the ovations that he received. Then there was the game of 1935 at the Municipal Stadium in Cleveland, and the American League again won by a score of 4-1. In 1936, at Braves Field in Boston, That was the first win for the National League. The score in that particular game was 4-3 in favor of the National Leaguers. The next year, 1937, the game was played at Griffith Stadium in Washington, and the American Leaguers won by a score of 8-3. And you'll remember in that particular game, that is the game where Dizzy Dean, while pitching for the National Leaguers, was hit on the toe by a line drive off the bat of Earl Averill. And we might say that that was really the start of the downfall of Dizzy Dean's pitching career, because he came back and tried to pitch before the toe was in shape, and naturally he threw the ball while off balance, and it eventually hurt his arm, and he never did get over it. The game of 1938 was played in Crosley Field, Cincinnati, and that was the second win for the National League. They came out on top in that particular contest by a score of 4-1. In 1939, Yankee Stadium in New York, and the American Leaguers won out by a score of 3-1. The game of 1940, as we mentioned earlier, was played right here at Sportsmans Park, and the National League won their third contest by a score of 4-0. In 1941, the game was played at Briggs Stadium in Detroit, and that was another contest that had a dramatic finish when Ted Williams hit one right at the tail end of the game to break up the contest. And then in 42 at the Polo Grounds, the American League won 3-1. A night game at Philadelphia in 43, the American Leaguers won 5-3. A night game in 44 at Forbes Field, Pittsburgh, the National League won their last contest 7-1. No game in 1945. In 1946, at Fenway Park, Boston, the American League won by a score of 12-0. And then in 1947 at Wrigley Field, the American League won by a score of 2-1. There are 28 American Junior Legion baseball players, who are graduates of Junior Legion baseball, participating in this All-Star Classic here today. I believe there's about 17 on the American League and 10 on the National League, if we remember correctly, on the dope. The groundkeepers are out now, manicuring the infield, getting the diamond in shape for this afternoon's game, and the two respective pitchers are starting to warm up. We'll run over the lineup hurriedly for you, and then Jim Britt, who will do the play-by-play on the first 4 1/2 innings this afternoon, will check them with you a little later on. For the National League, Richie Ashburn of Philadelphia in center field. Red Chaney of the St. Louis Cardinals, second base. Stan Musial of the Cardinals in left field. Johnny Mize of the New York Giants at first base. Amos Slaughter of the Cardinals in right field. Andy Pasco of the Chicago Cubs, third base. Walker Cooper of the New York Giants, catch. Pee Wee Reese of the Brooklyn Dodgers at short. And Ralph Branca of the Brooklyn Dodgers will be the starting pitcher. In the American League, Pat Mullen of the Detroit Tigers, right field. Tommy Hendrick of the New York Yankees, left field. Lou Boudreau of the Cleveland Indians at short. Joe Gordon of the Indians at second base. Walter Hoot Evers of the Detroit Tigers, center field. Ken Keltner of the Indians, third base. George McQuinn of the New York Yankees at first base. Buddy Rozar of the Philadelphia Athletics will be the catcher. And Walter Masterson of the Washington Senators will be the pitcher. Masterson has won 6 ball games and lost 6. Ralph Branca has won 10 and lost 6. The umpires, Charlie Berry of the American League, will be working behind the plate. Bill Stewart of the National League at first base. Paparella of the American League at second base. And Beans Reardon of the National League at third. Now these men will alternate. That is, Berry and Reardon will alternate from after 4 1/2 innings. Berry will go down to third, and Reardon will come into the plate, the way we've been informed. And the same thing applies to the 2 umpires working at first and second, Paparella and Stewart. And now, doing the first 4 1/2 innings of the play-by-play this afternoon, a man who hardly needs any introduction to you baseball fans. Up around Boston, he does the home games of both the Boston Braves and the Boston Red Sox. I believe this is his 4th All-Star game. You've also heard him on World Series play. None other than Jim Britt. Come in, Jim.
Thank you, Franz. Good afternoon, everyone. In just a moment, I suspect we shall have the national anthem, and then the baseball festivities will get really underway. But before that, I would like, even before he comes in for the last 4 1/2 innings of the play-by-play description of this Gillette-sponsored 1948 All-Star Major League Baseball game, to present Again, my colleague Mel Allen, whose broadcasts of the New York Yankee games during the regular season are so popular throughout the metropolis. Mel?
Hello there, everybody. Jim, it's real swell to be working with you again. And incidentally, we're getting ready to get underway, and I don't want to take up any more time than necessary. I'll be back a little bit later on for the last half of the game. But it is interesting to let you fans know that Commissioner Chandler made the statement. He said, even though it isn't very likely, he said, in the event the ball game is tied up and it becomes dark, he said, we're going to turn on the lights and keep playing until the ball game has reached the conclusion. So if you folks got any plans ahead for the evening, I'd suggest you kind of hold them in abeyance, because you never can tell. We'll have to play till midnight. Okay, Jim.
Well, come Miss Planes or Miss Trains, this ball game is going to go to a conclusion. But now, before it gets underway, we pause for station identification. Remember, men, look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem. Before Richie Ashburn, the sensational young Philadelphia Phil center fielder, steps into the batter's box to await the first pitch of the spectacled Walter Masterson of the Washington Nationals, let me repeat for you the starting batting orders. For the National League, Ashburn of Philadelphia, center field. Shane Dean of the Cardinals, second base. Musial of the Cardinals, left field. Mize of the Giants, first base. Slaughter of St. Louis in right field. Pafko of the Cubs, third base. There goes Bert Schotten's first pitch, and it is taken by Buddy Roser. And Buddy then flips it back to Bert Schotten, who piloted the Brooklyn Dodgers to their 1947 National League Championship. And Commissioner A.B. Chandler autographs the ball and insists that Bert keep it. In the National League, after Enos Slaughter, who will play right field and bat in the number 5 position, if you're scoring the game, mark down the name of third baseman Andy Pafko of the Chicago Cubs. In the number 7 position, catcher Walker Cooper of New York. At shortstop, Pee Wee Reese of Brooklyn, and the starting pitcher Ralph Branca of Brooklyn, number 13. He flaunts superstition with it and has a record of 10 victories, 6 defeats for the Bums of Ebbets Field. The Bums, of course, is a term of affection and endearment bestowed upon the Brooklyn Dodgers by one of the most rabid sets of baseball enthusiasts in the nation. Defensively, Pat Mullen will be in right field for the American Leaguers. Hoot Evers of Detroit, his teammate, will be in center field. Tommy Henrich of the Yankees in left field. And the infield will be McQuinn of New York, Gordon of Cleveland, manager Lou Boudreau of Cleveland, Keltner at third, and the battery Masterson and Rosar. Ashburn, a blonde left-hander, is up. And the first pitch is a ground ball that goes into the glove of Gordon. Gordon throws to first, can't get him. A magnificent play by Gordon, who went back to first base, made a cross-handed stab, left high off the ground, and he fired it. He went back of second base, fired to first base, but the throw was so high that McQuinn was taken off the bag, and the official scorer rules base hit. Red Shane formerly of Germantown, Illinois, now of St. Louis, and is up. He's a switch batter, batting left. Foul ball. Right back. Strike one. Masterson tried to powder over a fastball. This is Ashburn's first All-Star game. He entered it with a batting average of .351. He is the second highest batter in the National League, and of course that is his first All-Star hit. One of many to come, I'm certain. Shane Dean stands straight away. Ashburn leads off. There he digs for second base. Here's the throw from Roser to Boudreau, and it goes over second base, backed up by Gordon, and it's a steal for Ashburn. The count is ball one, strike one, and it is a stolen base for Richie Ashburn. In the National League, he just gives opposing pitchers fits. So now, third baseman Ken Keltner is laying in just a bit in the event of a bunt. Mel Ott, the manager of the New York Giants, is the first base coach. He came up under the great John McGraw. Eddie Dyer, the manager of the St. Louis Cardinals, is coaching at third. Charlie Berry, the plate umpire. Ashburn is on second base, taking a good lead. The pitch to Shane Deans. There's a ground ball that goes down the third base line, an unassisted put-out. The first base line, an unassisted put-out is made by George McQuinn, and Ashburn moves up. Ashburn is on third with just one out. And one of the great St. Louis Cardinals stars of St. Louis baseball history, Stanley Musial, comes up with a current season's average of .403. His All-Star average is down to .182. This is his fifth All-Star game. And the outfield moves around to the right. The infield pulls in to try to cut off the run. Masterson pitches. Strike call, fastball. That just bit the inside corner of the plate. The temperature is somewhere in the upper 80s. The humidity is high, but it's the kind of a baseball day the players profess to prefer. Here it comes. Foul ball. That one caromed off the left shin guard of Buddy Roser into the first base stands. And the count is strike two. Big Johnny Mize, who is the veteran of the National League All-Stars, playing in his 8th game today, is near the on-deck circle. Ashburn takes a conservative lead off third base. The deepest of the infielders is second baseman Joe Gordon, who's playing about 20 feet to the right of second base. Masterson pitches. There goes a long drive to right center field, and that looks like a home run. It is. 2-0. Stanley Musial just walloped an enormous home run atop the right center field stands. And all the center fielder Hoot Evers could do was watch as Ashburn scored ahead of him from third, and the National Leaguers lead 2-0. Here's Big Johnny Mize with a season's average of .283. Inside, ball one. The National League has drawn first blood. Victor in only 4 of the previous 14 All-Star games. Leo DeRocher's crew has struck swiftly in the first inning. The pitch. Strike call. A slow curveball. That's coasted over belt high. The ball was atop the right center field stands, just to the left of the 354-foot mark. Musial's drive. There's a fastball low. 2-1. Bucky Harris plans to follow Walter Masterson with Vic Raschi of the Yankees and Joe Coleman of the A's. There is no warm-up pitcher. The outfield is deep to the right, so is the infield. There's a ground ball, and that one goes right by Gordon into center field for another base hit. It was between Gordon and second base, and Mize has the third National League hit. That will enhance his batting average in the All-Star game, which had been only .176. The enthusiastic welcome was for one of the great players of National League history, Enos Slaughter of the St. Louis Cardinals. He's playing right field in this batting order and has a batting average for the season of .314, an All-Star game average of .250, and this is his 5th appearance in All-Star Spangles. The outfield a little to the right of straightaway, the left side of the infield in, and there is a curveball right over the outside corner to a left-handed batter for strike one. Country Slaughter, as he's better known. and his throw will forever be remembered to cut off a Red Sox run in the World Series of 1946, as will his mad dash from first to score on Walker's single. Ball, 1-1. Slaughter was one of the heroes of that 1946 World Series, as was Harry the Cat Brackeen, who won 3 ball games. Masterson stretches. Mize leads off. There's one in the dirt. It gets by Roser. Mize goes to second base. And we're awaiting the decision of the official scorer. Wild pitch or pass ball. A pass ball is the ruling. So Roser is charged with a battery error. And for the third time, the National Leaguers have a runner on second base. Now the left side of the infield goes back just a little. The right side, with Joe Gordon, the second baseman, deep, waits for the pitch. Slaughter digs in, and it's low and outside to make it 3-1. And there, hustling out to the bullpen, is Yogi Berra. He may be sent out to warm up Joe Dobson of the Boston Red Sox. Berra just carried the message. John Schulte is doing the warming up. The official scorer just changed that pass ball to a wild pitch. So it is a battery error charged to Masterson, not to Roser. 3-1. Ball 4. That was a little too high. It seemed to catch the corner, but it was up around the neck. A base on ball for Slaughter. Masterson has runners on first and second with 1 out, and Andy Pasco, the Chicago Cub third baseman, up with an impressive .342 batting average. This is his second All-Star game. In the first one, he had 1 hit and 2 trips. He's a right-hander. Dan Musio's first All-Star game home run gave the National Leaguers a 2-0 lead in the first inning. Now there are 2 on with 1 out. The pitch to Pasco. There's a ground ball. That goes to Keltner. He steps on third, flips to first, and the throw is not in time as it hits the dirt, bounds into McQuinn's glove. So it is a forced play on Johnny Mize at third base. Keltner unassisted, with Slaughter moving to second base on the fielder's choice, and Pasco reaching first. A good throw by Keltner would have retired the side, but the ball bounded in the dirt about 10 or 15 feet in front of McQuinn. Walker Cooper of the New York Giants, the catcher and the number 7 batter for the National Leaguers in the first inning, comes up. He has a season's average of .257, but an impressive .385 All-Star mark. This is his 6th All-Star game. He's a big, husky right-hander. Outside, ball 1. You'll be interested to know that his brother Morton pitched an exhibition game for the New York Giants last night against Buffalo, allowed 2 hits and only 1 run in 4 innings, and the Giants won the ball game 8-3. Masterson pitches. There's a ground ball. It goes to Keltner. Keltner elects to make the play to second base to Gordon, and Pasco is forced going in 5-4. So it's another fielder's choice to wind up the first inning with 2 National League runs on 3 hits, no errors, a base on ball, 2 runners left. National League 2, American League nothing. Baseball has yet to produce a more forceful figure than the late John McGraw, who was supreme in his field for over 2 generations. When leadership endures years on end, you may be sure it's based on exceptional merit. Take the Gillette Blue Blade, for example. It continues to be number 1 in popularity because it's number 1 in shaving performance. No other razor blade is as sharp, smoothly finished, or long-lasting. Now, to enjoy extra convenience at no extra cost, buy Gillette Blue Blades in the modern Gillette dispenser, which deals them out one at a time, unwrapped, ready for any Gillette razor. The dispenser holds 20 blades, 40 superlative shaving edges. You pay only 98 cents, price of the blades alone. Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. The score is National League All-Stars 2, American League All-Stars nothing. Going into the last half of the first inning, Pat Mullen, the Detroit Tigers, who is playing right field in this batting order, will face Ralph Branca, a 10-game winner for Brooklyn. thanks to Ashburn's single, stolen base, and infield out, and Musial's first All-Star Game home run, the National Leaguers lead 2-0. Branca gets set. Mullins' batting average for the year is .297. Outside, ball one. This is his first All-Star Game, by the way. The coaches are Charlie Dressen and Red Corridon of New York. Dressen at third base, Corridon at first base. Branca pitches. Swing and a miss. Branca fired a fastball. It was belt high. At third base for the National League, Andy Pafko, shortstop Pee Wee Reese, second base Red Shanedean. He injured himself, slid a few times before today's game, indicated his readiness to play, and the first baseman is Big John Mize. The outfield, Musial, Ashburn, and Slaughter. The pitch. High outside, a fastball. 2-1. Every seat is sold out here at Sportsman's Park. And the weatherman has been good enough to cooperate to the extent of giving extremely hot weather, but rainless. Here it comes. Foul ball. Almost in the booth to our left. And then it rattled right down into the first base stands. The count, 2 balls, 2 strikes. This is old home week, so to speak, for baseball. You come to an all-star game, as is the case with the World Series, and you see baseball characters whom you admired when you were a kid, who have drifted away from the game, many of them. Many of them are still with it. The pitch. There's a foul ball. And it bounced back down again. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Joe Cronin, who long since hung up his number 4 with the Boston Red Sox, had a chance to catch another one then. 2-2 the count. Third baseman Pafko is playing close. Strike 3, swinging. A fast curveball was thrown by Ralph Branca, and he strikes out Pat Mullen to open the ball game. The second batter is one of baseball's most underrated performers, in the opinion of many baseball experts. Tommy Henrich of Massillon, Ohio, on the New York Yankees. This is his third All-Star game. His All-Star batting average is .200. His season's mark, .250. He's a left-hander, uses a slightly closed stance, and he looks at a ball that comes in low. 1 ball, no strikes. Branca, a big, husky right-hander who has had a lot to do with the sudden surge of the DeRocher Dodgers recently. Swing and a miss. An easy swing at a fastball. It was difficult to determine whether Henrich tried to stop his swing or was intent upon swinging easily in order to loft the ball over the heads of the infielders. The outfield plays him to the right. 1-1 the count. The National League leads 2-0. Last of the first. None on, 1 out. High and wide. 2-1. It's 310 feet down the right field foul line to the stands, 351 down the left field line, and 423 to the flagpole in dead center field. Branca pitches. High. 3-1. Waiting his turn in the on-deck circle is the great manager of the Cleveland Indians. Three balls, 1 strike to count. Red Corridon, who is coaching down at first base, is anxious to have a base runner, so he'll have someone to chat with. The windup. Strike call. Branca threw a moderate fastball that caught the outside corner. Henrich's rear foot is almost outside the batter's box. His heel touches, his toe is out. The payoff pitch coming up. Branca studies the sign of his catcher. Here it is. Strike 3. He's called out on strike. But Henrich was under the impression that he had not completed the swing, and Lou Boudreau is arguing with Charlie Berry. Henrich was about a third of the way down the first base line when he was called out. There's the second straight strikeout for Branca, Mullen, and Henrich. Here is Lou Boudreau with a batting average of .355. He has an all-star batting average of .400, by the way, and has appeared in 5 games. He hit a 2-run homer in the all-star game at the Polo Grounds in 1942 to help send Mort Cooper down to defeat. And he hit it his first time up. He bats from that peculiar crouch of his, a right-hander. He let the curveball go by on the inside. He wasn't even set to swing that trip. 1 ball, no strikes. He is the only manager in either batting order. The pitch. Strike call. That fast curveball of Branca's came over knee high. 1-1. There will be an umpiring switch at the end of 4.5 innings, so that the umpiring is broken up, and each league has a man back of the plate. There's a ground ball that goes to the left of the mound. Reese comes in fast, picks it up, throws over to first. Mize gets it, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Ralph Branca. That play went 6-3. Reese to Mize. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left. And Leo DeRocher's own right-handed star, Ralph Branca, with a record of 10-6, is off to a most impressive start. In the first half of the second inning of this game, Pee Wee Reese, Ralph Branca, and Richie Ashburn will be the first 3 batters. At the moment, however, there is time, in the event you just joined this Gillette broadcast, to bring you up to date on the batting orders. For the National League, center field, Ashburn, Philadelphia. Second base, Shane Dienst, St. Louis. Left field, Musial, St. Louis. First base, Mize, New York. Right field, Slaughter, St. Louis. Third base, Pafko, Cubs. Catcher, Walker Cooper, New York. Shortstop, Reese, Brooklyn. Pitching, Branca of Brooklyn. Charlie Dressen, by the way, went out to the bullpen to deliver some information to Joe Dobson. And Dobson has started to warm up again. First up, facing Walter Masterson, is Pee Wee Reese. He fouls one back against the screen. The Kentucky Colonel, as he's better known, Pee Wee, another nickname, a little right-hander, former national marble champion. Swung at that first one as though he expected to have luck similar to that of Richie Ashburn and Stanley Musial. He has a season's mark of 300, no hits in 2 All-Star trips. Outside, 1-1. This is Pee Wee's 3rd All-Star game. And he sat through one of them in 1946 at Boston with his neck in a harness after it was suspected that he had fractured a vertebrae. Masterson throws. Swing and a miss. He took a good cut, went down to his right knee. Eddie Dyer and Mel Ott are the coaches at 3rd and 1st. It's a shirt-sleeve crowd here at Sportsman's Park in the 15th All-Star game. The game skipped 1945 because of wartime travel emergencies. Here it comes. High inside. 2-2. Not much wind blowing. It isn't a factor. Eddie Dyer is doing a little rooting down in the third base coach's box as Masterson winds up, delivers, strike 3, swinging. Pee Wee Reese becomes the first National League strikeout victim. And Big Ralph Branca starts the trek from the National League All-Star dugout on the right side or first base side of the diamond out to the plate, and he takes the bat, handed him by Richie Ashburn. And the big lad is given a good round of applause. He swings as he throws, right-handed. The National Leaguers have a 2-0 lead on the strength of Stanley Musial's 2-run first-inning home run. Here it is. There's a slow roller down the third base line. Keltner comes up with it, and he guns a throw to first base, and it is taken for the out. Keltner flips it over to McQuinn for a 5-3 out, 3rd to 1st, and with 2 men out in the first half of the second inning, Richie Ashburn comes up. In games in which the Philadelphia Phils have played, I have clocked Ashburn in 3.4 seconds going down that first base line many a time. And Ben Chapman is willing to put him up against any other base runner in either league. He's a toe-headed youngster who can run like the wind, a left-hander. He beat out a hit to Gordon his first time. There's the bunt, but it's fouled back. He's perfectly willing to pit his speed against that of any third baseman, shortstop, second baseman, or first backer in the business when it comes to pushing or dragging bunts. He already owns the game's first stolen base and has had an impressive All-Star game debut. Masterson pitches. There goes a high pop-up to deep shortstop. But the left fielder, Henrik, comes in, and he takes it. Lou Boudreau couldn't have reached it. And it's a pop-up to left field. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left. The score is National League All-Stars 2, American League All-Stars nothing. As plenty of you know, the greatest pitching exhibition of all time took place in 1905. That was the year of the all-shutout World Series. Believe me, the customers got their money's worth and then some. Yes, and so were you when you asked for the improved Gillette Super Speed Razor, the greatest shaving value ever offered. With this razor, you change blades instantly. Twist, it opens. Zip, it's loaded. Twist again, and you're ready to shave. To clean, simply loosen the handle, rinse, and shake. Make no mistake, this is a precision instrument, not a gadget. There's nothing to fit together, nothing to jam or clog. You save time, save fuss, and enjoy the swellest shaves ever. Ask for the improved Gillette Super Speed Razor with 10-blade Gillette dispenser. It's a big $1.50 value for only $1. Now we pause for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Number 4, Joe Gordon.
Going into the last half of the second inning with second baseman Joe Gordon, the cleanup batter, leading off for the American League. The National League All-Stars lead 2-0. Gordon is a right-handed batter with a .260 season's average, appearing in his 7th All-Star game. The outfield plays him to the left. Franca has 2 strikeouts so far and has faced only 3 batters. There goes a high fly ball towards left center field. Musial is over calling for it. And he takes it about 315 or 20 feet out. Gordon flies to left to open the second inning. Hoot Evers of the Detroit Tigers, the center fielder, up. He's playing the position that the fans wanted to see filled by the great Joe DiMaggio of the New York Yankees. But DiMaggio is injured to the extent that he will see limited service, if any. Evers has a season's average of .329, and this is his first All-Star game. He's a right-hander. A fastball inside, ball 1. There are 6 National League teams represented in this batting order at the moment, this defensive lineup. There's a drive down the left field line. Musial goes back, but he can't get it, and it is a home run. Hoot Evers homers to make it 2-1 National Leaguers. The records don't indicate whether any other American leaguer ever hit a home run his first time up. In an All-Star game, we're checking to determine whether or not the information is available, but Evers broke in with a bang. And it is 2-1 National Leaguers with 1 out in the second inning, and Ken Keltner, another right-hander, up. This is his 7th All-Star game. Ball 1, high inside. Keltner is one of the big reasons why the Cleveland Indians are in first place in the American League currently. His All-Star game average is .214. The pitch, high for ball 2, 2-0. Franca and Cooper, a Dodger and a Giant. 2 balls and no strikes. That drive was just to the left of the 358 mark. There's a foul ball that's drifting into the first base stands, and the count is 2-1. 2-1 the count. High, 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike. This is the sort of a baseball game where no one will be required to go the distance. The 2 managers will try to give as many of the fans' representatives an opportunity to play as they can. Here's the pitch. There's ball 4. Fastball inside and low. And Branca now is in a situation with another base runner. The first one, of course, went all the way around, Hoot Evers. George McQuinn, the veteran New York Yankee first stacker, comes up. His All-Star game batting average is only .125. This is his 3rd appearance. But his batting average for the Yankees this year is 268. He stands straight up in the batter's box with a closed stance, feet close together. The third baseman plays him in. Swing and a miss. He took a left-handed cut at a fast curve ball. At first base, Johnny Mize is holding the runner, Ken Keltner, very closely. Johnny Sane of the Boston Braves is warming up for the National Leaguers, a right-hander with 11 wins. Keltner leads off just a little. Here's the pitch, and there's a high fly ball going to center field. Ashburn has his eye on it all the way as he comes in to take it. There is the second out. McQuinn flies straight away to center field to Ashburn. Keltner returns to first base, and Buddy Roser comes up. Buddy is Mr. Connie Mack's catcher and is one of the mainstays of the Phenomenal Athletics, who, with one of the finest pitching staffs in either league, are knocking at Cleveland's door. Pafko came over to exchange a word of encouragement with the pitcher, Ralph Branca. This is Roser's third All-Star game. He has a season's average of 216, an All-Star record of 166. Low in the dirt, ball one. The possibility of a pinch hitter for Masterson suggests itself should Roser get aboard. Dobson is still warming up, and so is Johnny Sane for the National Leaguers. There's a throw to first, but Keltner danced back. Mize made no tag. The score is National League 2, American League 1. Branca delivers, and there goes a fly ball toward right field. Slaughter moves over toward the line. He takes it, and Roser's fly to right field retires the side in the last half of the second inning. 1 run, Evers' home run. No errors, just the 1 hit, a base on balls, and 1 runner left on base. So, at the end of 2 innings, the National Leaguers still lead by the narrowest possible margin, 2-1. The first 3 men up in the third inning for the National Leaguers will be Red Shanedean, Stan Musial, and Johnny Mize. Mel, did you suspect that it was going to be the National League that would unleash its power so quickly to take a lead, as has been the case?
Well, in an all-star game, when you get so many glittering performers together, you never can tell what's going to happen. And in this instance, and this is not any sort of an alibi, because in our position we see all teams, it doesn't make a great deal of difference. It's the outcome of the game. But the American League's power pitchers are not in action. Walter Masterson is one of the best. He worked Saturday, however, and was knocked out of the box after several innings, and perhaps wasn't in the best of shape for the game. Maybe didn't warm up enough, as you indicated. But incidentally, Jim, I just ran upstairs to the press box to check, and they're working further. Hoot Evers, who is Joe DiMaggio's substitute in this game, hit as many home runs at one time as that as DiMaggio had hit in 8 previous All-Star games, but it may not be the first time that a first man ever hit a home run the first time up. Max West did it in 39.
Here is Red Shanedean leading off in the third, and he fouls that first one away for strike 1. Well, one thing certain, Hoot Evers' debut in an All-Star game uniform will go down in the record books as one of the more memorable. Shanedean grounded out to first baseman George McQuinn, his first time up. Masterson winds up, fires it, and that's a curveball. Outside, 1-1. And now Vic Raschi is warming up for the American Leaguers. Dobson was to have been used in the event Masterson got into trouble, apparently. Walter pitches, and there's a high pop-up to the right side. A foul ball being chased by McQuinn. He goes through the coach's box, and he makes the catch directly in front of the National League dugout. Shanedean fouls out to first baseman George McQuinn. 1 out in the third inning for the National Leaguers, who lead 2-1. And the applause is, as you might suspect, for Stanley Musial of Donora, Pennsylvania. One of the most popular baseball players ever to come down the Major League pike. His season's batting average of .403 is the only Major League mark at the moment above .400. Masterson lost control of the ball. He held it, slipped off the rubber, I believe, didn't seem to have injured himself and never did deliver the pitch. If you were looking for a perfect balk, that would have been it had there been runners on. Now he throws. Outside, ball one. That was an oddity, but as far as the play of the game is concerned, it meant nothing, except that the crowd seemed to be delighted by it. Here it comes. There goes a drive to center field. It's sinking fast. The bat is broken, and it's in there for a base hit. That bat broke completely in half. He held the handle going down the first base line, and the rest of the bat flew out into the infield halfway between first base and the pitcher's mound for Musial's second hit and the fourth National League hit of the ball game. A single to center for Stan. He's on first, and Big Johnny Mize comes up. Mize single to center his last time. Here's the pitch. Strike called, a fastball. Mize single through the middle his first time. That was Musial's fourth hit in 13 trips to the plate in an all-star capacity. But this is the first game in which he has really started off impressively. Masterson pitches. There's a ground ball. That one goes over to Joe Gordon. Gordon to Boudreau. Boudreau fumbles the ball, and he is out at second base. He picked the ball up just in time to get Stanley Musial at second. But, of course, the double play opportunity went by the boards, and very nearly both runners were safe. It was a high-bouncing ground ball, a very slow one to the right of second base, and in the interest of the double play, Gordon decided to flip the ball over to Boudreau. Had a force play been required, he obviously would have made the play himself. So the force out on Musial at second base is 4-6. Gordon to Boudreau. Lou dropped the ball on the left field side of second, but picked it up just before Musial came sliding in. That chops Johnny Mize down to one hit and two trips, gives him first base by virtue of the fielder's choice as Enos Slaughter comes up. He hasn't officially been at bat because he walked his first time. Masterson stepped off the mound, off the rubber, just as the plate umpire Charlie Berry called time. The outfield is deep to the right. Boudreau is playing just 12 or 15 feet to the left of second base. Swing and a miss. Strike one. You may recall last year in the All-Star game at Wrigley Field that one of the great plays of the contest was a position play by Lou Boudreau at the expense of Slaughter. Left-handed Johnny Schmitz of the Cubs is warming up for the National Leaguers. A curveball outside, 1-1. It was indicated to me prior to the game by Eddie Dyer that Schmitz might be the second starter, the second pitcher, but he at that time wasn't certain. Masterson throws one, a fastball way outside, and the count is 2-1. The score, National League All-Stars 2, American League All-Stars 1. But it's in the early stages of a game that must go at least 9 innings. The weather looks good. Little prospect of rain. Here's the pitch. There's a ground ball that goes slowly down the third base line, and it is going to be an infield hit. Keltner had to let the ball roll. It rolled 90 feet right next to the bag. Mize went to second and was long since there, and Slaughter raced over first base down the right field line with a lazy little infield roller. Runners on first and second, and that is hit number 5 off the delivery of Walter Masterson. Keltner had no alternative because he never could hope to catch Slaughter at first. Dobson runs back out to the bullpen as Pafko steps in. He grounded into a force out his last time. He's a right-hander. Inside, ball 1. Last time at bat with Slaughter on second base. Pafko forced Mize at third. Mize on second base, rather, and Slaughter on first. Here's the pitch. Outside, and it's 2-0. Rashi continues to warm up. Dobson did not go out there for the purpose of replacing him. He had made a trip to the dugout and took a Turkish towel back out, which is a very useful implement on a day like this. Schmitz, a left-hander, still warming up for the National Leaguers. Masterson throws. There's a ground ball that goes to Gordon. Gordon flips to Boudreau, and the force on Slaughter winds up the inning. That one went 4-6. And in the third inning, no runs, 2 more National League hits, no errors, 2 runners left. The score is National League All-Stars 2, American League All-Stars 1. During his career with the Washington Senators, Walter Johnson pitched 7 opening day shutouts, a record no other pitcher has ever come close to matching. Unequal performance also explains the worldwide popularity of today's Gillette Blue Blade. No other blade on earth is as easy shaving or long-lasting. Now, folks, for extra convenience at no extra cost, buy Gillette Blue Blades in the handy Gillette dispenser. This puts 20 blades, 40 shaving edges right at your fingertips. There's an unwrapped blade for any Gillette razor. These blades reach you factory sharp and stay that way until used. You pay only 98 cents, the regular price of 20 blades. Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. The statistician in the press box has completed his checking and has found that Hoot Evers is the first American League All-Star ever to hit a home run his first time up. It was done previously by Max West of the National League All-Stars. Evers became the first American leaguer to hit a home run his first time up in his first All-Star game, but Max West did it on the National League side. Going into the last half of the third inning, with the National Leaguers leading 2-1, Mickey Vernon will bat for his teammate Walter Masterson. Mickey is a left-handed batter, and the first pitch by Branca is right over for a called strike. Vernon has a batting average for the season of .260. This is his second All-Star game. Outside, 1-1. Vernon has 2 previous at-bats in All-Star competition without a hit. Branca starts his windup, throws, and it's a half swing, but Mickey checked it and took one low. 2-1. Musial's 2-run homer accounts for both National League runs and Evers' home run for the lone American League tally. There's a foul ball off to the left. The count now is even up, 2-2. Meantime, Johnny Schmitz, Chicago Cubs southpaw, is bearing down in a warm-up capacity for the National Leaguers. This will doubtless be Ralph Branca's last inning on the mound, and Vic Raschi will replace Walter Masterson come the start of the fourth. Vernon waits. Outside, 3-2. And the count has been run out again. Tebbetts may be the new catcher because Yogi Berra just took over from Birdie and took Raschi's last few pitches. There's ball 4. Mickey Vernon gets aboard. A base on balls to Mickey puts him on first base in lieu of his teammate Walter Masterson. And Pat Mullen of Detroit comes into the batter's box. Pat struck out as the leadoff batter for the American League. Tommy Henrik comes out into the on-deck circles. The American Leaguers have the tying run on first base in the last half of the third inning. Third baseman Pat going close. High, ball 1. The National Leaguers are probably not certain of the tactics that will be used by Bucky Harris, but third baseman Pasco is playing close in the event of a bunt. There's the stretch. Ball 2 outside. It looked that time as though Mullen was just about to swing on it. 2-0. It's a good ball game, a 2-1 game. Last year, the American Leaguers won a close one. A game in which Johnny Mize homered. All 3 runs today have been the result of round trippers. Ball 3. Fastball high. And Branca says, new ball, please. Charlie Berry is quick to reply, and he gives Walker Cooper a new one. Sometimes there's a little roughness on a ball that a pitcher doesn't like, or a smooth spot. Or maybe it's strictly psychological. He just gets it into his mind that it's the baseball and not a temporary lack of control that is troubling him. And umpires are nearly always willing to oblige. In all cases, save where stalling seems to be a factor. Charlie Dressen is hollering over to first base where Mickey Vernon is ready to go. The pitch. Ball 4. Consecutive bases on balls to pinch hitter Mickey Vernon and leadoff batter Pat Mullen. That is the third base on balls given up by Ralph Branca. Runners on first and second. Tommy Henrik up. And now from the position of the National League infield, they believe that the stage is about to be set for a sacrifice because Mize and Tafko are close with Henrik up. Henrik bluffs a bunt, and there's a throw to second base. It bounds away from Pee Wee Reese. There's no advance on the part of either base runner, and Pee Wee is looking at a finger on his right hand as though it dented it just a little. His thumb, but it's trivial. He just looked at it, flicked it, and went back to his position. Branca has his back turned to the batter and seems to be working with his glove. He is soaking wet. It's a muggy day, excessively warm. Tafko is sneaking in toward the plate a little. Inside, ball 2, 2-0. Johnny Sane is warming up again. A moment ago, it was Johnny Schmitz, the southpaw. But either Leo Durocher has changed his mind, or he believes Sane is going to be a better fireman. He probably has earmarked Sane for a relief role. Strike called, a fastball over the inside corner. This is the first inning in which Branca has found himself in anything approaching serious trouble. He's pitching behind a 2-1 lead. And his previous only bad pitch was a home run ball by Evers. Strike called. That caught the outside corner, and the count is 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. His first time up, Tommy Henrik went down on strikes. He protested, so did Lou Boudreau, but the decision stood. Here it comes. Ball 3. He started a swing, checked it just in time, and the pitch broke into the dirt. And now the payoff pitch comes up with Mickey Vernon on second base, Pat Mullen on first base. Both of them fast on the bases. Chuck Dressen hollers something at Mickey Vernon. Red Corridan is coaching Pat Mullen. Here's the big one. Strike. A throw to third base is not in time. And it's a double steal. Henrik swung, missed, struck out to become Branca's third strikeout victim. But when the throw from Walker Cooper to third base was a poor throw and pulled Tafko over into foul territory, Mickey Vernon was able to slide in safely with a stolen base, and it is scored a double steal. Double steal. 2 stolen bases simultaneously. Give the American Leaguers an opportunity to go ahead in the event of a good solid base hit. On the other hand, a perfect throw there would have made a double play. Lou Boudreau up. He grounded out to shortstop Pee Wee Reese the last time. The possibility of a double play now is remote. Walker Cooper must be given an orchid because he is playing in the All-Star game at the wish of the fans with a very sore knee. He is not at his physical best. There goes a drive to right field that will mean a run. Slaughter makes the catch, and here comes the tying run to the plate, and the throw is not in time. It was thrown from deep right field. The other runner, Pat Mullen, held second base, and it is 2-2 as Boudreau flies deep enough to Slaughter in right field to allow Mickey Vernon to come home. Not even a throwing arm like that of Enos Slaughter was powerful enough to gun the ball in from his position, which was about 335 feet out in right field. That's the third run driven in for Lou Boudreau, and he has been in 5 All-Star games. Joe Gordon up. He teams with Lou to defend Cleveland's middle base, the Keystone sack, and they're one of the great combinations of all time. Gordon, his first time up, flied to left. The pitch. There's a ground ball. This one goes to Pee Wee Reese. Reese throws across the diamond to Mize, and Gordon is out 6-3. Reese to Mize. 1 run. No hits, no errors, 2 bases on balls, 2 stolen bases, and 1 runner left. At the end of 3 innings of play, the American League, 2 runs, 1 hit, 2 runners left. The National League, 2 runs, 5 hits, 4 runners left. Now we pause for station identification. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System. We of the broadcast crew are deeply indebted to the great hospitality of Sid Keener, the veteran sports editor of the St. Louis Star-Times, for the excellence of his cooperation and the thoroughness of his assignment of facilities for both the AM broadcast and the television coverage of this event. And incidentally, since the last time you and I were here, Mel Allen, for a game such as this, Sportsman's Park has had its face lifted and has been rebuilt to the point where now it takes its place among the finest baseball parks in the land. Don't you agree?
I'm with you 100% there, Jim, and the people here in St. Louis, both the Cardinal and Brown representatives, do all they can for the visiting firemen, and it's deeply appreciated.
We're going to have some changes in the American League roster. Vic Raschi is now doing the pitching for the American Leaguers, and Bertie Tebbetts has gone in to do the catching. The first man up will be Walker Cooper of the New York Giants. Raschi's record is 10-3. He's a right-hander, and his first pitch is a curved ball that breaks inside to a right-hand batter. Raschi is from Conesus, New York, 190 pounds, 6 feet 1, 28 years old. A big, husky right-hander. Low outside. Ball 2, 2-0. Cooper, his first time up, forced Patko with a ground ball to third baseman Ken Keltner. The new battery, Raschi of New York, Tebbetts of Boston. Here it comes. There's a foul tip right into Bertie's glove, and the count is 2-1. Tebbetts is a native of Nashua, New Hampshire, and a graduate of Providence College. Eddie Dyer continues to coach at third base. His son was working out, by the way, just before the ball game, Eddie Jr. Swing and a miss. Cooper went all the way down in the batter's box as he took a savage cut at a Raschi fastball. 2-2. For the while, at least, this will be Raschi's ball game since it's a tie score. There's a ground ball that goes to Keltner. He takes it down on a big hop, guns it across to McQuinn for the out. Walker Cooper goes out. Keltner to McQuinn. Third to first. Pee Wee Reese is waiting to bat. His first time up, he struck out. This is his third All-Star game. Reese is one of the most likable characters in baseball. He's from Louisville, Kentucky. He was born in Akron, Kentucky. Strike call. That was a fastball right down the middle. 1 man out on the top of the 4th. The National and American Leaguers tied 2-2. Raschi delivers. There's a ground ball that goes to Keltner, and he takes a vicious grounder, throws to first for the out. McQuinn came up with a nice stop on a low throw. That was one of the harder hit balls of the game. But Reese goes out. Keltner to McQuinn. 2 men are out, and we now have a pinch hitter, Frank Gustine of Pittsburgh. He has a batting average of .303 for the year. He's from Hoopstown, Illinois originally, but is a Pittsburgher now. Raschi's first pitch is low and away, ball 1. This is Gustine's third All-Star game. He hasn't had a hit in 3 times at bat, but he has a season's average of .303. Raschi winds up. Low. Ball 2, 2-0. Justine is one of the reasons why the Pittsburgh Pirates will continue to be a pennant contender this year. The pitch. Strike called. Curveball. 2-1. Currently, Pittsburgh is in second place. 5.5 games back of the Boston Braves. The outfield plays Justine deep and slightly to the left. The infield straight away. He uses an open stance. Swing and a miss. 2-2. Rashi is a strong, powerful right-hander with a good fastball, a good curve, and a very conscientious workman. Justine gets set for the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3, down in the dirt. Tebbets throws to first base, and McQuinn gets the put out on the play. It's a strikeout, but he had to be thrown out. 2-3, Tebbets to McQuinn. So Rashi's first inning is a 1-2-3 affair. At the end of 3.5 innings, the score is National League All-Stars 2, American League All-Stars 2. In baseball slang, as you know, a fast pitch that grazes a batter's whiskers is commonly called a Gillette. Do you know, however, that fast-acting Gillette shaving creams now contain K34, an amazing facial antiseptic? K34 does what no amount of scrubbing with ordinary soap and water can do. It destroys from 85 to 99% of dangerous bacteria on and beneath outer layers of the skin. What's more, the bacteria count stays down. The protection lasts from one day's shave until the next. This means that simply by softening your whiskers with Gillette brushless or Gillette lather and enjoying a smooth, refreshing shave, you end up with the cleanest face a man can have. Not just clean looking and clean feeling, but surgically clean. Enjoy this valuable protection. Ask for Gillette brushless or Gillette lather, a quarter. The new pitcher for the National Leaguers is going to be left-handed Johnny Schmitz of the Chicago Cubs. And his record is 8-9. He will face Hoot Evers, who homered his first time up. Strike called. It's a 2-2 ball game, and just as it is Rashi's to win or lose, for the while at least, so it is Johnny Schmitz's. The pitch, inside 1-1. Vern Stevens, who ranked behind Lou Boudreau in the balloting for American League shortstop, is warming up out in the bullpen. And Bobby Dorr, his second base teammate, is warming up with him. There goes a high fly ball towards left center field. Ashburn coming in, Reese going back. Reese waves everybody away, and he got it at the last instant. But there were a few oohs and ahs before it became certain that he would make the catch. Reese went out about 75 feet from his normal deep shortstop position. So Evers popped to 6. 1 out. Ken Keltner up. His first time up, Keltner walked. He has 1 of 3 bases on balls that were issued by starting pitcher Ralph Branca. A right-hander. Here's the windup. Schmitz pitches. There's a ground ball that goes down the third base line, labeled perhaps for extra bases. Musial fields it quickly. Keltner rounds and has to hold on with a single. A swell throw from Musial to Shane Dean. Holds that hit to 1 base. That's the second American League hit. And with any less quick fielding on the part of Stanley Musial, it would have been an easy double. George McQuinn up. He flied to center. That's the 4th All-Star game hit for Keltner, playing in his 7th. McQuinn is a left-hander. Schmitz steps back off the rubber, and that's the signal for Keltner to go back to first. That gives Ken 1 hit and 1 trip. He walked his first time up. It's a 2-2 game in the 4th inning. Fastball low. Ball 1. The game is nearing the halfway mark, at which time there will be the customary change of umpires. 1 ball, no strikes. Outside, ball 2. That was a hook. Wide breaking curve ball. The second base combination, Shane Dienst and Reese of the Cardinals and the Dodgers, is playing in a little, hopeful of a double play. Third baseman Pafko is in fairly close with a left-hander up. McQuinn waits for the pitch. There's a drive that goes into center field for a base hit. Keltner goes to second and holds up. Ashburn's throw is cut off by Reese, and the American Leaguer's third hit by George McQuinn puts runners on first and second with Bertie Tebbetts coming up. That was McQuinn's second hit in an All-Star game, and this is his third All-Star contest. So again, the American Leaguers have the tie-breaking run on second base. Bertie Tebbetts' batting average is .286, and this is his second All-Star game. In his last All-Star game, he went to bat 4 times, no hits. George uses an open stance slightly, bends his knees, and looks at one inside for ball 1. Keltner on second, McQuinn on first. Smith is having less luck in his first inning than Branca did in his. The game is tied 2-2. Here it comes. Inside. Ball 2, 2-0. Keltner goes back and tags up at second in routine fashion. Red Shane Dienst is playing fairly deep at second base, and Johnny Sane of the Boston Braves is warming up again. The stretch. Here it comes. Inside, 3-0. Schmitz has been pitching tightly to Bertie Tebbetts. Too close to the fist. Dorr and Stevens have both finished their warm-ups and have come back to the dugout. 3-0. Tebbetts is in a position now of waiting for one of the good ones that Johnny Schmitz must throw to avoid walking him. Here it is. Way outside. The bases are loaded. That's the fourth base on balls given the American Leaguers. And in a sense, that has been partially the undoing of the National League, because it has cost them their initial 2-0 and then 2-1 lead. The score is tied 2-2. The bases are filled, and Vic Raschi is the batter. Raschi is very workmanlike. He gives you the impression of quiet, modest, confident efficiency when he steps into the batter's box. Pee Wee Reese just had a word with Johnny Schmitz. They're opponents every other day of the year, but not today when the National League gets together in an attempt to upset the American League apple cart. There's a drive to left field for a base hit. It's 3-2 American League, and here comes another run to the plate. The throw is not in time. It's 4-2 with runners on first and third as Raschi upsets the dope and drives in 2 runs. Raschi, after swinging and missing 2 curveballs, found a pitch to his liking, singled sharply to left field, scoring Keltner and McQuinn and sending Tebbetts to third. Pat Mullen is being lifted for Joe DiMaggio. Eddie Dyer is coming out, and that may be the signal for the replacement of Johnny Schmitz with Johnny Sane, right-hander of the Boston Braves. There's the announcement, and that is the signal for a fresh burst of applause. And Johnny Sane is being called in for the National Leaguers. After hitting a line drive foul and then taking another ball, Raschi straightened out that foul ball that he had hit previously and hit a sharp line drive right over the head of third baseman Andy Pafko. Now there's a neat little mound of National Leaguers out on the mound. Red Shane Dienst and Johnny Mize are the only 2 who are not currently sharing in it. Reese comes strolling down off the edge, and John Sane is coming in from the bullpen. Sane has an 11-6 record for the Boston Braves. And this is all happening in the last half of the fourth inning. Thane has been in one previous All-Star game, and he was the losing pitcher, you'll recall, last year. In one inning, he allowed 1 earned run, 2 hits, struck out 1. But he was charged with a defeat. This is the 9th active appearance in an All-Star game uniform for Joe DiMaggio. He was chosen 10 times, but did not appear 1 time. This, of course, is his 10th season in baseball. He has been chosen every time. Johnny Schmitz has fared the worst of all the pitchers in the contest so far because there's just 1 man out, and the last 4 have reached. He got Hoot Evers on a pop-up. He quieted that home run bat of his. But then Keltner banged a single to left field. McQuinn followed with a single through the middle. Bertie Tebbetts got a base on balls. And then Vic Raschi hit a 2-2 pitch into left field to score Keltner from third base, McQuinn from second base, and send Bertie Tebbetts all the way around to third. This is the kind of a day, incidentally, when a pitcher needs no jacket at first base. What he really would like, in all probability, is a nice air cooling system that could be installed in his uniform to cool him down as he runs around. Joe DiMaggio gets sets. The big fellow has a .302 batting average for the season so far. He has a .219 All-Star game average, 7 hits, and 1 home run. He's driven in 2 runs previously. He's suffering from sore heels and sore knees, so could not see 2 active service. Johnny Thane broke his position on the mound, and Walker Cooper is going out to have a chat with him. Even though he is not at his physical peak, Joe DiMaggio is a frightening picture for almost any pitcher to contemplate. Far and away one of the great baseball players of all time. And he comes from a distinguished San Francisco baseball playing family. He stands straight away, erect in the box, waits for Sane's pitch. And there's a drive to left field. Tagging up at third base is Tebbett. Musial makes the play, and run number 5 scores. It was a line drive that was hit to left field, so the big fellow was driven in his 3rd All-Star run. And the American Leaguers have taken a 5-2 lead. Two men out. Tommy Henrik up. All 3 of those runs were charged to Johnny Schmitz in 1/3 of an inning. Tommy Henrik has struck out twice. DiMaggio is applauded as he goes back to the dugout, and now he can head for the showers. There's a drive down the right field line that is going to be close to fair territory. Foul ball. Enos Slaughter ran into one of the grounds crewmen who didn't get out of the way quickly enough. And as Slaughter put his arms around him, I think the gentleman served as sort of a bumper for him. I'm certain that he was considerably softer than that concrete wall. 1 strike. Raschi was well around second base on his way to third. The ball was foul by about 3 feet. Junior Stevens is in the on-deck circle to bat for Lou Boudreau. Henrik is a left-hander, and he hits a high pop-up. Pee Wee Reese is calling for it out on the skin of the infield to the left of second. He takes it, and that ends the inning. And it was a big inning, too, as Henrik popped up to Pee Wee Reese to end it. The American Leaguers came up with 3 runs in that frame on only 3 hits. There were no errors, 1 base on balls, the 4th, and there was just the 1 runner left. So, at the end of 4 innings of play, the American Leaguers have 5 runs, 4 hits, no errors, 3 runners left. The National Leaguers have 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors, and 4 runners left. Change in the American League lineup at the moment. At shortstop, Junior Stevens of the Boston Red Sox in place of Lou Boudreau. Bobby Doerr of the Boston Red Sox in place of Joe Gordon. And there will have to be a replacement in right field, Al Zarilla of the St. Louis Browns in place of Pat Mullen of the Detroit Tigers. Those three replacements swell to a total of 5, the American League replacements of the past inning. The American League batting order now: Zarilla, right field; Henrik, left field; Stevens, shortstop; Dorr, second base; Evers in center; Keltner at third; McQuinn still at first; Tebbetts catching; and Vic Raschi of the Yankees doing the pitching. The public address system announcer is acquainting the fans here at Sportsman's Park with a number of changes. And out in right field, 4 National Leaguers are beginning to warm up. Not pitchers. Bob Elliott is one of them, and they will doubtless go to other positions. Phil Macy, a catcher, is one of them. But meanwhile, Richie Ashburn, with 1 hit and 2 trips, leads off in the 5th. Raschi's first pitch is right over the plate for a called strike. Curveball. Raschi pitches. Strike 2. A called curveball. The American League leads 5-2 at the end of 4 innings of play. Clyde McCullough is another of the National Leaguers warming up. Buddy Kerr of the Giants is the other. The windup. High. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Eddie Dyer still coaching at third base, and Mellott doing the coaching at first base for the National Leaguers. The outfield is playing Ashburn a little to the left. There's a ground ball that goes to center field for a base hit. It went by Junior Stevens as he streaked over to try to knock it down, and Ashburn gets his second hit. That is the 6th hit for the National Leaguers. A single to center by little Richie Ashburn of the Philadelphia Phils, one of the rookie sensations of the year. Shane Dietz, the second baseman, up. He has grounded to first and fouled to first. A left-hander. There's a ground ball that goes foul down the right field line. And Buddy Kerr of the Giants turns around and fields that one. Flips it back to first base umpire Bill Stewart. 1 strike to count. The pitch, inside, a fastball that made Shane Dietz lean away from it. Stan Musial has driven in both National League runs with a 2-run homer. He and Ashburn have 2 hits each. Shane Dietz is looking for his first one. Curveball outside. Raschi seemed to lose control of that slow one, and the count is 2-1. No American leaguer has a total of 2 hits as yet. As a matter of fact, the American League run total exceeds its hit total. 5 runs, 4 hits. The pitch. There goes a high fly ball toward right center field. Zarilla comes in for it, and he makes the catch with Evers looking on. Right fielder Al Zarilla has taken Shane Dietz's fly ball, and here's Stan Musial again. And the National League fans are hopeful that he will repeat. Hal Newhouser ran out to the bullpen in left field for the American Leaguers, but probably to take a message. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 1. Musial has a 2-run home run and a single to center, 2 out of 2. Bob Lemon of Cleveland is warming up for the American Leaguers. Raschi takes a stretch. There goes a long, high fly ball to right field. Zarilla is running over, and it is a foul ball into the stands. That would not have been a home run because the screen stretches all the way over. Had it been in fair territory, it would have been as many bases as Musial could have made. The American League still clings to its 5-2 lead. on the basis of that three-run rally in the fourth inning, in which Vic Raschi swung the big bat. The count 1-1 on Musial. 1 out, 1 on. Strike call. Raschi slow curved him. One ball, 2 strikes the count. Johnny Shuley is warming up Bob Lemon of no hit, no run fame. Musial crouches, swings and misses. Strike 3. Pulled the string and threw a slow curveball that broke right down in the dirt. That is the third National League strikeout. It's the first time Musial's big bat has been silenced. Johnny Mize up. Johnny hit a home run in last year's game. He has 1 hit and 2 trips in this. He singled through the middle in the first inning, and in the third inning, his roller to Joe Gordon forced Musial. He's a big left-hander. The outfield moves deep. Outside, ball 1. Ashburn, in 2 leadoff capacities, has reached base safely, each time with hits. The National Leaguers are trying to overcome that 3-run deficit. The pitch. There's a ground ball that goes to Bobby Dorr. Dorr makes the play to first base. McQuinn takes it, and that's all for the National Leaguers in the 5th inning as Mize goes out, second to first. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left. And at the end of 4.5 innings of play, the score is American Leaguers 5, National Leaguers 2. While the fame of his immortal achievement grows with each passing year, no one knows the pitcher who struck out the mighty Casey. Just about everybody, on the other hand, can name the razor that fans out tough whiskers with the greatest ease and dispatch. Yes, you're right. It's the improved Gillette Super Speed razor that changes blades instantly. This razor has a notched positioning bar for use with the Gillette dispenser. Hook on a blade and it drops in place presto. Twist the handle and the razor closes. To clean, loosen the holder, rinse, and shave. Convenient? You said it. What's more, you get shaves that are shaves. Clean, smooth, and oh, so refreshing. No, it doesn't take a locksmith to make this razor work. Ask for the improved Gillette Super Speed razor with 10-blade dispenser, a big $1.50 value for only $1. And now, for the 4th time as an All-Star Game colleague, it is a privilege again to bring in Mel Allen, the popular broadcaster of the New York Yankees, whose voice you have heard many times on Gillette's All-Star and World Series broadcasts. Mel?
Hello there, everybody, once again. And before we get into action here in the last half of the 5th inning, with the American League leading by a score of 5-2, we see the whip, Ewell Blackwell, walking down to the National League bullpen. We have 2 changes in the National League defensive lineup. Bob Elliott has taken over at third base of the Boston Braves. Buddy Kerr of the New York Giants is at short. Red Chaindean still at second. Johnny Mize at first. Stan Musial still in left. Rick G. Ashburn in center. Enos Slaughter in right. And back of the plate, Phil Macy of the Boston Braves has replaced Walker Cooper. So those are your lineup changes, plus the umpire switch with Beans Reardon, who was umpiring at third base, taking over back of the plate, and Charlie Barry of the American League, who was back of the plate, taking over at third with the switch between first and second bases, which we'll pick up in a moment. Junior Stevens leading off, takes a curveball. It's over that outside corner for a called strike. Stevens went in to replace Lou Boudreau at shortstop, hitting .300 on the season. Junior is a right-hand hitter, knows this ballpark very well, used to play with the St. Louis Browns. Johnny Sain, the right-hander, throws a fastball, swung on and missed. Strike 2. This is Stevens' 4th appearance in an All-Star Classic. He's had 4 out of 10 for a batting average of .400. Joe Paparella is umpiring at first base now, and Bill Stewart at second as they switch too. So it's the National League umpire back to the plate right now. Johnny Sain's 2-strike pitch to Stevens. The curveball's over there for call strike 3. A beautiful hook that sailed right over that outside corner just below the shoulders. So Vern Stevens strikes out as we come into the last half of the 5th inning with the American League leading 5-2. That's the first strikeout recorded by Johnny Sain. And the fourth recorded by National League pitchers as starter Ralph Branca whipped 3 of the American Leaguers. Bobby Dorr, right-hand hitter up, takes high, ball 1. Bobby Dorr replaced Joe Gordon at second base. For Bobby Dorr, this is his 6th All-Star game. He's had 3 hits and 14 times at bat in previous classics. Holds that bat high off his right shoulder. In comes the pitch. Curveballs outside. Ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. The score, the American League 5. The National League 2. The outfield playing Bobby Dorr over toward left. He's a full hitter. He employs a wide-open stance. The infield shaded around toward third, and there was a hint of thunder, I believe. In comes the pitch now to Bobby Dorr. He takes strike called. That was a fastball over that outside corner, about letter high. It's a 2-1 count on Bobby Dorr. Johnny Sane, the third pitcher, employed by Leo DeRocha this afternoon. Sane in a relief role, relieving Johnny Schmitz. Here's the pitch. It's in there for called strike 2. Bobby started to swing, held up, but the pitch was in there anyway, sweeping curve. Johnny Schmitz was scheduled to have worked the middle 3 innings, the 4th, 5th, and 6th. He took over from Branca, who had worked the first 3 innings, giving up 2 runs and 1 hit. But Schmitz was knocked out of there in the 4th inning, and Sane came on to put out the fire. Now the pitch is swung on and missed. Beautiful curveball that Bobby Dorr swung at and missed, and it's strike 3. And Johnny Sane records his 2nd successive strikeout, and that's the 5th American Leaguer to go down on strikes today. Now coming up is Hoot Evers of the Detroit Tigers, who hit a home run in the 2nd inning to give the American League its first run. Popped out to short his last time up. The outfield playing him to pull. Infield shaded around toward third. Johnny Sane delivers over the outside corner for a called strike. And the big Boston Brave right-hander is showing some of the neatest pitching of the afternoon thus far. The American League out in front 5-2, last half of the 5th inning. Johnny ready, delivers, pitch it's just outside for a ball. Hoot Evers started off at it, held up, and plate umpire Beans Reardon called it a ball, and the count is 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, nobody on. Last half of the 5th inning, 5-2, favor the American League. The right-hander delivers. Here's a fastball that's over that outside corner for called strike 2. Johnny Sane, who was charged with the defeat in the 1947 All-Star game, coming on to do some wonderful pitching thus far. Bob Elliott at third, close to that line, halfway back. Sane ready. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Hoot Evers. Curveball's in there for called strike 3, and he strikes out the side. Johnny Sane strikes out the side in the last half of the 5th inning for one of the highlights of this 15th annual All-Star game this afternoon. And at the end of 5 innings of play, the score remains the American League 5, the National League 2. The American League 5 inning totals 5 runs, 4 hits, no errors, 3 left on. The National League 2 runs, 6 hits, no errors, and 5 men left on base. Before we go into the top half of the 6th inning, ladies and gentlemen, we pause for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. This is Mel Allen with Jim Britt and Franz Locke speaking to you once again from Sportsman's Park in St. Louis, Missouri, site of the 15th annual Major League All-Star Game. The sun is shining brightly. We're ready to move into the top half of the 6th inning, with the American League leading by a score of 5-2. Celebrities galore from among the Major League Baseball executives here. As we sweep around very rapidly, we can see Mr. Ford Frick and Mr. Will Harridge, the National American League presidents. Mr. Bill Beck and Hank Greenberg of the Cleveland Indians, Dan Topping, and George Weiss of the New York Yankees, Joe Cronin of the Boston Red Sox. And now we're ready for the 6th inning. Enos Slaughter takes a pitch in there for a called strike. Top half of the 6th. Slaughter walked and singled in his 2 previous appearances. Left-hand batter. Vic Raschi, a right-hander, throws. Pitch, fastball, inside. And the count is 1-1. Kenny Kelton is at third, in on the grass in the event of a bunt. Junior Stevens at short. Bobby Dorr second. George McQuinn first. Henrik is in left. Evers in center. Zarilla in right. In comes the pitch, and it's right down the middle. A fastball for called strike 2. Eddie Dyer coaching at third base. Mel Ott coaching at first. Joe Coleman of the Philadelphia Athletics, a right-hander, warming up in the bullpen with Yogi Berra catching him for the American League. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count on Slaughter. They play him to pull to right. Vic Raschi delivers. Slaughter swings and sends a little dribbler out to the mound. Raschi comes in, fields the ball near the first baseline, throws over to McQuinn in time, And there's one away for the National League in the first half of the sixth inning. Slaughter topping the pitch, saying little dribbler out toward the mound, which Rashi converted into the putout by way of George McQuinn. And now we have Bob Elliott stepping in to hit for the first time in the ball game, having replaced Andy Papko at third base. Member of the Boston Braves, a right-hand hitter. Won the Most Valuable Player Award of the National League in 1947. Elliott has been in 3 All-Star games with a batting average of 200. Right-hand batter. The pitch, curveball way outside for ball 1. Bob's had 1 out of 5 in All-Star game competition. The score, American League 5, the National League 2, first half of the 6th inning. Outfield playing him to pull. Around toward left. Rashi delivers. Fastball is just off that outside corner. Just missed it for ball 2. Vic Rashi came on to do the pitching for the American League after Walt Masterson had hurled the first 3 innings, walking 1, striking out 1, giving up 5 hits and 2 runs. Rashi struck out 2 thus far and has given up 1 hit. Hasn't issued any passes. It was a year ago that Frank Shea got credit for the American League victory. In comes the pitch. Swung on, lined solidly into the hole between third and short out in the left field for a base hit. Henrik comes up with the ball on a high bounce, throws on into second, and Elliott is on with a line single to left for the 7th hit of the afternoon for the National League. Coming up to bat now, another member of the Boston Braves, Phil Macy, who replaced Walker Cooper back to the plate. Macy, right-hand batter. He's been in 2 previous All-Star games, hasn't hit in 2 times at bat. Vic Rashi takes the stretch, 1 away. Elliott leads off first. Here's your pitch. Curveball outside, ball 1. We started to say a moment ago that Frank Shea was credited with the American League victory last year, a member of the New York Yankees, and at the moment, Vic Rashi is in position to be credited with the victory representing the New York Yankees again this year. Simply a matter of rotation of pitchers and situation of a ball game. Here's your delivery. Curveball is way outside. Bertie Tebbets blocked it beautifully to keep from being a wild pitch. And the count now on Phil Macy, a right-hand batter, 2 balls, no strikes. Ewell Blackwell of the Cincinnati Reds is throwing in the bullpen. Tommy Holmes of the Boston Braves is warming up out there. We'll see action shortly. Bob Elliott leads away from first base, 1 out. 5-2 favor the American League 6th inning. There's a pitch that's lined out into center field for a base hit. Taken on 1 hop by Hoot Evers. Holding up at second is Elliott as Evers fires that throw into third, cut off by Stevens at short. And the National League is beginning to stir here in the 6th inning as they come up with their 8th hit of the ball game. They've out-hit the American League now 8-4, but the American League leads by a score of 5-2, capitalizing on wildness in the 4th inning on the part of Johnny Schmitz, together with 3 solid base hits. Now Buddy Kerr steps up, batting in place of Pee Wee Reese, for whom he substituted at short. Buddy Kerr of the New York Giants, another right-hand hitter. Buddy Kerr's first appearance in an All-Star game. You've got Bob Elliott on second, Phil Macy on first. 1 out, 6th inning, 5-2 American League. And ominous clouds are looming back at center field. Here's the pitch. Inside and high, ball 1. In addition to Joe Coleman in the American League bullpen, you've got further activity. Bob Lemon is beginning to throw as Vic Rashi is showing a sign of weakening. 2 men on, 1 out, 6th inning, 5-2 American League, the National League threatening. Buddy Kerr up there, right-hand hitter, chokes his bat about 3 inches. Outfield step toward left. Your pitch is right over that inside corner. There's a throw down to second base, but it's knocked off by Vic Rashi at the mound as Bertie Tebbets bluffed the throw down there, but threw it right back to Rashi hard, and Bob Elliott went scooting back into second base as Bobby Dora had sneaked in behind him for a potential pickoff. All right, we're ready. Here's your pitch. Buddy Kerr swings and sends a dribbler down toward third. Kenny Keltner comes in, up with it, makes his play to first base to McQuinn in time for the out, with Elliott going to third and Macy to second. So Kerr is out. Keltner to McQuinn on a slow roll at the third. 2 down. Scheduled to hit is the pitcher, Johnny Sane. But certainly Leo DeRocher will now send up a pinch hitter. It's beginning to get very dark out here at Sportsman's Park, ladies and gentlemen. We can see rain way off in the distance. And not too far off in the distance. The wind is blowing those clouds in this direction over the ballpark. And the wind's beginning to blow around. Put some weights on your papers, fellas. And we may have rain here in any moment, at any moment. But, of course, it's already a full ball game. Gone 5 innings. We're going to have a pinch hitter for Johnny Sane. It's going to be Ed Waitkus of the Chicago Cubs, making his first appearance in an all-star game, a left-hand hitter. Eddie Waitkus coming up. Left-hand batter with 2 men on, runners on second and third. Waitkus, a boy from Cambridge, Massachusetts. Elliott on third, Macy on second, and Rain in the offing. Rain, go away, come back another day. Here's the pitch. Waitkus takes outside and high, ball 1. So the American League is being disturbed by the National League at the moment, though the American League leads 5-2 top of the 6th, and everybody's being disturbed by the threat of rain. Now the pitch comes in to Waitkus. He takes outside. Ball 2. The wind is blowing in toward home plate. And it is definitely raining about a half a mile from here. We can see it. And it's moving this way. Let's hope it holds away. Vic Raschi looks in to get the sign from Bertie Tubbets. Elliott leads off third, Macy off second, 2 out, 6th inning, 5-2, favor of the American League. Raschi gets the sign. Pinch hitter Ed Waitkus up there at the plate, a left-hand batter. Here's the delivery. And curveball inside for ball 3, and the wind is blowing hard and blowing those rain clouds this way. And the fans are stirring in their seats. And they're beginning to move from the bleachers to shelter. And the Sportsman's Park groundkeepers are getting ready to roll that tarpaulin. Vic Raschi into the windup. The 3-0 pitch to Waitkus. In there for a called strike. And what was a beautiful day up until this moment, or a couple of moments ago, is being turned into stormy weather on the banks of the Mississippi. 3 balls, 1 strike. Runners on second and third, 2 outs. Here's your pitch. Waitkus takes strike 2 call. A fastball that zipped over that outside corner above the knees. Now the pinch hitter steps out of the batter's box, rubs his hands together, moves back in hitting position. Elliott on third, Macy on second, 2 out, 6th inning, 5-2 American League. Here's the payoff pitch. Eddie Waitkus swings and fouls it off to the left of the plate, out of play into the lower stands. And the count holds at 3-2. Richie Ashburn, leadoff man, is on deck. Oh, Mr. Rain, please don't come this way. Hold off for at least another hour or so. Now the payoff pitch. Waitkus takes high, ball 4 in the National League. Got him loaded. That is the first base on balls given up by Vic Raschi. And the second pass issued by American League pitchers. Masterson walked 1 in his 3 innings. You got Elliott on third, Macy on second. Eddie Waitkus on first base, 2 out, 6th inning, 5-2 American League. And here's Richie Ashburn, who's had 2 out of 3, 2 singles, fly to left in his other appearance. And the pitch, Ashburn takes strike call, a fastball poured over there, letter high. Vic Raschi in a bit of a jam, goes to the Rosenbag, gives a little touch. Activity in both bullpens, Lemon and Coleman warming up in the American League bullpen. Blackwell for the National League. Bases loaded. Rain is on its way. The pitch. High outside, almost a wild pitch. Bertie Tubbets had to go far off to his left, reach way over his head to keep that one from being a wild pitch. Bertie calls time and walks out toward the mound to try and settle Vic Raschi down. The William and Mary boy, who was born in West Springfield, Massachusetts, now lives at Conesus Lake, New York, often referred to as the Springfield Rifle. On the mound with a count. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, bases loaded. Top of the 6th inning, American League leading 5-2, with the National League having the bases loaded and 2 down. And the pitch. Swung on and fouled back to the screen, strike 2. The wind is blowing at a terrific clip over toward left field. And blowing in toward the plate now as it quarters around. Elliott on third, Macy on second, Waitkus on first, 2 outs, 6th inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Richie Ashburn, the batter, left-hand hitter. Vic Raschi into the windup. Here's the pitch. And it's in there for called strike 3. Beautiful curveball. And Vic Raschi pitches himself out of the jam. So for the National League, no runs, 2 hits, no American League errors, and 3 big men left on for the National League. And the score at the end of 5.5 innings remains the American League 5, the National League 2. When I say he won 511 games during his pitching career, you know I'm talking about the all-time no-hit king. Yes, and when I tell you it has the sharpest edges ever honed, today's Gillette Blue Blade pops into your mind. Men, this blade fits your Gillette razor exactly. Its edges line up absolutely parallel and extend precisely the right distance. You avoid the irritation and discomfort caused by misfit blades and faulty shaving methods. For extra convenience, at no extra cost, buy Gillette Blue Blades and the handy Gillette dispenser. This contains 20 blades with 40 shaving edges. You deal them out one at a time, unwrapped, ready for any Gillette razor. Also, you pay only 98 cents, price of the blades alone. Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Coming in to do the pitching now for the National League and causing oohs and ahs as he fires that ball into the plate in his warm-up pitches is Ewell Blackwell, sensational right-hander of the Cincinnati Reds. The buggy whip. Tommy Holmes has gone into right field, replacing the Slaughter. Holmes of the Boston Braves. Ashburn is still in center. Stan Musial still in left. Bob Elliott at third. Buddy Kerr short. Red Shane Dean second. Johnny Mize first. Shane Dean and Mize have been in there ever since the game started. Phil Macy doing the catching, and Ewell Blackwell coming on to do the pitching. As we go into the last half of the sixth inning, Johnny Sane came into the fourth inning with one out, worked the fifth. So he worked 1 2/3 innings. Kenny Keltner leads off for the American League last half of the sixth inning, right-hand batter. The first pitch is high, ball one. Keltner walked in the second inning and singled to left in the fourth. It's thundering in the distance out back of right field. 5-2 American League, last half of the sixth inning. Ewell Blackwell sidearms him. It swung on and lined out to right field viciously. Going back is Holmes. He makes the catch knee-high as the ball sank on him as he went back on it. And there's one away for the American League in the last half of the sixth. Coming up now is George McQuinn, who's been in there at first base throughout the contest. McQuinn flied to center and singled to center in his two previous appearances. Ewell Blackwell on the hill, appearing in his third All-Star game, throws a curveball that swung on, blooped over the head of Buddy Kerr out into short left center, and it dropped in there for a base hit in front of Stan Musial, who gave it a good try. And McQuinn is on with his second hit in succession. A bloop single to left center. And for George McQuinn, it's his third All-Star game hit. He had 1 out of 8 until the start of today's All-Star Classic. This being McQuinn's third appearance in one of these Midsummer Dream games. That's the fifth American League hit of the afternoon. The first off Blackwell, and here's Bertie Tebbetts, peppery backstop of the Boston Red Sox, a right-hand hitter who replaced Buddy Rozar back of the plate. There goes McQuinn, hit and runs on. The pitch is swung on and missed. The throw down to Curry. Puts the tag on McQuinn, and he's out. And then the decision is changed by Bill Stewart, and he says he's safe. And Buddy Kerr is arguing with Bill Stewart. The first disturbance of that kind in the ball game. Buddy Kerr can't contain himself as he goes after Bill Stewart. Bill Stewart keeps walking away from him. And the New York Giants fighting shortstop is right after the diminutive umpire. Evidently, Buddy Kerr must have missed the tag. And Buddy is still arguing with Bill Stewart. It's scored as a stolen base. The hit and run was on. The pitch was way outside. I don't think it was a pitch out. Tebbett swung at the ball anyway. The throw down was in time, but somehow or other McQuinn got around the tag to stolen base. The count on Tebbett is 1 strike. 1 away, last of the sixth inning. Blackwell has the stretch, sidearms the hitter, and it's way outside for a ball. 1-1. I'll tell you one thing. If I were a right-hand hitter, I'd hate to stand up there against that Blackwell. He's all arms and legs. We'll think Lou Smith, Cincinnati sports writer, described Blackwell appearing to a batter, when he delivers that ball to a batter, appearing to the batter as if his man falling down out of a clump of trees. The tall right-hander throws. Curveballs outside. Ball 2. 2-1. Sidearm sinker specialist. Mixes it up with a good fastball. Curve. 2 balls, 1 strike to count on Bertie Tebbetts. George McQuinn on second base. 1 out. Last half of the sixth inning. The American League 5, the National League 2. Stan Musial homered in the first inning with 1 on to give the National League a temporary 2-0 lead. Now Ewell Blackwell delivers. Fastball swung on and missed. Tebbets went all the way around. The count is 2-2. The outfield is playing Tebbets just about straight away. Perhaps a step toward left and center and left, straight away and right. A lot of room in right center. Bob Elliott laying halfway back at third, about 4 feet off the line. Buddy Kerr normal short in the step. Red Shane Dienst over near second. Johnny Mize about 10 feet off the first baseline and back. McQuinn leads away from second. Ewell Blackwell ready. The stretch. A look back at second. Here's the pitch to Tebbets. He takes high for ball 3. So we have full count on Birdie, 3-2. Beans Reardon umpiring back to the plate now. Joe Paparella at first base. Bill Stewart at second. Charlie Berry at third. Berry umpired back to the plate. The first 4.5 innings. Ready for that payoff pitch to Birdie Tebbets. 1 down. McQuinn leads off second. Here it is. It's swung on and blooped foul. Back of first. Johnny Mize digs after the ball, but he can't get it. It's out of play into the lower stands to the right of the National League dugout, which is located back of first base. And now just popping his head out of the American League dugout is one of the greatest ball players you've ever seen. He's been injured, and yet he appeared here in a uniform today. Ted Williams. He's got a bat in his hands, and Ted can't sit on a bench and be idle. He's got to be doing something. He's got a bat in his hands, and that's what he likes to have whenever he's around the ballpark. All right, Birdie Tebbets awaiting that payoff pitch once again. Here it is. It's strike 3 call. A sidearm fastball on the outside corner, and Birdie Tebbets gets mad at Beans Reardon. He got red in the face and hollered at Beans, and Beans took his mask off and went right back at Birdie, and they're standing there face to face at home plate. And now Birdie is leaving. And so the second disturbance between the players and the umpires. And I want you to know that proves that these two ball clubs are out for business. And Ted Williams is going to use that bat, ladies and gentlemen. He comes out of the dugout, and he's going to pinch hit. He's going to pinch hit for Vic Rasche. Birdie Tebbets strikes out, and Ted Williams, listen to the roar. Ted Williams, who pulled a rib cartilage a few days ago and hasn't been able to play for the Boston Red Sox, nevertheless has come on to St. Louis, is in a uniform, and is up there to pinch hit with McQuinn on second. Ewell Blackwell pitching, Ted Williams taking outside, ball 1. And get the picture, one of the greatest right-hand pitchers in baseball. One of the greatest hitters in baseball, left or right, up there at the plate. In this instance, the left-hand hitter, Ted Williams, the kid. The stretch by Blackwell. Look back at second. Here's the pitch to Ted. Williams takes a curve inside. Ball 2. And Ted would certainly love to be able to take his full cut. We watched him in batting practice. He wasn't taking that real Williams cut of the ball. But you know he's got so much power, he can take a half swing and send one over the wall. 2 balls, no strikes, the count on Williams. 2 outs. Last half of the 6th inning, 5-2 favor the American League. The outfield around toward right. Buddy Kerr is playing directly in back of second base as the shift is on. The stretch, the pitch. Williams accidentally fouls one off to the right of the plate, a slow curve. He tried to check his swing. He was ready to step into the pitch. He saw a slow curve coming up there, and he tried to check his swing, but the ball hit the handle of the bat and skittered foul off to the right of the plate. The National League version of the shift has Buddy Kerr, the shortstop, playing directly in back of second base. Most times the shortstop will play a normal second with your second baseman over toward first and your first baseman right on top of the first base line. Shane Dienst is well over toward first. Mize is on the line. Blackwell ready. Here's the delivery. Curveball is outside for ball 3. 3-1. Bob Elliott, the third baseman, is laying about 10-15 feet off the third base line, halfway back. So it's a 3-1 count on Williams. He has a look at Chuck Dressen coaching at third for any sign that might be sent his way, and you can be sure that Bucky Harris says, go ahead, son, and hit it if you like it. So Blackwell is ready, the buggy whip. Here's a 3-1 pitch. Ted Williams takes high outside, ball 4, and Ted strolls. Some of the fans indicate their displeasure over Williams' inability to swing at one, but Ted takes a walk down to first base. And now, native St. Louisans applaud the appearance of one of their own St. Louis Brownies, Al Zarilla. And here is Hal Newhouser going down to run for Ted Williams. Hal Newhouser, great left-hand pitcher of the Detroit Tigers, makes his appearance in the ball game as a runner for Ted Williams. We're in the last half of the sixth inning, ladies and gentlemen, with a score. The American League 5, the National League 2. There are 2 outs. McQuinn's on second. Newhouser running for Williams is on first. The batter is Al Zarilla, left-hand hitter. Ewell Blackwell has the stretch, the pitch. Zarilla swings and sends a bounding ball out to Shane Dean's 2 hops. He's up with it over to Kerr for the force out on Newhouser. And that is all for the American League in the last half of the sixth. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 2 men left on. And the score at the end of 6 innings, the American League 5, the National League 2. And right now, let's pause for station identification. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking to you once again from Sportsman's Park in St. Louis, the appearance of Ted Williams gives occasion to utter the thoughts of the baseball commissioner, Commissioner A.B. Chandler, who authorized us to make this statement to you baseball fans of America. He said that almost without exception, every man who was selected by you fans and by the managers is here today in uniform despite injuries or whatever the situation may be. And he wants to assure you that in the future, the Major League ball players will continue to keep faith with the baseball fans of America, and that in the future, all men who are selected will be here in uniform if it's physically possible for them to be here. Rashi worked 3 innings, gave up 3 hits, no runs. And as the score now stands, as the situation now stands, Rashi may be credited with the victory. Walt Masterson went the first 3 innings, giving up a home run to Stan Musial in the first inning with 1 on. Here's the pitch. Shane Dean swings, golfs a grounder out toward second. Bobby Dorr scoops it up, throws over to McQuinn in time, and there's 1 away as the ball almost played a dirty trick on Bobby by taking a bad hop. But Bobby watched it and played it perfectly to retire Shane Dean for the first out in the top of the 7th. And here is Stan Musial, who hit a home run in the first inning with 1 on. Richie Ashburn led off and got himself an infield hit. Musial singled in the 3rd, struck out on the 5th. Right-hander Joe Coleman comes in with an overhand curveball that zips over that inside corner for a called strike. Joe Coleman of the Philadelphia Athletics, 6'2", 193-pounder, comes in with fastball that's outside, 1-1. Coleman, a 25-year-old boy, is from Arlington, Massachusetts, and we have quite a number of New Englanders in the ball game today for both teams. Outfield around toward right. Here's your delivery. It's a curve inside, round the knees. Ball 2, 2-1. 1 out, 7th inning. Johnny Mize is on deck. Stan Musial at the plate. And Ralph Kiner is throwing out in the bullpen. He may see some action shortly. Here's your pitch. Musial takes outside. Ball 3, 3-1. Joe Coleman, you know, is the boy that was discovered by Father Gilbert, who discovered Babe Ruth. Now the pitch to Stan. Inside, ball 4. And one of the great hitters in baseball gets the base on balls here in the 7th inning. And coming to bat is Johnny Mize of the New York Giants, who's been in the ball game all the way, as has Musial. Mize has had 1 out of 3. First inning single, hit into a forced play in the 3rd inning and grounded out the 2nd and the 5th. Coleman delivers. Pitch that's inside for ball 1. For the American League, you've got Tommy Henrik in left field, Hoot Evers in center. They've been in all the way. Al Zarilla in right, having replaced Pat Mullen. Kenny Keltner's at 3rd. He's been in there all the way. Junior Stevens at short, replaced Boudreau. Dorr at 2nd, replaced Gordon. McQuinn at 1st, in there all the way. The pitch. Mize holds up as he started to swing at a curve that came inside for ball 2. Bertie Tebbetts is back to the plate for the American League, having relieved Buddy Rozar. Joe Coleman on the hill for the American League, having replaced Vic Rashi. Delivers to Mize, who takes a fastball over at the knees. Strike 1 call. 2-1 the count on Big John. Eddie Dyer, manager of the Cardinals, coaching at 3rd. Mallott, manager of the New York Giants, coaching at 1st. McQuinn not holding against Musial to step in behind him. Coleman ready, delivers. Mize takes strike 2 called over the inside corner, letter high. Big John steps out and looks around at Beans Reardon to question the decision. As Bertie Tebbett's throw back to Coleman got away from him, rolled out toward second, and Dorr and Stevens, alert, converged to keep the ball from going into center. No advance. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. National League fans starting that rhythmic applause, calling for a rally. Joe Coleman ready, delivers. Johnny Mize swings and grounds it foul off to the right of the plate. There's thunder in the distance, and we hope that the wind will blow the storm away. We're in the 7th inning with the score. The American League 5, the National League 2. National League got off to a 2-0 lead in the 1st inning. American League got 1 in the 2nd, 1 in the 3rd, and 3 in the 4th to go ahead 5-2. 1 down. Musial on first. Mize the batter. The count 2-2. Coleman delivers. John swings and he misses. Strike 3 to slow curve. We've noticed that the American League pitchers have been slowing up on these sluggers in the right spot when they've had the count in the right spot. And now here is Tommy Holmes, who replaced Enos Slaughter in right field. Tommy Holmes, a Brooklyn boy, playing with the Boston Braves, who at one time belonged to the New York Yankees, hitting .330 on the season, a left-hand batter. Joe Coleman, a member of those amazing Philadelphia Athletics, doing the pitching now, having just come on in this inning, throws. A pitch is swung on, topped out for the mound, taken to 1 hop by Coleman, throws over to McQuinn. Holmes is out, and that's all for the National League. In the top half of the 7th inning, no runs, no hits, no American League errors, 1 left on for the National League, a total of 9 they've stranded. And at the end of 6.5 innings, the score, American League 5, National League 2. You know, old-timers say it was next to impossible to hit a ball past Jimmy Collins, the greatest of all third basemen. Yes, and going to the impossible, you can't name another shaving instrument that compares with a modern Gillette one-piece razor. Take, for instance, the improved Gillette Super Speed razor that changes blades instantly. Twist, the razor opens. Zip, it's loaded. Twist again, and you're ready for the sweetest shave ever. Every stroke is light and gentle. There's no drag, no irritation. You skim off stubble, slick as a whistle. Save time, save fuss. To clean, loosen the holder, rinse, and shake. Here's a precision instrument, not a gadget. There's nothing to fit together, nothing to jam or clog. For modern shaving comfort and convenience, get the improved Gillette Super Speed Razor with 10-blade Gillette dispenser. A big $1.50 value for only $1. Coming into the last half of the 7th inning, changes in the National League lineup. Replacing Al Schoendienst at second base is Bill Rigney of the New York Giants. Stan Musial has moved over to center field, and Ralph Kiner of the Pittsburgh Pirates has taken over in left field. So make those changes, if you will. Put Musial in Richie Ashburn's place in center, and put Ralph Kiner in left field. Tommy Henry leading off last of the 7th. Ewell Blackwell throws a curve that's outside for ball 1. Put Bill Rigney in there at second base in place of Red Schoendienst. Right-hander Ewell Blackwell delivers. Tommy Henry takes right in there for a call strike. Fastball. It zipped over there about letter high. It's a 5-2 ball game. Favor of the American League. Last half of the 7th inning. Henrik's been in the all the way. He struck out twice, popped out to short once. Blackwell throws. Fastball is swung on, drilled foul down the left field line and out of play as it goes into the stands. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count on Tommy. A boy from Massillon, Ohio. Considered by many to be one of the most underrated baseball players in the major leagues. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Blackwell has a look over into the National League dugout. Evidently, Leo DeRocha must have hollered at him to throw a certain kind of a pitch. But anyway, here it comes, and it's high. Ball 2, 2-2 the count. This is Henrik's 3rd All-Star game. He came in today's Classic with 1 out of 5. Hasn't hit today in 3 appearances. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ewell Blackwell delivers. Curveball swung on and fouled off again back of third base into the upper deck. Count holds at 2-2. We are indebted for the official scoring on doubtful plays to Mr. Ed Burns, Bob Burns, and Sid Keener of the 4th Estate. Now the 2-2 pitch on its way. Tommy Henry swings and fouls another one off to the left of the plate into the upper deck as the thunder breaks loose with an ominous warning, and we hope that's all it will be, is just a warning. We'll be nice and gentle and quiet if you just let the rain hold off for a little while longer. 5-2, American League last the 7th. Again, the pitch to Henrik. Tommy takes outside, fastball, ball 3, and the string is run out to 3-2. Blackwell has won 6 and lost 5 this year. A sore arm took charge of him shortly after the season got underway, and he has not been able to establish the sensational record this year that he did last year. Now the payoff pitch to Tommy Henrik. Swung on, popped up in the air down the left field line, going foul and out of play into the lower stands as Ralph Kiner started digging over for it. Bob Elliott and Buddy Kerr both started to move, but they saw it was foul and held up. Elliott third, Kerr short, Rigney second, Mize first, Macy catching, Kiner left, Musial center, Holmes right. Blackwell pitching to Tommy Henrik, and the 3-2 delivery. Fastball is inside, ball 4, and Henrik gets a base on balls to lead off for the American League in the last half of the 7th inning. That is the 6th base on balls given up by National League pitchers today. And here is Junior Stevens coming to bat. Vern Stevens, who replaced Lou Boudreau at short. Stevens struck out in the 5th inning in his first time at bat today. Blackwell ready. Sidearm Stevens, and the pitch is outside, ball 1. One ball, no strikes. Stevens has been a great help to those Red Sox, particularly in the last couple of weeks. He's really been banging the ball. Takes the pitch inside now for ball 2. He's been challenging Ted Williams and Joe DiMaggio for runs batted in honors in the American League and home run honors as well. 2 balls, no strikes to count. Outfield toward left. Stevens is a pull hitter. Nobody out. Henrik on first. Johnny Mize holding against him. Blackwell taking his time, looks in and got the sign from Phil Macy. Thundering again. Henrik leads off first. Blackwell ready. I look around. Here's your pitch. Swung on, hit into the hole between third and short out in the left field for a base hit. Kiner takes the ball on the hop, throws toward third, holding Henrik at second base. So Vern Stevens singles to left field to send Henrik down to second. And there's renewed activity now in the National League bullpen. Looks like Elmer Riddle. Elmer Riddle of the Pittsburgh Pirates, who first gained fame as a member of the Cincinnati Reds, is beginning to warm up the bullpen, and we see a flash of lightning off back of right field. And there's the thunder that follows. And here is Bobby Dorr at the plate with runners on first and second. The stretch by Blackwell. Here's the pitch. Bobby shortens up, misses an attempted bunt. A throw down to Buddy Kerr, and Henrik is safe at second base. As the tag was put on, he slid in underneath it. Bill Stewart called it. Bobby Dorr missed an attempted bunt. The runners were way off their respective bases, ready to move. Phil Macy cut loose with a beautiful throw down on the bag, which Buddy Kerr came over and took on the run, put the tag on Henrik sliding in, but Henrik beat the tag. Elliott's in close at third. Mize in close at first to look for the bunt. Elliott will try to anchor at third in the event Blackwell or Mize can handle the bunt, or Macy the catcher. Now the pitch is bunted, popped up in the air. Mize comes in fast, grabs it in the air for the out, and the runners alert, streak back to their respective bases, one away. So Bobby Dorr, attempting to sacrifice, pops out to Johnny Mize halfway between home plate and first base. And now coming to bat is Hoot Evers, who's been in there all the way. The Detroit Tiger outfielder hit a home run in the 2nd inning for the first American League run. Popped to short in the 4th and looked to the 3rd strike in the 5th inning. Bats him right-handed. 5-2 American League, last of the 7th. 1 out, runners on first and second. Ewell Blackwell delivers. Hoot Evers swings and fouls a curve off back of first base, out of play against the upper deck steel girder, sometimes known as a facade. 1 strike to count. 1 out. Evers, a right-hand hitter, the batter to the outfield toward left. Henrik is on second. Vern Stevens on first. Infield shaded around toward third with Bob Elliott laying halfway back at third and about 3-4 feet off the line. Blackwell all set. Looks back at second and then steps off the rubber, bluffs a throw, and bluffs Henrik back toward second. Nobody was over to take the throw in any event. Once again, we're ready to stretch by Blackwell. Runners dance away. Here's a crossfire that's outside. Ball one to Hoot Evers. 1 ball, 1 strike. A young man who came to the Tigers touted as a potential great and who was stymied for a couple of years by injuries. So far this season, he's doing nicely, thank you. Blackwell throws, curve that swung on and missed. Strike 2. I'm telling you, that sidearm stuff of Blackwell's is murder on a right-hand hitter. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Hoot Evers the batter. Tommy Henrik eases off second base. Stevens off first. Johnny Mize not holding against Stevens, of course. He's laying back deep at first, about 10 feet off the line. Blackwell again prepares to work. Takes the stretch, looks back at second base. Here's the 1-2 pitch. High outside. The ball bounces out of the middle of Macy. No advance. And the count becomes 2-2. Jimmy Britt has seen Ewell Blackwell work many a ball game. He looks awful rough even from a radio broadcasting booth, doesn't he, Jim?
I wouldn't want to stand up there with a bat that short, Mel.
2 balls, 2 strikes. 1 out. Blackwell sets once again, looks back at second. Here's his pitch. Swung on and fouled off back of first. Out of play, going into the lower stands as another clap of thunder bursts overhead. A short-sleeved crowd, and they have long since gathered their belongings, preparing to make a mad dash to the nearest shelter in the event the ominous-looking clouds overhead should let their wrath down upon those who've been kind enough to come out to see this all-star game. Ewell Blackwell throws. Pitch is swung on, foul tipped, and gets away from Phil. And the count holds at 2-2. It's a 5-2 ball game, ladies and gentlemen. Last half of the 7th inning. Favor the American League. The broadcast coming to you, the best wishes of the Gillette Safety Razor Company from Sportsman's Park in St. Louis. Ewell Blackwell, 4th pitcher used by the National League today, on the hill, pitching to Hoot Evers with Tommy Henrik, who walked on second base, and Vern Stevens, who singled on first. And there's 1 out. Now the 2-2 pitch. Swung on, fouled off again to the right of the plate as Evers keeps trying to get hold of it. Ball's out of play. Phil Macy gets a new ball from plate umpire Beans Reardon, tosses out to Blackwell. Meantime, Elmer Riddle continues to work in the bullpen for the National League. Blackwell checks with Macy for the sign. Henrik's about to wear out the baseline, leading off second, and Stevens from first. Here's your pitch. Fastball swung on, hit down the right field line, and it goes foul into the National League bullpen. That's an indication in itself of how speedy Blackwell is when a pull hitter like Hoot Evers continually hits him to right field, though foul. Shows that it's tough to get around on Blackwell's fast up. Right-hander looks in to get that sign from Macy. Henrik again leads off second. Vern Stevens takes his lead off first. The tall right-hander that has the stretch. Here's the pitch. Swung on, foul off again, off to the right of the plate. The ball bounces back down into the stands from off the roof. And, of course, as we indicated to you earlier, Commissioner Chandler said that no matter how dark it might become, if the ball game should be tied up, we'll turn on the lights and keep going until the game reaches a conclusion. Of course, it's difficult to do very much about the rain. If the rain comes down, I'm afraid we shan't be able to help out that situation. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runners on first and second. Ewell Blackwell ready. Here's his pitch. It's swung on by Evers, popped up into the air at about the mound, and with 1 out, we're looking for the infield fly rule to be called. It is, but Rigney comes in to make the catch at the mound, making the catch that Rabbit Marinville used to make around the midsection, letting that ball plop into his glove as he holds his glove just about belt high. But the batter was automatically out anyway, under the rule which says with runners on first and second, or first, second, and third, less than 2 out, if a ball is popped into the air, which in the judgment of the umpire can be easily handled by an infielder, the batter is automatically out. The runners move at their own risk. So, Evers pops to Rigney at the mound, and here's Kenny Keltner. who walked single to left and flied to right. 2 men down. Here's the pitch to the right-hand batter. He swings and sends a drive out to left field. Ralph Kiner backing up, getting under it, and he takes it for the out. So once again, Ewell Blackwell pitches himself out of a potential jam. No runs for the American League. 1 hit. No errors for the National League. 2 men left on for the American League. A total of 7 that they have stranded. And the score at the end of 7 innings remains the American League 5, the National League 2. And incidentally, if you are sticklers for tradition and statistics, never has a National League entry ever won an all-star game when it has been the visiting team. The official paid attendance today, 34,009. 9 folks over 34,000, with the total receipts $93,447.07. And, of course, the All-Star Game, as you know, is played for indigent ball players. That's where the money goes. For ball players who have found their luck going against them after they have retired from active play. All right, we're ready now to move into the first half of the 8th inning with the American League out in front by a 5-2 score. And here is Bob Elliott coming up for the National League. Right-hand batter. Joe Coleman of the Athletics throws fastball high inside. Ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. At the end of the game, Franz Locks will be on hand to give you a recapitulation of what occurred during the course of the game if you missed any of it. There's a curve that's over that outside corner for a called strike. And Elliott stepped out of the batter's box, a little bit angry about it. And Beans Reardon is looking away from him as the fans have something to say. 1 ball, 1 strike. Joe Coleman ready. The right-hander throws. Elliott swings and sends a long drive deep to right field. Alzarilla backs up near the wall and makes the catch for the out as that ball, taking off as it left the bat, looked as if it might go deeper than it did, and then sank, which cut down the distance of the drive. So Elliott lines to Alzarilla in right center. First half of the 8th inning with the score, the American League 5, the National League 2. Stan Musial's first inning homer with 1 aboard gave the National League a temporary 2-0 lead. Hoot Evers had a home run in the second to make it 2-1. The American League got another in the third and 3 in the fourth to lead 5-2. There's a pitch swung on by Phil Macy, hit high into the air, foul down the right field line. George McQuinn giving chase to it under it, makes the catch some 45, 50 feet down the line past first base and in foul territory. 2 up and 2 away quickly for the National League in the 8th inning. And here comes Buddy Kerr of the New York Giants, a native of New York. Another in the long line of native New Yorkers who have reached Major League fame, including people like the late Lou Gehrig and Joe Judge and Hank Greenberg, who incidentally is here today. Buddy Kerr, right-hand batter, swings and fouls it off behind the plate. Strike 1. Buddy Kerr replaced Pee Wee Reese at short. Keltner third, Stevens short, Dorr second, McQuinn first. Coleman pitching. Kerr taking a curve high outside. 1-1 now the count. Coleman asks for a new ball. Bertie Tebbetts turns around and gets it from Beans Reardon. Outfield playing Buddy, step toward left. Coleman working rapidly, delivers. Pitch, it's bunted but fouled off to the left of the plate. Buddy Kerr, who's off and running, has to come back. He's trying to get on any way he could, perhaps start something. And the count is 1-2 on the National League shortstop. Now your delivery is outside, ball 2. 2-2 the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 8th inning, 5-2, American League. Coleman getting the sign from Bertie Tebbetts. Leans forward into the windup. Around comes the right arm. The pitch, curveball, just outside for ball 3. Coleman started to take that walk off the mound toward the dugout, but Beans Reardon said no, ball 3. So we have a full count on Buddy Kerr with 2 outs here in the 8th. And the payoff pitch is strike 3 called, a curveball. It got the outside corner as Buddy started to take a walk. He stops at home plate to argue with Beans Reardon, but to no avail. No runs for the National League, no hits. No errors for the American League. Nobody left on for the National League. And at the end of 7.5 innings, the score, American League 5, National League 2. Fans, you'll never know what modern shaving speed and ease are like until you use the improved Gillette Super Speed Razor that changes blades instantly. This razor has a notched positioning bar for use with the Gillette Blue Blade dispenser. You just hook on a blade and it falls in place, presto. Then twist the handle, and you're ready for the smoothest, most refreshing shave you ever had. Now, men, it doesn't take a locksmith to make this combination click. No, sir. There's nothing to fit together, nothing to jam or clog. Cleaning is no trick either. Simply loosen the razor, rinse, and shake. Why not enjoy this extra shaving comfort and convenience? Ask for the improved Gillette Super Speed Razor with 10-blade Gillette dispenser. Get this regular $1.50 value for only $1. Ready now for the last half of the 8th inning. It'll be George McQuinn, Bertie Tebbetts. First two men up for the American League. And then Joe Coleman is scheduled to follow. Ewell Blackwell delivers to the left-hand hitter. McQuinn swings and he misses. Strike one. McQuinn's been in there all the way. He's had 2 out of 3, singling his last 2 times up. The Cincinnati right-hander throws. Fastball that backs McQuinn away. Ball 1. Now the 1-1 pitch to McQuinn. Backs him away again. This was a curveball. And the count is 2-1. High inside pitch. Outfield playing toward right and center and right, straightaway and left, the big hole in left center. Here's your pitch. McQuinn swings and sends a ground ball down the first baseline. Johnny Mize eats it up, a race to the bag. Mize wins it. McQuinn is out. And there's one away in the last half of the 8th inning for the American League. And now Bertie Tebbetts strolls to the plate. Ewell Blackwell is one of the few sidearm sinker specialists, right-handers, who is almost equally as tough on left-hand hitters as he is on the right-hand hitters. He pitches now to Bertie Tebbetts outside. Ball 1. You see, Blackwell is a very tall fellow, and he takes a step out toward that third base line, and when the ball comes in over the plate, it looks as if it's coming in from third base. Now the pitch. Just misses the outside corner for ball 2. Blackwell is a native of California. Lives in San Dimas, California right now. Was born in Fresno. The 2-0 delivery. Outside, ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. Three nothing to count on Bertie Tebbetts. Blackwell's father is out here today to watch his son in action. We had the pleasure of meeting him as folks stirred around about St. Louis last evening, all agog about the All-Star game. Now the pitch is over the inside corner for a call strike. Tebbetts started to take a walk, and Baines Reardon hollered out strike. Perhaps you may have heard it in the background over these microphones. And, of course, that stirred some excitement from the fans. 5-2 American League. Last half of the 8th inning, 1 out, nobody on. The 3-1 pitch to Tebbetts. Outside, ball 4, and Bertie walks. That's the 7th base on balls issued by National League pitchers today. And Blackwell walks in toward the plate to argue with Baines Reardon. Not too vehemently, but he's a little bit irked. And he starts back toward the mound and stops and turns around and hollers something else back to Baines. To all intents and purposes, he's merely saying, as Jim Britt and I often hear the ball players talk, he's merely asking Baines to give him a break on the corners. All right, here's Joe Coleman up there to hit for himself, right-hander. Bertie Tebbetts on first, 1 out, last the 8th inning, 5-2 American League. Ewell Blackwell ready to work the stretch. Here's the pitch. Coleman bunts and fouls it off to the right of the plate. Strike 1. It was quite a nice gesture on the part of the baseball commissioner to allow Bert Schotten to throw out the first ball today. Bert Schotten, who directed the Brooklyn Dodgers to the 1947 National League pennant. Everybody seemed very pleased with it. Now the pitch to Coleman. He takes a fastball low. Ball 1-1. Bert Schotten was a guest of the National League at the game today. One ball, one strike, one out. Tebbetts leads off first. Blackwell pitching to Coleman. Here it is. Coleman bunts and pops it in the air, but Blackwell can't get it. Gets by him, but Myers is backing up, picks it up, throws to Rigney, covering first in time for the out on Coleman. It was a little low pop, about 3 feet off the ground. Blackwell dashed in, reached down for it, but the ball hit in front of his glove, bounded by him, but Myers backed him up near the mound and tossed over to Rigney, covering first for the out on Coleman. It's a sacrifice. Moving Tebbetts down to second. And with 2 down, here is Al Zarilla, left-hand batter, having a great year with the St. Louis Browns. Blackwell ready to work. Here's his pitch. Swung on and missed, strike one. A sweeping curveball that had Zarilla fooled all the way. The National League started Branca, came on with Schmitz, who fared worst of all today. Schmitz was relieved by Sane, and Blackwell in turn took over for Sane. Now the pitch. Swung on, hit up into the air, out into center field. Going back for it is Stan Musial. He's under it, makes the catch in deep center for the third out of the inning. No runs for the American League. No hits. No National League errors. 1 left on for the Americans. A total of 8 that they've stranded. The National League has stranded 9 men during the course of the ball game. And we're all set to move into the top half of the 9th inning with the American League leading 5-2. As we indicated to you, ladies and gentlemen, Franz Laux will be on at the conclusion of this game to give you a recapitulation on how the runs were scored, so we shan't bother you with those details at the present time. They'll be given to you very shortly. At the moment, we pause for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Going into the top half of the 9th inning, the National League trailing by 3 runs. It's 5-2 American League. And we're going to have a pinch hitter for Ewell Blackwell. Bobby Thompson, as we check, of the New York Giants, is going to come up to bat for Blackwell. He will be followed by Ralph Kiner. And then Bill Rigney is scheduled to follow. So the National League comes up in the 9th inning, trailing 5-2. Bobby Thompson making his first appearance in an all-star ball game. Right-hand batter, Joe Coleman, into the wind-up throws. Thompson takes a curve outside for ball 1. Bobby's one of the few Major League ball players that was born in a foreign country. He swings and fouls it off onto the screen. Strike 1. He was born in Glasgow, Scotland, but now resides in Staten Island, New York. Of course, he came over here when he was quite young and learned the American game and learned it well. The right-hand hitter swings and fouls it off. Strike 2. Phil Marshallton of the Athletics is a Canadian, to give you another example. Here's the pitch over the head of Bobby Thompson, ball 2. Elmer Ballo of the Philadelphia A's was born in Rybnik, Czechoslovakia, to add another as we quickly search our memory. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count on Bobby Thompson, pinch hitting for Ewell Blackwell, 9th inning, 5-2 American League. And here comes the rain, and the folks are scattering out of the boxes. Coleman delivers. Swung on and missed by Bobby Thompson, strike 3, and there's 1 out in the 9th inning. Coming to bat is Ralph Kiner. And the rain, kind enough to hold off till the 9th inning here with 1 out, begins to come down at Sportsmans Park in St. Louis. And Ralph Kiner steps to the plate for the first time in the ball game. Joe Coleman's into the windup. Here's the pitch. Kiner swings and sends a ground ball wide of third. Keltner in front of Stevens, up with it over to McQuinn in time for out number 2. So they're 2 away from the National League in the 9th inning. And here's Bill Rigney of the New York Giants coming to bat with a score of 5-2 in favor of the American League. And the rain is beginning to come down, and perhaps our prayerful remarks over the past few innings, asking the rain to stay away, were heeded, at least up until this point, with 2 outs in the top of the 9th inning, with Joe Coleman into the windup, pitching to the right-hand batter, and it's high inside for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. 5-2 American League, 9th inning. Joe Coleman delivers. Pitch is low. Ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes, and the rain is really beginning to pour down hard. And the umpires are hopeful, to a degree, that the game will be able to be concluded in its entirety before the rains pour down too hard. There are 2 outs here in the 9th inning. 2 balls, no strikes on Rigney. The rain pouring, and the pitch is inside for ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. And ladies and gentlemen, with everybody scattering out of the field boxes, remaining and taking his soaking is Commissioner Chandler. The pitch is high, ball 4, Rigney walks. Commissioner Chandler refuses to budge out of his seat, along with his 2 boys, Ben and Sam, and he's sitting right out there in it. His sentiments being, I'm the commissioner of baseball. Baseball is my game, and I'm going to stick with it, rain or no rain. Here is Stan Musial. Bats him left-handed. And the pitch. Musial takes in there for a call strike. Rigney got a base on balls. 2 outs, 9th inning. 5-2, favor the American League. The stretch by Coleman, pitching to Musial. The left-hand batter takes outside now for ball 1, 1-1. Stan hit a home run in the 1st inning, single to center in the 3rd, struck out in the 5th, and walked in the 7th. Coleman all set again. Checks his runner. Here's the pitch. Musial swings and sends a ground ball out to Bobby Doerr, up with it. There's the throw over to George McQuinn in time for the out, and the ball game is over. And the American League defeats the National League by a score of 5-2 to become victorious for the 11th time in 15 games. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of this 15th annual All-Star Classic, brought to you with the best wishes and compliments of the Gillette Safety Razor Company in another of its cavalcade of sport. We hope that you enjoyed the play-by-play description of this game, and it was a real pleasure to once again have been associated with Jim Britt, who brought you the first 4.5 innings, and Franz Laux, who will give you the summary. And this is Mel Allen thanking you very much for tuning us in this afternoon, and we hope to see you again soon. And now, here is Franz Laux.
Thank you very much, Mel. And first, I want to compliment you and Jim Britt on doing a splendid job here this afternoon and giving the fans a play-by-play description of this game. A little rundown on actually what happened and how it happened. The totals on the game for the National League show 2 runs, 8 hits, no errors. For the American League, 5 runs, 6 hits, and no errors. The National being 2 up on hits, but they were a little bit down on runs. They started off by registering 2 runs in the very first inning. The National League, incidentally, had a total of 10 men left on base, while the American League had a total of 8 men. Johnny Schmitz, who was in there for the Chicago Cubs, was charged with a loss this afternoon, and Vic Raschi, who went in to relieve Masterson after Masterson went out of the ball game, was the winning pitcher. And incidentally, that makes the 6th time that a New York Yankee pitcher has been the winning pitcher in the All-Star Classic. Last year, it was Shea of the New York Yankees. And then in 1942, it was Spud Chandler. And Gomez had 3 of them to his credit in 1933, again in 1935, and in 1937. So the Yankees really have a monopoly on the winning pitchers in the All-Star game. The game started off in the first inning with Masterson on the mound for the Washington Senators, and it looked like the National League was really going to go to town. When Richie Ashburn smashed one down through the box, Joe Gordon made a great stop over back of second base, but his throw was a little bit high, and it was an infield hit for Ashburn. And then Shane Deese, while Shane Deese was batting, Ashburn moved down to second base, getting credit for a stolen base. And then Changes grounded out unassisted with Ashburn moving over to third, and then Stan Musial stepped up to the plate, and after having to count 2 strikes and 1 ball, he hit one on top of the right center field pavilion for a home run to put the National League out in the lead. And that's the only runs that they scored for the day. Johnny Mize followed up with a single, and then Enos Slaughter walked, but they couldn't produce any more hits there in the first inning to get any more runs. Now, the American League came up with their first run in the second inning after 1 away when Hoot Evers sent a line drive into the left field seats. The American Leaguers came back to tie the ball game in the last half of the third without the assistance of a hit. 2 walks and a double steal resulted in the damage there in that inning. Vic Rasche, who happened to be the first batter up, walked. And then Pat Mullen also walked on 4 straight pitches. Then Hendrick struck out, was called out on strikes. And while he was batting, they worked the double steal on the third strike with Rasche moving over to third and Mullen down to second base. And then Lou Bedreau sent a fly ball out to Slaughter in right field, and the runner scored with the run that tied up the ball game. Then their final 3 runs came in the 4th inning after 1 away on a neat play by Pee Wee Reese, who took care of a fly ball by Hoot Evers. It looked like it was going to fall in there for a Texas leaguer. And then 2 singles, a walk, and another single. And that single, incidentally, was by the pitcher Rasche. Drove in 2 of the runs. Another one scored on an outfield fly. And that produced the margin of the scoring for the afternoon. For the rest of the way out in the ball game, it was an even struggle, you might say. Although Blackwell, the whip who was on there, was in a jam a couple times, he still managed to come out without any damage. So this is the 15th annual All-Star Classic. The American League has now won 11. The National League 4 of these games. So, fans, the story of another great All-Star game goes into the record book. But Gillette's cavalcade of sports carries on. Thursday night, Gillette presents a special sports program with guest boxing experts from cities around the Fistic Circuit. Plan to be at your radio and enjoy the fun. Consult your newspaper for local time and station. This is Franz Locks with Mel Allen and Jim Britt saying smooth sailing, smooth shaving, and good afternoon for your radio host, the Gillette Safety Razor Company. This broadcast came to you from Sportsman's Park in St. Louis.
Checkerboard Jamboree, sponsored by the Ralston Purina Company, was canceled today only because of the broadcast just concluded. Stay tuned now for Queen for a Day, which follows over most of these stations in just a moment.
Play ball! Play ball with Babe Ruth! Play ball with the Navy! The United States Navy brings you the adventures of Babe Ruth. And here to tell you about the immortal Babe is the man who knew him so well, his pal, the popular sports reporter, Steve Martin.
One of the roughest, toughest, and greatest ball players of all time once said to the big fellow,
"This league is too small for both of us, Babe. One of us has to go, and it's going to be you."
We'll bring you the exciting story in just a moment. But first, here's an important message. The Navy Medical Corps is one of my favorite subjects. I know about that grand outfit from personal experience. In looking after the health of the men and women in our Navy, the Navy Medical Corps enjoys a reputation for outstanding professional efficiency. Of equal importance, however, is the advanced training, the wide research opportunities the Navy makes available to its medical officers. Navy doctors who desire to specialize in any phase of medicine, be it plastic surgery, public health, or pure research, they're given every possible financial and professional assistance. The Navy knows that better trained doctors mean healthier citizens, not just in the Navy, but throughout America. Stimulating lifetime careers as Navy medical officers await qualified medical school graduates. Full information about a career in the Navy Medical Corps may be obtained by writing to the Bureau of Medicine and Surgery, Navy Department, Washington 25, D.C.
How can one find out all about it, Steve?
It's very simple, Jack. Just write to the Bureau of Medicine and Surgery, Navy Department, Washington 25, D.C.
And now back to Steve Martin and the adventures of Babe Ruth.
Until Babe Ruth hit 60 home runs and crowded everybody else off the sports pages, Rocky Farr, the Tigers' great, rough, tough shortstop, never let on that the big fellow existed. And then one day in Detroit, Babe raced around second base on a long hit, trying for a triple. But as he turned second, Farr gave him the hit, knocking him off balance, and the big fellow was thrown out at third. Babe picked himself up and walked back to Farr. There was fire in his eyes.
Don't you ever do that again, Rocky.
Why? What did you do, big noise?
I'll fix your wagon, but good.
Go on, don't make me laugh.
You heard me. You give me the hip again, and I'll pay you back for all the dirt you've been dishing out all these years.
How about trying it right now?
Okay,
The big fellow cocked his right hand, and Rocky Farr put up his hands. But then, while I, the fans, and all the players watched, Babe suddenly swung around and walked back to the dugout.
Go on, you yellow punk. Beat it!
Babe, I couldn't believe it. How come you let Rocky Farr rub your nose in that dirt today? You never backed down in a fight before.
Oh, I know how it is with Rocky, Steve. He's sore because I'm getting all the headlines and the awards that he used to get.
Well, sure,
So
but
let him pop off. Why should I tangle with him and get fined?
Now, wait, Babe. You tangled with guys who didn't say half what Farr did. And who didn't give you the hip either.
Yeah, I know, Steve, but not anymore. I've kind of grown up since that dinner.
Dinner? What dinner?
For the sports writers last winter at the New York Elks Club. You remember.
Well, I was on the coast last winter.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was on the carpet a couple of times last season, you know, for losing my head and getting into scraps. It was a tough race, and we were all keyed up. But at this dinner, Senator Jimmy Walker made a speech right at me.
Babe, no athlete, or any man, ever had the influence with the youngsters of America that you had. They look up to you as their hero and try to pattern themselves after you. That's a tremendous responsibility, babe, and you've got to live up to it. If you don't, you're letting all those kids down.
See what I mean, Steve? If the kids who think I'm pretty big stuff read about me brawling or breaking the rules, well, they're liable to do the same thing.
Well, that's fine, Babe, but if you let Rocky Farr push you around, everyone will think you've turned yellow.
Oh, no, they know better.
And there's another thing. The team folded today. They lost their fight when Farr pulled your nose and got away with it. They've been playing below par anyhow, and if you, their big gun, starts making like a doormat, the Yankees are finished.
You're way off base, Steve. We haven't hit our stride yet. But we will. And we'll win the pennant again. You'll see.
But this was one time the big fellow was wrong. In the sixth inning the next day with Detroit, the score was tied when Sewell and Babe both singled. Huggins flashed the steal sign, and Sewell and Babe both set sail. The big fellow hit the dirt and had the throw beaten. But Rocky Farr blocked him off the bag, then slammed the ball on his head and practically knocked him out. The big fellow staggered to his feet, raging.
Why, you ought to knock your block off, Farr.
Why don't you try it?
I'll come in spikes first next time. I'll cut you to ribbons.
You haven't got the guts. You're a phony blowhard, babe, and I've got your number.
Believe it or not, the big fellow took that from Rocky Farr, too. And right then you could see the spirit ooze out of the Yankees like air out of balloons. They dropped that game and the next two with Rocky Farr riding them high, wide, and handsome. And they continued to lose. By August, the world's champs were in 5th place. And I saw a news flash in my office that sent me rushing to the Yankees hotel. But when I got up to the big fellow's room, I found Manager Huggins there, and Hug was fit to be...
That's a fine thing, my pal. I make you captain of the team. I trust you. And you pay me by sticking a knife in my back.
What the deuce are you talking about, Hug?
Don't give me that innocent stuff, babe. You know and I know why the club's in 5th place.
Well, sure, we aren't hitting, and we aren't getting the pitching. I don't know why, unless it's said we were overconfident and started to coast after winning 2 flags.
Yeah, that's what you told the reporters. Well, it listens good, but not to me. We're down because you knocked the spirit out of the club. We're down because you want it that way.
What? Hey, now, look here, Hug. I don't know what this is all about, but I don't like your talk.
It's straight talk, not double talk like yours. I just wanted you to know that I'm hip to what's going on, even if you have licked me. As far as I'm concerned, babe, you can go to blazes. And I hope you can live with your conscience.
Steve, do you know what Hug meant?
Well, sure, Babe. When you laid down to Rocky Farr in Detroit and went on being a tame tabby cat, you took all the fight out of the club. Hug thinks you did it on purpose, to knock the Yankees out of the pennant race.
What? Has Hug gone crazy?
Not exactly. Practically everyone picked the Yanks to win the pennant again this year, you know.
I know, but...
And when they started slipping, the Wolves began howling for Hug's scalp. They'll probably get it, too. The front office hinted that unless the club takes a big brace, Hug will be fired at the end of the season.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. And get this, babe. A Detroit paper today says you may be the Yanks' next manager.
Me?
Uh-huh. And they quote a Detroit player as saying you told him before the season opened that you intended to be the Yankee manager and that Hug was washed up.
Well, that's a lie, Steve. I never said anything like that.
Well, I know you didn't.
But that was the story. What Detroit player said that about me, Steve?
He isn't named, but the paper says he's a star.
Rocky Farr. He must have said it. He's hated my guts ever since I began getting more publicity than he does.
Well, that's my hunch, too, babe.
Oh, dirty no good. He wants me to get loused up. Jimmy Walker was wrong. You can't be a nice guy in this game.
Sure you can, babe, but being a nice guy doesn't mean being a sucker.
I should have seen that for myself, Steve. Hey, it's 12:30. Detroit is here today, and I want to have a little talk with Rocky Farr before the game. There's Rocky Farr now, Steve, just coming out of the batting cage. Farr! Hey, Rocky! Come here. Yeah? What do you want, babe? Did you ever hear the story about the worm that turned? Meaning what? Meaning that starting today, you'd better be a good boy. Don't pull any rough stuff on me, or on anyone else. Because if you do, I'm coming after you. You and who else? Just me. And that'll be plenty.
Okay, you've said your piece, now I'll say mine. This league is too small for both of us, big boy. One of us has to go, and it's going to be you.
You're going to find out different, pal. Today.
Yeah, peanuts, eh? Get your peanuts.
I was breathing hard when I got up to the press box, and it wasn't because of the climb. Something was going to happen, something big, and I wasn't sure of the outcome. In the third inning, with Babe on first with a walk, the hit-and-run sign was flashed. The Yankee hitter bounced one between first and second, and the throw went to Rocky Farr, who was covering the Keystone sack. It was a perfect double-play setup for Detroit. But as Rocky pivoted to throw to first, he saw Babe charging up the line. Rocky's lips curled back, and I caught my breath as he cocked his arm. I knew he was going to throw it at the big fellow's head, and from that face-to-face distance, he could kill him. But just before he let the ball go, the big fellow crashed into him like a ton of bricks and knocked him flying into center field. Rocky lost the ball, and by the time he recovered it, Babe came all the way into score with the Yank behind him right on his heels.
Oh, you Bambino! Hey, Rocky! Hey, tough guy! How do you like...
Rocky Farr was waiting under the stands for the big fellow after that game, as every reporter in the press box and every player on both clubs knew he would be. The big fellow kind of grinned, though, when he saw him.
You still need convincing, huh, Rocky?
I'm going to send you to the hospital, babe.
Oh, no, you're not, Rocky. Your tough guy days are all over, as I'm going to prove to the boys here. So...
Shut up and fight! It'll be a
That fight should have drawn $20 ringside prices. It was a honey. Both boys went down half a dozen times, and both of them were bleeding. But the one who stayed down at last was Rocky Farr.
Attaboy, babe! That finishes him!
I don't think Rocky Farr will steal any more games from us, Hug. And I don't think you'll have to worry any more about the Yankee spirit. As a matter of fact, we might still win this pennant.
Well, if we do, babe, it'll be because of you. I want to apologize for what I said to you this morning. I found out it was Rocky Farr who put out those statements.
Sure it was, you dummy. Now maybe all you guys will let me alone.
All right, babe. You can go on back to being a nice guy.
Hey, Steve Martin.
thanks again for a most exciting adventure of Babe Ruth.
You're certainly welcome, Jack. Now you college men. If you can qualify young men, you can be an important part of a great American team, an all-American team, the select team of naval aviators patrolling the 7 seas, flying from carriers and far-flung ocean bases, living and making aviation history. It's a great life, a stimulating life with good pay, real opportunity for advancement, with challenges enough to stir the spirit of anyone. Today, the United States Navy is offering officers' commissions and the world's best flight training to healthy young Americans. It'll pay you to find out more about the Navy's flight training program. If you've had 2 or more years in college, you're eligible to become a member of this great Navy flying team. Get full information about the Navy's Aviation Cadet Training Program from any Navy recruiting office. Or write to NAVCAD, that's NAVCAD, Washington 25, D.C.
Yes, get full information about the Navy's Aviation Cadet Training Program from any Navy recruiting office, or write to NAVCAD, that's NAVCAD, Washington 25, D.C. Now, Steve, what have you got for us for next week?
Well, next week, Jack, I'm going to tell you about the time the big fellow defied superstition and his own teammates and took on a gigantic job that almost wrecked him.
The Adventures of Babe Ruth is written by Ben Peter Freeman, produced by Woody Close, directed by Ronald Dawson, and presented by the United States Navy.
Campbell's Soup bring you Amos and Andy. How do you do, everyone? This is Bill Hay. For many years, Campbell's soups have been a familiar sight on kitchen shelves. Recently, a comparatively new soup, Campbell's Cream of Mushroom, has appeared on thousands of them. This soup has such a delicious, out-of-the-ordinary taste that once a family try it, they usually vote it a place among their regular standbys. People who know and love mushrooms have taken keenly to Campbell's Cream of Mushroom. Those who had never tasted mushrooms in any form are just as enthusiastic. Even the smooth, rich look of its creamy surface tempts their appetite. And they find its flavor so delightful that they soon put Campbell's Cream of Mushroom among the dishes they like best. It's a blending of fresh, sweet cream, heavier even than whipping cream, and young, cultivated mushrooms. Mushroom flavor fills every spoonful. Mushroom slices abound all through. Why not try Campbell's Cream of Mushroom soup tomorrow? Everything is in readiness for the wedding of Belita Green to Andrew H. Brown. Last night, a complete rehearsal was held at the church. Early this morning, a very elaborate canopy was placed over the entrance. and a thick carpet was laid from the curbstone to the church steps. Now we take you to the church, which is filled almost to capacity. In the congregation, there are many girls whom Andy has known in the past. Lightning, Van Porter, Brother Crawford, and Gwendell are acting as ushers, and they have successfully seated the entire gathering. At the last minute, it was decided that the Kingfish would give the bride away. Amos's wife, Ruby, has agreed to act as matron of honor, and of course, Amos will be the best man for his close friend, Andy. As the scene opens now, we hear the organ in the background of the crowded little church. The wedding party is in the rear, but we find the groom, Andy, and his best man in a little room to the left of the altar. The door is open, and Amos and Andy are seated so that those in the church cannot see them. Here they are.
Well, now, don't get nervous, Andy. That's the main thing, you see.
Well, you'd get nervous, too, if you was in my place.
I know.
Oh, this is a big thing, Amos.
Yeah.
Oh, me, why don't the thing start?
Well, I think as soon as this music is over from the organ, then the mixed quartet from the lodge is going to sing one song, and then they go right into the wedding march.
Yeah. Peek out that door there.
All right, I peek out.
Don't let them see you, though. Is there many people out there?
Yeah, the church is almost full, Andy.
'Tis, huh?
Yeah, I see Madam Queen sitting out there. And there's Sadie Blake, too.
Oh, me. I was nervous, Amos.
But that's all right, and I'm with you. Now, take it easy, son. Come on, now. Pull yourself together.
My mouth is getting dry just like I told you it was. I feel like I got a mouthful of cotton.
Yeah, now, when you stand up at the altar there'll be a table right in front of you, and there it is out there now, and it's got a pitcher of water on there. And the preacher says it's all right for you to take a drink when you get there if you feel kind of faint or anything, you see.
Is there water in the pitcher? I wish I had a drink of it now.
Yeah, well, the pitcher got water in it. I know. The only thing is, I can't go out there and get you a drink of it now. Wait till you get out there, 'cause the pitcher will be right in front of it, and then you can take a swallow of it when you get there, you see.
Why don't they start the thing?
Yeah, well, don't worry. Now, it did start in a minute. A couple of people are still coming in.
Yeah.
I got the ring now, you know.
Yeah, don't lose that. Now, what does I got to do?
Well, you remember what you done last night at the rehearsal?
What was that?
Well, you say, I do twice. You say that twice.
Well, why is I got to say it twice?
Well, the preacher asks you two different questions, you see. Then you say, I do once, then he asks you another question. Then you say, I do again, you see.
Yeah. You're going to be standing there by me, ain't you?
Oh, yeah, I is your best man, son. Yeah, now don't get nervous, Andy. I know just how you feel, but take it easy.
Yeah, well, stand up close to me now, 'cause I'm going to kind of lean on you.
Yeah, well, that's all right.
My knees been giving me trouble for the last 2 days.
What's the matter with your knees, Andy?
Oh, I don't know. My legs been acting like they've been made out of rubber.
Wait a minute.
Everything going all right now, Andy. Don't worry about nothing. Remember, I'm looking out for your interest.
Well, listen, Kingfish, why don't the thing start?
Yeah, well, I just sent Lightning back there to tell the organ to stop playing and let the mixed chorus sing, then we go right on.
Then we're almost ready to start, Andy.
I get nervous waiting.
Yeah, I know you is, Andy. Everything gonna be all right.
This waiting around is getting me. Everybody stick with me now, will
Oh,
you?
yeah. Well, we've been waiting for the bride, you know.
Well, ain't she here?
Oh, yeah, she been here, but she been on the telephone out in the front office.
She talk on the telephone all day. Why can't she let the telephone alone when she gonna get married?
Yeah, well, now, right after the singing, the organ goes into the wedding march, Andy, you see?
Yeah. And then we start down the aisle, you see.
Yeah.
Now, the next thing we want to do... Wait a minute.
There goes the singing now.
Yeah. Well, now, listen, boys. I'm going to leave you, and I'm going to get on in the back of the church there so I can be ready. Now, we'll start the wedding procession right after the song, Andy. Brother Andy, shake hands.
Yeah.
Good luck to you.
Thank you, Kingfish.
Stand up now, Andy. You's all right now, Andy. Come on now.
What is the first thing that happened, Amos?
Well, you remember the rehearsal we had, don't you? You remember what you done last night at the rehearsal?
Yeah, me and you walk over and stand there in the middle when the wedding march starts.
Yeah, that's right. We stand right up at the altar there.
Well, now, how did they come down the aisle?
Well, the first thing that happens, the ushers come down first. You see, you got the 4 ushers. And then my wife, Ruby, is the matron of honor, you know. And she come down next.
Yeah.
And then...
How about Puddin' Face?
Yeah, well, the bride comes down with the Kingfish. Of course, the Kingfish is going to give her away, you see.
Yeah.
And they ask who give the bride away, and the Kingfish is the one that say, I do, you see.
Well,
there's the wedding march now. Come on, let's get on that. Come on.
How I look?
You look all right. Come on, follow me now. Come on.
Here I go. Come on.
Yeah. And that's right. Stand right here now. That's right. Now face the window that's got all them pretty colored stained glass in there. And look at there.
Yeah, I'll stand here like this.
Yeah, that's it. Now take your time. They're coming down the aisle. Everything gonna be all right now.
Yeah, here comes the preacher, too.
Yeah, he walked out from behind the palms.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't be nervous now.
Is they coming down the aisle, Amos?
Yeah, they're almost here. And don't forget now, you gotta turn around and meet your bride. Don't forget that.
Yeah, you got my ring, ain't you? You got my ring, ain't you?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. It is right here. Now move over a little bit. There's here. Move over a little bit so your wife can get next to you.
Yeah. I'll move over here. Hello, darling.
Dearly beloved, we are here reverently assembled to see this man and this woman united and married, which is a relation divinely instituted and sanctified for the welfare and happiness of mankind. By this relation, the home is established, bringing the truest joys on earth, but it involves unfailing fidelity, unselfish devotion, and sometimes loving forbearance. For as much as these two persons have come hither to be made one in this holy estate, if there be any here present who knows any just cause why they may not be lawfully joined in marriage, I require him to make it known now or ever after hold his peace. The vow shall now be spoken, after which we will bow our heads in prayer. So I ask you, who giveth this woman to be married to this man? I do. As a token of your unfailing desire, and as a token of your united lives, you may join your right hand. Do you, Andrew H. Brown, take this woman whose hand you now hold to be your lawful wedded wife?
I do.
Do you promise to love and cherish her in sickness and in health, for better or for worse, and forsaking all others, keep thee only unto her, so long as ye both shall live?
I do.
Do you, Villeda Green, take this man whose hand you now hold to be your lawful wedded husband? And do you promise to love and cherish him in sickness and in health, for better or for worse, and forsaking all others, keep thee only unto him, so long as ye both shall live?
I do.
Andy, what pledge do you offer that you will fulfill these vows?
Here's the ring, Andy.
This diamond wedding ring.
Do you, Valeda, accept this token of the same?
I do.
You will then, Andy, place the ring on the fourth finger of the left hand. You will now join hands. I, by virtue of authority vested in me by the state and this church, I now pronounce you...
Amos, I shot.
Andy, is you hurt?
Amos, my arm, my right arm, quick.
Somebody shot from the back of the church.
Amos, my arm.
King, please help me. We got to get Andy to a hospital.
Amos, help me. I think I'm going to faint. Somebody done shot me in the arm.
Get a hold of him. Come on, we're going to take him out here. Awa! Awa!
Tonight is another step forward in the great career of Amos and Andy. For tonight they are broadcasting over the largest network of stations in their history. I wish for Amos and Andy and Campbell's Soups to welcome most heartily their old friends and the hundreds of thousands of new ones who, for the first time, through these increased stations, can now easily hear Amos and Andy each night. Campbell's Soups are glad to bring you Amos and Andy because they are such nationally loved characters with a homey philosophy that attacks life's problems in a way that interests, amuses, and, in so many cases, helps. And for my part, I'm glad to be able to talk to a still larger audience to suggest you're serving various Campbell soups. Tonight I want to suggest this. Won't you try Campbell's cream of mushroom soup tomorrow? This may be a new soup to you, but I am confident that if you once serve it, your family will want it often. Amos and Andy in person will return to you tomorrow at this same hour over this same station. This is Bill Hay speaking for Campbell's Cream of Mushroom Soup, bidding you all good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Jughead. It's a matter of life or death.
Relax, Archie. Relax.
Yes, and you'll relax too, folks, if you can, because here he is again, the youngster millions of readers of Archie comics know and love so well, and brought to you by Swift & Company, makers of Swift's Premium Franks, Archie Andrews and all his gang. Tender beef, juicy pork, known from the West Coast to New York. Swift Premium Franks, Swift Premium Franks, in a new handy 1-pound pack. Yes, for your guarantee of protection, Swift's Premium Franks now come to you cellophane wrapped in handy 1-pound packages. Made right here in your own vicinity or in a nearby city, Swift's Premium Franks are wrapped in the new handy sanitary Flavor Saver pack, and brought to you at the very peak of their tantalizing flavor with all their natural goodness sealed in. That mouth-watering flavor goodness of beef and pork blended together is wrapped in cellophane for your protection. So kids, tell your mom that you want Swift's Premium Franks. And Mom, get some today. They're delicious. And you'll be glad to know that every delectable morsel of Swift's Premium Franks is extra nourishing, extra good. Ask for them today. Swift's Premium Franks in the sanitary 1-pound package. And now suppose you join me in a visit to the town where I live. Riverdale is its name, and it's pretty much a typical American city. It's got 2 schools, 1 park, 7 churches, a museum, a zoo, and the Andrews family. Suppose we make the Andrews home our first stop. It's Saturday evening, and we find Mrs. Andrews in the living room sewing as Archie Andrews enters.
I'll be down to get you in a taxi, honey. Da-da-da-da-da. Oh, hi, Ma. Well, Archie, what are you so happy about? Me? Oh, I don't know, Mom. Guess maybe it's my big date tonight. Oh, are you going out? Sure, Mom. It's Saturday night, you know. I'm going to the dance. Oh, who are you taking, dear? Well, I'm taking Veronica and Jug's taking Betty. But we're all going together. Oh, well, that's nice. You should have a lovely time. Yeah, I think we will. Well, I better start dressing or I'll... Oh, no, who can that be? I'll get it, Mom. Oh, all right, dear. She was Jughead. Who'd you expect? Coffee head? Jughead, I expected you, but not so soon. I'm not even dressed yet. Oh, hurry up. I want to get to the dance early. Why the rush? The only time I can dance without bumping into everyone is when no one else is on the dance floor. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Hello, Jughead.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Andrews. What you doing?
Just darning some socks.
Oh, you are? Gee, I had a big hole in my sock when I was dressing tonight.
Is that so?
Yeah, but it's okay now.
Well, did you sew it yourself?
No, I decided not to wear any socks. Oh, fine.
Jughead, you mean you're going to the dance without any socks?
Sure. These pants are too long anyway.
Oh, for pity's sake.
Well, listen, Jug, if we want to get there early, I better get started. Come on upstairs while I get dressed. Okay, Art.
That's Jughead.
Hello, dear.
Hello, Fred. I wonder... Fred, why are you wearing your bathrobe and slippers?
What do you want me to wear, negligee and galoshes?
Fred, never mind being funny and tell me why you're in your bathrobe at 7:30.
Well, my dear, it so happens that unless you have some violent objections, I am going to take a bath.
A bath? Oh, but Fred, I thought we might go to a movie tonight, dear.
Tonight, dear, I'm just in the mood for a nice hot bath. Yes, sir, I'd like nothing better than to relax for about half an hour and just soap and soap.
Ah, yes, sir, that's my motto tonight. Soap and soap. Or soap and soap. Bet you can't say that 3 times fast.
No, dear, I probably can't.
Oh, go ahead, try it. Soap and soap, soap and soap, soap and... You see, it can't be done.
Oh, honestly, Fred, would you ever grow up? Now, go on, take your bath.
Mary, that's exactly what I'm going to do right this minute. Now, what if that's going to be hot enough? I'll try it. Oh, it sure is hot. Gosh, better put some cold water on. Well, that ought to be about right now. Let's see. Ooh, it's freezing. A minute ago it was too hot, and now it's too... Oh, well, some more hot will do it. That should do it. Now, let's see. Ah, yes, sir, just right. Yes, sir. Just exactly. Is that the phone? That is the phone. Mary, are you getting that? Mary? Oh, fine. Now, where'd she disappear to? Well, I suppose I'll have to answer it myself. I don't know why that phone always rings at the wrong time. Always. All right, I'm coming. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Andrews. This is Betty.
Oh, hello, Betty.
Is Archie there?
I don't think so, Betty. I haven't seen him since dinner.
Oh. Well, I just wanted to talk to him about the dance we're all going to tonight. Would you give him a message for me, Mr. Andrews?
Yes, Betty, what is it?
Well, would you tell him to try real hard not to be late?
Not to be late.
Because somehow he always is late, especially to dance.
Especially to dances.
And we always miss half the dance.
Always miss half the dance.
And this once I'd like to get there right at the start of the dance.
Start of the dance.
Can you remember all that, Mr. Andrews?
Yes, Betty, but would it be all right with you if I just told Archie you want him to get there on time?
Well, yes, I guess that's the same thing.
All right, I'll tell him.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Andrews.
Well, not at all, Betty. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks a lot.
Babe, got the phone?
Oh, now you get here. Mary, where were you when that phone was ringing?
I said I was out in the kitchen and my hands were wet and I couldn't come to the phone.
All right. But it so happens I was about to take a bath and had to come all the way down here just because Betty wants Archie to be on time at some dance.
Oh, is that all?
Yes, that's all. And if the phone rings again, you answer it.
Yes, dear, I will.
All right. Fine thing. Have to do everything around here. Now, who locked this confounded door? Archie, are you in there?
Yes, Dad. I'm taking a bath.
Oh, all right, but don't be too... Taking a bath? In my tub? Archie, I was going to take a bath.
Gee whiz, Dad, I'm going out tonight and I gotta take a bath before I get dressed.
So you see a nice tub of hot water and you just jump right in. You think that water grew there?
Gee, no, I thought Mom got it ready for me.
Oh, fine. Well, I guess now that you're in the tub, you're in the tub. But don't stay there all night, you hear?
Be right out, Dad. Yeah, we'll be right out.
Jughead, what are you doing in there?
I'm scrubbing Archie's back.
Oh, great. Well, scrub a little faster and get out of there.
Okay.
Mary!
Yes, dear?
Mary, do you know what happened?
What's here?
While I was down here taking a message for Archie, Archie was upstairs taking a bath for me.
What?
Yes, he did. Jumped right into the bathtub while my back was turned.
Oh, for pity's sake.
Yes, oh, for pity. Oh. Hello.
Mr. Andrews?
Oh, Veronica.
Is Archie there?
No, he's upstairs in the... he's upstairs, Veronica.
Oh, would you mind holding to the phone?
Mine? Huh. I'd love it, Veronica. Absolutely love it. Archie! Oh, Archie!
Calling me, Dad?
Yes, Archie. Telephone.
He was okay, Dad. Just a minute.
Veronica, you'll be right here.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Andrews.
Well, Mary, I guess that'll teach that boy to take a bath when no one's looking.
What?
Well, you know what I mean.
Yes, but you're just cutting off your nose to spite your face, you know. Now you'll only have to wait that much longer to take your bath.
Yes, but I never thought of that.
Thanks, Dad. Archie, what are you doing running around in that towel?
Gee whiz, Mom, I can't run around without it.
Archie, don't be funny.
Okay, Dad.
Answer the phone.
Hi.
Hello?
Hello, Archie.
Oh, me.
Archie. I'm anxious to see you later.
Archie, either say something or get off that phone.
Gee whiz, okay, Dad, okay. Hello, Veronica. Did you want to speak to me about anything special?
Well, yes, Archie. I wonder if we could get to the dance a little late.
Did you say late, Veronica?
Uh-huh. I hate to be the first one there. I'd sort of like to make an entrance, wouldn't you?
Well, I guess so.
All right. Then I'll see you a little later. Bye now, Archie.
Bye now, Veronica.
Bye now.
Bye now.
Bye.
Bye. Gee, that's Veronica.
Archie, I'll Veronica you. Get up there and finish that bath.
Oh, okay, Dad, okay. I'll be out before you can say Jack Robinson.
Archie, I don't want to say Jack Robinson. I want to take a bath. Mary, we're going to have to do something about that boy.
Oh, now, Fred.
Never mind the now, Fred. I like to take a bath when I'm in the mood for taking a bath, and not just any time. That boy knew I was waiting, and yet he stood around on that phone giggling like he was laying an egg.
Yes, Fred. But he'll be through in a minute.
Laying an egg?
No, taking a bath.
Well, a minute's too long. He should be through by now. Archie!
Yes, Dad?
Archie, are you out of that tub yet?
No, Dad, I'm waiting for it to fill up.
Oh, all right. Fill up!
Well, yes, the water was ice cold when I got back up here, so I had to fill the tub up all over again.
Mary, you see what I mean?
Fred, remember your blood pressure.
Blood pressure? Mary, in a minute I won't need a hot bath. I'm boiling right now. Mary, if that boy isn't...
Dad, I'm through with the tub.
Well, it's about time.
There, dear, you see?
See what?
Oh, never mind. Just go take your bath.
Well, thank you, madame. Thank you. I'm so glad I have your permission. Just go take your bath, she said. Huh. What does she think I've been trying to do all evening? Play ping pong? Fine thing. Well, anyway, he's finally out of here. Now, maybe I can take a nice... Oh, no. Mary!
Yes?
This water's ice cold.
It is. Well, Archie must have used all the hot water.
Oh, fine. Well, what do I do now?
Just let it run.
What?
Just let the water run. There'll be more hot water in a minute.
All right. Let it run.
Gee whiz, what was that?
The water pipe, it was knocking.
I thought the house was falling in.
Doug, it wasn't the house, it was the water pipe knocking.
What was that?
Mary, for the third and last time, the water pipe was knocking.
Knocking?
Yes, knocking. Evidently, the washer is gone.
Washer?
Yes. The rubber washer that keeps the faucet from leaking. Must be worn out. Look, why do I have to explain how the whole house is built? This faucet needs a new washer, that's all.
Oh, well, I guess you just have to forget about your bath. I'll call a plumber tomorrow, dear.
Mary, I am not going to forget about my bath. Tomorrow is Sunday, and you can't get a plumber on Sunday. And I want a bath tonight. And any fool can put a new washer in a faucet. So I'm going to do it, by George, even if I have to rebuild the whole house. Mary!
Yes, Fred?
Is Archie up in the bathroom?
Yes. Where are you?
Down in the cellar. I think I have the water shut off down here. Ask Archie to try it and see if it's off.
But, Fred, won't those water, dear, and see if it's off.
Won't those pipes start knocking again?
Archie, just do as I asked you.
All right, Mom.
All right, dear. Archie! Shut it off! Okay, Mom. Fred! Fred, maybe you ought to forget about it.
Don't be silly. It's only a matter of my finding the right knob to turn down here. I think this one must be the one.
Which one?
The one under the boiler.
Under the boiler? Fred, how'd you ever get under the boiler?
Mary, never mind how. Tell Archie to try the water again.
All right, dear. Oh, dear. Now, look at that, please. All right, I'm coming. Oh, well, hello there, Mr. Sherry. How nice to see you. Won't you come in?
Thank you. Well, Mrs. Andrews, I just dropped by to tell you the news.
News? What news?
The big news.
What big news?
You mean you haven't heard?
Oh, no, I don't think I have.
Oh, that's fine. Then I can be the first to tell you.
Tell me what?
Well, gosh, I just don't know where to begin. But I just found out that Swift's Premium Franks, you know those extra delicious Franks that are all dinner quality meat, well, you can get them now in a new handy 1-pound cellophane package.
Really, Mr. Sherry? Well, that's simply grand.
It will be so convenient that way to buy them in a handy package.
Mary!
Oh, and that cellophane package makes them completely sanitary, doesn't it?
Sanitary? Well, that cellophane wrapping, you know that Swift's Premium Franks are extra fresh, wholesome, and flavorful, no matter where or when you buy them.
Mary!
Ma'am? What was that? What'd you say?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, excuse me. As I was saying, besides being convenient and sanitary, the new cellophane package assures you that Swift's Premium Franks reach you at the very peak of their flavored goodness. Juicy pork and tender beef blended together in one delightful Frank.
My land, what'll they think of next? Well, I'm sure glad you told me about Swift's Premium Franks, Mr. Sherry. You know, my mother told me about the wonderful products Swift makes before I was married, and her mother told her about them years ago. So we're really a Swift family from way back.
Oh, Mrs. Andrews, what a real pleasure it is to talk to you.
Oh, Mr. Sherry.
And you know, Mrs. Andrews, to make sure that Swift's Premium Franks reach you as fresh can be, Swift makes them close to where they're sold. Makes them in the vicinity or in a nearby city.
Well, Mr. Sherry, I'm certainly glad you took all the trouble to come down here and tell me these things.
Oh, no trouble at all. And I do hope I haven't taken up too much of your time. But when I heard about the new Flavor Saver pack, I rushed right over here because I knew you'd be interested.
Well, I'm certainly glad you did. In fact, I think I'll go down and get some Swiss Premium Franks right now.
Well, Mrs. Andrews, I'll drive you down.
All right, just as soon as I get my things. Let's see now. Here's my purse. Hat and keys.
I'm sure Mr. Andrews will be wild about those Franks.
Yes, I am. Mr. Andrews? Oh, dear. I forgot. He's under the boiler.
Under the what?
I can't explain just now, but I'll just have to drive down myself later. But thank you so much for dropping by.
It was a pleasure, Mrs. Andrews. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Sherry. Fred, what are you shouting about?
That water off!
Well, Fred, I don't know.
You don't know? What have you been doing up there? Taking a gallop pole?
Fred, don't be sarcastic. Archie!
Yes, Mom?
Is the water off up there?
Sure, it's been off for 10 minutes.
Fred, the water's off. Now what do you want me to do?
Not a thing, Mary, not a thing. Just come pull me out from under this boiler.
Fred, I still say you ought to let a plumber do the job.
Now, Mary, let's not go through that again. Now that we have the water shut off, it won't take 2 seconds. Besides, I really need a bath after crawling around down in that basement.
Well, you could let him do it.
Oh, gee. Oh, hello, Jughead. What are you doing up here?
Waiting for Archie.
Where is he?
In the bathroom.
In the bathroom? Archie, are you in there?
Sure, Dad. Don't you want me in here?
No, not anymore. Now unlock this door so I can get at that faucet.
Unlock it? But I never locked it.
Archie, you must have. This door is locked. See?
Gee whiz. How could that happen?
I am not interested in how it happened. Just unlock it.
But, Dad, the lock part isn't turned. It's the door knob.
The knob?
Yeah, it fell off.
Fell off. Oh, no.
Fred, is that serious?
Oh, no, dear, not at all. I'll just have to saw this door open now, that's all. Oh, what a job.
Gee whiz, Dad, what are you stopping for?
Archie, I just stopped to catch my breath for a minute. Now be patient. I'm almost through here.
Gee, can you hurry, Dad? Jug and I got safe.
Archie, I am hurrying. Now just be quiet.
I didn't intend to spend Saturday night waiting outside a bathroom.
Jug, you be quiet, too.
Your father be through in a minute, Archie.
Yeah. Just a few more strokes. And yeah, that does it.
Thank goodness.
Archie, see if you can knock that piece out.
What piece?
The piece of wood around the doorknob that I just sawed.
Oh, okay, Dad. Look out. There, that did it.
Good boy.
At last. Hello, everybody.
Hello. Now get your head out of that hole and open the door.
Boy, I bet not many houses have a hole in the bathroom door.
Archie, just get your head out of that hole.
Okay, I'll... That's funny.
Archie, hurry up.
Gee whiz, Dad. Don't you think I would if I could?
Yes, Archie, I know you... If you could. Archie, what do you mean?
Oh, dear.
His head is stuck in there.
And how?
Stuck? How can it be stuck? He got it in, didn't he?
Yeah, but it sure won't come out.
Gee whiz.
Now listen, Archie, if it went in, it's got to come out. Archie, hold still a minute.
Hey, what are you doing, Dad?
Don't put your boy's head that way.
The only way to get him out.
Dad, quit it. Hey, don't do that.
Well, I guess that won't work. Now, let's see. There must be some way to do this.
Maybe you should take the hinges off.
I can't. They're inside.
Well, Archie, can't you open that door?
No, Mom. It opens out and my shoulders are jammed against the wall.
There must be some way.
There better be some way. I'll sure look silly wearing a door around my neck the rest of my life. Especially a bathroom door.
I knew it looked good.
Just be quiet.
Fred, never mind, Jughead. Get Archie out. I think he's turning blue.
Now, Mary, don't get hysterical. He is not turning blue.
No, just a little green.
Jug, keep quiet.
Well, Fred, do something.
Mary, I am. Now, just be patient for a moment. Look, Archie, I have a plan. You must have put your head in sideways. The hole is wider that way.
Gee, maybe I did.
Well, then try to take it out that way. Go on, turn your head sideways.
Okay.
Turn it more.
Okay.
Turn it more.
If he turns it any more, he won't know if he's coming or going.
Keep trying, Archie. Here, I'll help you.
Ouch, not so hard, Dad.
Fred, you're wringing his neck.
The best thought of the evening. Come on, Archie, turn.
Okay, I'm trying. Hey, I'm out.
Gee, at last. Archie, I think...
Oh, dear. Jughead, please go see who that is.
Okay, Mrs. Ann.
Now, Archie, look out so I can get to that faucet and put that washer in.
Fred, why don't you give up that idea?
Give up now? Mary, don't be silly. The worst is over. All I have to do is turn this faucet on and...
Gee whiz.
Oh, dear.
Oh, for Pete's sake. Archie, I thought you said the water was turned off.
Gee, it was off, Dad.
Archie, are you sure?
Positive. But the pipes didn't knock that time.
Yes, I know they didn't. You didn't knock. Oh, good grief.
Did not. Fred, you mean that you started all this fuss for no reason?
Now, Mary, I had no...
Betty and Veronica are
please.
Hello, Archie.
Veronica, just wait a moment.
Hello, Veronica.
Archie, this is
Hello,
no...
everybody.
Betty, would you please wait while I... Mary, how do I know this? I tried my best. I did all I could for it. All right? You let me talk. Quiet. Quiet. Quiet! Well, that's better. Now listen to me, all of you. Nonsense has gone far enough. Do you hear? Far enough.
Yes, Mr. Andrews. Yes, dear. Yes, Dad.
Now, all I want to do is take a bath. That's all. Just a nice, quiet bath. Is that asking too much?
No, Mr. Andrews. No, dear. No, Dad.
All right. Now, I admit I don't know what the dickens happened to those water pipes. But the fact remains, if you kids hadn't been getting in my way all evening, I'd have had my bath an hour ago.
Yes, Mr. Andrews. Yes, dear. Yes, dear. Dad.
So if you kids are going to a dance, for Pete's sake, go ahead and I'll get my bath.
Okay, Dad, okay. Come on, kids, let's get out.
Go ahead. Goodbye. Well, that's settled.
And thank goodness it is. I don't want to hear any more about a bath.
Don't worry, you won't. Oh, me. Quite a night. Quite a night. I don't suppose anything else can happen. Just feel that water. Just right. Well, that ought to be enough water. Fine. Now, just take this bathrobe off. There. And step in. Oh, a little warm. There we are. Oh, it's fine. Fine. That's what the doctor ordered. Now, all I need is... Oh, fine. Mary! Oh, Mary!
What now?
Bring me a piece of soap, please.
Where's there any in the soap tray?
No, there isn't. Archie must have used the last of it.
Oh, dear, that's terrible.
Mary, all I want's a piece of soap.
Well, that's just it. There's another piece of soap in the house. You'll just have to forget you're back.
Forget my... Oh, how do these things happen to me?
Yes, it never rains, but it pours at the Andrews house. But we'll see how the storm ended in just a moment. Meanwhile... Tender beef, juicy pork, known from the West Coast to New York. Swift's Premium Franks. Swift's Premium Franks. Friends, you really know what you're getting when you ask for Swift's Premium Franks. Made right here in your own vicinity or in a nearby city, so you know they're fresh. Cellophane wrapped, so you know they're sanitary. Made by Swift, so you know they're top quality. So ask for them today. Swift's Premium Franks in the new handy 1-pound cellophane packages. And while you're at your dealers, be sure to ask for Swift's Brookfield Sausage. Wonderful for breakfast, ideal for a quick, easy-to-fix dinner, Swift's Brookfield Sausage is just right. Yes, just right. Not too mild, not too spicy, but seasoned to just right perfection. Ask for Swift's Brookfield Sausage, the sausage with the just right seasoning. And don't forget that your dealer has a tempting variety of Swift's Premium table-ready meats. Swift's Premium Salami is being featured this month, and you'll find it perfect for hot weather suppers, snacks, lunches, and picnics. And now back to the Andrews. Mr. and Mrs. Andrews have just gotten to sleep.
Oh, no.
Oh, Archie. Is that you? Gee, did I wake you?
Yes, Archie, you certainly did.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry. I didn't think you'd be asleep.
Well, we're not now. Did you have a nice time at the dance, dear?
Well, sort of, Mom. Veronica and I won the jitterbug contest.
Oh, that's nice.
But you'd think that dance committee would spend some money on prizes.
Why? What'd you get?
Well, Veronica got some nice perfume, but all I got was some plain old bath soap.
What? Oh, no.
You've been listening to another chapter of the adventures of Archie Andrews, written by Carl Jampel and based on the copyrighted feature appearing in Archie Comics magazine. Archie is played by Bob Hastings, Jughead by Harlan Stone. Mom and Dad Andrews are played by Alice Yorman and Arthur Q. Bryan. Veronica and Betty by Gloria Mann and Rosemary Rice. This program was produced and directed by Kenneth McGregor. Listen again next Saturday when Swift and Company, makers of Swift's Premium Franks, bring you more of the merry adventures of Archie Andrews. This is Bob Sherry wishing you a very pleasant weekend. So long.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber, McGee, and Molly with Donald Novis, Bill Thompson, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with A New Sun in the Sky. After last week's show, I had a telephone call from one of our listeners, and it looks as though I've got another question to answer. This lady said, I know I should wax my floors, but what about all those extra uses I've heard about for Johnson's Wax? Are they really important? Well, I'll say this. If you could take a peek at the letters that come in here every day, you'd know they're important. One woman writes, I wax my windowsills and painted woodwork. Another, I wax my parchment lampshades, ornaments, picture frames. A third writes, I wax my enameled refrigerator and my pantry shelves. Now, why do they wax all these things? For the same reasons they wax their floors. For protection, beautification, and labor saving. Protection against fingerprints, surface scratches, and stains. Adding a rich, mellow beauty to every corner of the house. Saving work throughout the entire year because a waxed surface sheds dirt and dust, is easily kept spotless. Now, if you haven't tried these extra uses for Johnson's Wax, you're missing a good bet. But be sure you get the genuine Johnson's Wax in either paste or liquid form. The wax that has given such lasting satisfaction for over 50 years. And remember, you can save 1/3 by buying a larger sizes. There's been quite a discussion at 79 West Vista, a discussion as to whether or not Fibber should get busy and take down the window screens for the winter. It was quite an argument while it lasted, and here on a stepladder taking down the window screens is the loser, very busy under the watchful eye of the winner, Mrs. Simon Legree McGee, a combination otherwise known as Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
There. I guess that's enough for today, Molly. I'll take the rest of them down later.
Oh, no, you don't, McGee. If we don't get the screens off and the curtains cleaned and all, what on earth will the neighbors think?
What do I care what the neighbors think? They don't think we're clean. They got dirty minds. Tattletale gray matter, you might say. Don't you get it, Molly?
Ain't funny, McGee.
Shucks, and I got up in the middle of the night to write that one down.
Well, after this, McGee, keep your nightmares to yourself. Now get busy on that next screen.
All right.
Hello there, Johnny. Hello, daughter. Need a handyman to help you take down them screens?
No, thank you, Mr. Oldtimer. My husband can handle it all right.
Hey!
He says I can do it myself. He's starting a new production next week called Paint in the Garage, and this is my screen test.
good, Johnny, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, "Say," says, "see where they claim that the weather is caused by spots on the sun. Ever see my kid's freckles? What's that got to do with it?" says t'other feller. "Well," says the first feller, "I got a theory that the spots in my sun are caused by the weather." Well, don't strain yourself, Johnny. Remember, if muscles were meant to be so important, they wouldn't have been hid under your skin.
Hold the ladder, Molly. I'm coming down.
Oh, what for? You've only taken down 2 screens.
I know, but I feel kind of faint.
Oh.
Help me down, will you?
Oh, you poor dear. Oh. Oh, my.
Yeah.
Where do you feel the worst?
Up on the ladder.
Well, now, there's only one thing for you to do, dearie, and that's go to bed. Now, come on in the house and lie down.
Hey, wait a minute, Molly. I can't go to bed. I just happen to think there's a smoker at the club tonight, and I got to interview a lot of talent. Did I tell you about that guitar player I discovered? He's terrific. He's marvelous.
Now, don't excite yourself, McGee. You better run up to bed.
Oh, I don't want to go to bed.
You're going to bed.
But, Molly, I don't
You're going to bed.
That's what I say. I think I ought to go to bed. On second thought, Molly, I'll just lie down here on the davenport.
Come in.
Good day, madam. I'm from the Wistful Vista Exterminating Company. Are you troubled with pests?
Yes.
What kind?
Salesman from Exterminating Company.
I get it.
Who was that, Molly?
Oh, that was just a man from the Exterminating Company.
Oh, too bad you couldn't give him some work to do, Molly. Them poor fellas just live from hand to mouth. Oh, am I sick?
You must.
I'll get it, Molly. It's must be that guitar player.
Lie still, dearie. Lie still. Don't exert yourself. I'll answer.
Okay.
79 Wistful Vista, Molly McGee speaking. Yes? Yes. No. No.
Oh, yes, what's all this?
What? Yes. That's right. Don't mention it. Goodbye.
Who was that?
Wrong number.
That was a lot of conversation for a wrong number.
Oh, don't be so suspicious, McGee. Somebody wanted to know if Billy Mills' next number was going to be Sweet Sue, and that was wrong. The right number is Pagan Love Song.
Oh, prop me up, Molly. I want to hear it. Serious about keeping me laying down all the rest of the day, are you, Molly?
Well, I certainly am. I've even called the doctor. Now, in the meantime, take this medicine.
Oh, what is it?
Well, I don't know, but the label says it's good for man or beast, and you've been working like a dog here. Here, take it.
Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. I hope that's my guitar player.
Come in.
How do you do, madam? Did you call for a doctor?
Oh, yes. How do you do, Doctor? I want you to look at me husband. He was suddenly took ill while taking down the window screen.
Oh, yes. Quite an epidemic of that these days. I think I'd better give him a shot in the arm.
Ow! Hey, what's the idea?
No, don't get excited. Just a flesh wound. Here, let me put a bandage on it.
Oh.
There you are. Lucky thing I was here when this happened.
Say, Doctor, give him a good looking over.
Oh, certainly.
Incidentally, Doc, you don't look very good yourself.
I don't?
No, your color's bad. Let's see your tongue.
Nah.
Very bad. Let me feel your pulse, Doc. No, the other foot.
You think it's anything serious? I've been working pretty hard here lately.
Oh, pretty hard to tell, Doc, on a hasty examination like this. Do you ever have dizzy spells?
Well,
Any loss of appetite?
Now that you speak of it,
Shall I leave the room whilst you examine the doctor, McGee?
Oh, never mind, Molly. I'm nearly through. Now, listen, Doc. I don't want to alarm you, but you got a bad shake. I mean, you're in bad shape. I'd advise a complete rest, no excitement, and a bland diet.
Oh, my gosh. I better get home and go to bed.
What a doctor. I wouldn't let him doctor my horse.
Why, you haven't got a horse.
I got a good mind to get one just to not let him doctor it. Oh, let me get up, Molly. I feel better. Besides, I got to take that guitar player down to the club when he comes. You ought to hear him, Molly. Why, he's Nick Lucas and Bing Crosby all rolled into one.
That must be very uncomfortable for both of them. Now, you lie still and get some rest whilst I take down the rest of the curtains. And if you want anything, just call me, dear.
This is a fine state of how do you do. I can get myself into more scrapes than an old-fashioned razor. That's dead.
Hello, Fisher.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Say, what is this I'm hearing about you being under the climate?
You mean under the weather, Nick? Yes, that's right. I guess I've just been overworking.
Well, for scream's sake, I hope it is only being slightly fatal. I'm hearing that there is quite an epidermis of hay fever.
Not epidermis, epidemic. Epidermis is your skin.
It is? That's funny. I never noticed it. How does it feel?
How does what feel?
Well, maybe not. Anyway, I'm being quite susceptible to having hay fever myself about this time of the year. In September, act sober, and no wonder.
Yeah, what makes you think you have hay fever?
Oh, well, every night about 1:30 Amos and Andy, I'm getting in a terrible fever to hit the hay. You grab me?
Maybe that's what I got, Nick.
Is that so? You must be in a very serious condition. If I were you, Fizzer, and thank goodness I'm somebody else, I would watch my stomach very closely. And the best way to do that is to cut a little hole in the front of your shirt. Well, I hope you're back on my feet again soon. If you're not feeling better tomorrow, don't you wish you'd been more careful yesterday?
Cheerful guy he is.
Did I hear you talking to someone, McGee?
Yeah, Nick DePopoulos was just in. What you got there, Molly?
A thermometer. I want to take your temperature.
Uh-oh. Where'd you get the thermometer?
Well, what a question.
Huh?
Well, you've seen it 1,000 times. It's been hanging outside the kitchen door for 2 years.
Oh, yeah, well, wait till I put my hat on, Molly. I'd rather know what my temperature is in the shade.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, Molly. Say, what's the matter with you, Fibber?
Oh, hi, Harlow. Oh, I guess I've been overdoing things a little.
Hey.
Yeah, I got took sick right in the middle of taking down the window screen. Come on, just like, snap your fingers for me, Harlow. I'm kind of weak.
Okay.
Thanks. Come on, just like that.
Now, just sit down and make yourself at home, Mr. Wilcox. And don't you tire yourself talking too much, dearie. I've got to go soak my curtains.
Okay, Molly. Hey, Harlow. Yeah, shut the door.
What's the matter, pal?
Shh, not so loud, huh? Bend down here a minute. Yeah. Look, I ain't really sick. I'm Goldbricking. I got so dad-ratted tired of working around here, I pulled a fake. You catch on to it?
Sure, I know how it is. All men get panicky about house cleaning time. But it doesn't bother smart housewives anymore.
Huh? It don't?
No. Not the ones that have learned about Johnson's wax and Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. Glow coat is practically done away with old-fashioned floor scrubbing, you know. It gives linoleum a beautiful wax finish without any rubbing or buffing.
You hear that, folks? Use Johnson's wax and you can drag a commercial in by the heels without leaving a scratch. Go on, Cuddles.
Well, that's all, except that Johnson's paste or liquid wax on wood floors and furniture makes old-time housekeeping as simple as ABC. And when I say ABC, I mean always bright and cheerful. Why, do you know, Fibber?
McGee, well, what are you two whispering about?
Who?
Well, I just didn't want to disturb Fibber too much, Molly. He's a pretty sick fella.
I'm afraid he is too, Mr. Wilcox. I don't know exactly what to do about it.
Well, if I were you, I'd give him a good dose of castor oil, rub his chest with bear's grease, and keep him off cigars for a week or so. Take care of yourself, pal.
Well, of all the dirty... If that ain't the worst ingratitude... Bear's grease. Hey, Molly, that must be that guitar player. If it is, stick around and listen. The guy's tremendous. What a voice.
Now, easy, dearie, easy. Don't get excited
Okay.
now. Come in. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington?
Hi, Uppy.
Oh, nice to see you both looking so well.
I ain't well, Uppy. I've been sick.
Really? Oh, now please, Miss McGee. Oh, I'm afraid you're just pulling my but that's what I admire about you. Your drollery.
Hand me a handkerchief, Molly. Uppy says I'm drolling.
Quiet, McGee. No fooling, Mrs. Uppington. He is sick.
Oh, well, then it's probably just a change in temperature. Now, personally, I make every effort to keep in perfect physical condition. I have been going to a trainer 3 times a week at the gymnasium, you know.
Oh, how are you on the trapeze, Uppy? Can't you just see her, Molly? I bet she flies through the air with the greatest of effort.
I don't know, McGee. I think it's very sensible of Mrs. Uppington to keep herself in condition.
Oh, yes, you have no idea how it tones one up. Why, I can actually feel my wrinkles just fading away.
Oh, not really.
Well, what's wrong with a few wrinkles, Uppy? After all, a wrinkle is just a dimple that got up to stretch and never sat down again. I feel a little better now. Don't you get it, Uppy? I said.
Oh, yes, that was very amusing.
I thought it was killing you.
Oh, yes, indeed. But, Mrs. McGee, you must try my athletic trainer. He is so delightfully brutal. Why, I have seen him tear a telephone book in two with his bare hands.
Oh, dear.
Yes. I asked him how on earth he ever learned to do it, and you know what he said?
What he said?
Well, it was so amusing. He said he got started by tearing up one telephone number at a time when he got married. Wasn't that silly? Oh, my. Well, I must be going. Goodbye.
Folks, here is a rare bit from our Welsh warbler. Donald Nova's singing The Man with the Mandolin.
The music man is coming, a happy song he's humming. Beely-um-bum-bum, beely-um-bum, here comes the man with the mandolin. Beely-um-bum-bum, beely-um-bum, he'll cheer you up till your ship comes in. Lovable old fella, playing an old tune, he comes around every afternoon. Raggedy old minstrel, wearing a big grin, you love the man with the mandolin. All the kids holler through the windows above. Mama throw a nickel and the man will pick a little tune we love. Beely-um-bum-bum, beely-um-bum, open your heart, let the music in. Beely-um-bum-bum, beely-um-bum, there goes the man with the mandolin. Ah, there comes the man with the mandolin. Ah, he'll cheer you up till your ship comes in. Ah, he comes around every afternoon. Ah, you love the man with the mandolin. bum, beedly bum. Open your heart and let the music in. Beedly bum, beedly bum. There goes the man with the mandolin.
Oh, my, that was grand, Mr. Novi.
I'm glad you liked it, Molly. I used to play the mandolin myself, you know.
Honest, Don? Ain't that a kind of a tough instrument to learn?
Yes, it takes a lot of pluck.
Oh.
Well, see you later, kid.
Well, how do you feel now, dearie?
I'm still kind of weak, Molly. And speaking of the man with the mandolin, I wish that guy with the guitar would show up. I got a good... Oh, that must be him now.
Now, don't get up, McGee. Mustn't tire yourself. I'll see who it is.
Okay, well...
Hi. Oh, hello, little girl. McGee, it's only the little girl from across the street.
Oh, hi, sis. You better run on home. I'm sick. I says I'm sick.
Why?
Dad, how do I know why? I just am, that's all. Probably just got a little run down.
Oh, did you get the license number?
Whose? Hey?
Sure.
Listen, sis, you better get out of here. Maybe I got something serious. You wouldn't want to get one of my germs, would you?
I don't know. I see one.
What you talking about? You can't see a germ.
Why?
They're too little, that's why.
Oh, maybe we can wait till they grow up, huh?
They don't grow up. They always stay little.
Maybe they don't eat their spinach, I bet you.
Be like that. Germs don't like spinach.
Gee, maybe I'm a germ. I don't either.
Oh, you don't, eh? Listen, sis, go on home. Suppose I had the mumps, or the measles, or the chicken pox, or something.
Gee, that'd be dandy, I bet you. Can I stay and watch?
Dad, Rabbit, can you stay and watch what?
Well, see, if you got chicken pox, maybe you'll lay an egg, huh?
Go on. I don't lay eggs.
That ain't the way I heard it, I bet you.
You hear what she says, Molly? Dad, rat it, the way I lead with my chin, I ought to be wearing a beard for a shock absorber.
Oh, now calm yourself, dearie.
Well?
After all, you're a sick man and mustn't get excited. Come in.
Mr. McGee live here?
Yes, he does, but he's not very well. Oh, is that a guitar you have with you?
Well, if it isn't, I'm out $7.98.
Well, come right in, Mr.
Saputo, Frankie Saputo, the czar of the guitar.
You don't say. Well, come right in, Mr. Saputo.
Oh, hi, Bud. Shucks, I'd about give you up. And listen, Frankie, don't tie up with nobody as manager till you talk to me, see?
Okay, Mr. McGee.
Yes, sir. After tonight, Frankie, you will have more offers than you can handle.
Oh, my goodness, McGee. Mr. Saputo must be wonderful.
Wonderful. He's a sensation, Molly. And he's been right here in Wistful Vista all the time, working in a filling station.
Oh?
I discovered him myself.
Oh, where did you hear him play, McGee?
Huh? Why, well, as a matter of fact, I never did hear him play.
Well, then how do you know he's so wonderful?
I told him.
Oh?
That's right. Oh, I know he was sincere about it, too, Molly. Well, unlimber the old strum bucket and tear off a little swingaroo. You get this, Molly, now. He not only plays the guitar, but he sings at the same time.
No.
What you going to do, Bud?
Well, my most terrific number is Lazy Bones.
Now, light the fuse, Frankie.
Lazy Bones, line the sun. I try to get your work done. You never get it done in the sun. Lazy Bones, shake. I expect to make any money. You never make any money that way, or any other way. When taters need spraying, I'll bet
This bank has fallen. Lazy bone. Shade. I expect to make any corn meal. You never make any cornmeal because you don't know how. Because you don't know how.
Well, I must say, McGee, that Mr. Saputo is certainly different.
Yeah, he's even different than I. Well, much obliged, Frankie, my boy. I'll let you know what the committee decides.
Okay, Mr. McGee.
So you dug him up all by yourself. Well, all I got to say is you better bury him again.
Shucks, I didn't realize. I thought well, I guess it's just as well I didn't take him down to the club, Molly. I'm sicker than ever now.
Well, you just lie there and get some rest. I want you to be well enough tomorrow to finish taking the screens down.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if you hadn't better get somebody else, Molly. I got a hunch this is the beginning of a long illness. Oh, why can't people leave a sick man alone?
Hush, dearie, don't fret. I'll see who 'tis.
What a day. I'm darn near convinced myself.
Oh, hello, lady. We had a rush call for a stretcher. Is this the place?
Oh, yes, the stretcher. Bring it right in, please.
Okay. Come on, Joe. Bring it in.
Stretcher. Uh-oh. Oh, no, they don't. They don't take me out of here on no stretcher. Hey, Molly.
What is it, McGee?
Tell them to take it away. I ain't sick. I was just kidding.
What?
I was just faking, Molly. I ain't really sick. I kind of fooled you, though, didn't I? Well, I guess I'll go out and take the rest of the screens down. Take the stretcher away, fellas. We don't need it.
Oh, yes, we do, McGee.
Huh?
That's the stretcher for me curtain.
You mean there wasn't... Oh, sure.
Often heard the expression, you can't do two things at once. Well, you can put that down as wrong, and I'll tell you two things you can do at once. You can clean and wax polish your car at once in the same operation with Car New, that revolutionary new auto product developed by the makers of Johnson's Wax. Before the days of Car New, you had to use a cleaner first and then a wax. Two products. Today, Car New does both jobs in half the time it used to take. Simply put it on, it dries to a powder, you wipe it off, that's all there is to it. If your car is a brand new 1940 model, or if it's 10 years old, you should wax polish it right now with Car New. Get it ready for those bad weather days that are ahead. Make your job of winter cleaning easy. You can buy Car New wherever auto supplies are sold, or from your regular wax dealer. Everybody's buying it, and they're all beginning to say, your car looks like new when you use Car New.
McGee, I never thought you'd try to get out of doing your work by pretending to be sick. Aren't you, Shane?
Yeah, I am, Molly. Ashamed I didn't think of it before. I'd have got away with it, too, if you hadn't brung in that stretcher. That's when I lost hope.
Oh, Hope. Oh, my goodness. Come on, McGee. Let's hurry home and listen to the radio. He's back tonight.
Who?
Bob Hope.
Oh, okay. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Racine, Wisconsin, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night at this same time. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the Ladies Be Seated show, and this is Johnny Olson inviting you to stay with us for more fun and more merriment. And here in person is that smiling friend of every American housewife. Who is it, folks? That's right, it's Aunt Jemima, the pancake queen herself.
Thank you, folks, and thank you, Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson.
Yes, Aunt Jemima?
These nice young honeymoon couples who visit Ladies Be Seated, they remind me of an old South saying for brides.
Well, let's have it, Aunt Jemima.
Well, folks down south used to say, it's better for brides to decorate the table with good food than with magnolia blossoms. But I don't agree.
But, Aunt Jemima, isn't good food more necessary than romance?
Oh, Mr. Olson, folks can have both. Take Aunt Jemima pancakes. They're nutritious and wholesome, and whether the bride can cook or not, she'll get luscious, fluffy pancakes every time, just tempting with that genuine old South flavor. Well, when the husband tastes those heavenly pancakes, what do you think he's going to do, Mr. Olson?
I don't know, Aunt Jemima.
He's just going to shower her with praise, yes, sir, and that always helps romance to linger on.
Well, bring on those man-satisfying, romance-encouraging Aunt Jemima pancakes. And here is today's entry in the Ladies Be Seated singing contest. She was chosen by our studio audience just before going on the air today, and she comes from the Bronx, New York. A very nice housewife, Mrs. Gertrude Ozat.
Thank you.
How are you today, Mrs. Ozat?
Oh, fine, Johnny.
Good. How long you been a housewife?
Oh, 18 years.
18 years. Do you folks have a family?
I have one boy, 15.
One boy. That's nice. What's his name, his first name?
Lloyd.
Lloyd. Uh-huh. Is he here at the broadcast today?
No, he's not.
Uh-huh. What does your husband do, Mrs. Ozat?
Well,
What kind of work, I mean?
it's sort of jewelry manufacturing.
In the manufacturing jewelry business. Has he been in that long?
Oh, about 3 years.
Mm-hmm. What was he doing when you first met him? What kind of work?
A taxi driver.
Oh, was that so? Did you have your courtship in the Bronx, Mrs. Ozat?
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm. Did he used to call for you in his taxi?
Oh, the way I met him was one night it was raining, and he used to take his girlfriend home, and
Yes.
and I was invited to go along, and I went with him ever since.
Oh, that's a wonderful courtship, Mrs. Ozat. Of course, you listen to our program every day, don't you, Mrs. Ozat?
Yes, I do.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that. Now, while you're getting set to do our Song of the Week, I just want to pass along a little bit more exciting information about some of the gifts that this week's winner will receive. Yesterday, we told you about that lovely satin bag and the draped evening sandal, and as a perfect complement to these lovely items and the ensemble itself, we have those out-of-this-world, smooth-as-velvet, long black gloves with the seamless palm, which only Mary Hull can give you. The gloves with the streamlined, free-as-your-hand feel. And the next gift is such a breathtaker, well, as a matter of fact, I'm not even going to mention it until Monday. It's really so grand. And Mrs. Ozat, keep all these gifts in mind while your voice expresses the lovely lyrics of Smiles, the smiles the winner will wear next Monday. Good luck to you.
There are smiles that make us happy. There are smiles that make us blue. There are smiles that steal away the teardrops as the sunbeams steal away the dew. There are smiles that have a tender meaning that the eyes of love alone may see. And the smiles that fill my life with sunshine are the smiles that you give to me.
Thank you, Mrs. Ozat. Your applause has been registered by our committee of judges. Monday, we'll announce the name of the contestant who's received the most applause this week, and she'll be declared the grand prize winner. Decision of the applause meter is final, and in case of a tie, duplicate awards will be given. And for a most enjoyable bit of singing, Mrs. Ozat, we have some gifts for you. Suppose you got all the hosiery you need, huh? Even nylons?
Oh, no.
Huh? Well, here's a box of lovely, sheer, flattering Mojud nylon hosiery for you, Mrs. Ozat. And, I got a wire from 3 swell announcers out there at KEX in Portland, Oregon, who stand by when our program is on. They said, "Hey, Johnny, have pity on battered but unbowed heads of 3 hard-working announcers, wives demanding nylons. Aunt Jemima gives nylons. How about it, Johnny?" Signed Barney Keep, Howard Parent, and Ken Finley. Well, fellas, when you decide to be singing housewives, then I guess we'll be able to slip you some nylons, too. I think they'll have nylons all over the country before long. And here's another gift for you, Mrs. Ozat, a nice new $10 bill. And since Christmas is just around the corner, here's even another special gift for you. This gold, very thin, 17-jewel precision watch, a product of the Gruen Watch Company. Isn't it lovely?
Oh, isn't that lovely?
And what's more, because Aunt Jemima has a warm spot in her heart for all visitors to Ladies Be Seated, she has a very special gift for you.
I'm giving Mrs. Ozat with best wishes for happy eating, a whole year's supply of my Aunt Jemima pancakes or buckwheat.
Hooray for Aunt Jemima. Thank you. Well, thank you very much.
All right, Tom, who's next today?
Well, we have a gentleman from way down in Knoxville, Tennessee, Johnny. He's Mr. William Zion, and he's being accompanied up to the microphone by 3 very lovely housewives.
Well, welcome, Mr. Zion. The ladies be seated. Just say hello, please.
Hello. How's everything?
All right, now let's meet the 3 housewives. You are from?
From Los Angeles, California.
And your name is?
Mrs. Jean Gillen.
Mrs. Jean Gillen of Los Angeles, and you are?
Mrs. Emma Street from Irvington, New Jersey.
Mrs. Emma Street of Irvington. All right, and our 3rd housewife is from where?
Mrs. Mary Holzer, New Haven, Connecticut.
How do you do, Mrs. Holzer? You look lovely today. Well, Mr. Zion, we're going to play a little game that all of us played when we were kids called Spin the Bottle. I expect you've played it, haven't you?
It's been a long time, though, since I've done anything like that.
But it was fun, though, wasn't it?
Oh, boy.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that. Now, we have these 3 very nice ladies here who are going to play it with you. They'll gather around you when you're blindfolded, and then you'll spin the bottle on the floor. When the bottle stops spinning, you'll kiss the lady to which the neck of the bottle is pointing. And, by the way, Mr. Zion, is your wife here today with you?
Sitting right over there.
Oh! Well, this being a kid game, I'm sure she won't mind much. Well, now we're going to send you out to remember all the points of the bottle game, so out you go. We'll call for you in about another minute. Go right ahead. You all the way out? Good, fine, swell. Well, now that he's backstage, will Mrs. Zion come up here, please? Come on up on the stage, Mrs. Zion. That's the girl. Oh, that's fine. How do you do, Mrs. Zion? Good of you to come up and join the party, too. How are you today?
Fine, thank you.
Good stuff. In our Spin the Bottle game, we've told your husband that he will kiss these 3 ladies here on the stage, but in reality, he'll be kissing you, Mrs. Zion. He won't know it, though, because when he comes in, you'll be in hiding, and when we start the game, we'll blindfold him, you see, and after he's kissed what he thinks is the 3rd lady, you hurry back into the audience before we remove his blindfold. You get the idea? And when we pay him off, then you hurry back on the stage and grab the money while I'm paying him off. You get the idea? All straight? Okay. Now you hide behind this screen and we'll call you out after we blindfolded your husband. Don't anyone give the gag away. Let's have some fun. Send them in. All right, Mr. Zion, that's fine. Oh, say, you really look ready. Wait a minute. Don't walk off the stage. Just come right back here where I talk to you. You refreshed your memory all right on spinning the bottle?
Quite well.
That's good. Now, you stand in the center of the stage here. Now, you 3 ladies gather in a ring around them. Let's get them right over here on this side, right here at the center of the stage. They're going to perform a ring right around them, all the way around Mr. Zion. That's the idea, so we can sort of spin this bottle around. Good. Now, let's blindfold Mr. Zion and give him a bottle. Better give him the bottle to hang on to first, so we blindfold him. And if you want Mr. Zion, Bernie can help you spin the bottle so you won't have to worry too much about the blindfold. Okay, the blindfold is on now, and the bottle is all set. That's good. And you're all set to spin it now. Go right ahead and spin the bottle. Here it goes. It's off to a fast start, and the bottle stops with the neck pointing at Mrs. Gillen. Mrs. Gillen. Well, that's fine, Mrs. Gillen. All right, Mr. Zion, we'll lead you to Mrs. Gillen, and you are to kiss her. Oh, now, how do you like that for a sissy? All he did was kiss her hand. A lot of fun you must have been on parties. What did you think about it, Mrs. Gillen?
Not the way I used to play it.
No, me either. All right. Well, let's make another try. Spin the bottle again. The bottle is spinning around and around it goes. It stops. It points to Mrs. Street this time. All right, Mrs. Street. And okay, Mr. Zion, go right ahead and make with the kiss. That's it. Well, what do you know about that? He just kissed her right there on the cheek. Won't you ever give out with a good old-fashioned smack? Imagine kissing a nice lady like Mrs. Street on the cheek. If you can't do any better than that, I don't know how you ever got a wife. Well, what did you think of that last kiss there, Mrs. Street?
I wonder how he ever got his wife that way.
Yeah, I wonder, too. Well, all right, now for the third and the last time. I don't think you know this game very well, Mr. Zion. It's been a long time. All right, we're going to spin the bottle once more, and I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll give you $10 if you'll really go to town and give out with a real kiss on this one. All right, spin the bottle. Around and around it goes. It stopped at Mrs. Holzer. All right, now, Mr. Zion, make good this time. If you want that $10, she's right over here. I mean, really? Oh! Oh, Mr. Zion! Oh, my goodness. He was really in it for all it was worth. He was in for that 10. Oh, my goodness. Mr. Zion, that was more like it. What did you think of that kiss, Mrs. Holzer?
It's a good thing they didn't offer you $20.
I'll say it is. Oh, golly. Well, he really earned the $10, so fellas, take his blindfold off, if you will, please. There you are. The blindfold is off. Here are the three ladies. And Mr. Zion, turn right around here because I want to congratulate you. I want to pay you for what you've earned. Here you are. We have $10 for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
No, Mr. Olson, that's not $10.
Hey, wait a minute. Who are you, madam?
I happen to be his wife.
Yes?
And for all the embarrassment I went through, I ought to have this $10.
You think so, huh?
I know I ought to. Now, you just come on, sugar. Now.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, oh, my God. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Zion. I mean, gosh, I don't know what. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Well, anyhow, ladies, you were grand sports today, and we'd like to present you with some gifts. First of all, a large white satin pillow sachet bound in blue satin with 2 gold medal hearts dangling and a bottle of heavenly sachet powder to keep it scented. It's really lovely. And for each of you ladies, Aunt Jemima has a whole year's supply of her Aunt Jemima pancakes or buckwheat. And, Mr. Zion, to get you back in the good graces of your wife, we have an extra $5 for you and a whole year's supply of Aunt Jemima pancakes or buckwheat.
Mr. Olson.
Yes, Aunt Jemima?
You remember when we asked the men folks in the audience if they got pancakes half often enough?
And all they said was no. Gosh, Aunt Jemima, I wonder how many women listening in realize how men crave Aunt Jemima pancakes, especially over the weekend.
And the children sure go for them, too, 'cause they're so happy, fine, fluffy, so tempting with that genuine Old South flavor. Mm-hmm.
And they're such an easy-to-fix breakfast.
Mercy. Just take Aunt Jemima ready mix, add milk or water, stir, and pop them onto the griddle.
So ladies, serve at least one breakfast, lunch, or supper this weekend of wonderful Aunt Jemima's. For fluffy pancakes and waffles, get the red box. For taste-tingling buckwheats, get the yellow box.
And for happy, fine variety, get both kinds.
You said it, Aunt Jemima. Well, that's our time for today. Hope you have a nice weekend. And to you folks in the studio, a very, very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you. Come back and see us again. We'll be seeing your smiling face again Monday, Aunt Jemima.
At the same time.
Goodbye, Aunt Jemima.
Goodbye, Mr. Olson.
Until Monday, then, this is Johnny Olson saying goodbye for Aunt Jemima. The whole gang at Ladies Be Seated. See you Monday.
You should hear my friends talk about my cornbread, writes a lady. She's one of thousands who use Aunt Jemima or Quaker cornmeal. She's discovered, as you will, that these two famous packaged cornmeals are really different. They have the fresh whiteness of choice selected corn, uniformly granulated and water-washed. You'll be delighted with the fine, even texture Aunt Jemima or Quaker cornmeal gives. You'll love its true Southern-type flavor. Ask for Aunt Jemima or Quaker cornmeal.
It's Arthur Godfrey time.
Yeah.
Yes, it's Arthur Godfrey time with all the little Godfreys. Jeanette Davis, Marshall Young, Frank Saunders, the Jubilaires, Hank Silverne and his orchestra. And here's Arthur Godfrey himself in person himself.
Thank you, Joel. I see you are your usual witty self. Good morning, everybody. If it isn't Joe King back with us again. It is so good to see you back, Joe. So good. If you don't mind my saying so, you look sharp as a harp, too. And twice as stringy. Remo is back, too. Remo with his git fiddle. I'm so glad to see you, Remo. Are you all right now? Oh, you look good, too. You've been out in the sun a little, huh? Poor fella had himself a case of pneumonia or something, wasn't it? Is that what you had? Yeah. You shouldn't do that. But pneumonia, that's bad stuff. Let us hear from Remo. We haven't heard from him for months. That's wonderful. Can you folks see Remo? Why don't we put Remo up here where people can see him? Stop it, Hank. Come on. Get up here, Remo, with that thing. He's got the most wonderful git fiddle, and he hides it in behind Gene Traxler's bass and what's his name's fiddle, Symeroff, and Flato at the piano. Can you see him now? Huh? No? Great confusion here as we move. Oh, he has to have a suitcase, too. Marshal, you make a wonderful baggage smasher. Marshal Young is carrying his electric loudspeaker to the... Yeah, that boy, Remo. Sit up there where we can see you. Can it be hooked up now? Yeah. It'll probably louse up the whole balance that we had. The production man is going nuts in the control room. There you are. Remo, you're not playing as well as you usually do. Frank, put that song of yours up in front of him. He likes to have music of some other song than what he's playing. That's right. Now he's got a famous old Irish song up in front of him that has nothing to do with this, and he'll play good. Watch. He always does that. These other songs give him ideas, you see. See what I tell you? Yes, Remo Palmieri, the #1 guitar player in the country, back with us again. We are so glad. So glad. Well, it's going to be a little cooler today, the man says. Couldn't get much hotter. Temperature is only going to be about 85, so don't go out without your overcoat, Joe. Just when the weatherman says it's going to be cooler, the whole world is subjected to one of the greatest blasts of hot air in history. George Bernard Shaw, who was England's champion, and Fiorello LaGuardia, who is America's kingpin in the hot air department, have entered into a controversy. Shaw says that bookmakers are honest men. And you know what LaGuardia will say to that. Well, While the hot air is blowing back and forth across the ocean, Shaw and LaGuardia will ease the meat shortage somewhat on account of there will be plenty bologna. But the weather never seems to bother this lovely Jeanette Davis. She always looks lovely and delightfully cool and beautiful. My. Everybody else complains about the sun, and Jeanette sings about it.
Got no diamond, got no pearl. Still I think I'm a lucky girl. I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. Got no mansion, got no yacht. Still I'm happy with what I've got. I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. Sunshine gives me a lovely day. Moonlight gives me the Milky Way. Got no checkbooks, got no banks. Still I'd like to express my thanks. I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. And with the sun in the morning and the moon in the evening, I'm all right. I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. Sunshine gives me a lovely day. Moonlight gives me the Milky Way. Got no checkbooks, got no banks. Still I'd like to express my thanks. I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. And with the sun in the morning and the moon in the evening, I'm all right.
It's so nice and cool. Here's a letter from Mankato, Minnesota, Marshall. It says, Dear Arthur, every afternoon we listen to your wonderful program. Afternoon. That's right. It takes a long time to get out to Mankato, doesn't it? And we wish each time that you would play your theme song through once and have Marshall Young sing it. How about doing it for two favorite listeners? Sincerely yours, Lois Olson and Bernice Johnson. Olson and Johnson, huh? In Mankato, Minnesota. Marshall, do you know the words?
I don't believe I do, Arthur. I don't think I could get through the entire song.
You couldn't get through the entire song?
If you could help me, it'd be all right.
Did you have a bad weekend, Marshall?
Not too bad, no.
You can't get through the entire song. What's the matter? Don't they feed you over there in Brooklyn?
I wasn't in Brooklyn over the weekend.
You weren't? Where were you?
I was in Rye, New York.
Oh, a tourist, huh?
I passed your place at Larchmont, by the way, on the way up there.
You did? You passed Larchmont?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yes. There was a funny breeze blew through. That was that fluky day, yes.
Yes.
Well, Marshall, don't you know the theme song? Have you got the words over there, Hank?
No, I don't, Arthur.
Oh, dear. Well, Olson and Janssen, very sorry, but he can't yump through it here. We'll have to yump it today and do it tomorrow. Will you learn it for tomorrow?
Certainly will.
Okay, meantime, what have you?
We have Nick Henny's new tune, Adventure.
Ah. Okay, go ahead, play it.
Darling, this is my first adventure. I never knew adventure until you came along. Darling, what is this strange devotion, this bittersweet emotion that haunts me like a song? One kiss and you opened up new worlds for me. Now I can understand why stars were made to wish upon. Bright stars that fade when you are gone. So, darling, let's make it last forever. Let's hold it fast forever. Our first and last adventure. You opened up new worlds for me. Now I can understand why stars were made to wish upon. Bright stars that fade when you are gone. So, darling, let's make it last forever. Let's hold it fast forever. Our first and last adventure.
That's a very nice song, Marshall. Very nice. Nick Kinney's, huh? The son of a gun comes up with a good one every now and then, doesn't he?
Yes? I don't know. I do the song and he puts your name in the column. I can't figure it out.
You know, I'm going to hit him over your head, though, if he doesn't get the story right about that new show of ours at nighttime. Did you see what he wrote about it today? Son of a gun. It's not an amateur show, Nick. That show on Tuesday night is to promote good talent, which is having a time getting itself out in the front. That's all. It is not an amateur show per se. What's that mean, per se? I heard a lawyer use it once. I don't know what it is. But really, that's not it. You got to get somebody to be a talent scout for you. You are a talent scout, see? You got to, if you can sing, well, somebody else has got to have faith in you. To write a letter to us and say, I know a guy that can sing, or I know a lady who can sing or can play or do something. That's the way it has to be. It isn't one of those things where you just come up because you got a yen to get on the radio and louse up the air all day. We do enough of that here without having anybody else come and do it. This show is something which is designed to give good talent, which hasn't had a break yet, that break. We want to open those closed doors to good talent. That's what we want to do, and nothing else. I'll hit you over his head, see? Oh, he's a wonderful guy, that Nick Kinney. He and I used to be shipmates, you know. Yeah, he was a coxswain on a ship I was serving on one time. I was a radio floozy, and he's never forgotten it either. I was a did-audit. Play that for me, will you, Hank? Alabama bound, huh?
It's Arthur Godfrey time with all the little Godfreys. And here again is Arthur Godfrey himself.
Thank you, Joel. That Alabama bound was a dirty trick to play on Traxler on Monday. Did you see how Gene Traxler on the bass fiddle had to climb around on that thing? Do it again, Gene. Come on, Alabama bound. Let the folks hear you. It's like a monkey with fleas. Hey, Hank, what is this new tune we got up here by Lucky Millender and Sid Tepper and Roy Brodsky? Love means the same old thing. What's that?
Well, that's the one we were going to rehearse this morning, remember?
Oh.
Before the show?
Let me hear it. Hey, that's cute. Fall means season, fall means flop. Corn is a bunion, corn is a crop, but love means the same old thing. Nag means horses, nag means tease. Lie like a fibber, lie when you're at ease, but love means the same old thing. A match makes a fire, a match makes a pair. A ball is a plaything or a dance. A poker in an oven means a flame go higher. Poker is a game of chance. There's a tree like in Brooklyn, a tree in your shoes. Blue is a color. How's that part go? How's that part go? Oh, yeah. Blue is a color, and you blue when you got the blues, but love. Since Adam and Eve had their fling, no, that's not for me. Hey, Marshall, you sing it. You sing it. That's not for me, brother.
He's out to get me.
That's for those tenors.
Fall means... I think it's too low, Hank.
After a while, we'll get this tuned down here.
Fall means the season, fall means flop. Corn is a bunion, corn is a crop, but love means the same old thing.
Heck, I got that much.
Nag means horses, nag means tease. Lie like a fibber, lie when you're at ease, but love means the same old thing.
Now, let me see you do this.
Makes like a fire. Match.
Go ahead, start again.
Match makes a fire. No? Oh, I see. Okay, let's try it again. A match makes a fire, a match makes a pair. A ball is a plaything or a dance. A poker in an oven makes a flame go higher. This is all, boy. Look, I think Jeanette was singing it very well behind me. I think she can do a good job at it.
Come on, Jeanette, let me see you do it.
Well, man, I've never heard this song. I'm telling you right now.
Hey, this is the smelly hour.
Fall means season, fall means flop. Corn is the bunion, corn is the crop, but love means the same old thing.
Now it's beginning to sound like something.
Nag means horses, nag means tease. Like a fibber, lie when you're at ease, but love means the same old thing.
So far, so good.
A match makes a fire, a match makes a pair. A ball is a plaything or a dance. A poker is an oven, makes the flame go up higher. Poker is a game of chance. Man, this is a chance. There's a tree in Brooklyn, a tree in your shoe.
You're doing fine, honey.
Blue is a color, and you're blue when you got the blues. But love, since Adam and Eve had their fling, love means the same old thing.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's a tricky tune, too, boy. Let's see what the Jubilaires can do with one of theirs. What a workout on a Monday morning, huh? Rumph, calf, calf. What's going on here?
I know. Oh, yes, I know that you and I will never meet again. For you were meant for somebody else, somebody else. That night, oh yes, that night, the night when first we met, I fell in love with you, and now I simply can't forget. I can't forget, oh darling, but we never meet again beneath those moonlit skies. Darling, I know that my love will follow you as the years go passing by. Oh, darling, I know. Oh, yes, I know that you and I will never meet again. For you were meant for somebody else, somebody else. Oh, darling, but if we never meet again beneath those moonlit skies, darling, I know that my love will follow you as the years go passing by. Oh, darling, I know. Oh, yes, I know that you and I will never meet again. For you were meant for somebody else.
That's wonderful. Where did that song come from? Who wrote that? You did. Well, bless my soul, one of the Jubilaires wrote it. The leader of the Jubilaires. That's a wonderful thing. Have you had it published? Have you? That's a great song. What's the title of it? Just I Know. Oh, that's very, very good. Do that again for us someday, will you? Sure. Who's that little girl down there? What's your name, honey? Come up here and see me, will you? Come on up here and see me. It's the cutest little girl sitting down in the front row. Come up here and sit on this chair by me, will you? Got a little blue figured dress on. It's just as cute as it can be. Come here, honey. How are you?
All right.
You're all right, huh? You want to come sit on my lap? What's your name?
Ellen Gale Wren.
Alan what?
Ellen Gale Wren.
Oh, I see. I beg your pardon. Ellen, how old are you, honey?
4 and a half.
4 and a half? Where do you come from?
From Brooklyn.
From Brooklyn. Well. Have you been out to see the Dodgers play lately?
Yes.
You have? How far are they ahead of the Boston folks now? Is it Boston they're ahead of or Cardinals? Cardinals, yeah. How far are they ahead of the Cardinals? Yeah. Do you sing, Ellen? What do you sing?
Bell-bottom trousers.
Bell-bottom trousers? Will you sing it for me? Shoot. Go ahead.
Bell-bottom trousers, coat of navy blue,
She loves a sailor and he loves her too. Now he's on a battleship across the mighty blue. Although the sailors swear, to him she is true.
Oh, good. Go on. Go ahead. What's the next chorus? Bell bottom. Come on, sing it. Bell bottom trousers again.
Bell-bottom trousers, coat of navy blue.
Rooty tooty.
She loves a sailor and he loves her too. Now he's on a battleship across the mighty blue. Although the soldiers swear, to him she is true.
That's wonderful, Thank you. Oh, she's grand. And Pepsi-Cola is a drink for you on the end of it. Frank, we got time for a song from you, my boy. Frank Saunders.
Over in Killarney, many years ago, my mother sang a song to me in tones so sweet and low. Just a simple little ditty in her good old Irish way, and I'd give the world if she would sing that song to me this day. Tooraloo-ra-loo-ra, now don't you cry. Tooraloo-ra-loo-ra, that's an Irish lullaby.
Thank you, Frank Saunders. And thank you, little Ellen Gale Lynn, for that lovely song. That was very nice. Well, we sure had a good rehearsal today, didn't we? Nick Kenny wants amateur shows. We'll give it to him. You all have a nice day, will you? Lovely, hot, and humid one. Be the good Lord willing, we'll see you again tomorrow about the same time. I hope Mrs. Ted Altonen out in Duluth, Minnesota got her chores done today during the station break. She complains it goes too fast. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details. Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Mix Up in La Cruza, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, the little town of La Cruza is located on the coast of Mexico, first airplane stop to your south. In the spring before the heat sets in, it's lovely, lovely. I know you'll enjoy it. I have the week I've been here. Your plane tickets are enclosed, and of course, there's only the one hotel. Quite adequate, with better than average menu. Your assignment will be quite simple, Mr. Valentine. Theft. Just ordinary theft. Small object of great value, worth perhaps $100,000. I know you'll have no trouble stealing it whatsoever and getting away with it. Any violence that you find necessary will be that much to the good, even though the person you'll steal from will, quite naturally, be me. Of course, I'll write you a note
sometime after your arrival tomorrow to cover your more specific instructions. I suggest that your assistant travel more or less incognito. As a divorcee, perhaps, since divorce is a rather popular business here in La Cruza. And as for you, Mr. Valentine, I have complete confidence in your ability to steal from me and in your ability to behave in a most criminal manner. Yours most sincerely, Pascal Van Tyfel.
Of the paper doll cutting Van Tyfels, I suppose?
No, George, it's RDGDA.
Huh?
Royal Dutch Gem Dealers Association and member of the International Diamond Dealers Institute.
Oh, you mean it's me that's supposed to be crazy? Member of the Fall Guy and International Suckers Institute.
Darling, I've heard that La Cruza is a very beautiful place. Quite small, but with big swimming pools and tropical palms.
Tear the letter up, Brooksy. Tear it up. Throw it away.
Only it does make you kind of curious what he means. Why he'd want you to steal from him.
Angel, look, it's either a confidence game or a sucker case. If that guy thinks I'm nutty enough to...
Yes, George?
Swimming pool, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Tropical palms, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Brooksy, let's take a look at those tickets to La Cruza.
George, she means you.
Huh? Hey, come on. I want to get over that desk and register.
Oh, welcome to La Cruza. Welcome. I know it's a man. I just know it is. I can remember so well.
Hi, lady.
Here, have a sip. You don't want a little lipstick on a glass.
Look, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's champagne, not tequila. Here, it's nice lipstick.
I said no thanks. I'm sorry. Look, sister, will you please?
Oh, listen, sister. Oh, it sounds wonderful. She your mother? What? Oh, honey, I didn't mean it. I was afraid to ask. Your wife?
Neither one, darling. He's George Valentine, and I'm Mrs. Brooks. I'm down here for my third divorce.
Oh, an amateur.
Well, I was going to say I just met him on the plane.
Well, you can have him back sometime when it rains. But in the meantime, I'm staging a little party, and he's exactly what I need.
For the last time.
Bedelia. That's my name, Bedelia.
Well, get yourself unwound, will you? You're spilling that drink. And look, you're getting your necklace in it.
Oh, but it's a farewell party. Just me and champagne and now you. To say goodbye to my diamond necklace.
You mean every one of those things is real?
Sure, honey. All diamonds. See? $100,000 worth. Isn't it absolutely revolting? Here we are. Sit down. Now, isn't this better? Just the two of us?
Uh-huh. And the diamonds. Aren't you afraid to wear them, Bedelia?
Oh, the necklace has been in the hotel safe most of the time. Besides, all these people are harmless. Particularly the men, darn it. Now, hold your glass steady.
No, why don't we skip the champagne? You don't need any more.
No more champagne? Oh, Mr. Valentine, you'll drink it out of my slipper if I say so. Do you have any idea where I've been for the past year? In a lowest Slobovian sort of a country in Europe you never even heard of. Me, Bedelia.
From Brooklyn.
I beg your pardon, the Bronx.
Oh, sure. Okay, lady, so you've been traveling.
A whole year without even seeing a used car dealer or an item like you.
What were you doing over there, wherever it was?
Being married, naturally, to a Slobovian. Gosh, how do you think I got these glass eggs? Illegitimate?
So that's it. Present from your last husband.
It's my settlement.
And it's weighing you down.
I stopped here to get my divorce on the way home and raise a little cash.
You're going to sell the diamonds, huh? The farewell party?
Mr. Valentine, do you know where they can sell this thing best? Way down in South America where the beef grows. And can't you just imagine some bull of the Pampas putting these gorgeous things around the neck of a cow?
May I be of any assistance here? Perhaps I may.
Oh, no, I'm quite all right, thank you.
We have an engagement, you know, my dear, at the bank in town.
Oh, yes, I'll be there, don't worry.
Well, I only thought this gentleman here, the stranger...
Oh, no, he's not. He's George Valentine. And this is Mr. Pascal Van Tyfel.
Well, Van Tyfel.
At your service, sir, but Valentine. Isn't that strange? I don't believe I've ever heard the name.
You what?
And yet your face is so familiar somehow. You've ever been in Madagascar?
Hey,
well, it's of no consequence.
Hey, wait a minute, friend. What's the idea, Van Tyfel? What's the
I'm
idea?
really a very busy man, sir.
Sure, Buster, but
and
look,
you can't tell me I haven't seen your face before in quite different circumstances. Now, good day to you, sir.
What's the matter, Mr. Valentine?
Bedelia, who is that guy?
Mr. Van Tyfel? Well, he's the dealer. He's the man who's going to take my necklace down to South America and sell it for me.
Uh-huh. He's going to take it, is he?
Well, yes. I'm going to meet him at the bank and sign it over to him. His plane leaves tonight.
Tonight? Well, excuse me, sister, but I got work to do, and you...
Oh, no, stay here, stay here.
Oh, will you? Look, nobody's going to touch that as long as you're wearing it.
Oh, I didn't mean that. I meant you. I mean... Oh, you did. Do it again.
Sure. Close your eyes.
I'm the Countess, third time removed. Did you ever kiss a Countess before, Mr. Valentine? Mr. Well, he's gone. Well, now, wouldn't that fry your griddle?
Oh, Mr. Valentine, I don't believe that you've registered yet.
Oh, yes, he has. Has he?
Oh, hello there, Mrs. Brooks. What did you say?
A piece of Kleenex?
Huh?
To wipe off the lipstick?
Oh.
Mr. Valentine?
Oh, sure, I didn't, Say, I was looking for someone, a big, heavy-set man. He just stepped out of the bar a moment ago.
My name is Hill. I'm the manager of this hotel.
Oh, I'm glad to meet you. About this man, his name is Van Tyfel. I'd like the number of his room, and I want to send a telegram, too. Can you tell me where I could do that?
Of course, it's in town, the telegraph office on the plaza. Since you'll be going through there anyway...
Since I'll be... Hey, what's this all about? You look like you just swallowed a fish, Mr. Hill.
He's been asking me a lot of questions about you, Mr. Valentine. He says other people are asking questions about you, too.
About me? Look, Buster, I haven't got any friends in La Cruza.
I'm quite sure you haven't, Mr. Valentine. But would you be willing to identify yourself more fully? Would you be willing to state your exact business here?
Sure. Minding my own. Now, Buster, what in the name of heaven...
Mr. Valentine, I regret this, but I must inform you that there is no longer a reservation here for you.
What?
There's no space in our hotel for a person of your sort. And don't you dare raise your hand if you don't leave this instant. Boy, front! Goodbye, Mr. Valentine. Front!
Who'd you send the wire to, George?
Big jeweler friend of mine in Mexico City, Angel, a fellow named Emilio. Want to find out how genuine this joke of Van Tyfel is, and fast.
George, I don't understand this whole
You and me
setup.
both, Brooksy. Come on, let's go over to the bank. Bedelia's going to transfer her necklace to the guy.
Senor Valentina, 1,000 pardons.
Hey, what's this?
I'm a lieutenant from the police,
Wait a minute, the police.
There's nothing to worry about for you, senora. But for a man like Mr. Valentine, with the international reputation as a jewel thief, that is the color of a different horse, naturally.
A jewel? So that's what the fisheye at the hotel was talking about. Now, look, Buster, I don't know who starts the rumors.
Senor, please, no resistance. But, of course, the police would not act without more information. However, Senor Valentine, I beg to announce you're under arrest for the crime that you were seen molesting a woman in a bar.
But they said you were the one I should see, Lieutenant, and I've already showed them the wires from police in the United States. I mean, look, usted conoce que él es el señor Valentín, y ahora usted está seguro lo que es en verdad.
Hey, let me out of this place, will you? I'll tear it down. I'll burn it up. Will you guys let me out of this place?
Dejen que la va. Esto es increíble. Dejen que la va.
Yes, of course we are releasing you, Senor Valentine. It was quite easy to verify who you really are. Only about this other matter, this molesting...
Who reported that, Lieutenant? Who preferred those charges?
That's the legal reason why you're being released. We don't know. We can't find out who it was. It never showed up.
Uh-huh. Riddle number 57. Okay, Lieutenant.
By the way, your assistant does not speak very good Spanish. But, well, I rather got the idea she thinks you did do a bit of molesting here or there.
Well, this is it, room 17.
It wasn't easy to find out, George. That manager, that Mr. Hill, watches everybody like a hawk.
Yeah. Mr. Van Tyfel?
Found out about the bank, too. Bedelia gave Mr. Van Tyfel the diamonds, and they signed some papers, and that's about all, I guess.
Mr. Van Tyfel. Oh, wait till I get my hands on this guy. Mr. Van Tyfel. Mr. Van?
Yes. Oh, yes, right here, Valentine.
Oh, you're going to admit you know me this time, huh?
Of course, only shut the door. Yeah, here we are.
Now, look, my friend, start rolling up your sleeves. Ever since I got that crazy letter of yours, I've been working in a 3-ring squirrel cage, but from now on, Buster...
Valentine, please, I know it was a strange assignment, but asking you to steal from me, but please, sit down. I don't feel so well myself, you know. After all, you hit me pretty hard.
I what?
Oh, yes. I was only just waking up from it, I suppose, when I heard your knocking there.
George?
Oh, now, don't apologize. After all, you had to take the diamonds away from me. My congratulations, Mr. Valentine. You stole them masterfully.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Here's good news for you motorists who have cars with automatic transmissions. When the transmission is due for a checkup, all you have to do now is pull in at your nearest standard station or independent Chevron gas station. The men at all these service stations have been thoroughly trained in lubricating automatic transmissions. And don't think this service doesn't require skill and knowledge. For your automatic transmission is a precision unit. Just a small amount of dirt could damage the mechanism. The wrong fluid level would be harmful, too. And it's very important to have your automatic transmission drained and refilled with factory-approved fluid at regular intervals. So for perfect performance of this vital part of your car, ask for the protective service you get at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean... we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You go to the little town of La Cruza in Mexico because a man named Pascal Van Tyfel wants you to steal something from him, a diamond necklace. Well, even if you're as curious and stubborn as George Valentine, you're beginning to think you shouldn't have gone. So far, you've been accused by the hotel of being an international jewel thief, and the police have thrown you in jail because someone reported seeing you molest a woman in a bar. And now to top it off, Mr. Van Tyfel congratulates you. He says you've done a masterful job of already stealing the $100,000 necklace.
Buster, I did not knock you on the head with a sharp instrument, and I definitely did not take the necklace.
But you got my note, my instructions.
What are you talking
I left them in your
What
in your
note?
room
What
for
note?
What room? He doesn't even have a room, Mr. Van Tyfel. That Mr. Hill canceled his reservations, threw him out of the hotel.
Oh, it's all my fault. I started the rumors about you, naturally.
Oh, naturally.
Well, I merely wanted people to start thinking of you as a thief.
Thanks for the friendly build-up, chum. Anyway, if there was any method in your madness, it worked too well.
And so someone else, anyone, must have found that note.
Maybe it was the same person who got you out of the way, George. Who got you put in jail for making passes at the Countess.
Van Tyfel, suppose you start at the beginning.
Well, I suppose first I should take a look over here.
What's that, a jewel box?
Oh, yes, indeed. There we are. Of course.
But there's the necklace. George, look at it.
No, my dear, I was robbed. The necklace was in a little leather bag in my pocket. And there, you see? It's gone.
What? But
This one in the box, my dear, is nothing but paste. Just paste.
Oh, that does it. So now we got two necklaces.
Mr. Valentine, when I agreed to take the necklace to South America for sale, I was worried. There were too many people around who seemed to be watching me, watching her. I've been in these things before. I'm a bit of a psychologist.
Oh, sure. I can hear Freud turning over in his grave.
Well, it's much too expensive, to insure a necklace so valuable during the time I would have it as a dealer. So to protect myself, I had this paste imitation made. It's very good, too, isn't it? And I assure you there's not a soul here in La Cruza who could possibly tell the difference.
No, I couldn't. Go on.
Well, that's where you were to fit in, you see, to take the hounds off the trail of the fox. To endure the little false reputation I rumored about you, and then steal the paste diamonds here, and then be caught. Yes, and everyone would have believed that you had stolen the real ones. I would have been safely on my way to South America with the real necklace, and no one following me. The hounds would have been left barking at you.
No, it wasn't a bad plan. It just didn't work. Somebody else got my instructions and followed through. Only they took the real diamonds instead of the paste.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, please. You're going to help me, aren't you?
I don't know,
He
friend.
certainly is not. You got yourself into this mess?
Oh, but my plane leaves in only a few hours. I have appointments with buyers in South America. $100,000. I signed a note for that amount. Where would I get it?
You'll think of something. You're a psychologist, remember?
Wait a minute, Brooksy, hold it. The bright boy here hired me for my criminal manner, didn't he?
What?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Valentine. You will help me, huh? You will.
Oh, sure. He hired me to steal from him. So Buster, hand it over. The box with the necklace, the diamonds, the paste. Come on,
now,
give.
See here, I
And when you're getting robbed, you don't talk back.
George! George, what's the matter with you?
He looks like he'll sleep for a couple of hours, but step on it. Now that I've done it, I don't want to get caught.
George, you've gone crazy.
No, it's just my turn to play a man of mystery for a change.
What?
Keep your eye on the little ball, Brooksy. See if you can tell what I'm doing. Come on, Brooksy, read me that wire.
All right, George. George Valentine La Cruza. Regarding Pascal Van Tyfel, he may be a little sharp at times, but Van Tyfel is definitely a legitimate gem dealer. Internationally, yours, Don Emilio, jeweler, Mexico City.
So the client's okay.
Uh-huh. Well, we'd know where we stand a lot better if your friend in Mexico City had said he wasn't okay.
Oh, Angel, stop worrying. Come on, join the party.
Party?
Sure, party for me. Didn't you know? I'm going to fly to South America in a couple of hours with Van Tyfel.
Yes, that's it, Pablo. Drink up, Lieutenant.
No, please. I'm on duty, you know. I only came out because you telephoned. Asked me to bring the expert here.
Well, there's one for him, too.
But I tell you, Lieutenant, I am wasting my time. What was it you wanted, Senor Valentin?
An appraisal, that's all, an appraisal. If I'm going to fly south with Van Tyfel carrying these things, I got to have something official to wave at the customs people on the way.
Well, all the handsome men.
Ah, the Countess. I suggest we all step into Senor Hill's office.
Why? If the expert's in a hurry, let's get it over with. Here you are, expert. What do you think?
Mein Himmel!
Hey, keep it down a little. What do you think?
In my life, I assure you, I have not ever seen such beautiful, such perfect diamonds. Appraisal? Oh, about $100,000.
George, which are those things, real or phony?
You heard the expert, Angel. These are worth a fortune.
But they're the same ones you stole. Yet if Van Tyfel is supposed to be honest, and he told us they were paid...
Well, I can't tell the difference, can you?
That's what I mean.
Okay,
I'm
then.
not...
Why worry? I told you to trust Junior.
Trust Junior. You wouldn't even let the lieutenant give you a man to guard the things and to... George, where are you going?
Out through the patio to room 17. For a little conference with my fellow criminal. I got a feeling I'll never get that swing. La cucaracha, la cucaracha. Brother, my head.
I think he's all right now, Miss Brooks.
George? George, can you hear me?
Where's Van Tyfel?
We just found you, George. I waited almost an hour.
Wait. What's this, blood?
Sharp instrument. Cut the back of your head a bit.
Yeah, wait a minute. White dust.
In case you're wondering, you don't have any diamonds anymore.
No diamonds, huh?
No.
Well, come on, we got to step on it. Van Tyfel's room.
Empty, Mr. Valentin.
He's gone.
Well, he can't have been gone long.
No diamonds in here. No leather bag, no jewel box.
Of course not. I've been asleep. But I'm awake now. Come on, let's find him.
Yes, I put Mr. Van Tyfel in a taxi for the airport a half hour ago.
He's aboard his plane by now. Wouldn't you know?
Now, where's the master plan? Now, where are the diamonds?
Well, it's pretty obvious, isn't it, Angel? Van Tyfel's got him.
Well, of course he does.
He wouldn't have left here otherwise, would he, Countess?
Well, see here. If you think we should chase after Mr. Van
Why,
Tyfel...
Mr. Hill? Why? Van Tyfel's a legitimate businessman.
Now, George, listen to me.
No, listen to me, all of you. Oh, I know you all paid too much attention to that expert I got the lieutenant here to bring.
He was very convincing, I thought.
You mean he wasn't an expert?
Of course not. Now, I'll grant you it didn't work out exactly the way I thought it would. But I guess the diamonds showed up again in Van Tyfel's room, so he just picked them up and pulled out.
Mr.
What I didn't
Valentine.
expect was to get kicked over the head like that. I thought the switch might come easier. But, I guess that kicks you right in the face, doesn't it, Petitia?
What in the name of...
White dust, powder, and a sharp instrument on the back of the head. It's a nasty weapon, isn't it? And Van Tyfel got exactly the same treatment.
Stop that!
I just want to
Let go
take
of
a
me.
look at the heels of one of those white suede shoes you tried to get me to drink champagne
Of
on.
all the insulting
I might have
ways-
known it was you when you got so nervous in the bar tonight when Van Tyfel didn't show up. Were you scared you'd hit him too hard?
You mean in my hotel? She
Have your
acted-
cake and eat it. That's her motto.
They're my diamonds, aren't they?
Yeah. And you just couldn't stand to kiss him goodbye. So you cooked up a bright little plan to steal from your own agent, from Van Tyfel, just as soon as he'd signed for it.
I did
You
not.
found out his scheme of using me and stole the diamonds before I could get untangled from jail.
George.
Sure, Angel. Sure, it's that simple. Van Tyfel was left with the phonies, and he told us they were phony.
What did
And he
you
also
say?
told us there was another person in La Cruza who could tell the two sets apart. Sure, that's it. I just stole the paste ones. The lieutenant and his stooge helped me give them a big buildup. And then Bedelia here fell like a ton of bricks.
I what?
She got panicky, came after me, took the ones I had and switched them. She put the real ones, the ones she'd had in the first place, back into Van Typel's.
No, I didn't.
He wouldn't have left unless they were the real ones, would he? So I made you beat yourself, Countess. Outsmart yourself. And someplace you've hidden a piece of junk.
Oh.
Well, you don't have to take it that hard, Countess. Fainting is so old-fashioned for a girl from the Bronx.
George. Who got you thrown in jail?
Oh, Brooksy, look, I've already told you. The girl, of course, the girl to get me out of the way.
I was just thinking. It was for molesting her, wasn't it?
Now, how do you like that? Brooksy, I've explained to you
And
1,000
I guess
times.
she was the only one who was really close enough to... Well, to give a report or tell me exactly what it was. George, was that what you did? Oh, never mind. Just show me again.
The Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, the Whistler's strange story. Smart Boy.
Carl Maxim sat waiting in the paneled outer office of Marty Randall Enterprises. The room was tastefully done, expensively furnished. At the lone desk in the far end of the room sat a tasteful, expensive secretary, a harmonious addition to the rest of the furnishings. She looked up, smiled at Carl, and nodded toward the door marked Marty Randall, Private. He returned her smile, got up, and walked into the private office, closing the door behind him. The small, squat man at the desk, Marty Randall, looked up as Carl entered, stared at him with bland gray eyes for a minute before he said,
Got the money? Right here, Marty. I just toss it on the table.
Mm-hmm. 10 grand. 2,500 from Pete Baywood, 7,005 from Keeler. Want to count it?
No, I don't have to. You say it's 10 grand, it's 10 grand.
Thanks.
I like guys I can trust, Carl. Remember that. Have any trouble?
Baywood moaned a little.
So what'd you do?
Let him moan.
Good. He likes to complain, doesn't mean anything.
That's what I figured. Got anything else for me today?
I surprised you, didn't I?
What do you mean, Marty?
10 grand's the biggest slice you ever collected for me, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I didn't count it when you handed it over. That surprised you, didn't it?
Maybe you're being polite.
I don't have to be, you know that.
I know better than to try to haul out a couple of bucks on you, Marty.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You've been with me 6 months now, Carl. I think I got you pegged. You're smart. You're a smart boy. But I noticed something else about you.
Yeah?
You don't want to work collections all your life. Right?
You knew that when you hired me.
Sure I did. I need some smart boys. That's why I took you on. But you want to get ahead, don't you?
What do you think?
I want to see you get ahead. So I'm telling you, keep up the good work, like they say. And in time, you'll get yours.
How much time, Marty?
Huh? Who can say? You got lots of it, Carl. What's your hurry?
I'm in no hurry, Marty.
Oh, but you are. I can see it. That's what I'm talking to you for. But I know you're smart. And a smart boy takes it easy. He's willing to learn. He's willing to wait and take his time. Let his boss do his thinking for him. And...
Hi, Marty.
Don't you ever knock.
Sure, but like I told that dame out there, I knew you'd want to see me right away.
Hey, you did, huh? Okay, Joe, you're halfway in. Come on.
Hello, Carl.
You want me to leave, Marty? Oh, stick around, Carl. Joe never takes much time. Got the dough, Joe?
Sure. Here, $500.
Any trouble collecting?
You know me, Marty. Joe Roach never has no trouble. Like clockwork.
This all of it?
Sure, 500.
Where's the rest, Joe?
The rest? What do you mean, Marty? It's all there.
How much you keeping out?
So help me, Marty. It's there, to the penny.
You like to keep a little extra, don't you, Joe?
Marty, believe me.
10 spot here, 20 there. Adds up, doesn't it, Joe?
Just count it, Marty. I ain't lying.
How much? How much you holding out?
Not a cent.
How much, punk?
No, Marty, no rough stuff. I ain't...
How much?
Please, Marty.
How much?
You shouldn't have hit me, Marty. I don't like it. You shouldn't have... Okay. I kept out 50. I needed the dough. I was going to make it up to you. But you shouldn't hit me, Marty.
Get out.
I was going to give it back to you next time you paid me.
Get out.
Okay. But I want to tell you, Marty...
Come on, like I said, get out and stay out. For a lousy $50, he's a punk. Well, Carl, you want to get ahead. You think you can be smart with guys like that? How'd you know he was holding out on you? How'd I know you weren't? Yeah. Same thing. Now, where were we? You were saying I should take my time, Marty. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, but how long? How long till I can make a move up? When do I do more and talk a penny ante bookie out of a couple of bucks? And when do you start getting more dough from me? That's it? That depends on two people, Carl. You and me. But mostly me. So, take your time, and you'll go far with me. Right? Okay. Trouble with you, Carl, you worry too much. You don't know how to relax. Now, look at me, I know how to relax. I'm gonna spend the day at the races. Say, why don't you come along? It'll do you good. Besides, I got some hot tips. The races? Well, sure, Marty, why not? You're the boss.
Well, Carl, there it is. There aren't going to be any shortcuts to easy money in Marty Randall Syndicate. You're going to be an ordinary collection man for, how long, Carl? Marty says that's up to him, that you should be patient, bide your time. But you have other ideas, haven't you, Carl? You want money, lots of it. And if you can't make it with Marty, you'll have to find some other way. And then that afternoon at the track...
Hey, you won. See that, Carl? I told you I had this race figured. Hey, by 2 lengths, Marty, and a 20-1. This is my day, kid. Let's see, I had $2,000 at the window. I bet $1,000 with Willie Burke on the side. 20-1, that's $60,000. Hey, you brought me luck, Carl. I'm going to the clubhouse and celebrate. Hey, what about your money? Oh, you can collect it for me. Oh. Here, here's the tickets. You know where Burke is sitting. Okay, Marty. I'll be at my table in the clubhouse. Fine. I'll have a drink waiting for you.
You watch Marty push back through the crowd toward the clubhouse entrance. $60,000, Carl. And Marty's asked you to collect it for him. Your mind is racing as you make your way to Willie Burke's box and collect his $20,000. Then you push and shove through to the ticket window. Another $40,000. Marty's money. But your way out, Carl. No more waiting. No more biding your time until Marty says you can move up. This is it, Carl. You make your decision quickly. Hurry to the track entrance. And then to the taxi stand at one side.
International Airport. And hurry.
Do you know how quickly your car can accelerate in an emergency? Do you know how steep a hill it can take in high without pinging? The chances are you don't know if you haven't tried Signal Ethyl. For there is a gasoline, a premium quality gasoline, engineered to bring out the best in any car. Yes, regardless of whether your car was bought this year or 10 years ago. If you like to feel your motor spring to life on cool mornings the moment you touch the starter, Signal Ethyl is for you. If you thrill to pick up what makes other drivers sit up and take notice, Signal Ethyl is for you. And if you enjoy smooth, effortless power that lets you soar down highways and up hills without shifting or pinging, Signal Ethyl is for you. It's a fact. Many drivers have no idea what really smart performance their car could deliver. But there's an easy way you can find out. Just try a couple of tankfuls of Signal Ethyl, the premium quality gasoline that brings out the best in any car.
It was easy, wasn't it, Carl? Almost too easy. And now 2 years have passed. Yes, it's been 2 years since you walked out of a racetrack with $60,000 in winnings belonging to gambler Marty Randall, your boss. You flew to South America with the money, stayed in remote villages where no one had ever heard of Marty Randall. And when you thought it was safe, you returned to the United States, changed your name from Carl Maxson to Carl Baylor, and bought a hotel in the small, select Sierra resort town of Ridgely. It's been a profitable investment, hasn't it, Carl? And Ridgely is almost as secluded and remote from Marty Randall as your village hiding places were in South America. In a matter of 6 months' time, you've become a successful, respected member of the community. And one of your best friends in Ridgely is Ed Hawthorne, the genial chief of police.
Well, Ed, hi, sit down. What can I do for you?
Well, you can tell me why the Sam Hill haven't ran for chief of police.
Oh, burdens of public office weighing heavily upon you?
Carl, when I was just a cop, I spent my spare time doing whatever I felt like doing. Since I've been chief, if it ain't a lecture for the ladies' aid, then it's selling these doggone raffle tickets.
The penalty you have to pay for high public acclaim.
Yeah, none of it isn't. Well, since you're chairman of the raffle sales committee, you'll be glad to know that I've sold 10 books.
10? Hey, terrific, Ed. How'd you do it? Use your badge to intimidate people?
I bought 8 of them myself.
Oh, I should have known. Oh, that's swell of you, Ed.
Nonsense. This was a fine idea of yours, Carl. A raffle to raise money for a kid's playground.
Oh, I just thought of it before somebody else did, that's all.
Don't soft soap me, Carl Baylor. What are you doing here, anyway?
What do you mean?
I mean, how come you picked Ridgely?
Oh, I like Ridgely, Ed.
Yeah, but a young fella like you with a head on your shoulders, don't misunderstand me. We're lucky to have you here. But you could be going places. Instead, you settle down here in Ridgely, where nothing much goes on except during the tourist season. No daily papers, bad radio reception.
Well, like I said, Ed, I like it here. Nice and quiet without too many people shoving you around.
Well, that's Ridgely, all right. Oh, say... You hear about the new addition to the population?
Somebody new in town?
Yeah, young widow. Just moved in the old Carlisle place up on the hill.
Oh?
Her name's Claire Underwood. They say her husband owned half the lumber in the Northwest. Kinda nice-looking lady, too.
For good? Is she staying here for good?
Oh. Yeah, seems like. She says she wants to live in a nice, quiet little town. Just like you do, Carl. Say... Maybe you, too, have a lot in common.
You smile at Ed, a smile that disguises your real thoughts. Thoughts about Ed's dullness, his plodding, slow-witted manner. Under ordinary circumstances, you'd never have made friends with him, would you, Carl? But hiding from Marty Randall changes all that. And Ed said something that interests you a great deal, hasn't he? Yes. The thought of a wealthy widow settling in Ridgely is very interesting. You decide to lose no time investigating Claire Underwood. That afternoon, you drive over to the old Carlisle place that she's taken, one of the town's largest mansions.
Mrs. Underwood?
Yes?
I'm Carl Baylor. I was just passing by and thought I'd say hello. Welcome to Ridgely. And can I be of any help to you getting settled?
Well, how nice of you. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
I'm afraid the place is still in a mess.
Well, maybe you could use some expert assistance.
Indeed, I could. You see, my help won't arrive till this evening, and I'm rather at a loss. Still, I hate to impose.
Oh, nonsense. I have a motive, you see. I hope to sell you some raffle tickets.
Well, I hate to spoil your crafty plan, Mr. Baylor, but your chief of police tried the very same thing yesterday.
Ed Hawthorne, I might have known.
I bought 2 books from him. But don't be discouraged. There's still plenty of work to be done.
Uh-oh.
There are some heavy packages in the hall that should be carried to the attic. The drapes haven't been hung. The dishes aren't unpacked yet. And...
What did Chief Hawthorne do here yesterday, anyway?
Well, he sat on a very comfortable box and gave me a thumbnail sketch of everybody who lives in Ridgely. For instance, Carl Baylor owns the hotel. He's lived here for some months, and the town is very lucky to have him.
He also tell you he doubles as my press agent?
He didn't have to.
I'll bet he didn't mention our village custom either.
Which one is that?
Why, when a charming newcomer arrives in Ridgely, it's the duty of the town's innkeeper, that's me, to take her to dinner.
Strange. Chief Hawthorne didn't say a word about that.
Oh, but it's true. Now, you wouldn't want to break a tradition, would you?
Oh, my goodness, no.
Fine. Well, then now, put me to work. See if I care.
You do your work very well, don't you, Carl? Marty would be proud of the way you're taking his advice, biding your time with Claire Underwood. For the next 2 weeks, you help her get settled, introduce her to your friends, and the two of you spend many evenings together. Yes, Carl, you're doing a good job of groundwork. As the weeks pass, you're sure Claire's beginning to fall in love with you. And you'll take it easy, won't you, Carl? Play it safe. So that one day Claire and her fortune will be yours. Things are going well, aren't they? And then one night, you return to your hotel after a date with Claire. You start through the bar on your way to your office.
Well, well, if it ain't my old friend Carl. Well, who it? Joe. Joe Roach. Small world, ain't it? What are you doing here? Sitting at the bar having a drink. Want one? No, I don't. How about coming into my office? You got one? Yeah. Sure, don't mind if I do. This way? Right in here. Well, you got an office and everything. You the manager? I own this hotel, Joe. Oh, and the name is Baylor, Carl Baylor. Yeah? You know, you look pale, Carl. Real pale. What brought you here, Joe? Nothing. Just drifting. Mm-hmm. How's Marty? Marty? Yes, what's he doing now? Funny you'd mention Marty, Carl. Is it? Yeah, he'd like to see you. Mm-hmm. He'd like to see you a lot. You would? I understand he's always asking about you. Nobody knew where you went when you skipped out with his money. Marty's willing to pay a nice piece of cash to know where he can find you. Funny thing. You know, Marty don't like me. Yeah, but I could work for him again. I could do it real easy. I just tell Marty where you are, and everything is hunky-dory. Is that what you're doing here, keeping out of Marty's way, huh? Yeah, just like you, Carl. Only there's a difference. I can go back if I tell Marty where you are. How much, Joe? Bet Marty will be real tickled to get his hands on you. How much? Marty will want to pay me something for bringing him the news. Marty can be real generous when he wants to. How much do you want from me, Joe? I'm your pal, Carl. We can make a deal. I won't turn you over to Marty. I'll stay right here in this town. And you can pay me $500 a week just for staying here. I can't afford it. It's worth it to you, Carl. I'll be right here. You won't have to worry about me blabbing. Just $500 a week. Now, look, All right, Joe. Good. You know, you ought to thank me. I'm doing you a big favor. Yeah. But get this. There's an empty room in this hotel next to mine. That's yours. Daytimes, I want you to stay in that room. The town pretty much folds at night. You can go out a little then. But keep out of sight and don't talk to anybody, see? Suits me. I can use a vacation. Nice, secluded place. I mean it, Joe. Daytime, stay out of sight, understand? Take it easy, Carl. Don't forget, I just gave you the biggest break you'll ever have.
Well, Carl, it's finally happened. After all your running and hiding, one of Marty's old gang has finally caught up with you in Ridgely. Joe Roach. You can't afford the $500 a week it will cost you to keep Joe from telling Marty Randall where you are. But if Marty should find out, it'll cost your life, won't it, Carl? And keeping Joe out of sight, unnoticed in Ridgely, is not a simple problem either. What would Claire Underwood think of your association with Joe and Marty Randall, Carl? And Chief of Police Hawthorne? Yes, Carl. You must be very careful and smart. You'll know that the next day when Chief Hawthorne calls on you.
Have a chair, Ed.
Oh, thanks, Carl. I will.
Something the matter, Ed? You look worried.
Oh, I guess I am. Carl, have you seen a stranger in town? Yesterday or today?
Stranger?
Little guy, thin, wearing a flashy suit. Looks like the racetrack type.
No, Ed, I can't say that I have. Why?
Well, I saw him this morning coming out of your hotel.
Out of here?
Yeah. That don't mean anything, of course, but he's the kind of fellow you notice, you know. I didn't like his looks. Something kind of familiar about him, too.
Familiar?
Yeah.
You think you know who he is?
No, but I've seen his face somewhere before.
Oh.
I guess I've taken my job too seriously. But I don't like characters like that in Ridgely. You're sure he isn't registered at your hotel here?
No, I haven't seen anyone fits that description, Ed. Maybe he was just driving through, stopped here for a few minutes to eat or something.
Yeah, maybe. Carl. You sure you don't have something to tell me? Because if you're in trouble of any kind, I'm your friend.
No, Ed, I don't have anything to tell you. I'm in no trouble.
Okay, Carl. If you see this fellow, let me know, huh?
Could have knocked, you know.
Thought I told you to stay in your room daytimes.
So I went out a couple of minutes this morning to buy some cigarettes. So what?
The chief of police saw you, you dumb dope. Yeah, and he thinks you look familiar.
So?
So that's what I meant when I told you to lay low daytimes. Every new face is a #1 topic of conversation in this town, and the tourist season is over. I can't afford to let anybody not find out that I know you...
Okay. But this is worse than stir. Except for my $500 a week.
Yeah.
Say, that reminds me. I was hearing some interesting things about you at the drugstore.
If you told anyone you knew me or asked about me, so help
Take
me.
it easy. I was just listening. Didn't open my yap. But what I'm hearing... Going around with a rich widow, they say. The town folks think maybe there'll be a wedding.
So?
So, if you're going to get your hands on some big dough of marrying this dame, let's make me cost you $1,000 a week.
Oh, you cheap little punk, so help me out.
Will you? You stand to lose quite a bit. If I tell Marty, he could really mess things up for you.
$1,000 a week, huh?
That's right.
For how long?
Don't rush me, Carl. I just got in town.
Yeah, and you're leaving tonight.
No kidding.
You can't be seen here, not even once more. The police are suspicious already. I told you that. The town is too small.
Well, I could go back to Marty. I don't know how he'd go for that $1,000 a week.
Oh, look, you'll get your $1,000 a week, but you're not going to stay in town here at the hotel. I have a cabin up in the mountains, not too far from here. You'll have to stay there.
How do I know you won't skip out on me while I'm up there?
How do I know you won't tell Marty no matter how much I give you?
Yeah. I never thought of that, Carl. Not till just now.
Yeah. All right, I'll drive you up to that cabin tonight, Joe.
You're sure of what you're doing now, aren't you, Carl? As you drive Joe Roach up to your mountain cabin, you're certain you've taken the one way out. Yes, Carl, there's too much at stake. Your whole future, your hotel, Claire Underwood, her money that you intend to marry. You won't risk losing that, will you? And Joe Roach is the one remaining link between you and Marty Randall. You're going to kill Joe, aren't you, Carl? It's the only way you can be sure that your past is dead.
Hey, this cabin is okay. Big windows, fine view, nice bed. Of course, it's a little isolated up here, but I think I'll like it fine. Hey, you got any booze? What are you doing, Carl?
You can see, Joe. I'm holding a gun.
Oh, hey, now, wait a minute.
You figured me wrong, Joe. You figured me all wrong.
Oh, please, Carl, look.
I'm all set, Joe. Own a nice little hotel in a resort town. Lots of miles between me and Marty Randall.
We can make a deal, Carl. Anything you say.
Everybody likes me in Ridgely, Joe. They respect me. I'm making good money. Pretty soon I'm going to get my hands on all the dough I'll ever need.
Sure, Carl. So you don't want no murder rap?
Marty'd never think of looking for me here, Joe, would he?
Look, you gotta...
So everything's perfect except for you. You can ruin everything. Just one word from you and I'm finished.
I tell you, I'll leave. You don't know what you're doing.
I'll never be able to rest a minute while you're alive, Joe. I'll always wonder, will he tell Marty? Will he keep coming back for money? Will he tell Marty?
Listen to me, Carl. You gotta believe me. You gotta believe...
Now I do, punk. Now I believe you.
Many of you who aren't planning to get a new car are giving some serious thought these days to how to make your present car last as long as possible. Well, the way a car is driven naturally has a lot to do with how well the car stands up. But an equally important factor is the lubrication and service a car gets. And that's where independent signal dealers shine. Having chosen the automobile servicing business as their permanent business, signal dealers are naturally interested in cars. With them, it's not just a temporary job. In fact, most signal dealers have been in the service station business for years. That means they've acquired the know-how in taking care of cars, which can make such a big difference in performance. Also, since each signal dealer is in business for himself, he realizes that his success depends on keeping you satisfied. Because this conscientious type of personal service can add a lot to your car's life and your driving pleasure, it's another mighty good reason why each day more and more drivers are switching to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
Well, Carl, Joe Roach is dead, isn't he? And with him, you're sure that your past is dead, too. You're certain that Marty Randall will never find you and kill you for running out with his $60,000. With Joe Roach out of the way, you're sure you're in the clear. Free to marry Claire Underwood and her money. Free to live your life out undisturbed in the quiet little town of Ridgely. The gun that killed Joe Roach is still warm in your hand as you move toward his body.
All right, Carl.
Ed?
Put that gun down.
Ed Hawthorne, how did you find...
I saw the whole thing through the cabin window, Carl. I wish I hadn't seen it, too, believe me.
Oh, I guess there's nothing I can say.
Nothing except why you did it?
Oh, it was blackmail, Ed. Just plain blackmail.
I wish you'd told me you knew this man. This wouldn't have happened. I could have taken him off your hands, Carl.
You could have what?
I told you this guy, Joe Roach, looked familiar to me. And I told you I was suspicious of him.
Yeah, I remember.
I did some checking, then I set a wire. Tonight I got my answer. I was on my way to your hotel to tell you when I saw you drive out of town with him in your car. I followed you. Thought he might be troubling you some way. And I wanted to arrest him.
You mean you came up here to arrest Joe?
Yes. For murder.
A murder?
That's right. A year ago, Joe Roach shot a guy in the back. A big-time gambler. Name of Marty Randall.
And now, with The Wages of Sin and the performance of Miss Barbara Stanwyck as Ruby Miller, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
I don't care who you are. Nobody gets in.
This is my apartment, Pinhead.
Hey, what's going on out here, Sergeant? Who's this?
Who are you? Hey, what's the idea of all these cops? You holding crime school in my apartment or something?
You're Ruby Miller?
Yeah, that's right.
Come on in.
Nice of you.
I was just starting out to look for you.
What's going on around here, anyhow? I leave for a couple of hours and... My rug!
His name is Frank Madlock. Interested?
What'd he bleed all over my rug for?
Come on, sister. The captain wants to see you.
Well, I want to see him. What kind of a police force do we have in this town? A lady can't go out for a drink without coming home to find... Get your hands off me.
Inside.
When I finish my judo course, I'm going to look you up.
Hello, Ruby.
Oh. Huh. I draw all the dreamy ones. I might have known it'd be you, Captain Salvador.
That's all, Frank.
Yeah, that's all, Frank.
Tell me about yourself, Ruby.
You losing your hair?
It's falling out worrying about you. The last time was 47. No visible means of support.
I didn't know we were going to talk about old times, or I'd cracked a bottle.
We aren't. Going to talk about that guy lying in there in front of your fireplace. Well?
They tell me his name is David Madlock.
You know that's his name. What's he doing in there?
How should I know? I never saw him my whole life.
How long have you been seeing him? What did you fight about? Ruby, you've had 4 arrests and 1 conviction in your time. You know we always get the answers.
Captain Doric Salvador, Copperoo. Been in the drugstore since 8:30. 15 people saw me drinking my malted milk while Junior in there must have been getting his brains blown out.
Do they all have names?
Every one of them. It was a bowling team on their way home. The Loafers.
You're telling me that corpse is a man you never saw before in your life?
That's exactly what I am telling you. Your crew will find that out by poking into everything and everybody in town. They'll also find my alibis good and that your guesses are bad. If Madlock, or whatever his name is, staggers into my apartment while I'm out and somebody bumps him off, that's not my fault. And you nor any other single-headed cop is going to write it any different.
All right, Ruby. Let's go downtown.
Well, Doric Dream, you booked me as a material witness as expected. After all, you had to take somebody downtown. The newspapers tossed a lot of type around. My picture was in every paper, every edition. But after 2 days, it died on the vine. I made 3 inches in the second section after that. Ruby Miller released for lack of evidence. The morning I got out, I'll wait while you blush. I wanted a bath more than anything else. All right. Just a minute, I'm coming.
Hello, Ruby. I missed you before you left the station.
I'm tired of looking at cops, Captain.
This will only take a minute.
I'll time you myself.
Thanks. I just been out talking to Marie Madlock, Dave Madlock's widow. The way things happened, she still thinks that you and her husband were real pals on the side. She hates the memory of him now.
Don't you ever give up.
I don't like to see a nice woman like Mrs. Madlock running around believing something that isn't true. My boys peeked under every rock in town before you were sprung, Ruby. They came up with 2 things that got you out. You were in the drugstore while Madlock was being killed, and you never knew the guy. I'm convinced of that.
My bath water is getting cold, so am I.
Look, Ruby, you moved in that apartment 2 months ago, paid $400 rent in advance. The same day, you deposited $1,000 at Freeman's National. You also bought $400 worth of clothes and trinkets.
I hit a horse.
Somebody gave you dough to play a part in this. Who?
We've gone all through this before.
Who, Ruby? A key to this apartment was found on Madlock's body. How'd he get that key?
I don't know, Captain. I just don't know. I should have my lock changed.
All right, Ruby, I'm leaving.
Sorry you didn't have any luck, Captain.
You know, whatever you get out of this, they'll take 20 times as much back from you, right down to your soul. Madlock's killing was top-drawer stuff with some big people involved. People who don't care anything about you because you were just background scenery. They might want to change at any time. Aren't you scared, Ruby?
You'll never see the day.
Okay. Grandissimo bugliardo.
What does that mean?
You're a liar, Ruby.
Where did you get off thinking I was scared? What was there to be scared about? I held 3 aces in the deck, and that was enough, at least to make a starting bid. When I looked out my window that night and saw 2 men in overcoats standing across the street from the apartment, I felt extra brave. I wasn't worried one bit. Hello?
Ruby Miller,
Yes.
what are you still doing in town?
I'm waiting for a phone call, but it's not from you.
You're asking for a doll. I'll be over.
Well, say hello to the 2 cops standing in front of my apartment house. Salvador's got them on me 24 hours a day.
Play it smart, doll. Get out of town while you got legs to walk on.
Listen, you thick-lipped creep. I want to talk to him, the big man, right away. And if I don't, I'll talk to the cops.
I just said how you better act, doll.
Sorry to disappoint you again, Doric, but I wasn't scared that time either. A spook call was always standard operating procedure for those kind of people. It let me down a little, though, having them think I was so square I wasn't expecting it. When I went to bed that night, I was dreaming of a new kind of life. And it started the next day with bells. Hello?
Miss Miller?
My name is Victor Sheridan. I'm the attorney for the big man. And that's as close as you're going to get. Take it or leave it. My offices are in the Equity Building, Suite 203. I'll expect you any time today.
That was the music I was waiting for, Doric. I'll expect you anytime. And I made any time an hour later. Salvador's two shadows followed me when I left my apartment and went downtown. So I wasn't worried that anybody might interrupt my conversation with Sheridan and Carter, attorneys at law.
Call me Sheridan.
Sure.
My client asked me to speak to you.
Speak up.
All right. My client has been disturbed by your attitude.
Good for him.
He wonders why you haven't fulfilled your part of the bargain. After all, you've been well paid.
You call that money? A man I never saw before in my life came to me a couple of months ago and made the deal. $1,500. 2 months' rent on a nice apartment, and on a certain night I was to blow town, never come back.
You should have done it.
I saw a setup a mile off. How dumb do you think I am?
That is not the question, Miss Miller. How dumb do you think we are?
Dumb enough to know he needed a place to do a killing and someone with a rep like mine to throw the cops off. I know who he is, where he is, how he did it, and why he did it. Tell the client I want a payoff to keep quiet. Lots of payoff. Or I can tell a whole lot of cops something that will keep them absolutely spellbound.
I see.
Well?
Will this be enough to start with, Miss Miller?
$1,000? Look, Sonny, this is the major leagues. I want 10 to start with.
I haven't had much money in the office.
You can get it. There's a bank downstairs.
You're playing a very dangerous game, Miss Miller.
I've got built-in police protection at all times. All you have to worry about is coming through.
That protection may not last forever.
Let me worry about that.
Miss Miller, it's not up to me to decide the outcome of this affair, but somewhere, someplace, sometime, you'll be alone on a dark street. And I wouldn't want to say what might happen to you.
Well, don't you worry, Buster. I'm going to be burning money to keep all those dark streets bright. Now call the bank.
Autolite is bringing you Miss Barbara Stanwyck in The Wages of Sin. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Check the spark plugs, too. Check the spark plugs, too.
Hey, that Johnny plug check's persistent, isn't he?
Sure, Hap. Johnny knows it's necessary now to get your car made ready for dependable motoring during the cold days ahead.
Check the spark plugs, too.
You see, spark plugs are the very heart of the car's ignition system. When they're right, your chances of starting, even in the coldest weather, are better than ever. So it'll pay you to replace worn-out spark plugs with Autolite spark plugs. The spark plugs that are world famous for quality and dependability.
Autolite spark plugs?
Nothing finer, Hap. And when you replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, you get smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings.
You've sold me, Harlow.
Well, folks, see your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer and have him replace worn-out spark plugs with world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. And whether you choose the resistor type or the standard type, you can be sure money can't buy better spark plugs. You're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Barbara Stanwyck in Elliot Lewis's production of The Wages of Sin, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Don't think those next few months weren't great, Captain Salvador. They were the last days of Pompeii with Christmas and a Polish wedding thrown in. I picked up my checks regularly from Victor Sheridan, and I spent them regularly on Ruby Miller. I never could understand why the two men you always had shadowing me didn't pick up Victor Sheridan. But why look a gift horse in the mouth? I was busy enough being the belle of the boulevard, the girl most likely to succeed. Clothes all over the place. Money, any place there were in clothes. Nightclubs, I was a bigger attraction than the chorus girl. Men, like flies in a sugar bowl. And don't think I ever got tired of it. Why, I even got tapped by the 400. Of course, I was sort of a late starter, but so were Broker's Tip and the Yankees. Let's see. There was Douglas Elwood Tisdale, who had the mink ranches. Clayton Dashiell, who made governors. Hamilton Moore, who was in shipping and polo. And Talbot G. Cooper, whose taste ran to women.
Ruby, I've known girls from Bombay to Hunter.
Well, don't tell me about them. I hear Kinsey's in town.
No, what I was going to say was that you're the most exciting of them all.
Oh, Coop, squash habit. I don't come from Bombay or Hunter, so I don't have to follow the rules. Go get yourself some new material.
No, I mean it. Oh, if I were conning you, I'd do it in another place, not here.
Oh, cut it off. I came here for laughs. Say, who are those two people over by the window?
Don't you know? Really?
Look stupid. Didn't you ever read anything but Noel Coward? If I knew who they were, I wouldn't have asked.
Well, come on. I'll introduce you. The distinguished-looking man lives on an inheritance, and the distinguished-looking woman lives on, memories, I guess.
Hello, Coop. Nice to see you.
Hello, Clint. Marie. May I present Miss Ruby Miller, Mr. Clinton Fisher.
My pleasure.
How do you do, Mr. Fisher?
And Mrs. David Madlock.
Talk about your drama. That moment could have run 36 straight weeks at the Barrymore Theater. As you know, Captain, it was my first performance at trying to carry on idle chit-chat with the widow of a man found dead in my apartment. Must have been her first, too, because she excused herself and walked quickly away. The guy who staged the scene, Cooper the Coward, also took a powder.
By natural selection, I guess we're left alone, Miss Miller.
What's she complaining about? I wasn't found dead in his apartment.
Well, you couldn't exactly expect her to carry on tea-time conversation with you.
Look, is she a friend of yours?
I know her.
Well, tell her the next husband she gets, keep him home. That means keeping him happy, if she isn't too chilled to find time. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Fisher, I'll go have a drink.
Allow me to join you, Miss Miller.
Why?
Frankly, I like you.
If anybody tells you men over 50 don't have charm, put salt in her coffee. Clint Fisher was as charming as they made them. And the thought came to me that this was my chance to move from the phony money to the real stuff. And he was said to have more connections than the plumbing at the Waldorf. I intended someday to use them. And my chance came sooner than I thought.
Yes, ma'am.
Captain Doric Salvador wants to see me.
You mean Lieutenant Salvador? He got a bust.
Good. He was too arrogant.
Third door on the left, lady.
Don't look so mad, Sergeant. Maybe if you work hard, you'll be busted, too, someday. Hello, Lieutenant.
Yeah. Sit down.
What did you do? Kick the mayor's mother?
No, the commissioner got a little mad because I didn't bring anybody in for David Madlock.
What did you call me down here for, a wake?
The commissioner's dropping the case.
What do you mean?
He called us off. Madlock will be under M in the file. I'll be on another case.
Yeah, but that means that I...
Starting tomorrow, where you go alone.
What is this? You pulling off my protection?
Ruby, we had those men on you to see if anybody made a move towards you, not for protection.
I got a right to protection.
You forfeited every right you had when you threw in with the wrong people. In my opinion, Ruby, you sold your soul for a fur muff and a filet mignon.
Don't talk to me like that, you lousy failure.
Shut up! I played your game long enough. This is the end. You don't even know what I'm talking about. You'll never know. All dames like you got is your sex. You wouldn't know a good piece of music if you heard it. You've never read anything longer than a menu in your life. You couldn't tell me two intelligent things about the history of the people you came from or the name of the man who wrote the Declaration of Independence. All you got is a 75-word vocabulary and 112 pounds of flesh that could have been put to better use in an animal.
You listen to me, flathead. Where do you get off telling me how worthless I am? Just because I went out and made myself a few bucks the hard way? Well, I took nerve and I've got it. It didn't take any to sit behind that desk and get demoted from captain to lieutenant. You picked your way of life yourself, and because everybody isn't like you can't stomach them. Your kind doesn't send your sons to college so they'll know a good piece of music when they hear it. You send them to learn how to make money. And you don't dress your daughters in the best clothes you can buy because they know who wrote the Constitution. You do it so they'll marry into money. You're cheaper on your level than I am on mine because you lie about what you really want, and I don't. I'm honest. I say what I want right out, and I get it.
Are you through?
No. Why did the commissioner call off the case?
It was costing too much.
I can smell a fix 20 miles off. You're going to set me up for a kill.
I'm not setting you up for anything. They called me off the case. That's all I know.
Yeah? Well, if the commission has been fixed, it can be unfixed. I know some pretty big people now.
I hope they can help you,
They
Ruby.
will. Don't worry. I'll have my protection back. And while I'm at it, I think I'll have you busted down to sergeant. And I couldn't wait to do it to you. Clint Fisher was my boy. By then, I had him wrapped around my little finger. He knew the skeleton in everybody's closet, and I was going to make him rattle a few. I pulled out all the stops, and he had my hero printed all over him when he said he'd see what he could do. You cops who thought you had a corner on everything, fracture me. I slipped on a negligee and cracked a bottle of champagne. While I waited for my team to go into action... Hello?
Clint Fisher, Ruby.
Oh, Clint, darling. Oh, it's so nice to hear your voice.
It's nice to hear yours, Ruby. Are you all right?
Oh, yes, of course. Don't worry about me.
Well, Ruby...
Everything's going to be fixed, Clint?
Not exactly. That's why I called you. I've tried everybody in town, and I hate to say this, but there's nothing I can do for you. Absolutely nothing.
Clint, you don't mean that.
I'm afraid, honey, you're on your own.
Don't tell me about men. I know more ways they can be cheap and lying, two-faced and vicious than you can count in a year. Clint Fisher wasn't the only man in the world who could fix things. So I tried the rest of them, up and down the social register and through the moneymen and tycoons, and every one of them chickened out, every one of them. No, Ruby. Sorry, Ruby. Try someone else, Ruby. That's all I got. Don't tell me about men. Then I began to get scared. Scared right down through the little veins. I locked the door and pulled the shades and told the desk to let no one visit me. And I sat there all night. I didn't dare sleep. And half the next day, I was scared. But then I remembered. I still had an ace to play. Sheridan.
Yes, Ruby.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing.
I came to make a deal. A deal, do you hear me?
Too late.
I won't spill. I'll never say a word, not a single word to anyone. I'll even get out of town. What are you laughing about?
You. Trying to make a deal.
I got the greatest deal in the world, the greatest. You never heard anything like this. Listen. I don't even know who the client is. I don't know. I never knew, never. All I know is some creep I never saw before gave me a couple of $1,000 to use the apartment for a killing. I don't even know his name. He came and he was gone. That's all I know. Believe me. Sheridan! Oh!
Shot me in the stomach.
Who?
The client. He killed Madlock because he wanted Mrs. Madlock. She found out last night. Committed suicide. He went crazy. Thought I told her. But after shooting, I said it was you. And you don't even know him.
Who is the client, Sheridan? He'll kill me. I've got to tell the police. Tell me, who is he? Oh, don't die. Don't die. Tell me. I ran out of that office as fast as I could make it. I didn't know where to go, what to do. I couldn't end up like Sheridan. I couldn't. Then I decided to go to my apartment, get my money, and try to get out of town. I ran up the stairs, locked the door, and stood there trying to pull myself together. And I got an idea.
Salvatore.
Captain, listen to me. Listen carefully.
Who is it?
Ruby Miller. Now listen to me. The client's after me. I know he is.
The client?
The man who killed David Madlock. It's just the way you said. I take everything back I ever said to you. I'm sorry. Really, truly sorry.
I suppose you want protection.
Oh, yes. Please send somebody. Come yourself. Take care of me. I'm in my apartment. I'm afraid to leave it.
Ruby, you're a great girl for deals. We had 2 men following you and 3 men following Sheridan. We didn't find out a thing. Tell me who this client is. We'll go out and pick him up.
Oh, that's just it. I don't know.
Now,
I don't know. I really don't. It was all above. They thought I knew, but I didn't. I don't know a thing. I played it for what I could get, and it worked.
Now, you don't expect me to believe that.
You've got to believe it. You've got to. I don't know who he is or where he's coming from, but I know I'll be killed.
You're lying, Ruby. When you're ready, tell me the truth. I'll give you what you want. Goodbye.
Don't hang up. Don't, please. I'll be killed. I tried to get you back, but they said you'd left the office. I wanted to tell you about Vic Sheridan's death. That would have been proof. That's why I'm writing you this letter. You'll have to believe. I'm packed and I'm leaving town. And I don't ever want to come back. I'm mailing it from the airport. So long, Doric. I hope you have better luck finding the client than I did. Hello?
Are you all right? This is Salvador.
Oh, yes.
We just found Vic Sheridan. I'm sorry, Ruby. Sometimes my personal opinion of people gets in the way of my badge. We'll be over there in a couple of minutes.
Oh, thank you. Who is it?
It's Fisher. Let me in.
Oh, Clint. Oh, Clint, I'm so glad you came. Nobody cared. Nobody would do anything.
Now, Ruby, you'll be all
Somebody's
right.
after me, Clint. They'll get me. They will. Clint, what's that gun for?
For you, baby.
Oh, Clint, don't do anything. I'll scream.
That won't help. You can't outrun a bullet. You've had a free ride on me. I was perfectly willing to give you money when it meant something to avoid trouble. But now you're going to pay it all back.
I'll do anything in the world.
Don't close your eyes because it's going to hurt.
They'll get you, Clint. The police will get you.
I know, but I'll get it quick. You'll get it the hard way.
Oh, Clint, please don't. Hold me up.
How does it feel, Ruby? That's what you get for telling Mary Medlock I killed her husband. Mary was the one thing I wanted. I killed to get her, made it as sordid as possible. Girl's apartment and all, so she'd forget even his memory. And after all the dough I paid, you had to tell her.
I didn't tell her. I didn't even know who...
All right, you stand where you are, with your hands in the air.
Come and get me! Hey, will you look at that? They're lying on the same spot where Madlock was killed.
Yeah. The wages of sin.
From Hollywood, our land be bright. Long may our land be bright, with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God, our King. Our Land Be Bright is presented by the veterans of foreign wars of the United States and is produced and transcribed in Hollywood.
This is another in the great series of programs being presented coast to coast by the veterans of foreign wars of the United States. The objective of these programs is patriotic. Their scope is worldwide. We believe that you will find each of them of vital interest to you. Appearing on this series are the greatest names in the entertainment world. Such famous personalities as Bob Hope, Joan Fontaine, Herbert Marshall, Adolphe Menjou, Robert Montgomery, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, Brian Ahern, Jack Carson, and this year's lovely VFW buddy poppy girl, Jean Crane. We wish to thank the Hollywood Coordinating Committee for helping to make their appearance possible. On today's program, we are honored to have with us one of the world's most beautiful women, the lovely Madeleine Carroll. Her work in the hospitals overseas was particularly inspiring. In recognition of her work with the Red Cross, the U.S. Merchant Marine, and the U.S. Information Bureau in Paris, Miss Carroll was awarded the Civilian Medal of Freedom. For her efforts in bettering Franco-American relations, she was also made a Chevalier of the far-famed French Legion of Honor. She started her unselfish work at Walter Reed Hospital in Washington, D.C., and actually still is making appearances for the benefit of servicemen whenever she has an opportunity. Back now in Hollywood, she has endeared herself forever in the hearts of the men she made smile again by her angelic presence. Intensely interested in better world amity, she considers active participation in any work that will aid in this great problem a sharply defined duty of all of us. Miss Madeleine Carroll.
You are about to hear a program dedicated to religion as the answer to the many perplexing problems facing us today. That's a lot of territory to cover in 15 minutes, but the world's greatest philosophers and men of God have been simple souls. All knew that the truth shall make ye free, and so from time immemorial man has been searching for that truth. Historians tell us that a war has been fought somewhere on this globe every 20 years. Already there's talk of another one. Can we avoid it? Certainly, if all men embrace the basic concepts of Christianity, we can. Let us see then how simple faith can provide the answer to our struggle for universal peace.
Thank you, Madeleine Carroll. And now the next voice you will hear is that of the VFW narrator for the program which follows immediately.
This is your VFW narrator in our nation's capital. We all remember, rather vividly, I'm sure, two striking phrases which came out of World War II. The earliest, I think, became a song, with the refrain, "Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition," while the other moved into circulation out of the far Pacific under more somber circumstances. When the going got really tough among the islands of the South Seas, it was,
"There are no atheists in foxholes."
Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom.
In camps, before the battle,
Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, in sure and certain hope of the resurrection.
yes, there were no atheists in foxholes. Instead, there was faith, the faith born of a man's love for his God, for his country, and the hearts that were beating for him at home. Then, word came that the war was over. We won World War II. We and our allies in the United Nations. Then we came back to our own country, to our homes, and to our jobs. But what about the men who couldn't exactly qualify, even for their old job, because only a part of them came back?
Watch the pulse indicators. What does it say now?
It's growing weaker, Doctor.
Look at the oxygen mask. Scissors. Forceps.
The operation was a success. The patient lived, but without an arm, a leg, or some such part or parts which were necessary to the pre-war job. So problems of readjustment had to be solved.
So you see, boss, I'm not fit for the same work I used to do. I'm not complaining, you understand, but, well, maybe I can do something else to earn me keep. What do you say, huh?
Why, sure you can, Joe. This company feels that it owes its security to the fact that you veterans won the war. There are plenty of bench jobs around the plant, and one of those seats has your name on it. We're glad to have you back, fella, and I know that's the way all the old gang feels around here.
Ah, gee, thanks, boss. I'm getting used to these sticks. Look, see, huh?
Yes, a fighting man can get used to a lot of things, even crutches or a wheelchair. It wasn't long, however, before we all came to realize, both at home and abroad, that peace, too, was something which had to be won. Words, instead of weapons, were still in use against us. This was the Cold War, which threatened the very foundations of our democracy. But that wasn't all. There were domestic problems as well, and local ones.
What about housing? Where can we live?
Yeah, and how can we live? How's about that rehabilitation? Yeah, what about that?
What about catching up on a little education?
How are we going to earn a living? A decent living, that is.
And what about the sick and poor in spirit?
Yes, what about these? What about millions of men who are trying to get readjusted after 4 years of war? Take a telegram, Miss Bowen.
Yes, sir.
To the chairman of the Committee on Veterans Affairs, House of Representatives, Washington, D.C. The veterans of foreign wars, the oldest, largest, and strongest organization of overseas veterans, with nearly 10,000 posts, in about 6,000 cities and towns of the nation, urges that special consideration be given to legislation now pending before your committee, which, as you know, is due for discussion next Wednesday morning, period. We feel that...
Son, or I should have called you Captain.
Oh, gee, Dad, just call me Butch, same as ever. That's good enough for me. Remember, some used to call me that little punk. Remember that, huh?
Yes, I do remember.
Always stood up for you, though, didn't I?
You sure did, Dad. And, Dad, seriously, I used to think about that out in those steaming jungles, remembering how you were always ready to fight for me, to fight my battles. And now I was fighting yours.
Ours, my boy. When a kid grows up and gets into uniform and marches off with his outfit, he's a man, young man, and the old man knows it.
I suppose. Time marches on, as they say in the movies.
Yeah, that's right. But tell me, fella, don't you ever get a sort of a hankering to go back to get out there on one of those islands again?
Are you kidding, Dad?
No, I mean it.
Well, all right, then. Let me ask you that question. You were in World War I.
Was I? Say, listen. I remember one rainy night in Chateau-Thierry.
Yeah, I know. And you stormed the ridge and brought back 5 heinies, huh?
Yeah, that was a time.
Yeah. How did you feel, Dad, when it was all over? And how do you feel now?
Well, son, you sort of put your old man on the spot. I'll admit I was pretty sick of the whole thing, and I think most of my outfit felt pretty much the same way. In those days, you know, we were fighting to make the world safe for democracy. Woodrow Wilson said that in one of his speeches. So the country made a slogan out of it.
So? Did you?
Well, we got back.
You won the war.
Yes, we won.
Well, how about the peace, Dad?
Well, as for democracy, we made this country safe for it. You can bet your bottom dollar on that.
Yeah, but how about the rest of the world? Like you said. You see, Dad, we're fighting peace now. We've got to think about others, other countries. That's what peace means.
Yes, I suppose it does. I can't remember that this love thy neighbor stuff was so apparent then. Air power has made the world so much smaller during the past quarter of a century. We're all neighbors now, and we've got to face it.
That's it. It's not that the world's worse off than it was. It just needs help. Help from the strong. And our kind of help.
That's going to cost money, too.
Yeah, I suppose it will. But it won't cost blood. If everybody's careful.
Son, you're even more of a man than I thought you were. You just said something that the whole world ought to hear. Let's be careful. Considerate of others, strong in defense, willing to serve, until the world is rehabilitated. Then we'll have a just peace.
A generation apart, but shoulder to shoulder, father and son, united for the protection of our homes, to preserve the American way of life, and to help, at least, to make democracy safe, wherever it's struggling through the ordeals by fire, which this country endured before our Constitution was born and 13 colonies became a nation, whose only dictatorship is the will of the people, and whose only crown is the Bill of Rights.
This is Madeleine Carroll, again in Hollywood. Be listening again next week for another program in this great Veterans of Foreign Wars radio series.
Our Land Be Bright is presented in the public interest by this station and hundreds of others from coast to coast and overseas, in cooperation with the Veterans of Foreign Wars. Until next week and always, long may our land be bright, with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God, our King.
This Veterans of Foreign Wars program was transcribed in Hollywood and Washington and was produced by Robert J. Enders.
Crisco's radio newspaper with Bernardine Flynn. Brought to you by Crisco, the pure all-vegetable shortening. It's digestible. And now, Bernardine Flynn.
Thank you, Durward, and hello, friends. In just a moment, Durward Kirby will bring us a report on today's world news. But first, let me tell you about the happy homecoming of a group of American servicemen. Yesterday, some 1,500 sun-tanned Navy Seabees arrived in San Francisco, as happy as youngsters with a piece of candy at seeing American shores again. These men belonged to the first 2 units of Seabees ever organized, and had been down in the South Pacific for 23 months, practically 2 years. Foreign lands and customs were interesting, but the good old USA was home. As their big gray transport nosed into the San Francisco dock yesterday, the Seabees yelled and cheered, and 3 military bands broke out with stirring music. Everybody was gloriously happy. Then the Seabees saw a group of waves standing on the dock. "Look, fellows," one of them shouted. "Look, there's women with shoes on." And now, Durward, what's the latest news?
First off, Bern, there's been another heavy American air raid on Berlin. Strong forces of our flying fortresses and liberators attacked industrial targets in the German capital this morning. Some idea of the size of the raid can be gained from the Air Force announcement that today's formations dropped more than 350,000 incendiary bombs and more than 10,000 high explosives. Earlier this morning, American medium bombers flew over the channel to strike at German targets in Holland. Last night, RAF bombers made a heavy raid on railway targets about 100 miles southwest of Paris. On the Italian battlefront, savage night fighting is reported to have broken out in the battered streets and buildings of Cassino. There has been no decisive change in the battle lines inside the town, but fierce fighting is reported still in progress. In the Anzio beachhead sector, the Germans apparently have begun moving up troops and armor for the 4th major offensive against the British and American forces. At the moment, the only fighting taking place on the beachhead is in the form of minor patrol activity. Russia's armies are reported using special mud sledges in their drive across the quagmire battlefronts of the southwestern Ukraine. The Soviets have outflanked Tarnopol, a vital junction on the main trunk railroad between Odessa and Warsaw. The Germans are rushing up air reserves and undertaking counterattacks in a desperate effort to halt the Russian drive toward Romania. But the Russians are pushing ahead, counterattacks or no counterattacks.
On the international diplomatic and political front, there are a couple of new developments today. British newspapers say Russia has rejected Polish counterproposals concerning the boundary dispute. But the Polish premier in exile says his government has not been informed of such action. 2 Yugoslav cabinet members have arrived in London in an effort to patch up the differences between King Peter's government and Marshal Tito, the leader of the partisan forces fighting the Germans in Yugoslavia. And Britain's Foreign Secretary, Anthony Eden, says that Britain is keeping a close watch on the Argentine situation in South America, conducting only routine matters with the Faroe government until the confusion and uncertainty surrounding the picture are cleared up. On the production front, Britain's production minister, Oliver Littleton, discloses that Britain turned out more than 90,000 planes from the beginning of the war to the end of 1943. Britain, meantime, is having more coal mine trouble, with the strike of Welsh miners spreading to additional mines. Out in the Pacific, American forces have made new strides in their drive against the Japanese. We have gained control of Los Negros Island in the Admiralty Group, leapfrogged up the north coast of New Britain to within 170 miles of Rabaul, and driven up the south coast of New Britain to within 50 miles of Gasmata. On the Asiatic mainland, the jaws of a Chinese-American trap are closing rapidly on Japanese forces in Burma. And in the Central Pacific, new air raids have been made against the Marshalls and the Carolines. And that's the top of today's World News. Now, Bernadine?
I was thinking about a friend of mine who called up the other morning. You see, friend, she was expecting company for dinner that night and was all set to make a pie for dessert. Then it started to rain, and that meant no pie, she said. Well, I couldn't figure the connection to save my life. And then she told me when it rained, she just never had good luck with pie crust.
You mean that she didn't know about Crisco's pastry method?
No, she didn't. And telling her almost made me late for the program.
Oh.
You know, friend, you never have to worry about pastry failures when you use the new Crisco pastry method. You get tender, flaky pie crust every single time. Even beginners get grand results. Pie crust so tender and flaky, they're eaten to the last crumb. There's no worry about upset digestions either. Made with Crisco, pies set just as light as can be, digestible for the whole family. It just seems as though Crisco and the pastry method were the answer to any pie maker's dream. And the directions are right on the label of your Crisco jar.
I'll tell you, you're going to be awful busy making pies once you try it. I'll bet you the family wants pie for dessert every other night.
Well, maybe not quite that often. But I'll tell you one thing, they'll eat every smidgen of every pie you make.
I'll say.
Just you try Crisco and the new Crisco pastry method and see. You can count on this. It'll be tender, flaky pie crust every time.
Well, Bern, how about another story?
Here's a story, Durward, about the people of occupied Europe. People who are past masters in the art of heckling the Germans. Probably no nation has developed this specialized science with any greater skill than Poland. But then Poland was the first to be occupied. This little story from Warsaw will show you what I mean. The other day, the Germans in Warsaw were very, very busy because suddenly official-looking posters had appeared all over the Polish capital, in shop windows, on street corners, lamp posts, and wherever people were likely to gather. The posters were supposedly signed by Wilhelm Koppa, head of the German police in Warsaw. And of all things, they ordered all German nationals to leave the city and return to the fatherland. Well, you can imagine what confusion there was among the German residents. Within an hour or two after the posters appeared, Germans were rushing all over Warsaw trying to buy railroad tickets, drawing their money out of the banks, and buying what groceries they could. While all that was going on, the German police were also as busy as cats on a tin roof. They were scurrying all around Warsaw, trying to convince their panic-stricken fellow countrymen that the posters were fake. All day long they tore down the posters, which had been distributed by the Polish underground, and replaced them with a real proclamation by Police Chief Koppa, which told of the hoax. But even then, many of the Germans didn't know whether they should go home or stay in Warsaw. For they are so used to German propaganda by now that it's pretty hard to tell them anything else, even the truth.
Byrne, as you know, representatives of all the occupied countries have set up exile governments in London. Well, the other day, some officials of the Dutch government had some very, very secret documents they wanted a photographer to reproduce. But they wouldn't let the photographer work on them unless he promised not to look. Well, he promised. He put on a blindfold and went to work, with the Dutch officials watching every move he made. The negatives he took were hardly dry before they were whisked into a sturdy satchel and hidden from all view. The photographer smiled to himself as he took off the blindfold and then turned to the officials. By the way, he asked, are those secret papers written in Dutch? Yes, the men replied. The photographer smiled even more. Well, he said, they might just as well have been written in double Dutch. We didn't need the blindfold because I can't read a word of your language.
Oh, goodness. And now, Durward, here's a story that disproves the belief that all Army sergeants are tough and hard-boiled. The Army sea ration hardtack, as you may have heard from your soldier friends, is usually known by the more familiar name of rock. The soldiers, it seems, think that name describes the food very appropriately. Well, for a number of days, cases of that hardtack kept piling up outside of an American mess tent in Italy. Nobody wanted it, of course, as long as there was anything else to eat. In fact, few soldiers even bothered to take the hard candies which are included with all sea rations. But then, each night, Corporal John Scavetta of North Bergen, New Jersey, began appearing at the mess tent and collecting all the hardtack and candy that were left over. Corporal Scavetta is a very quiet young fellow, so you can imagine how he jumped when a burly sergeant caught him taking the food one night and gruffly asked him what he thought he was doing. The corporal shifted from one foot to the other and looked around nervously as though he were afraid someone was going to court-martial him. Then he explained, there are a lot of refugees out there in Campania. You ought to see 'em eat these biscuits. Eat 'em like they were cake. I take the candy out to the children. You ought to hear 'em holler when they see me. Of course, the corporal knew this was against regulations. What went through the sergeant's mind about Army regulations, we'll never know. Anyway, the sergeant didn't say a word, but looked cautiously over his shoulder and then dropped the hardtack he was holding into Corporal Scavetta's hand. Then he hunted through his pockets until he found several packs of candy. He added those to the pile, then turned and walked off with a grin a mile wide on his face. Yes, Army sergeants have a heart, despite all that's said about them. For instance, there's Sergeant Paul Capitan of Hartford, Connecticut, who rides around Italy in a tank named Boomerang, accompanied by a mascot named Butch. Butch is a monkey, and a former organ grinder's monkey at that. And like Mary's little lamb, wherever Sergeant Capitan goes, Butch is sure to follow, even in battle. When the fighting is the heaviest, Butch is in the tank turret. But when there are not too many anti-tank shells coming his way, he likes to ride on top of the tank's radio antenna. And it's becoming a familiar sight to see the huge Boomerang rumble across the bumpy fields with little Butch swaying back and forth from the antenna in complete rhythm. Butch is another symbol that our servicemen, even in the thick of battle, have time for the little human things in life. And now, Durward, what's the latest on the home front?
Well, Byrne, it looks as though the expected congressional battle over the OPA is about ready to start. As you know, the OPA is scheduled to go out of existence on June 30th, unless Congress votes to extend its power. So far, no bill to that effect has been introduced into Congress, although one is expected shortly. Meantime, the Price Administrator, Mr. Bowles, says that the OPA program has saved us $89 billion so far in the war. And Economic Stabilization Director Vinson warns that if our present economic controls are weakened, billions of dollars will be added to the cost of the war. The cost of living will increase sharply, and the government will be hampered in its fight against inflation. Byrne, someone wants to know if meat and fat stamps will be handled the same as before.
Just the same. Under token rationing, the first 2 weeks, you'll have 3 red stamps worth 10 points each, or a total of 30 points
for that 2-week period.
I see. And speaking of red points, Byrne, according to the papers, pork is still on the plentiful side.
Oh,
and
well, excuse me, Durward, but
certainly.
that reminds me of a letter I got.
Huh?
Friend, you know how people like to pass recipes along. Well, a woman was writing me about what a grand help Crisco is to her in planning meals. And she mentioned a little trick she had for breading pork chops. It's to add a generous amount of poultry seasoning to the flour you use for breading the chops. I tried it the other night, and did those pork chops make a hit? You use just enough Crisco to cover the bottom of the skillet. And the chops come out so crisp and brown and so full of flavor.
And how about this? With Crisco frying those chops, you don't have to worry about digestion. Why, Crisco fried foods are so digestible, even the youngsters can pitch in.
That's right, friends. You see, Crisco is pure and all vegetable, digestible itself, and it's just the finest quality shortening you can use.
You betcha. With Crisco, everything you cook tastes better, and it's digestible. Now, Byrne, what's your last story?
Well, the mystery of what delayed a Boston elevated subway train at the Friend Street station the other day has finally been solved. It seems that Private John Conway was just getting home on a furlough, and as he stood in the station, the train rolled in. A pretty young girl guard put her head out from between two cars and called, "Friend Street, Friend Street." Private Conway took just one look, rushed up and kissed the guard. And as she confessed today, I'm afraid we did hold up the train while he hugged me. But the passengers say all is forgiven. For you see, the guard was Private Conway's wife.
Well, friends, that's all for now. Join us again tomorrow for another edition of Crisco's Radio Newspaper.
Durward Kirby will bring you the latest world news.
Bernardine Flynn will give you the colorful human interest side of the news.
And we're both saying goodbye for Procter & Gamble, the makers of Crisco. It's digestible.
We return you now to New York.
Tonight, Jason Sanborn presents Major Bo's Amateur Hour. There have been amateur hours in the theater, and there have been amateurs on the radio. But about a year ago, Major devised a new pattern of radio amateur hour, something that was entirely original and had never been done before. Major Bose is, therefore, responsible for the present vogue for amateur hours on the air. It is his proud distinction to be the most copied radio personality to date. Major Bo's own original amateur hour, presented tonight, is made possible by your purchases of Jason Sanborn's dated coffee, the coffee you know is fresh. These amateurs exhibit their wares. You select the winners by your vote. There are two ways to vote. If you live in the vicinity of New York, you telephone your votes early and often. The number is Murray Hill 8, 9933. I repeat, Murray Hill 8, 9933. In addition, tonight is Chicago night. By special arrangement, Chicago listeners will also vote by calling Franklin 4900. That's Franklin 4900. These Chicago votes will be flashed to us within 5 minutes, and frequent bulletins will be read by Major. For those elsewhere, mailing ballots are supplied free at your grocer's. Or you may, of course, write in on your own stationery. Decide tonight which contestants you wish to vote for and get your official ballot from your grocer tomorrow. Remember, Chicago and vicinity call Franklin 4900. New York and metropolitan area call Murray Hill 8, 9933. And call quickly. Major will announce the names of the first two Chicago voters. Also, the names of the first two voters from the New York metropolitan area. The leaders in the voting will be given professional engagements in RKO Metropolitan Theater. So please help these deserving youngsters by voting early and often. I now present Major Bose.
Thank you, Jimmy, and good evening, friends. This is the proudest moment I've ever known in radio, and I've been at the microphone for more than a decade. And by the same token, I feel a greater responsibility than ever before. Our proceedings, as you'll observe, are informal, without precedent. And you, within sound of my voice, are just as much a part of this show as these youngsters who come to the microphone. The studio's enormous. It seats, I don't know how many, a couple of thousand. And these amateurs, lacking experience, must stand before this great audience and give a performance. It's a task for a seasoned professional, much less a Simon Pure amateur. And so we need your help. We want your votes. Please telephone your choice. Telephone early. Telephone often. You decide the winners, and the winners will receive immediate professional engagement. The studio is crowded with friendly faces. There are millions listening. I'm going to repeat the telephone numbers again. In New York, it's Murray Hill 89933. In Chicago, it's Franklin 4900. In this building, girls are sitting at 200 telephones to take your vote. There should be no line busy. Now, first to the microphone is the four-piece band, the Morris sisters, four little kid sisters, piano, two saxophones, and a trap drummer. And this drummer has a little girl as big as a minute and as cute can be. Watch her little spindle legs work. And so the wheel begins to spin. All right. All right. Paul Whiteman is leading the applause. Paul Whiteman is applauding harder than anybody. Those are the Morris sisters. Their little orchestra play the 12th Street Rag. Now, we have Percy Wood, Boer War veteran, who yodels. All right, Percy, let's hear the yodel.
Yodeling, 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 yodeling.
Well, we mustn't, we like your applause, but we mustn't applaud too long. That's Percy, the yodeler. He was through the Boer War, and we went through one of his yodels, so it's even Steven. All right. Now, what have we here? The merry-go-round is started. It's a crazy quilt, a grab bag. It's a whirligig, it's just a wheel of fortune. Around we go, each of us trying for the brass ring. I can promise nothing because I never know what's coming, but it's a lot of fun. The first telephone call from the New York area is Mr. Martin McLean, and the second call from the New York area is Miss Rose Wills. Thank you very much. Now we have Franklin Jensen, baritone. His application states that he's a photographer. Where were you born, Franklin?
I was born in the Virgin Islands, Major.
Which one? St. Thomas, St. Cross, St. John, where?
St. Thomas, Major.
You see, we touch every part of the United States in these amateur hours. You study singing?
No. Well, just a little bit to help my voice along. I've always wanted to sing ever since I was a little boy.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you want to see him? A concert singer or stage, radio? What's your ambition?
Concert singer.
Now the Roland Hayes and Paul Ropes and Eddie Masters, huh?
Yes.
Well, in that case, you either want to sing The Glory Road or Deep River or Waterboy. They all do. We all know the songs, Paul, they want to sing. What do you want to sing?
Waterboy.
Waterboy, I thought so. All right, come on.
You Jack O'Diamond, you Jack O'Diamond, I knows you from old boys. Yes, I knows you from old. You robbed my pocket. Son robbed my pocket. Yes, robbed my pocket of silver and gold. What a boy! Where are you hiding? If you don't come, when I tell your mammy. What a boy.
All right, that's Franklin Jensen, baritone. Franklin Jensen, baritone. Your applause is lovely, but if you drag it out too much, we're going to lose one or two numbers in the course of the evening. We have so much. Franklin Jensen, baritone from the Virgin Islands. He sang Waterboy. And remember, Murray Hill 89933, and in Chicago, Franklin 4900. Now, one of the noblest of all professions is that of teaching, and frequently one of the least appreciated. I say this having in mind a born teacher, Clyde Dorr, famous saxophone virtuoso. Saxophone, as you know, is a comparatively young instrument. The great symphonies, the older symphonies, have no parts written for saxophone, but it's an instrument with a human quality and is greatly loved and very effective. Now, Clyde Dorr's hobby is to teach the young idea how to toot, right? So I invited him here to bring some of his pupils, and he's got 3 boys, 1 10, and the others are 15 each. That's a total of 40 years amongst the 3 of them. So we're going to have a saxophone trio. All right, touch them all. All right. That's 3 boys, Lewis Smith, Arthur Pockman, and Maxwell Wexler, the saxophone amateurs. And from Chicago, we have the first bulletin. The first call from Chicago was Jack Hines. The second call from Chicago was Frank Berry, and they both voted for the Mara sisters. So that's quick work. And thanks, Chicago, very much indeed. Next week is Philadelphia week. You see, New York and vicinity always calls, but each Sunday night a different other city. All over the United States, Sunday by Sunday. Tonight, Chicago, and next week, Philadelphia, and so it goes on, and it reaches San Francisco. And that'll be a night that I think I'll get up to my phone myself. But faster and faster swings our little merry-go-round. It's a big show, ladies and gentlemen, only a dime, 10 cents, a 10th part of a dollar. This way, neighbors, step on the inside of the show going on all the time. Good for a pain in the hip, knee, or ankle, side, back, or chest. Thank you, sir, and you thank me. Neighbor, how'd you like the show? Terrible. That's what they all say, good people. Step on the inside and jump aboard. Now, let's see who's next. That's the application. Mary Miller. Application reads singer from Hamburg. You live in New York, Miss Miller?
Yes,
Mrs.
Mayor.
Miller, I suppose it is. That's your little baby, is it? That's your baby?
Yes.
Little
I
boy.
brought him along, Mayor, because I have nobody taking care of him. So
I see.
think
Well-
it'll be all right.
I'm sure it'll be all right. Don't look at me. I'm sure it'll be all right. But for a singer to step up to the microphone with a little boy indicates a story. What sort of singing do you do? Tell us about yourself.
Mezzo-soprano. Mezzo-soprano.
Mezzo-soprano.
You know, my husband used to be chief steward, and he traveled all over the country. On account of that, I never get a start, good to go to my career.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well, moving around all over the country, of course, you can't, and I suppose your ambition is to sing, but sometimes in our ambitions we forget our real blessing. You'd be the happiest woman in the world if you were a prima donna, wouldn't you?
I would like to sing opera. If anybody would give me a chance,
I know, but how many opera singers would... Think of the opera singers that would give up
I
their
have
opera
been in-
singing if they could have a child like that. Hmm?
I never would miss my child for anything or any money in the world.
Wouldn't give up your child.
I wouldn't give up my child. But, well, my music not either.
Well, maybe you can eat your cake and have it too, huh? What do you want to sing?
I sing Please, Please.
All right, let's have it.
Trivo me in sommervel, og næste frappen den her, og den hvor vassen snow har fløjt, så intimately lives the rain, og en mine, I fools like me, but only God can make a
All right, that's Mrs. Mary Miller with a little boy who wants to be an opera singer. Who knows? The telephone's Murray Hill 89933, and in Chicago it's Franklin 4900. Now about auditions. Those in New York and vicinity should write, address your letter to Mesa Bowes Amateur Hour, care of National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, New York City, and state your qualifications. People who have unusual instruments are especially welcome. Tell us about yourself, and if your letter seems promising, we'll invite you to an audition. Please don't telephone for auditions. Write. Now, this is the application of Adele Kaplan. The application states at the age of 13, won 2 medals, graduated from the Julia Richmond High School, has taken nursery and kindergarten training and studied music, right?
Yes, Major.
You won 2 medals at the age of 13. Sunday school medal? What kind of medal?
One was from public school, and the other one was from the Metropolitan League Association.
The what?
Metropolitan League Association.
Metropolitan League Association. Baseball.
No.
Oh, I see. Well, you have the looks, whether you have a voice or not, we'll soon find out. What do you want to sing?
I carry you in my pocket.
Well, button up your overcoat then. Come on.
I carry you in my pocket, in a locket of gold. Will you remain till the sun grows cold? I take a little look each morning, and I take a little look each night, just to see if you're all right. I have such a tender feeling, I don't know if it's right or wrong, but when I look at you, dear,
of gold.
All right. Well, your audience is behaving beautifully, I'll say that. I can't see a grouchy face in this whole hall. That was Adele Kaplan. Now we have the first telephone bulletin. First one that's come in from the New York area. The Morris sisters, Percy Wood, Gloria Berger, Franklin Jensen, and Clyde Dorr's pupils. And here is the telephone call. The Morris sisters got 1,243 calls. Percy Wood, the yodeler, got 2. He didn't get a very good start. Matter of fact, the war that went against him. Gloria Berger, 344. Next time she'll be a bigger bouquet, and I'll telephone myself. Franklin Jensen from the Virgin Islands got 111, and the little amateur saxophonist, 47. So you see the calls are coming in now. That takes a little time to get them in motion, and we're very grateful. And as I look over at Paul Whiteman, who's worried about his performance tonight, hasn't faced an audience for so long, feels very much good. Now we got who? There he is. One-man band. Al Francis, the one-man band. You know, in starting these amateur hours, I started a vote for one-man band. I'm really proud of it, too, because all the kids are up in the attic digging out old hoop skirts and tin cans and amalgam fillings and pieces of hose and hose pipes and watering cans and making one-man bands out of it. Some are grand and some are terrible, but one thing is certain, they always have a lot of apparatus. This one has a bass drum and cymbals and an old bell trombone. I can't look at him and talk into the microphone at the same time. Paul, you haven't seen one of those for 20 years, I'll bet. Anyway, we'll see what he has to play. All right. Ooh. And I started a vote for one-man band. Hey, he's not only tone deaf, he's stone deaf. What do the ancient ordered Hibernians do to me? My wild Irish rose. Help, police! That's Al Francis, the one... Hey, who started that vote for one-man band? I'd like to find out who started.
Major, may I interrupt for just a moment, please?
All right, Jimmy.
I think that everybody in here and everyone on the air should know that the first 2 calls from New York City, that from Mr. Martin McLean and the one from Miss Rose Wills, both voted for Major Bowes. That's 2 votes for the Major. Puts them in a class with a yodeler, I guess. Incidentally, Major, we have... Pardon?
That makes 3 of us.
That's 3 of us.
All right.
We have several telegrams here that I'd like to read at this time, and I think that it really is due you that they should be read. Here's one from Rosa Poncell. My dear Major, with so many achievements already to your credit, it seemed hardly possible that you could add to your laurels. But now your outstanding success in the radio world makes us say once again, bravo and heartiest congratulations. Stop. May you continue for a long time to watch over the striving amateurs and continue to guide those worthy of it into channels for serious study for a musical career. Signed, Rosa Poncell. And here's one from the governor of the state of New York, dated from Albany, Governor Herbert H. Lehman. It's addressed to Major Edward Bowes, and he says, I am glad to congratulate you on the inauguration of your new radio broadcast and to wish you the success that has characterized all your programs in the past. Signed, Herbert H. Lehman. That's all. Thank you.
Well, I said at the beginning that this is my proudest radio night, and so it is. Now we have food. Al Schuler, ladies' coat, your application says. What do you do with ladies' coats?
Well, I sell them, Major.
Hey, if you had to buy them, it wouldn't be so easy, would it? And you have an ambition to be a radio singer?
Oh, yes, I have, Major.
Have you had any experience in radio singing?
Well, I had a very unusual experience, Major. About a year ago, I answered an advertisement in the paper for some radio talent. But when I did get there, I saw this agent, and he gave me an audition. Well, a few days later, I see the postcard to see him about a sponsor for a program for me. Well, when I did get there, he greeted me at the door, 50 cents, please. Well, I gave him the 50 cents thinking I might have a job.
Didn't think you were worth $1 even, did you?
Well, when I did get in there...
That's very interesting. I must interrupt you because recently the fraudulent radio schools have been springing up, and they work a great injustice. Even for small sums, they get youngsters to come there. No doubt that is your experience. But make it a little briefer. What happened? Did you go on and pay him and take lessons?
Well, I did, and many others did also. Well, here was the beginning of the lesson. You know, he made the 30 or 40 of us stand up in back of his, in front of the seats, you know, and he got up in front of us and said, "Boys and girls, go this way."
You know, I could have him arrested for giving an impersonation of me. Well, go ahead. What is the second lesson, if any?
Well, I'll tell you, Major, he says, no matter where you go, I don't care if it's in a subway, in an elevator, or outside, anywhere you are, don't be ashamed of the folks. Just go,
Well, maybe I shouldn't call that school a fraud. Maybe that's the standard. I'm not so sure. But anyway, I'm glad it came up because perhaps the people listening will beware of these fraudulent schools. They really do a great deal of damage. Now, in the meantime, after all those lessons, what do you want to sing?
Well, Major, I'd like to sing My Mother's Eyes.
Georgie Gessel song, huh?
That's right, Major. I think I can sing it just as well as he can.
Well, you won't get as much... Well, the one thing I'll promise you, you won't get as much money for singing this either. All right, come on, My Mother's Eyes.
One bright and guiding light that taught me wrong from right, I found in my mother's eyes. Those baby tales she told that brought all paved with gold, I found in my mother's eyes. Just like a wandering sparrow, one lonely soul, I'd walk the straight and narrow to reach my goal. God's gift sent from above, oh, unreal, unselfish love, I found in my mother's eyes.
All right, Al Schuler, who sells ladies' coats and imitates George Gibbet. All right, Jimmy?
Our operators will be on duty for another half hour, so there's still time for you to telephone your vote. Call Murray Hill 8-9933 in New York or Lafayette 7500 in Boston. Elsewhere throughout the United States and Canada, grocers have free ballots for you to use. Or you can vote by letter or postcard sent in care of your own station. Bear in mind the saving you can make by getting Chase & Sanborn's dated coffee in its new, inexpensive dated bag. The coffee is the same superb blend as always, and it reaches you at its best because its freshness is guaranteed by the dating plant. The only difference is the new bag, and the lower price it makes possible. We save money by using a bag instead of an expensive can, and we pass the saving on to you. Try this rich, full-flavored coffee. Buy a bag of Station Sanborn's dated coffee tomorrow.
Wake up, America. Time to stump the experts. This is the program in which you, the public, turn the tables on the authorities. Send us questions with the right answers. 4 experts guarantee to answer them correctly or pay you $5 for every question that's too much for them. Each question accepted wins you $2. You can win, therefore, as much as $7 per question if you're lucky and information pleases not. Our master of ceremonies is Clifton Fadiman, literary critic of the New Yorker magazine. Mr. Fadiman.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Good evening, everybody. May I introduce the 4 gigantic brains who will meet all comers tonight? Our 2 regulars, Franklin P. Adams, columnist of the New York Post, and John Kieran, sports expert, lepidopterist, look that one up, and General Walking Encyclopedia are with us as usual. And they will be aided and abetted by 2 guests of honor, Mr. William Bonnell, motion picture editor of the New York World Telegram, and the famous and influential author, journalist, and radio commentator, Miss Dorothy Thompson. Information, please, is particularly proud to have secured Miss Thompson's cooperation. Proud, amazed is the word, for with all the things Miss Thompson does, and does well, it's remarkable that she's found the time to come down here and join the fun at all. Now, Miss Thompson and gentlemen, the rules. I'll put the questions to the entire board. If you know the answer, raise your hand. A question composed of no more than 2 parts must be answered by 1 man or woman. If it has more parts than that, the board may cooperate. But if any part is answered wrong, we lose $5. When you hear that cash register ring, that means the questioner is actually getting his $5. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, remember that information, please, is unrehearsed, unprepared, happy-go-lucky, fancy-free, and enough adjectives, we're off. The first question comes from Mr. Eddie Bayer of Miami, Florida. You're asked to finish 4 of the 5 following Joe Miller gags. For example, could any of you finish this one? Who was that lady I saw you with last night?
Seen you with.
Seen you, I beg your pardon. Seen you is correct or incorrect, as you choose. What would the answer be, Mr. Adams?
There are 2 answers. One is, that was no lady, that was my wife. The other is, that was no lady, that was your wife.
I have to pass either one of them. Well, now, Miss Thompson and gentlemen, you understand the idea of this question. 1, why does a chicken cross the road? Volunteers. Miss Thompson.
Get to the other side.
That's correct. 2, why do firemen wear red suspenders? Mr. Kieran.
To keep their trousers up.
Very good. Pants would be equally acceptable, Mr. Kieran. 3, do short skirts make women look shorter? Mr. Kieran.
No, but they make men look longer.
That's right. All right, see if you can get this one. Hey, the garbage man is outside. Hey, the garbage man is outside. Mr. Kieran.
Tell him we don't want any.
That's right. That's 4 out of 5. And 5, have an accident? Have an accident? Tough one, eh? Mr. Kieran.
No, I always travel this way.
That isn't the one I have down here.
Well,
no,
I made all mine up,
one.
so I don't know.
No, thanks. I just had one. Well, we had 4.5 out of 5 about, with Mr. Kieran coming in nobly. I wonder whether any of you know who Joe Miller was, by the way. I have a little information on Joe Miller. This is off the record. Mr. Adams.
He wrote a jest book, none of which things that you read was in there.
Have you got that jest book in front of you?
No, but I have it at home. I'd be glad to go home and get it.
No, you can't go home now. Now that you're here, you have to stay here. Actually, Mr. Adams, that may be true. I'm not sure that all of these gags were in the original Joe Miller jest book. You were wrong in one particular. He didn't compose that jest book.
It was a compilation.
Yes, it was composed just a year after his death. And it is a solemn fact, Mr. Adams, that tonight, or at least this year, marks the 200th anniversary of the death of Joe Miller.
He comes to me like a bolt from the blue.
Yes, I know. It seems only yesterday, doesn't it? He died in 1738. And a year after he died, somebody collected a book of his jests, and they called it Joe Miller's Jest Book. And humorists have been using that jest book ever since, haven't they, Mr. Adams?
Yes, without much success.
2. From G.S. Ransom of Guilderland, New York. You're asked to answer the following questions. There are 3 of them. 1. Who became a World Series star by making an unassisted triple play? Mr. Kieran.
Billy Wamsgans in the series of 1920 played second base for Cleveland. If you want further details, I can supply them.
Yes, I'm sure you can. Or consult your daily paper. How do you spell Wambsgans?
W-A-M-B-S-G-A-N-S-S.
Pretty good, pretty good.
Perfect.
2. Name the pitcher who won 3 games from the Philadelphia Athletics in a World Series, shutting them out in all 3 games. Mr. Bonnell.
Christy Mathewson.
That's correct. What series was it? Remember the year? Mr. Kieran?
1905.
That's right. Pretty good, Mr. Bonnell. 3. What team upset all pre-series predictions by winning 4 straight from a wonder team? Mr. Kieran.
The Boston Braves of 1914.
Over what team?
Over the Philadelphia Athletics of 1914 and the $100,000 infield.
Very good. Can't catch Mr. Kieran on baseball. Now, Mr. Kieran, just for the benefit of the people who are listening in this evening, who's going to win the World Series?
Well, I'll take a wild chance. I always believe in going for the underdog, and I will pick the Yankees.
Pick the Yankees. All right. It's a special tip to our listeners. 3. From Mary Ronay of Highland Park, Michigan. What imaginary character lived in each of the following places? 1. La Mancha. What imaginary character lived in La Mancha? Mr. Kieran.
Don Quixote.
Correct. 2. Grand Pré. That's G-R-A-N-D space P-R-E, Miss Thompson.
Evangeline.
That's correct. 3. Dunsinane. Dunsinane? Mr. Kieran?
Well, that's in Macbeth.
Yes, and Macbeth was in Dunsinane, too. Yeah. 4. Salem. Mr. Kieran?
Witches.
You know, that's perfectly correct. If there ever was were imaginary characters, witches are they. How's that for a sentence? But I'd like to get a specific imaginary character who lived in Salem. Mr. Bonnell.
I don't know a name. The girl who had the scarlet
First name was Hester.
Hester Prynne.
Yes, among the 3 of them, Miss Thompson, Mr. Adams, Mr. Bonnell, they got Hester Prynne. That's correct. 5, Van Buren, Arkansas. Van Buren, Arkansas. Van Buren, Arkansas. Oh, very simple. Very simple. 1, 2, 3. Why, it's Grandpa Snazzy or Aunt Peachy Sims or any of Bob Burns' relatives. Don't you listen to the radio? Don't listen to the radio.
I don't, for one.
That's going to cost us $5. We had to get 5 out of 5 on that. The next one from Mr. W.F. Barber of City College, New York. Name the doctrines or treaties which were intended to advance the cause of peace and which were sponsored by the following American Secretaries of State. Now, I'll repeat that again. Name the doctrines or treaties intended to advance the cause of peace. You remember peace, don't you, gentlemen and Miss Thompson? And sponsored by the following American Secretaries of State. 1. Hughes. Hughes. You have to get 3 out of 4 on this. 4 altogether. Hughes. If you don't know the name of the treaty or doctrine and can describe it reasonably well, I'll accept that, being in a very good-natured mood this evening. Mr. Bonnell.
I think it's the World Court.
No, that would not be correct. At least to my knowledge, which is not so good.
Neither is mine.
The answer is the Washington Arms Conference, which negotiated the naval disarmament of 1921-22. Would that be right, Miss Thompson and gentlemen?
Right. Yes.
Thank you. That was, I'm afraid, a little beyond us. 2, Kellogg. Miss Thompson.
Pact of Paris. Kellogg-Briand Peace Pact.
That's quite correct. That still seems like a pretty good idea, that peace pact, doesn't it, Miss Thompson?
No.
Well, it was in its day. Stimson. Secretary of State Stimson. Ex-Secretary of State Stimson. He ought to be shifted to Secretary of War so that I could pronounce his name. Stimson?
He sponsored.
I beg pardon, Miss Thompson?
I don't know what it was called. He sponsored the Hoover disarmament program. It's presented League.
That might be correct, Miss Thompson. I wouldn't dare contradict you, as a matter of fact, but what I have down here is the non-recognition doctrine, the refusal to recognize any land acquired by force of arms.
That's correct.
That would be applied particularly, and was applied to what land especially? Manchuria, wasn't it?
Manchuria, Ethiopia.
Yes.
I
2
don't know
down.
what to do with Austria.
No. 4, Hull. Secretary of State Hull. Miss Thompson.
Trade treaty.
Yes, reciprocal trade pacts. 2 out of 4 on that, and I'm afraid that's going to cost us $5. That was a tough one. Very clever question from Mr. Barber. The next question from Mr. W.D. Galloway, Jr. of St. Paul, Minnesota. You're asked to name the movies in which the following domestic servants had a prominent part. 1. A butler who was a tramp. A butler who was a tramp. Movie in which there was a butler who was a tramp. Have to get 3 out of 4 on this. Mr. Bonell.
Would the name of the actor do?
Who was it?
Brian Ahern.
I don't know. I haven't got that down here. Maybe it's correct. I'm afraid I have to get the name of the motion picture. Miss Thompson, did you looked as if you had the name of the motion picture right at the end of your tongue.
No, I have a vague idea about it, that it had Theodora or something like that in it.
No,
I don't remember it.
No. We might come to that one. No, My Man Godfrey is the answer. Now we have to get the next 3 correct. My Man Godfrey.
Tramp, My Man Godfrey.
He wasn't a tramp?
Is he a tramp? Would you call him a tramp? He wasn't a butler, but I wouldn't call him a tramp.
Well, that's very decent of you, Miss Thompson. Would you call him a tramp, Mr. Bonell? You're a motion picture
man.
You've forgotten.
He was a forgotten man.
Well, down here he's listed as a tramp.
Well, over here he was the forgotten man.
They're ganging up on me this evening. Let's see if you can get the next 3 out of 3 correct. A maid who was of royal blood. Miss Thompson. Tavares, yes. And beautifully pronounced, Miss Thompson, may I say. 3, a chauffeur who was an author. A chauffeur who was an author. Miss Thompson.
Merrily we roll along or live or
Not
something.
quite. Live, yes, live. Merrily we live. You got it. And 4, a gardener who was an artist. A gardener who was an artist. A gardener who was an artist. You almost had it before, Miss Thompson. You've got current events on the brain, Miss Thompson, that's all. Stop worrying about these situations and concentrate on a gardener who was an artist.
I saw it. I can't remember. That's
Theodora Goes Wild. Yes.
Goes Wild.
2 out of 4 wrong. That's going to cost us $5 going to Mrs. W.D. Galloway.
Because I forgot Theodora went wild.
The next one from Mr. Steve Paul Potchaber of Leechburg, Pennsylvania. Oh, this is a dandy. I hate to, matter of fact, I hate to mention this. Give 5 typical remarks that can generally be expected to start a domestic quarrel or are generally used during a quarrel. For example, why don't you use the ashtrays might be one. I don't know what's on Mr. Potchaber's mind or what his past history is that he should send us this question. 5 typical remarks that can be expected to start a domestic quarrel. Mr. Adams knows all the answers. Mr. Adams.
Only 5?
Only 5.
He doesn't get it from my family.
Yes. That's very good. That's one. Mr. Adams, want to go ahead? You seem to have this at the finger's end, so to speak.
That's just like you.
That's very good. I feel angry already. Are the rest of you married or unmarried? What are you concealing, Mr. Kieran?
Well, of course, if you have to.
Of course, if you have to. Don't know just what juncture that might be used.
Any juncture.
Any juncture. All right, I'll let that one go. That's 3. 2 more. Mr. Kieran.
Why do you have to have that window open? Or closed, as the case may be.
Yes, or half open, or half closed. That gives 4 answers. No, that's 4. Now we have to have one more. One more. Mr. Bonell.
Why didn't you let me know you were bringing him home for dinner?
Yes, that's right. Thank you very much, Mr. Bonell. They passed the married quarrel test beautifully. The 7th question from Mr. W.J. Boyd of Long Island, New York. You're asked to give the origin of each of the following words. There are 5 of them. And we'll begin with bloomer. Bloomer. B-L-O-O-M-E-R. Mr. Kieran, bloomer.
Why, a bloomer is used in sporting.
Oh, that's true, but that's not the origin of the word as applied to female dress.
Oh.
Miss Thompson. Miss Thompson.
That's out of my line.
Out of your line. Now, you take a rest, Mr. Kieran, for a moment. Miss Thompson, do you know about bloomers?
I believe that it was named after a lady who adopted them to show the emancipation of woman. Whose name
Yes,
was
and what do you think?
Amelia Bloomer.
Amelia Bloomer, Mr. Adams, is quite correct. A dress reformer of about 1850. That's her date, not her height. As a matter of fact, Miss Bloomer, or Mrs. Bloomer, denied either inventing or wearing them. But she has been portrayed in many encyclopedias and dictionaries as wearing them.
That's an outrage.
It is an outrage. Yes, I think the whole thing ought to be stopped, or at least shortened.
Has been.
2, sandwich. Sandwich. Mr. Adams.
Invented by Lord Sandwich.
It wasn't, a lord. What's better than a lord?
Earl.
Earl, yes. That's
No
correct.
charge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adams and Mr. Kieran. 3, guillotine. Guillotine, Mr. Kieran.
Dr. Guillotine invented the machine that was named after him. At least he got credit for it.
Yes, he suggested it. Pretty suggestion. 4,
In order to humanize execution.
yes, in order to humanize execution. It's
You
worked
hardly
beautifully,
feel
hasn't
the
it, Mr.
shock.
Thompson? 4, Van Dyke. Van Dyke. Mr. Kieran?
Well, because Van Dyke painted so many portraits with that type of beard on, it was current in those
Yes.
days by the Van Dyke beard.
That's quite correct. Well, how would you describe the beard?
You do it with a gesture like that.
Yes, but that doesn't help our radio audience in the least.
Well, it's, the French call it the barbe de sous-officier.
Well, that makes everything perfectly clear. Perfectly all right. And 5, gerrymander. 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 Mr. Kieran?
Well, do you want it, Frank?
All
You
right,
can have it.
You can have it, baby.
Do you like it, Mr. Adams? Do you like gerrymander?
It was a change of voting precincts, and I think invented by Mr. Gary.
Of what state?
Massachusetts.
That's quite correct. How did you get the mander part of it? This is the hard part.
I don't have to know everything.
Still, it helps. It helps. We're only supposed to get 4 out of 5 on that, so that gives us an okay on each of the following words. But I am now going to tell you how gerrymander came about. Elbridge Gerry was the governor of Massachusetts, divided the state into districts in order to allow himself to get a plurality of votes. He rearranged them, and he made a little map of the division of those districts, and the map looked like a salamander. And a friend of his put Gerry and salamander together and left out the sala, and he called that gerrymander. Now, isn't that educational?
Mighty cute.
I thought you'd like it. The next one from Mrs. L.G. Conrad. We're asked to identify the historical backgrounds of the following movies. There are 5 altogether. 1, Of Human Hearts, the backgrounds of human hearts. Mr. Bonnell?
It was the Civil War.
Yes. 2, The Buccaneer.
The period of Lafitte.
The period of Lafitte, about when was that, Mr. Bonnell?
About 1812.
Just exactly right. 3, The Pursuit of Happiness, or I guess it was called just Pursuit of Happiness, wasn't it?
That was the Revolution.
The American Revolution. 4, Lloyds of London.
That was about the time of the Battle of Trafalgar.
Well, during what wars? During what wars?
The
Napoleonic Wars. Thank you, Miss Thompson and Mr. Bonnell. And 5, The Informer. The Informer. Mr. Kieran.
The Irish Rebellion of about 1916, I should
Yes,
say.
1916 is exactly correct. Mr. Bonnell, have you any theory to account for this flood of historical movies that we've been having during the last 3 or 4 years?
Absolutely none.
No theory. Nothing to be done about it. Mr. Kieran, maybe you have one.
The recent rains drove a lot of people indoors.
That probably is. To date, information pleases announces a loss of $15, which is neither good nor bad, just so-so. The next question from Miss Catherine Van Dye of Newark, New Jersey. You're asked to mention 5 foods that have a personal name in them. For example, Charlotte Ruth. Charlotte Ruth would have Charlotte as personal name. Let's see if we can get 5 of them. Oh, they're all up. Every hand up. Ladies first, Miss Thompson.
Chateaubriand.
Chateaubriand, very good. A steak named after a famous author. Mr. Kieran, that's 1.
Johnny Cake, not named after me.
Johnny Cake, not named after Mr. Kieran. That's 2. Mr. Adams.
Brown Betty.
Brown Betty, not named after Mr. Adams. Very good. That's 3. 2 more. Oh, I can think of a whole crowd of them. Bismarck herring, for 1.
Napoleons.
Yes, Napoleons. They're
Very
4.
good, too.
That's an ad. Not allowed. One more. How about rhubarb? Don't like that. All right. How about asparagus? Don't like that either. How about artichoke? Don't like that either. One more. I know one that has the name of one of my favorite moving picture actresses in it. Mr. Adams?
Patty.
Patty. Named after Patty?
After a singer.
Oh, after Adelina Patty. I don't know about that one. I don't think I'll let that one go.
Crepe Suzette.
Crepe Suzette named after?
Suzette.
Yes, or maybe crepe. I don't know. That would do. Sure. Gingerbread was one I was thinking of, undoubtedly named after Ginger Rogers. We got those foods very easily. The next question from Mr. F.H. Homan, or Miss F.H. Homan of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. You're asked to give 3 quotations about kisses or kissing. That's a sweet one. 3 quotations about kisses or kissing. Miss Thompson was first on that.
Roses and lilies her cheeks disclose, but her ripe lips are more sweet than those. Kiss her, caress her, with kisses such blisses dissolve us in pleasure and soft repose, from the Beggar's Opera.
Lovely, Miss Thompson. Very, very beautiful. You have me completely bewitched. That's 1. 2 more.
Touch.
Yes, Mr. Karen. I'm sorry. Mr. Karen?
Touch hands and part with laughter. Touch lips and part with tears. That's from Swinburne.
Aren't they dandy this evening? Thank you, Mr. Karen. Let's have another one. Mr. Adams.
Kiss me again.
All right. I can think of several others we might have mentioned. What's that one about there's no accounting for tastes of the old ladies? Kissed a cow? That might be one. Think of any others?
Oh, yes.
Well,
See the mountains kiss high heaven, and the waves kiss one another.
Good for you, Miss
Sister
Thompson.
Flower would be forgiven, etc., etc.
I had no idea this was one of your specialties, Miss Thompson.
Not even
The next question. I beg your pardon. In what motion pictures, this one comes from Mr. Robert Vernon of Washington, D.C., in what motion pictures did the following settings play an important part? 1, a riverbank under a bridge. A riverbank under a bridge. Mr. Bonnell?
Well, my man Godfrey.
You're going to stick to my man Godfrey for the rest of the evening.
I missed it before.
I didn't see the picture, and I wouldn't know. I understand, however, that's correct. A Parisian garret. A Parisian
Zola.
garret. I beg pardon?
Zola.
Yes, Zola. Very good. It's the opening scene in Zola. Seventh Heaven might be another one. Thank you, Miss Thompson. 3, a girls' school in Switzerland. Miss Thompson? Miss Thompson, where do you find the time to go to the movies?
The girls' school that I was thinking of wasn't in Switzerland. It was in Germany. I was thinking of making a uniform.
Yes, that was in Germany. I think for the moment we'll try to keep Germany and Switzerland apart. Mr. Kieran?
It's that Deanna Durbin picture.
Yes, very charming one called? Got a lot of M's in it.
Well, I told you what the picture was. You're going to argue with me?
Mr. Bonnell, what's the name of the picture? The one with Deanna Durbin in it. Think of it offhand?
Not offhand.
All right, you come back next week. Mad About Music would be the answer. Gasoline station in the Southwest. Following setting, Mr. Kieran?
Petrified Forest.
Very good. And 5, a barge. B-A-R-G-E, a barge. Mr. Bonnell?
Tugboat Annie.
Yes, Tugboat Annie. Very good. Anna Christie, The Farmer Takes a Wife, might be other possible answers. Now you're asked to name 4 books. Mrs. E.G. Reed of Germantown, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, wants to know whether you can name 4 books that have a metal in their titles, such as Brass by Charles G. Norris. A metal. 4 books.
Crock of Gold.
Very good. By whom is that, Miss
James Stephens.
James Stephens. That would be correct. That's 1. Mr. Karen, do you have one?
No, I was just going to give the author of the Crock of Gold.
I can think of 2 from Dickens. Yes, Mr. Karen.
Nicholas Nickleby.
And what's the other one?
David Copperfield.
Very good. Still, I think I'll only count that as 1. I gave you a hint. Let's have 2 more.
I remember the title, but I don't remember the author.
The title will do, Miss Thompson.
Set in Silver.
I beg pardon?
Set in Silver.
Set in Silver.
English novel of about 15 years ago.
That's quite possible. I don't remember it, but I'm sure that's quite correct. That would be 3. Let's have a few more. Mr. Bonnell?
The Glass Key.
Glass, I don't think would be considered a metal. Key would be a metal if it were made out of iron, but it's made out of glass, so we can't count it. We'll have to have another one. I can think of one that Lou Lair would give me if he were here.
I wouldn't know that one.
You would know that one?
How about The Iron Woman?
Yes, The Iron Woman.
How about called the Crafts book. What is it called? 7 Iron Men.
Yes, that would be good. Or Zinc or Zwim by Horatio Allen. All right. This one from Mr. Harry Bricker of Chicago, Illinois. You're asked to name literary works in which each of the following athletic contests occur. Combine athletics and literature. 1, baseball. Name a literary work in which there's a game of baseball. Mr. Kieran.
The Boy Grew Older by Haywood Broom.
Would that be right, Mr. Adams? Thanks, Mr. Kieran, Mr. Adams. All right. The Boy Grew Older by Haywood Broom.
The Sunfield by Haywood Broom.
Well, now, which is it?
Almost anything by Haywood Broom.
Yes, almost any column by Haywood Broom. I think the Sunfield is the one we were all thinking of. Elmer the Great would be another, perhaps. Any of the books by Ralph Barbour might be used also. 2, boxing. Boxing. Mr. Adams.
Cashel Byron's Profession.
Yes, by what famous boxer?
G.B. Shaw.
That's quite correct, yes. 3, fencing. Fencing. Mr. Kieran.
The Three Musketeers by Dumas Père.
Yeah, it's very good. And 4, a trotting race. A trotting race. Famous old American classic. Mr. Adams?
The One-Horse Shay.
Was there a trotting race in the one-horse shay? There was a trotter, of course, but did the one-horse shay race with any other one-horse shay? Was it shay against shay, or
he was on his way to church.
I beg pardon?
He was on his way to church.
On his way to church, Mr. Kieran. I'm afraid I can't allow that. There wasn't a real trotting race in the one-horse shay. But there is a famous American classic, a novel, in which a trotting race is one of the main events. Think of it?
That
1,
Roman story.
2, 3. All right, I'll take that. Let's have it.
Ben-Hur.
All right, Mr. Adams. Thank you very much. Mr. Kieran and Mr. Adams working together beautifully tonight. 5, wrestling. 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 Think of any one in which there's any wrestling. Wrestling. Wrestling.
Lorna Doone.
Is there a wrestling match in Lorna Doone? Yes, there is.
John Ridd.
John Ridd, yes. The story of Laocoon in Virgil's Aeneid, I think it is. He wrestles with snakes, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. You can see it in plaster of Paris, and then he shop on 6th Avenue.
Thanks so much.
And in the Holy
Very
Bible.
good. Or as you like.
Bible.
I beg pardon?
And in the Holy Bible, Jacob wrestled with God.
Yes, with the angel. You see all these things come back to you if you only wait long enough. Well, I'm afraid that's all we'll have time for this evening. We've lost, it seems, only $15. And next Tuesday evening, the experts are going to consist of Mr. Adams and Mr. Kieran and Mr. Oscar Levant, the musical expert. And our guest of honor, I am very proud to say, will be that famous and beloved star of stage and screen, Miss Lillian Gish. And now, Mr. Cross, will you take the mic and remind our audience of the rules once more? Information, please, thanks you and asks you next Tuesday evening at the same time to come again.
Thank you, Mr. Fibber. We meet again next week at 8:30 for another Battle of the Public versus the Experts. Please send us questions, any number of them, with the correct answers. And don't get worried if our editorial staff changes or edits your questions slightly. Remember, $2 per question for every question used and an additional 5 spot if the board flops on it. All questions become the property of Information Please. Send them to Information Please, the National Broadcasting Company, Radio City, New York.
Once again, we bring you the romance of Helen Trent, who sets out to prove for herself what so many women long to prove, that because a woman is 35 or more, romance in life need not be over, that romance can live in life at 35 and after. Lovely Helen Trent is fighting to save the man she loves, handsome Gil Whitney, from a trap set by red-haired Fay Granville, a scheming adventuress who's determined to marry Gil for his money and position. Fay has already announced her engagement to Gil, and as we heard her say to her brother, Darcy,
Gil can't get out of it now, Darcy. He's been very foolish. He took me out, even kissed me. And I have a witness to the fact he asked me to marry him.
Who?
You, Darcy, my dear brother. You'd testify, wouldn't you? Of course you would. No. Gil can't get out of this engagement now without being dragged through a scandal he'll never live down.
Say, do you think Helen Trent is going to stand still while you grab Gil Whitney?
Helen Trent can't do a thing to stop me. If she tries, she'll be sorry. Everything's going our way now, Darcy. Everything.
But now Helen Trent has found a clue to Faye's evil hidden past. The name of a man, Carlton Fletcher, whom Faye once knew in Silver City. And Helen has persuaded multimillionaire Brett Chapman to fly her in his private plane to Nevada in the hope of finding Carlton Fletcher. Now it's nearly noon of the day of Helen's takeoff for Nevada. We find Faye Granville in Hollywood in a lavish emerald green velvet housecoat in her mirrored bedroom. This moment, Faye is talking to her brother, Darcy.
What do you mean, Darcy?
Look, sister dear, you're in trouble. Do you know where Helen Trent is today?
No.
She left at dawn in that millionaire Chapman guy's private plane.
Helen Trent did? Is she eloping with Brett Chapman? Oh, Darcy, that would solve everything.
Don't you wish it, Faye? You told me to watch Helen. Last night I saw every light in her house out at 9. I figured she was turning in for an early start somewhere. So this a.m. early, I moseyed over there. I saw Helen come out of her house, get in her car, and I followed her to the airport.
That's wonderful. Then she's given up trying to get Whitney back.
I figured so until I wandered over to the hangar and got to talking to the boys. Helen's going to Nevada, Faye.
Nevada? Are you sure?
Silver City, Nevada. The mechanic let it drop.
Silver City? What is Helen going there for?
That's what I'm wondering, Faye. Seeing as how you once spent a little time there and met up with a guy named Carlton Fletcher, remember?
It's coincidence. That's all it is. Helen Trent couldn't possibly know anything about Carlton Fletcher.
And then again, she could. Helen spent quite a little time here the night of your party looking around, Faye.
Dorothy, it isn't possible. It just isn't possible. Maybe Helen is going to Silver City, but it doesn't mean anything.
And maybe not, Faye. On the other hand, if Helen should just happen to bump into Carlton Fletcher...
How could she?
That's a good question. Carlton used to be big potatoes out there. 10,000-acre ranch and all. You cleaned him out, Faye. So how would he get into society circles and meet a dame like Helen Trent?
Dorothy, stop talking. I've got to think. I know Helen Trent's trip to Silver City is just a coincidence, but
But you can't afford to take a chance, Faye.
I'm not going to take a chance. I'm going to burst Helen's little balloon before she even gets started.
How?
I'm going to see Gil Whitney.
Meanwhile, on a lonely ranch land in northern Nevada, we find Helen Trent at this moment with Brett Chapman. In a distant field is Brett's plane, shining in the sun. Confronting Brett and Helen is a tired-looking, gray-haired woman, anger stamped on her roughened features that once may have had beauty. She's saying,
And you two might as well understand, we don't want strangers hanging around here.
But this ranch belongs to a friend of mine. He told me to use his landing field and borrow a car if I need it to drive up to Silver City.
Maybe this ranch does belong to a friend of yours. But you came here snooping. I can see it in your faces.
Please, Mrs. Fletcher, you are Mrs. Fletcher.
Adele Fletcher. That's my name.
I'm Helen Trent, and this is my friend Brett Chapman. Maybe you would call it snooping, but I don't. I've come to find someone. I've come for help. And I think, Mrs. Fletcher, you're just the person who can help me.
Me help the likes of you? How?
You see, I've come all the way from Los Angeles to find someone here in Silver City named Fletcher. Carlton Fletcher.
My husband.
Yes. See, I didn't think we'd find him here on a ranch. We were going on to Silver City.
I assure you, Mrs. Fletcher, I had no idea. I knew my friend bought this ranch a couple of years ago.
Bought it? Practically grabbed it. It was my husband's ranch. Carlton put his life's blood into this place. Big Rock Ranch. Finest in this part of the state. Then he had trouble. He had to sell it. It kind of went to pieces. Couldn't bear to leave it, and the fellow who owns it now got it cheap. Let Carlton stay on, sort of caretaker, you might say. But Carlton isn't well. I do most of the work. Work like a peasant in my own house. The house that used to be mine.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then the likes of you show up, city folks, with your smart talk, your stylish clothes, snooping. Well, it was city folks like you, a woman and a man who brought ruin to me and my husband. And I'm not aiming to let you take one step nearer to us.
Well, I understand, Mrs. Fletcher. I had hoped you might help us, but if you won't, we won't trouble you. Brett, shall we go?
Go, Helen. Why, I thought...
I'd rather leave. I don't want to upset Mrs. Fletcher anymore.
Look, baby, we've flown over 1,000 miles to get to this godforsaken spot. The guy you want to see is over there in that house. You're not even going to see him.
No, Brett, we're not. Thank you, Mrs. Fletcher. I'm sorry we bothered you.
I'm sorry, too. You do look different from that other woman, miss, but we're not having truck with strangers nohow.
Of course not. Come on, Brett. Come on.
I don't get it, Helen.
Has she gone back to the house?
Yeah. But what's the idea? The guy Carlton Fletcher's in there somewhere. The ranch belongs to a friend of mine. If you want to talk to Fletcher, go in.
Not that way, Brett. Not by order.
Okay. Well, baby, I've enjoyed the flight. We better get going on to civilization. Carson's got a field. We can get gas.
You go on to Carson, Brett.
What? Me? And leave you?
Don't you see it all, Brett? Carlton Fletcher is the man Fay Granville knew, and from everything Mrs. Fletcher said, it was Fay and her brother Darcy who ruined those two people. I'm sure of it. That's why Mrs. Fletcher is so suspicious, so hateful of strangers. But I think maybe alone I could talk to her and her husband. She seemed just a little warmer when I said we were leaving. If I go back to the house alone...
Helen, you expect me to fly off and leave you with that half-mad woman? Heaven knows what her husband's like.
Yes, Brett, please leave me here. There must be a phone in the house. You fly on to Carson. I'll call you there.
Look, Helen, I've got some rights in this, too. I'm not just a taxi driver on this trip. I'm a guy you once were going to marry, and I'm still mad about you. For 3 hours, I've been sitting in that plane so near to you, I go crazy. Never a tumble. Now I'm supposed to drop you like cab fare. Hear you say thank you. Well, I'm not.
Brett, let go of my arm.
I've been waiting for some time for this, Helen. A chance to be entirely alone with you.
Brett.
You knew this is why I flew you up here. To have some time by ourselves, take you in my arms, kiss you, Helen. You know it's what I want. I'm mad for you, Helen.
Brett, stop it. I came to you as a friend.
There's no such thing between a man and a woman. Forget with me, Helen. I'll give you the world.
Brett, let me go. Brett.
No, not now, Helen. I'm going to put fire into that beautiful marble you're made of. I'm going to...
Brett!
Miss Trent.
There's Mrs. Fletcher. Brett, let me go. Brett.
Miss Trent.
Yes, Mrs. Fletcher.
Gee, I'm glad I found you, Miss Trent. I figured I lost my manners a little back there. I used to know how to welcome folks who came to see us. I reckon I've forgotten with all our trouble. My husband, Mr. Fletcher, and I would be right glad to welcome you to Big Rock Ranch.
While evil, scheming Fay Granville plans a hasty marriage to Gil Whitney, the man Helen Trent loves, Helen at last is about to meet the man whom Fay Granville and her brother ruined, Carlton Fletcher, in Silver City, Nevada. Standing at the door of the big ranch house, Helen says to Mrs. Fletcher,
Mrs. Fletcher, you're quite sure your husband Carlton is willing to see me?
I'm not saying if he'll talk, Mrs. Trent. He won't talk much to anybody anymore. But if you don't mind...
I appreciate his seeing me, Mrs. Fletcher.
He was a fine man, Mrs. Trent. A fine man. But you might have to forgive him a little now.
you won't want to miss the next dramatic chapter in the romance of Helen Trent at the same time tomorrow. This is Field and Farrington saying goodbye for the sponsors of Helen Trent.
The House of Glass. House of Glass. Colgate Palmolive Pete, makers of fine products since 1806, bring you this friendly half hour in the interest of Super Suds, the only soap created especially for dishwashing, the soap that protects the beauty of your hands. You remember that Bessie Glass has become very interested in welfare work. Well, this is a big day in her life. There is a luncheon at the Boys' Welfare Club, and Bessie Glass has been delegated to meet the guest of honor, Madame Ernestine Schumann-Heink, at her hotel and to escort her to the clubhouse. And as we join Bessie this evening, I'm sure we'll observe again that it's hard to predict what Bessie will do next. You know, that's supposed to be true generally of you ladies. You're unpredictable. But one thing I think is certain about you all. You want to look your best all the time. Isn't that true? And isn't it true that you want to keep your hands as smooth and soft and attractive as possible? Then why not use Super Suds, the soap that's made to keep hands lovely in spite of dishwashing? And this is the reason. Tiny hollow beads of Super Suds dissolve completely in your dishwater. No tiny particles of soap are left to irritate your hands, to make them rough, red. Well, you know how ugly hands can be. And you don't want to have that kind. So use Super Suds to wash your dishes. Help your hands to stay young and smooth. Now for the House of Glass. Bessie, accompanied by her husband Barney, is in the lobby of the hotel where Madame Schumann-Heink resides. Let's join them.
Bessie, are you sure this is the hotel where you're supposed to meet Mrs. Marshall?
Right here in the lobby. What time is it? Oh, it's late already. She said if she's not here by this time, I shouldn't wait.
So what must you do, Bessie?
I'll go over to the desk and call up and tell Madame Schumann-Heink that I'm here.
Oh, you'll take the madam over to the luncheon yourself then, Bessie, huh?
Surely. That's for the arrangement of the committee's instructions, Barney. Oh, I don't know why I'm so nervous.
Why should you be nervous?
Or maybe nervous is not the word. It's pleasurable excitement, maybe. Of all the ladies on the arrangement committee, I was the one selected to escort the madam to the luncheon. Can't you understand, Barney, why I should feel so nervous, huh? Do you realize the importance of such a privilege, huh, Barney?
Why don't I realize?
Come, I'll go over to the desk, Barney, huh?
I'll wait here for you, Bessie.
No, come over with me. Where's the desk? Oh, this way. How do I do it, Barney?
Just send your name up.
What shall I say? Mrs. Glass is waiting or the reception committee is waiting?
Just say Mrs. Glass of the reception committee.
Oh, that's right. You're right, Barney. Yes, come.
Something I can do for you, sir?
Yes, Barney.
Will you please tell Madame Schumann-Heink that Mrs. Glass is downstairs waiting with a car to escort her to the luncheon of the Boys' Club?
Mrs. Glass?
Yes, please.
Just a minute, please.
Thank you very much.
Bessie, if we take our hotel back, we'll get Whitey a uniform like that bellboy is wearing.
Barney, please.
Madame Schumann-Heink will be down in just a few minutes. She said, would you mind waiting?
Oh, thank you very much. We'll be waiting right over here if you don't mind.
I'll tell her.
Thank you very much.
Bessie, you want me to wait?
Please, Barney, come. Sit down.
I'll be late for my appointment, Bessie. I have to meet Maya.
Barney, please. I specially asked you not to mention extraneous matters to me today, Barney, please. Don't overshadow my joy for me, please. You realize who I'm meeting? Madame Schumann-Heink? This is a day of days for me, Barney, please. I want complete concentration. I don't want my thoughts to wander for 1 minute to spoil my emotions that I'm experiencing. Moments like these are few in a lifetime, Barney. Please. I'm only sorry that you won't be there, Barney.
I'm sorry, too, but...
Only women, Barney. 500 women. And members of the Young Boys Club. 40 young boys, Barney. Oh, you should have heard. You should have heard the minutes, Barney, of what the organization is doing for these boys. They maintain a social center. They have a scholarship fund, all for these boys.
Wonderful.
Oh, wonderful is still not the word, Barney. And the big surprise will be today when Madame Schumann-Heink walks into the reception hall and the boys welcome her. Barney, for that alone you should be there.
Well, you'll tell me all about it, Bessie.
Oh, in my excitement, Barney, I'm afraid I won't be able to see, hear, or remember. All I'll be able to do is feel.
Taking Mrs. Glass.
Did he say Glass?
I think so. Mrs. Glass.
Oh, boys.
Mrs. Glass?
Yes.
Madame Schumann-Heink wants you to please come up to her apartment.
Oh, Up to her apartment?
Yes, please. 384.
384? Oh, thank you very much.
The elevators are to your right, please.
Thank you. Barney, I have to go up to her apartment.
Then go, Bessie.
How easy you say, then go. How do I look, Barney?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. Do I have to fix myself a little?
Nothing at all.
No? What apartment? What apartment?
384. Come. I'll take you over to the elevator. Come.
I wonder why she wants me to come up.
I suppose she don't want to keep you waiting down here too long. Take this elevator, Bessie.
All right.
And I'm leaving now, Bessie, dear.
All right.
Enjoy yourself.
I will. You sure I look all right?
Perfect. Bessie, I'm going to tell Maya you'll give me his answer. When, Bessie?
Barney, please. Tomorrow's plenty of time for business discussions.
Is this elevator going up?
Going up.
Goodbye, Barney.
Goodbye, Bessie. Goodbye.
Going up?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
7, please.
Going up?
Yes, ma'am. Floors, please.
6th floor, please. 384, please. Madam Truman Hank's apartment, please.
3rd floor.
Thank you.
10th, please.
14, please.
3rd floor.
Oh, thank you very much. Which way to 384, right or left?
To your left. The first door to your left, madam.
Oh, thank you very much. Pardon me. I'm Mrs. Glass.
Will you come right in, please, ma'am?
Thank you.
Will you come this way, please, ma'am? Madam will be right in.
Yes, thank you.
Won't you sit down, ma'am?
Thank you. Oh, how beautiful the birds sing. Canaries. I once had canaries, but they wouldn't sing.
Mrs. Glass?
Yes. Are you Madam Schumann?
Yes,
I'm very, very pleased.
I am also pleased to meet you.
Thank you.
Please, sit down.
Thank you.
How do you like my little bird? This one is Jack, and this one is Jill.
Oh, Jack and Jill, huh?
Yeah. I hope you don't mind waiting for me, but I can't leave. I've just put in a long-distance call for my children in California.
Oh, I see. No, I won't mind in the slightest.
Maureen, take from Mrs. Glass her coat. You may as well be comfortable.
Thank you very much.
When my call comes in, Maureen, will you connect me immediately? I don't like to keep the ladies waiting more than I have to.
Yes, ma'am.
And Maureen, have my hat and coat ready also.
Yes, ma'am.
That is a little Irish girl, Frau Glass, brought over with me from Ireland.
Oh, you don't say.
Ja.
You lived in Ireland also,
Ja,
huh?
natürlich. Ja, Frau Glass, ja. Ireland, Britain, Poland, Russia, even at the Orient. Been my very good fortune to know the friendship of men and women of many lands, many circles. Presidents, the Kaiser, kings, and so on and so forth, prime ministers, leaders, peasants. Yeah, many kind of people.
How much you must have learned.
No, I don't know how much I have learned. It is not always how much you learn. Quantity is never so important. And in learning also it is not. What I have learned, Frau Glass, is this. That the problems of one set of people are the problems of all. And the things that make men alike are finer and stronger than the things which make them different. Oh, yes, so much I have learned. Maureen, see what is with my phone, please.
Central said 10 minutes, ma'am, and it's not 10 minutes yet.
All right. Only I don't like to keep Frau Glass waiting too long.
That's all right. I'm so happy sitting here like this with you, Madam Schumann.
Thank you, dear. Are you an active worker in social and welfare work, Mrs. Glass?
No, this is my first experience.
Ah, so?
Mm-hmm. You see, all my life I've been a businesswoman.
And now?
Well, now I'm temporarily retired.
Oh. Are you happy?
Well,
No, don't be ashamed to say it. You are not. Huh?
How did you know?
Well, I didn't like the way you said, well. Why did you retire? Your health?
No, my children. I thought they needed me, but they're grown up now and they don't need me anymore.
Ach, warum nicht gar? Our children always need us. Maybe not physically, but our inspiration and encouragement. That they need. Although we mothers sometimes expect too much from our children. If we could only remember that our children owe us nothing. Some mothers want medals to be pinned on them because they stayed up nights with the baby when he had colic or when he had the measles. Ah, no. We have children because we wish to have them. Because a life with children seems richer than a life without them. You're my dearest friend. Our children owe us nothing. Not even love and respect, unless we earn it.
You're right.
Maureen, bring it that letter from my boys, please, yeah?
Yes, ma'am. It's right here on your desk.
Let me have it, please.
Would you like your glasses?
No, ich brauche sie nicht. It's all right, thank you. Here, Frau Glas. Please. Yes?
You want me to read the letter?
Please. Can you be all right, Judy?
Yes, thank you very much. Is today your birthday, Madame Schumann?
No, ma'am.
Well then, stay here and hear it. Read it loud, Frau Glass. Those words in that letter are sweeter than all the music in the world to me.
I'll read
Go
it
on.
now, huh, Frau
Yeah.
Glass?
Yeah.
I'll read it from the beginning. Dearest Mother, your 4 sons, daughter-in-law, 11 grandchildren, and 6 great-grandchildren wish you a happy birthday. In spite of the fact that grown-ups from the age of 40 on hate to tell their ages, we are taking this birthday of yours as a chance to say that the only difference your age makes to us is that you're sweeter every year, and that it's going to be so sugary that we will all have to suck lemons before we kiss you to counteract the sweetness.
No, I give them the lemons. Just wait. But there is another paragraph.
Yeah.
Turn over the next page.
If being 75 means that one can be loved and respected as you are, be as attractive as you are, be a mother to the whole world as you are, and be our best girl as you are, then may Father Time do his stuff in making as many people as possible 75 in as short as 75 years as possible. And Mother, darling, you know that all this has been scribbled down because we love you, and we will always give the very best of ourselves for you. Oh, my.
That's my phone. That's my phone. I'll take it. Now.
Hello?
My children. Excuse me, Shirley. Let me have the phone. Come here. Hello. Hello. George, Mitzi, Henry, Ferdinand. Yeah. Yeah. Well, what do you mean? Why did I call you? Is this my birthday or not? Well, I had to give myself a birthday present. Well, that's why I called you. Are you all well, beloved? That's all I want to hear. Yes. Take off a whole week and kiss yourself 75 times. Kiss for me. Yeah. Goodbye. 40 other boys are waiting for me now. All boys are my boys. Goodbye. Gott grüß euch alle. Goodbye. And now, come, Frau Glass.
Well, what a unique experience for Bessie Glass. But wait, the thrill of her life is awaiting her when she witnesses the reception which is being staged for Madame Schumann-Heink at the luncheon of the Boys Club. Now, in just a few moments, we shall be with Mrs. Glass and Madame Schumann-Heink. But first, we want you to listen to a brief scene between a little girl and her mother.
Mommy. Oh, Mommy.
Yes, dear?
Mommy, will you read me a story?
What's that?
Will you read me a story? Please.
Oh, but I can't right now, darling. I'm washing the dishes.
Please. Gee, Mommy, it seems as though you're always washing the dishes.
And no doubt that's just the way it seems to Mother herself, that she's always washing the dishes. Perhaps sometimes you feel that way, as though life consisted chiefly of a mountain of dishes, all of which have to be washed. Since that's the case, don't you think you ought to keep a box of Super Suds in your kitchen, always ready to help you? Super Suds was created especially to make dishwashing an easier, quicker, pleasanter job. It is soap made in the form of tiny, hollow, thin-walled beads, so that it will dissolve instantly and completely in warm water. That means no waiting for suds, no stirring of dishwater. Instead, you get rich, fluffy, foamy suds at once. And because Super Suds dissolves completely, you don't need to dry your dishes with a cloth. No, all you have to do is rinse them and place them in a rack to drain dry. Your dishwashing time is actually cut in half. Your work is made easier. You have more time for yourself and your family. And that in itself is enough reason for using Super Suds, isn't it? Now, back to the House of Glass. Bessie and Madame Schumann-Heink are now about to enter the main hall of the Boys' Welfare Club.
I'll take your coat, Madame Schumann-Heink.
If you please.
Yes.
And now, dear, where do we go?
Right into the main hall. Oh, here comes Mrs. Marshall. Mrs. Marshall is the president of our organization.
Ah, so.
Oh, Madame Schumann-Heink, you don't know how much it means to have you with us today. We have more than 500 mothers to greet you.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I'm late. Which way do we go?
Will you wait 1 minute, please?
Yeah.
Mrs. Glass, will you 1 minute, please?
Yes, surely. Excuse me, please.
Sure.
Just wait here for 1 moment, Mrs. Glass. I want to tell the boys to get ready. The boys are going to sing Madame Schumann-Heink's favorite song. Oh. Will you pardon me just a moment, please, Madame Schumann-Heink?
Why, yes, sure.
Ready, Mrs. Marshall, we're all ready.
Oh, where's the dear Clyde Carroll? Oh, how nice. What are you doing with all those flowers?
They're for you, Madame Schumann-Heink, from all the boys of our club.
Your club?
My big brother's club.
Ach, wie schön. Now, what shall I say to you for that?
I don't know. Anything you want to.
You see, I have no words. Will a tear be all right,
No, a smile.
Well, there you have it.
It's all right now, Mrs. Glass.
Yes, all right. We can go then. Right this way, please, Madame Schumann-Heink.
Ja. Kindchen, wo gehst du denn hin? Where are you going? Ja.
This way.
Magnificent. Your voices have said so much to me. Maybe if I could sing something. Because that is my only way of saying things. But before I sing, I want to say how interested I am in this organization. Because it is intended to bring together young boys. Because it is creating a place for these children where the atmosphere makes great ideals contagious. And as long as such organizations as this one exists, and the heart has the right to fail, then we are truly moving on.
Mrs. Clark, will you please ask Cruza, Leo, if he would be so kind and play for me? Yes.
The old broken cherry baby's boat adrift on a dreamland sea, and baby and I are the crew of blood, all cozy and snow are we. We rock and hum a crooning song like the wind in the fields of sea. Of a pirate dream, before very long, no baby on the boat come to me. Oh, baby, the tear sometime will be a boat for an out of care. For you with your baby will sail the sea within the same rocking chair. And as we rock and hum and sing, so you will go singing too, on pirate dreams, with whip and with swing, we'll take baby and boat on sorry. First I must go. But before I do, I want to wish you all such success as may be best for each of you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, my beloved kids. Goodbye. God bless you.
Bessie will have lots to tell Barney when her tears will have run their course. What is in store for Bessie next week? Will she tire of her present existence? Will she seek to regain the winter house of glass at Lakewood, which she rented to Meyer the butcher? We shall learn at this same time next week. Before we go, though, I'd like to close with just a few words about Super Suds, the wonderful soap for dishwashing that brings their adventures to you. Let me suggest to you again to put Super Suds on your shopping list for tomorrow. Get the big red box for 10 cents or the giant size for 20 cents from your grocer. Then wash your dishes with Super Suds. This is what you'll discover. Rich, foamy suds instantly that wash your dishes beautifully and more quickly. You don't need to dry your dishes with a cloth, but merely rinse them and let them drain dry. They'll be sparkling bright because no streaks nor flecks of undissolved soap are left to dull their glistening surface. The time you usually devote to dishwashing is cut in half. And you can be confident that your hands are protected. They'll be smoother, softer, and lovelier if you wash your dishes with Super Suds. Super Suds is approved by the Good Housekeeping Institute. And remember, you always have help with the dishes when you use Super Suds. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Gene Paul King on behalf of Colgate Palmolive Pete, inviting you to tune in again 1 week from tonight, the same station, for another episode in the House of Glass. Tonight's presentation featured in person Madame Ernestine Schumann-Heint. These dramalogues are written by Gertrude Berg. And so a very, very friendly good night until next week at the House of Glass.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company presents the National Hour. This is a mirror of public opinion, reflecting what America and the world are thinking, planning, doing. This is today's interpretation of the problems and the newsworthy milestones that we must reach and pass on the road to peace and reconstruction. Today, February 10th, 1946, we present the 13th in the distinguished new NBC series, The National Hour. Our subject for today,
the war against inflation. Now, in the 6th month of the first year of peace, we, the American people, face a crisis. This is a year of decision. We now stand at a junction from which lead several roads. The high road of economic stability, full production, and real prosperity, or
the road that can lead to a false boom and inflated prosperity, and then depression.
These are the decisions we face as we push forward in
the war against inflation.
This is Robert McCormick in Washington. This has certainly been a wild week down here. I haven't seen anything quite like it since the days of NRA. Meetings at all hours of the day and night, and excited conferences in the White House. Wages and prices are the words most commonly heard. Bowles and Snyder are the names most often mentioned. Later in this program, I shall bring you a summary of what has happened this week. So in Washington, we are standing by.
And in New York, this is Robert St. John. With me here are Mr. Harold Fleming, business correspondent for the Christian Science Monitor, and Mr. Gordon Creighton, assistant general manager of the National Retail Dry Goods Association. And from Toledo, we will hear Mr. Walter Reuther, international vice president of the United Automobile Workers Union, CIO.
With their help, we will document the developments which brought us to this week of decision. Da 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 da.
Hey, Shots, I got it. I got it.
Yeah, Joe, what?
An idea for a song with significance, with boom, right up to the minute. We'll clean up.
Yeah, with a broom and shovel.
No, Shopsy boy, this is it.
Sure. So was the last one. And so, my darling, before next winter's snow, you and I'll be together in the UNO.
Forget what happened last week. Look, last night I was reading a paper.
Yeah, I know, the racing form.
No, not the racing form. I read this article, and it come to me like a revulsion from heaven.
This I can believe.
Everybody, the man said in the article, was worrying about inflation, about the strikes and high prices and so etc. And that's when it hit me. Listen, here's the pitch. A guy's in love with a girl, see?
Right off, you got a new twist.
No. Here's where it comes. The guy says to the chick, look, baby, the way I feel for you, I'd buy you a car, a gross of nylons, whatever you want, if your heart won't pull a strike on me. And she says, now get this, she says, no, there's a great shortage. And if you start throwing the lettuce around, you'll make inflation in the nation. So all I want is love, baby, until those inflation blues roll by. Well, how's that for a switcheroo?
Oh, great. And I got just a tune to go with it. Inflation, stay away from my door.
And while the assorted geniuses of Tin Pan Alley were wrestling to tuck a major economic problem into a 32-bar straitjacket, a letter came to me in care of the National Hour. The letter was from a gentleman in Massachusetts, Peter J. Guare. Mr. Guare wrote in part,
I heard you say next week's show would be about inflation. I'll be in New York, and I'd like to come to the studio. And I would consider it a great favor if someplace in the program you'd explain so I could understand just what they mean by inflation, if this is not asking too much, Mr. St. John.
And so for the first item on our agenda, we answer Mr. Guare's question. We've consulted some authorities for their views and definitions. First, a professor of economics.
Inflation is a disproportionate and relatively sharp and sudden increase in the quantity of money or credit or both, relative to the amount of exchange business, and always produces a rise in the price level.
Did you follow that, Mr. Guare?
Well, would the professor mind repeating that?
Why, certainly, sir. Inflation is a disproportionate...
Excuse me, Professor, but one of our research men has just come in with a definition from a part-time economist. He put it this way.
Inflation, Bud? Well, that's when there's plenty of money in people's pockets and in banks. But the stuff that money can buy is scarce, so prices go up. So, it's the old story of supply and demand. See?
Professor, would you say that definition was sound?
Well, it's phrased somewhat unusually, but it's basically sound. By the way, what does that part-time economist do for a living?
He tends bar over on 3rd Avenue. On September 2nd, 1945, this nation came out of a terrible war with too much money and a great roar of need.
A car. I need a new car.
An electric washing machine.
A house. I gotta build a house.
An electric range.
I need a couple of suits, a dozen shirts.
A radio phonograph.
I need a new car.
This is McCormick in Washington again. The years of war put more and more money into America's pockets. The years of war created more and more shortages of civilian goods. Demand was greater than supply. And finally, prices gave way. They went up. Since September of 1939, the cost of living has gone up 33%. But in a similar 7-year period in World War I, the cost of living rose 108%. The rise in our present cost of living would have gone higher than the 33% if the Office of Price Administration had not taken hold in May of 1942. 90% of the increase came before that date. Yes, it stopped here, all right, but runaway inflation was on the loose all over the world.
In China, 700 Chinese dollar for $1 US dollar, even though the official rate of exchange is 20 to 1.
On the black market, the Italians offer 400 lira for $1. Before the war, the exchange was 20 to $1.
In Greece, 400 billion drachmas for one of our dollars. In normal times, a dollar is worth 125 drachmas.
That sounds bad, Mr. St. John. Could that happen here?
Well, Mr. Guare, let's ask Mr. Harold Fleming, business correspondent for the Christian Science Monitor. What do you think, Mr. Fleming? Could it happen here?
In my opinion, no. Chiefly because the American people want steady living costs. So the Congress has given the government a great many powers under the various price control acts. And modern history shows that strong governments like that of the United States and Great Britain are able to maintain fairly steady prices regardless of various pressures.
Well, that's very hopeful, Mr. Fleming, but the spiral of inflation has begun to move again upward. What's your reaction to that?
I see the present inflation as a necessary but not too dangerous phase of a great economic experiment. That experiment is to find out how far wages can be raised, prices held steady, and the wheels of industry kept turning, all at the same time. Last August, the government announced that wages could be raised, but prices should be held down. But now it seems to have turned out that wages cannot be raised all along the line to everybody without some increase in prices. In other words, the original policy was too limited. Now we are making some changes. And we will keep on making changes until we find out how to achieve our three-way goal: full production at high wages and with steady prices.
In the first few months after the war, this great new experiment in applied economics began undergoing a most devastating test. There was 4 times as much money in circulation as in the boom years before 1929. The demand for civilian goods was greater than ever, and it kept growing. Supply was small, and it grew smaller. The growing pressure of demand against supply began to move the spiral of inflation on upward. The cost of living had risen 33%. Now wages began to climb to try to catch up with prices.
The United Automobile Workers, CIO, ask as a cost of living adjustment a wage raise of 30%. General Motors offers a settlement at a lower figure, and the plants are shut down by a strike.
Ford signs for 15 1/10% increase. Chrysler for 16 7/10%. The Kaiser Fraser Company signs on the union's terms.
RCA announces a wage increase. Clothing manufacturers grant an increase.
Wages were climbing upward to meet the cost of living. The spiral began moving, and prices began to push hard against the ceiling.
January 31st. The lumber industry flatly asserted today that OPA must lift price ceilings if the acute shortage is to be ended.
Meat packers demand an advance.
Sugar to be raised.
Cheese prices will move upward.
With no ceiling set, cotton has risen to its highest price in 25 years.
The tug of war between wages and prices is on. With us today on the National Hour is a man from each side of the rope. Each man represents an important view in the controversy. First, from our studios in New York, Mr. Gordon Creighton, Assistant General Manager of the National Retail Dry Goods Association. Mr. Creighton.
In this moment of controversy over the extension of price control, the National Retail Dry Goods Association takes a position based squarely upon its belief that production is the only cure for inflation. The moderate course we are pursuing is the result of the long history of our almost 6,000 member stores and our experience as an association through 2 wars and many booms and depressions. In our annual convention last month, one of the largest on record, the delegates voted unanimously that our policy should be that we do not seek to end price control. We seek to amend it so as to increase production. In our opinion, OPA has it in its power to stimulate the flow of essential goods immediately by stepping up 2 of its policies. These are incentive pricing, or the granting of sufficient increases to manufacturers to make it possible for them to expand operations on needed but missing merchandise, and extension of decontrol actions into the fields where shortages are sharpest. OPA recently applied the incentive pricing corrective to the making of linings for men's suits, which had been hanging, unfinished, and useless in the factories. Let there be more of this type of thing. We retailers are the purchasing agents for our consumers. We are the ones who have to face the ultimate consumer across the last 3 feet of selling space in the economic process, our counters. We are tired of confronting them with empty shelves, which had to stand idle during the war, but need no longer do so. And millions of veterans are now civilians again. Take controls off shirts. That will be something for the boys that they really need. And it would be a step that OPA could easily retrace if inflationary prices resulted. In fact, it would afford the most conservative kind of a test, since nothing else in the economy would be affected. That is our stand in this moment of controversy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Creighton. And now for an opposing view, a man who is a frequent visitor to the Capitol,
the Vice President of the UAW, Mr. Walter Reuther, speaking to us from NBC's affiliate, WSPD, in Toledo.
Inflation today comes from the pressure campaign of big business for unjustified price increases. Wage increases are no longer the major issue in the dispute which is holding up our progress towards the goals of full employment, full production, and full consumption. The major issue now is prices. From the beginning of the GM controversy, the General Motors workers and their union have conducted an all-out fight against price increases. The union has consistently stated that we did not want a wage increase that would necessitate 1 red cent in higher prices. The recommendations of the President's fact-finding board supported our contention that General Motors could grant the wage increase without a price increase. Despite this fact, the General Motors Corporation continues to defy the President's recommendation. General Motors, the steel industry, and other large corporations are hell-bent on destroying price control. They are determined to squeeze out of the American consumers unnecessary and unjustified price increases. American labor does not want a 10-cent wage increase in one pocket with a 15-cent price increase taken out of the other pocket. We do not want to be paid off in the wooden nickels of inflation. We want, and we are fighting for, an increase in real wages, an increase in purchasing power. We want wages that will buy more food, more clothes, better housing, and more of the good things of life that we need for ourselves, our wives, and our children. The picket lines of the General Motors workers are the front-line defenses against industry's attempt to wreck price control. We are determined that the government and the American people shall not be hijacked into permitting higher prices that would provide industry with the most outrageous profits in history. We call upon President Truman to stand firm against price increases and to mobilize the support of the people, who in overwhelming majority favor rigid price control. That is the way to defeat inflation. That is the way it must be defeated.
National Hour returns you to New York. Up to this point in our program, we have made much mention of prices, wages, ceilings, the dangers of runaway inflation. But now, to tie the threads together, let us consider the case of one industry. Let's consider steel. 3 weeks ago, on a cold midnight of winter, 750,000 members of the United Steelworkers of America went out on strike. If the strike lasted 1 month, 2 million men and women in other industries would be laid off. The country would begin to drop $500 million in lost business each week. The conferences begun between the Steel Union and the Steel Institute before the strike were continued at the White House. Both sides came to the president with their demands. The union spoke,
a wage rise of $2 a day.
The Steel Institute replied,
an adequate raise in the price of steel before any consideration of a wage settlement.
Well, they met with the president, who in his latest message said most industries and most companies have adequate leeway to grant substantial wage increases. So the nation waited for the verdict from the White House, and then the news was released. The president had scaled down the union's demand to 18.5 cents an hour and had indicated that steel would be allowed a price rise. After the conference, reporters asked the steelworkers' representatives if the union would accept the president's proposed settlement.
The union accepts.
And then the representative of the steel manufacturers was asked the same question.
Even with an increase in the price of steel, the highest wage that can be offered is 15 cents an hour.
The Steelworkers Union submitted a statement to the administration which in substance maintained
the savings which the steel companies will make through elimination of overtime, through downgrading, through the elimination of the excess profits tax, would be enough to cover a 43 cents an hour wage raise.
In reply, a spokesman for the steel companies said,
our figures show that we are already entitled by law to price increases by reason of past heavy increases in our costs, quite apart from any present wage increase.
When questioned about just how much of an increase in the present price of steel would be needed to cover the 18.5-cent raise, the answer came,
an increase greatly in excess of $6.25 a ton.
It became clear then, down in Washington, that any settlement of the steel dispute would be based on an increase in both wages and prices. Behind this recommendation from Washington lay a bitter struggle which has been carried on between two groups of presidential advisers ever since the end of the war. One group has centered around the Director of Reconversion, John W. Snyder. Mr. Snyder has held the view that
price control must be maintained. There is no question about that. But the price control policy must be flexible enough to allow for adjustments where necessary in order to stimulate production. The present inflexible policy of OPA is stifling production.
And heading the opposite camp has been the chief of OPA, Chester Bowles, who has maintained...
The policy of OPA does permit the lifting of ceiling prices, but only when supplies are equal to demand or when an industry can prove hardship. Prices may also be lifted when a particular item is judged to have little effect on the cost of living. If history teaches anything, it proves that inflationary pressures created by the war do not end when the war ends.
For 5 months, this conflict continued not only within the administration, but throughout the country. Meanwhile, the president's indication that a price rise for steel was forthcoming set Wall Street tickers humming with renewed energy. Speculation hopped on the gravy train as stocks began to rise.
Oh, hiya, baby. Boy, oh boy, I feel great, just great.
What happened to you, Henry?
Wall Street made me a neat 10 grand today. The market's soaring up like a great, big, beautiful bird.
With all the strikes on.
Oh, honey, you're a beautiful wife, but listen. The president said maybe steel could have a raise in price, right?
Yes, dear, but it hasn't come through yet.
Ah, but it will, darling, it will. And that means steel is going to crack a big enough hole in the OPA ceiling so everything will ride on up with steel.
But, Henry, remember what happened in 29.
Yeah, but not this time, baby. We'll play it smart this time.
But if the price ceilings suddenly go up and there's still not enough production, won't that be dangerous?
That's just the point they made at the convention. Now, prices must go up before we can really get into production. No up in prices, no production. Why, they say that even the chief of reconversion in Washington is for giving steel $4 a ton. Only that OPA guy keeps holding on to his ceilings.
Another cocktail, Henry.
Okay, baby, then we'll go out and celebrate. OPA ceilings are cracking up, cracking up, cracking up. OPA ceilings are cracking up, my fair Chester.
While the deadlock continued in steel, the country was able to study as if in a scientific laboratory the winds and currents and pressures of inflation. On January 30th, Henry Ford II, president of the Ford Motor Company, sent an urgent telegram to Washington.
Unless steel can be made available to us and to our suppliers promptly, we'll have to shut down completely this week. It costs $400,000 a day to maintain idle assembly lines. At current OPA ceilings, we're losing $300 on every car we make.
Out of the steel deadlock came another pressure to force prices upward. Members of the Tri-State Industrial Association found themselves squeezed in a vice between fixed ceilings for the goods they produce and rising wages and prices they will have to pay.
The Tri-State Industrial Association is composed of 56 steel fabricators and processors. We manufacture thousands of products from paper clips to rolling mill machinery. Whatever price raise steel will have to pay, we will have to pay. Whatever price increase is allowed, we will have to pay that much more for our raw steel.
Then what is the alternative?
Unless the government allows us to raise prices, some factories may have to shut down permanently and throw many thousands of employees out of work.
The pressure against price ceilings comes from more and more sides, and the total pressure grows greater and greater.
Mr. St. John.
Yes, Mr. Greer.
Manufacturers and businessmen are consumers, too. Do they want to take off all price ceilings?
Well, you know, it's a funny thing the way people think on this question of ceilings.
I say price controls on food and rent, well, that's fine. But lift the ceilings in our business, and we'll soon be able to supply the people of America.
And what business are you in, sir?
I manufacture auto parts.
We need ceilings on clothing and food, but ceilings choke the life out of guys like me.
Like you, sir?
Yes, I own a couple of apartment houses.
And I say that wages in our industry must be raised.
What do you do, sir?
I'm a union representative.
For 4 years, we were the goats for ceilings. It's time we had some relief. But the ceilings ought to be held on steel and automobiles.
And your business?
Men's clothing manufacturer.
Oh, say, before you go, sir.
Yes, what is it?
Do you know where I can buy a white shirt, please?
No place, brother, till the ceiling price is lifted.
Now, in the 6th month of peace, the spiral of inflation is pushing hard, pushing upward. Last week, the issue of wages and prices came to sharp focus. The situation in steel was to be finally settled. The country waited, for as steel went, so would go the nation. Well, here in Washington, the week began calmly enough. The administration on Tuesday began formulating a new wage price policy. And the newsmen in Washington stood by for a definite statement. Conferences went on in the White House all day, of 48 hours later, a wage and price formula was apparently settled upon.
The new formula, it's reported, will not mean higher prices all around, though it will lift certain prices to a new plateau.
Then everyone's attention shifted to the reports of the behind-the-scenes differences between Mr. Bowles and Mr. Snyder on the basic policy to be followed.
It is reported that Mr. Bowles is opposed to any agency bypassing OPA to make price settlements, as in steel.
Mr. Snyder, on the other hand, would like the Office of Reconversion to retain a measure of overall control over the wage-price situation.
On Thursday, it became apparent that the formula had not been settled upon, but was still in the works. Then the whole week of meetings, of statements, of conjecture drew to its close, and at the end of it, the President canceled his vacation trip in order to deal personally with problems the White House said require his personal attention. But a formula definitely should be coming this week. Right now, it seems fairly certain Mr. Bowles and his policies will win out with some modifications. But leaving this critical debate for a moment, the National Hour asked Mr. Bowles to give us his views on the inflation problem. And Mr. Bowles gave us this statement. More important than recognizing the dangers of inflation, Mr. Bowles said, is the way we face them. I personally have a great deal of confidence that we shall meet these dangers in a spirit of courage and with a firm conviction that they can and must be overcome. Inflation has been licked thus far. Inflation is being licked today. Unless we are utterly lacking in courage and good judgment, we can continue to lick inflation. We can keep this economy on an even keel, Mr. Bowles continues, until there are so many goods of all kinds that controls can be safely removed. And we know then that this economy can henceforward take care of itself. The choice is up to us, Mr. Bowles concludes. We can blunder into disaster once more, as we did after the last war, or we can take steps now to ensure a stable, sound prosperity, with factories going full blast and jobs, good-paying jobs for all. And that is Mr. Bowles' statement today to the National Hour.